You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. I did my best, but you know my boss is naturally on alert and paranoid. Even though he trusts me the most, he doesn't want to talk about his plan with me. That's all I can tell you. I'll contact you when he makes the arrangements. Okay, got it. Hanging up, Chung left the corner in stealth. Jack ended the call and went downstairs to the living room for breakfast. Only Chloe was up at this moment, and she was frying eggs and making bread and coffee for Jack. Honey, does he have any information? No, he said Andrew is being tight-lipped. Can we trust Chung? Are you sure Andrew isn't using him to trick us? Chloe was still worried. Then she pushed a mug of hot coffee toward Jack. Thank you, honey. Jack was always attentive to details and never took things for granted. He was grateful for every good thing happening to him, even when he was with his beloved Chloe. Don't mention it. We're family. We can trust Chung. I'm sure Andrew isn't using him to trick us because I have Chung's lifeline. Is it the orphan Irene mentioned? Chloe's heart lurched because she knew Mr. Dawson never liked to use kids to blackmail people. It's that kid, but I didn't blackmail him, Jack explained. Without waiting for Chloe's reply, he continued after sipping the coffee. That kid has a congenital heart defect, and he's been looking for a heart to do the transplant surgery. Do you have a heart for him? Chloe looked at her husband. I found one out of the country. Rick helped me. Since you mentioned Rick, I wonder how Cece is doing. I haven't heard from her for a long while. They are probably in a bit of trouble. Something happened to them? No, just some trouble. After we get rid of Andrew, we can all go to the U.S. Besides visiting Rick and Cece, we will try and persuade second uncle not to object to the marriage between Avery and Max. It seems you think well of Max. What? Are you getting softened by him calling you brother-in-law? Chloe teased him. No, I just think Max is good in nature. Yeah, in fact, among the 4 young masters, Mr. Chase is good too, but unfortunately... Thinking of Case, who was still in the hospital, Chloe felt sympathetic to him. His only fault was falling in love with the wrong woman. Everyone has their own destiny. Brenny made the bed and has to lie in it. She's asking for trouble by messing with Noah. She'll gain nothing but become a laughingstock for people. Tiani is still young. I hope she won't follow her mom's footsteps and lives in her shadows, Chloe exclaimed. Since Jack had got Chung's lifeline, he gained the control of Chung, which gave him more confidence to deal with Andrew. But he didn't know that this duel would be much more difficult than he imagined. In a war-torn country which was tens of thousands of miles away, Fiona stayed in an air raid shelter, looking especially handsome in her green military camouflage uniform. She had been dodging Legend and dealing with killers sent by Riker's elder brother while doing a deal worth $1 billion. Leading her own mercenary team, she had a fierce battle with the rebels who tried to divide this small country. It looked as if she was born for fighting wars. Psycho Riker, let's return to the country after this deal. You miss Sister Chloe, right? Riker looked at his beloved woman and asked gently. Yeah. When Fiona nodded, Riker softened up. Okay, I'll go anywhere with you. Like Jack, Riker was a man of few words, but when he was needed, he was definitely dependable. Because of this, Fiona felt Riker was the man she could entrust the rest of her life with. Hearing Riker's words, Fiona smiled smugly. Damn it! When I get the money, I'll use it to develop new chemical weapons. I'll beat Legend senseless, Fiona cursed angrily. You're the one being hunted down by him all over the world, so please don't brag, okay? It's just because he has more men than me. If I had tens of thousands of soldiers and connections with the rebels from other countries just like he does, I'd beat him. Okay, Miss Fiona, please stop dreaming. Hurry up and end this battle. I'm hungry and want to eat. Then, Riker walked out with a heavy machine gun in his hand. His back looked extremely dashing. Fiona pursed her lips and looked at him with some shyness and happiness. Ever since she had met Chloe, Fiona always thought of her. She thought of her elder sister and nieces so much that her dad had complained that she had forgotten him, and only remembered her sister and nieces. She had fought alone for too long and hungered for the warmth of a family. Only when she was with Chloe did Fiona feel like she was still alive in the world and could return to a peaceful life. Fiona planned to go back and see her elder sister after she finished the current deal, but she didn't know that she would be too late for everything. Since this deal needed lots of manpower, Fiona put all her attention on it, so her subordinates watching Chloe and her family began to relax. It was how Andrew found an opportunity. It was midnight at the first hospital. After having their late-night meal, Justin and Max were driving past the first hospital when Justin suggested they go and visit Case. They hadn't visited him yet after he woke up. So they raced toward it, driving their eye-catching race car. Max, a simple guy, asked Justin earnestly, "Mr. Cooper, is it okay for us to visit him with empty hands? Should we buy him a fruit basket or something?" "You do it if you want, but I have my reputation to consider," Justin replied as he played on his phone. "Why not? Don't people bring flowers and fruit baskets when they visit patients in the hospital?" Max retorted. "With his wealth, do you think he would lack fruits? Do you think we, two grown men, would look good carrying fruit baskets in the middle of the night?" Justin asked. Then we'll bring him nothing?" Max still felt it wasn't right to go with empty hands. "He likes shrimp dumplings. We can buy him some of those." "Good idea." Max turned the car around toward the restaurant. They bought shrimp dumplings, chicken noodle soup, and pineapple buns. Dashingly, the two appeared in the hospital without a warning. The bodyguards outside the ward had almost dozed off, but when they saw two figures walking up, they got wary immediately. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw who they were. "Young Master Cooper, young Master Cruz?" "Is your young master asleep?" Justin asked. "Not yet. He isn't sleeping well lately. He goes to bed quite late each night." "Okay, we'll go in and see him." Without knocking, Justin pushed open the door and walked in. Case turned his head and was pleasantly surprised when he saw them. "How come you're here?" He showed a rare smile. "We haven't visited you since you woke up." Max was pretty honest. Justin just placed the bags on the desk. "We brought you shrimp dumplings and pineapple buns. You can have some when you're hungry." "Good. You still remember my favorite food," Case said with a smile. "You're a good guy, except for your taste in women," Justin said frankly. "Ha ha! You hurt young Master Chase's feelings. Young Master Cooper, you're too honest with your words," Max mocked him. Case lowered his head in embarrassment. He picked up the dim sum that Justin had brought in and began to eat slowly. "It said Zuri comes to see you each day," Justin gossiped. "Ahem," Case almost choked. "What's happening with you two? Do you want to get back together?" "No, I found Zuri has changed a lot. We're more like old friends," Case said. "Well, that's good. I thought you'd get back together with her. I'm sure old Blake wouldn't agree. You know his temper? Remember how fiercely you two families fought each other? You can't just reverse everything," Justin commented. Case didn't speak, but disappointment flashed in his eyes before it disappeared swiftly. "I told you it's impossible, but you just didn't believe me, Mr. Cooper. In fact, Zuri has a boyfriend," Max said casually as he strolled to Case's desk, picked up an apple, and took a bite. "She has a boyfriend? Don't BS me. How come I don't know about that?" Justin scolded Max. "All your attention is focused on my sister-in-law and my nieces. You don't care about such gossips," Max teased him. "Get out." "Ha ha, I'm serious. Anyway, our circle isn't big, and everyone knows everyone. A few days ago, when I was hanging out with Sun and his pals, I heard that the youngest son of the Y Corporation. Oh, he's in hot pursuit of Zuri. I met him a couple of times. He's good-looking and smart, unlike his scumbag elder brothers. If he can marry Zuri and unite with the Blake family, I think he will become the next president of Y Corporation." As Max rattled on, Justin and Case listened quietly. "I don't think so. Old Blake said he wanted Zuri to marry a civilian instead of marrying for business interests. Anyway, the Blake family is loaded and doesn't need her to marry into another rich family," Justin retorted. "It's hard to say. Maybe they love each other. Didn't Zuri tell you about him?" Max asked Case. Case shook his head. "Oh, I guess she was embarrassed to tell you." "Where did you hear that? Are you sure it's true?" Justin looked at Max in disbelief. Absolutely. I heard that Zuri is going to attend a wilderness survival training in a few days, and he will go too. He'd do anything to get close to Zuri. They are both single and might hit it off in the wilderness. Haha. They might come back as a couple. Max smirked. Justin wasn't surprised, but Case felt his mind was a mess as he lowered his head and ate dim sum. But Zuri has changed a lot in the past years. I thought she'd go wild after divorce, commented Justin. No, she was wild enough before that. Haha, after being spurned by Mr. Chase, she has become a nice girl, Max joked. But Case didn't speak, and his expression looked stiff. Mr. Chase, you've stayed in the hospital for a few days now. Did your beloved Brenny visit you? Max asked intentionally. Mr. Cruz, I'm in such a pathetic state now. Please don't mock me, okay? I wasn't mocking. I asked the question in earnest. You were so good to her. Even though you broke up, she should come and see you. Well, she did. Remembering the night when Brenny came, Case still felt hurt. That woman's words pierced his heart like a knife. They could break one's heart. Did she apologize to you on her knees? After all, you were her sugar daddy who had paid for her everything, Max asked. No, she got even worse. I think we will never get back together. But still, I don't want to make things ugly. I've always thought that the two parties should become strangers after the relationship ends and don't disturb each other. People shouldn't fight so fiercely and ruin each other's life just because they broke up. You're right. I do think a man shouldn't do battle with his woman. After, they were once so close to each other. I do agree with you on this point. You are a real man. Justin gave him a thumbs up. I'm begging the two of you not to mock me anymore. Case didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Then you have to leave Brenny to fend for herself. I think this woman is walking farther and farther on the road to her grave, Max exclaimed. What other outrageous things did she do? Case froze in surprise. The things she did are more than outrageous. She's crazy. Then Max told him how Brenny made a scene before the gate of the city police department and how she slandered Noah in front of the reporters. Max described the whole thing with vividness. Case frowned slightly as he listened. Hey, I say, Brother Chase, tell me the truth. Is Brenny mentally ill? Max asked seriously. No, I don't think so. She's not like that. I think our relationship began to change after her mother returned. Case analyzed carefully. Justin interrupted immediately. Yeah, I heard from Chloe that Brenny and Liam were greatly influenced by their mother. Their views on the world and ways of doing things all came from their mother. I don't think that's the only reason. You know, Sister Chloe's mother is also a common working-class woman who knew nothing about manners. But how come Sister Chloe came out to be so decent? Max was puzzled. Your big sister Chloe is a genius. 1 out of 10,000 people. She's not one of us ordinary people. Justin chuckled. Humph, look how excited you get when you praise my big sister Chloe. You sound so proud as if she was your wife. Max teased Justin. No nonsense. Don't joke about it in the future. Justin was very careful about these kinds of details, even though he knew Max was just kidding. Still, he didn't want Chloe, a married woman who was in her second pregnancy, to be the target of jokes. He was afraid it would reflect badly on her. Case looked at Justin in envy. I envy you, young Master Cooper. How can you envy me, a perpetual bachelor? I envy you because the woman you love is worthy of your love. Case smiled bitterly. Well, don't dwell on it. You just got blinded by her. Now that you know what kind of woman she is, you must stay away from her. She's like a mad dog that bites anyone near her. I have a feeling she'll meet her end soon. Really, it's not that I'm cursing her or something. I just feel that she will end up badly if she continues like this, Justin said frankly. Case frowned thoughtfully. Even though he didn't love Brenny, he didn't hate her either. If something happened to her, he'd be sad. He was sure of it. It was midnight. Brenny stopped her car on the side of a road in a remote suburban area. Where's the thing I want? Have you brought it? Brenny asked the man whose face was indistinguishable. Yes, I have brought it. Give it to me. Where's the money? The man asked in a low voice. Here, you count it. Brenny tossed a canvas bag at him and the man caught it. He opened the bag, and shining his flashlight into it, He touched the cash to see if it was fake. Assured the money was real, he handed Brenny a black earthen jar. "This thing is very powerful. You must be careful when you handle it." "I know," said Brenny. "You'd better not open it in curiosity, or you'll regret it." "Stop babbling, take your money and go." Brenny was impatient. Seeing her cold face, the man spoke no more and left with a snort. Brenny brought the black earthen jar to her car and drove back home. When she got home, Tiani was still up. "Mom, you're back!" The kid ran over and hugged Brenny's leg. "Yeah," she answered impatiently. "Mom, what's this thing?" The little girl was curious about the black earthen jar in her mom's hand. She was about to touch it when Brenny slapped her hand, which reddened immediately. "Don't touch it!" "Well, Mom, why are you so mean to me?" "You can't touch it, understand?" "Yes, Mom." Seeing her wronged face, Brenny softened. She put the black earthen jar away, squatted down, and drew Tiani into her arms. "Honey, Mom is doing one last thing. When it's done, we'll leave this place, okay?" "Why must we leave here?" "This place is nice. Here I have kindergarten, good friends, and Uncle Chase. We can't live here anymore. You and Mommy will leave this place after we avenge your grandma. We won't come back ever again." "Mom, what's avenge?" Tiani looked at her innocently. Mommy will explain it to you later." After comforting her daughter, Brenny went upstairs to pack. She had bought tickets to fly to S City and rented a house in that city through an agent. After this thing was done, she'd leave with her daughter. She had authorized someone to sell the house and the car for her. She had changed her stuff into cash and planned to live in S City with her daughter. They would live there for at least a few years. She knew Jack would hunt her down wherever she went after she did that thing. When she packed, she happened upon one of Case's ties. It was his favorite tie. She had saved for a long time to buy it for him, and it had special meaning for him. But today, he even left this tie behind. Brenny stared at the tie for a long time and folded it carefully before putting it into her suitcase. It was probably the last thing she would have of Case. When everything was packed, she tucked her daughter into her bed. At 4:30 a.m., she got up in the dark and came to the secluded path behind the back door of Southside. She handed over a craft paper bag with money in it. "This is $50,000, she said. That person didn't speak. "No matter what method you use, you must put this thing in Chloe's office," Brenny instructed. "Deputy Director is on vacation. She's not been here for a long while." The person's voice sounded old. "I have a way to make her return today. Your job is putting it in her office." That person hesitated for a moment and reached out slowly, taking the heavy bag containing $50,000 in cash. Seeing that person take the bag of money, Brenny smiled smugly. In fact, she hadn't thought her relationship with Chloe would deteriorate to such a state. She had thought she could be friends with Chloe, just like everyone else such as Sarah and Victoria. But she was sure Jack had killed her mother. No matter who did it, Jack or Justin, they were both close to Chloe. The most painful thing for the two men was pretty simple, and that's losing Chloe. Even Brenny could see how deeply the two men loved Chloe. In South Hill Manor, Brenny obeyed Jack, who requested her to stay home or go to his office. Chloe chose to stay home so she could be with her daughters. With lots of free time at hand, she baked handmade cookies and chocolate for the kids during the day. In the evenings, she watched cartoons and parent and child programs with the kids and the baby in her belly. It was a relaxed and enjoyable life. In his message to her on Snap, Thomas teased his elder sister that she finally got to live like a young madam after marrying into the wealthy family. Chloe laughed at his message. "No nonsense. Tomorrow I'll go over with the kids and have supper. Ask Mom to bake some crackers and make a tomato and cucumber soup for us, okay?" "No problem, sis. Mom would cook dinosaur meat for you so long as you come and visit us," Thomas continued to tease her. "I think you look like a dinosaur. Okay, I've got to go. Supper is ready." Chloe ended the call, but immediately she received a call from the hospital. It was from the switchboard number. "Hello? This is Chloe Green." "Deputy Director, the hospital just received a patient who has a heart attack. His condition is critical, and we need to perform surgery on him. But the on-duty doctors of the cardiovascular department feel this operation is too difficult for them, and asked us to get your opinion on it. Call the first hospital and get doctors from there, Chloe suggested. But doctors of the first hospital are doing a heart bypass operation and can't spare surgeons to us. The young nurse sounded anxious. How about Dr. Zhao of cardiology department? He lives not far from the hospital, right? Call him and tell him that I need him to work overtime. We did. Dr. Zhao is on vacation with his wife and children in Hong Kong. Chloe wondered what she should do. Please consult with Director Richard and find a solution. The patient's condition is critical and can't wait for long, the young nurse urged. I don't have to consult with Director Richard. He's gone to Capital City to attend a conference and is very busy. We don't have to bother him with such trivial things. You get ready for the operation, and I'll get my stuff and race to the hospital. We will begin the operation in less than 20 minutes. Whoa, Deputy Director, you'll come in person. Great. Yeah, wait for me. I'll put the file in the drawer in your office. You can read it before coming to number 3 OR. Okay. Chloe nodded and ended the call. She picked up her coat and got up. Mom, where are you going? It's supper time, and Dad called and said he's on the way home, Little Bean said. There's an emergency case in the hospital. I must go there and handle it. But Mom, aren't you on vacation? Besides, you're in the management of the hospital, not a doctor on call. You don't have to work so hard, right? Little Bean pouted since she didn't want her mom to leave. Little Bean, Mom is the deputy director, but... Chloe paused for a moment. Mom is also a doctor. A doctor's mission is saving lives. But Mom, you're pregnant with our little brother or sister? Pudding interrupted. Sis, you are finally on my side. With her elder sister helping her, Little Bean became smug. Don't act like this, okay? You must understand that this is Mom's job. Chloe tried to reason with the twins. But Dad said you mustn't leave Dad's side when you're on vacation, or you can stay home with us, Pudding lectured her mom. I know, Chloe was helpless. So, will you take Dad to the hospital, or will you take us and the bodyguards? I'll take the bodyguards. Don't worry and wait for me at home. It seems to be raining and it is quite cold. When will you come home? Little Bean said with a pout, reluctant to see her go. It won't be long, Chloe soothed them. Liar! A cardiological operation takes at least 3 hours. Pudding saw through her mom's white lie immediately. It wasn't easy to live with smart and cute children. They were hard to lie to. Mom, don't go. There are so many doctors in the hospital. If they can't do it, it means they are not competent and it's not your fault. Lately, things are creepily quiet. The Bach Irene hasn't made a move and we don't know if she's up to something. Besides, the crazy woman. Brenny might turn her attention to us after slandering Uncle Ace, so I think you'd better stay put. Pudding expressed herself with clear logic and precise words. Pudding, I understand your concern, but I can't miss a chance to save people. I'm not Virgin Mary or God, but I'm a doctor whose responsibility is saving people's lives. If I tried and people still died, it wouldn't be my fault. But if I didn't try and people died because of it, I would be very sad, as would their relatives. In this world, the cruelest thing is parting with one's beloved ones. Living people would feel dejected. I hope I can do my best to help all the patients under my care so long as there's the slimmest hope to save them. These are the first words I told myself when I entered medical school. When Chloe said these words, her eyes brightened, as if she had returned to the time when she was in school. She had entered the school with excitement and a dream that looked dumb in other people's eyes. Everyone took it for granted that doctors should save people's lives. It was their job, and they must do the work for the salary they took. Lately, the media had instigated the public's hatred and distrust toward doctors, making the profession of doctors lose much of its previous glory. However, it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the young people who dreamed to be doctors. They worked hard for their careers despite all the difficulties. Even though she was now the deputy director, Chloe still thought it was her responsibility to save lives. Mom, okay, you win. You have a high EQ and are eloquent. We have to surrender to you. Chloe's sincere words finally convinced her daughters. Finally, Pudding admitted defeat. Watching Chloe leave home with the bodyguards, Pudding still felt uneasy. Sis, what's wrong with you? Something's on your mind, Little Bean asked. I still feel Mom shouldn't go out tonight, Pudding answered with fear in her heart. Yeah, she didn't consult with Dad before she went out. I have a bad feeling about it too, Little Bean said. Since she got pregnant, Chloe seldom went out. As a precaution, she took 2 bodyguards who had been handpicked by Jack to follow her. As the chauffeur drove, Chloe sat in the back seat with the bodyguards and was in deep thought. Pudding was right that she was risking her life by coming out. Irene was hiding in the dark with schemes to work against them. Brenny had become crazy lately and could do a lot more unthinkable things. Besides, Andrew had been unusually quiet after his wedding. The signs showed that she was indeed in danger, and it wasn't a wise decision to come out after dark. But she was a doctor. If she hid at home for the rest of her life in fear, would she still be the old Chloe? Would she be the same proud young girl in her classmates' eyes in high school? One lives not for oneself, but for others. She knew if the media put this incident on the news, many people who thought they were on the moral highland would accuse her of being Virgin Mary or a pretentious batch. However, she didn't care what they would say. After all, not everyone shared her thoughts. Just as one saying goes, if you are understood and supported by everyone, it shows how ordinary your life is. After all, in this world, there were few geniuses and lots of ordinary people. It was ridiculous to expect these ordinary people to understand geniuses. At this thought, Chloe smiled. She picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. In fact, Chloe had always been the center of disputes. But many years had passed, and she didn't care what other people said, and didn't change a thing about herself, regardless of what other people said about her. I'm a doctor, not a celebrity. I don't need tens of millions of fans or praises. I don't need you to tell me how good I am. All my life, I have wanted to be a good doctor and live peacefully and happily with my husband and daughters. Still, she knew that Jack would worry about her when he came home and knew she was out. At this thought, she took out her cell phone and called Mr. Dawson. Honey? Honey, what's up? A patient in the hospital needs a cardiological operation. It's a difficult surgery, and I have to go and help them. Where are you now? Jack asked in a low voice. I'm on the way to the hospital. Jack was silent. Honey, don't be angry. I took bodyguards with me and the chauffeur is driving. Wait for me at the entrance of the viaduct. I'll drive over and meet you there, said Jack. Honey, I won't stop you from doing the operation and saving a patient's life. I just want to stay with you. Jack knew Chloe's personality. If he took Chloe home because of his fear for her safety, and then the patient died, Chloe would be sad for a long time. The people who had studied medicine knew this feeling. Jack had spent years studying medicine at Harvard and knew how Chloe felt, even though he wasn't a doctor. Hearing Jack's words, Chloe was pleased. Thank you, honey. I love you. With her husband's support, Chloe felt much better without any guilt weighing on her mind. Please stop at the entrance of the viaduct and wait for my husband, Chloe instructed the chauffeur. Okay, madam. Obediently, the chauffeur stopped the car on the side of the road and waited for Jack. But 10 minutes passed, and they still didn't see Jack's car. Chloe called him again. Honey, how long until you get here? The hospital is waiting for me, asked Chloe. I have a situation here, answered Jack, sounding troubled. What situation? Honey, are you okay? Chloe was scared, thinking something had happened to him. No, honey, listen to me. Jack's tone suddenly turned heavy. I'm listening. I'm stuck in traffic congestion. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something planned. You haven't been out for so long and then suddenly received this call. I wonder if it's a trap. Chloe was silent. Honey, did you hear me? Jack asked. I did. In fact, I also wondered if it's a scheme concocted by Andrew, Brenny, or Irene. But if I don't go and the patient died just because of my fear of their traps, I'd be very sad. Jack was silent. Honey, do you also think I'm trying to be Virgin Mary? No, I've never thought of you in that way. Good. So long as you don't think I'm pretending to be a saint, I don't care what other people say. I might not be able to reach you in time, but the hospital is waiting for you. Okay, Chloe, promise me you'll be very careful. Please take good care of yourself and the baby in your belly. Okay, I'll be very, very careful. Chloe nodded as warmth spread inside her. Mr. Dawson didn't quarrel with her or order her to go home. It showed how much he understood her. Ending the call, Jack saw the road had been totally blocked. Instantly, he opened the door and got out of the car. Then he saw a traffic officer passing him on a motorcycle. He stopped the officer. "Please loan the motorcycle to me. I'm Jack Dawson." Before the traffic officer could react, he rode off on the motorcycle through the traffic. Stupefied, the officer couldn't speak for long as he looked at the black Bentley left by Jack. Southside. Chloe entered the hospital. Instead of going to her office to read the file and change her clothes, she made a beeline to the reception desk and asked about the patient that had a heart attack. Confirming it was true, she relaxed a bit. "Where's the patent?" "In the OR on the 5th floor. They are waiting for you, Deputy Director." "Who called me?" Chloe asked the on-duty young nurses. "It's me, Deputy Director." One of the young nurses raised her hand. "Usually, you are not supposed to call me about such things." "Who made you call me?" Chloe asked her warily. Usually it's Assistant Violet's job to call you, but she's not on duty. No one knew what to do in such an urgent situation, so I wondered if we should ask for your opinion." Chloe analyzed the young nurse's words to find loopholes. "Do you have files on the case?" "They are in your office," the young nurse answered. "Do you have spare copies?" Chloe asked. Yes, they are in the OR, answered the young nurse. "Good. I'll go directly to the OR." Then Chloe changed into a white coat and walked upstairs. The young nurse's eyes dimmed as she mumbled, "She's so smart and on guard." It was a perfect plan, and the last step was making Chloe enter her office. But she didn't do it. Instead, she changed her clothes and went directly to the OR where there were many people. The young nurse sent a snap message to Brenny in panic. "Sis, something happened. She's very smart and didn't want to get the files in her office. She went directly to the OR. What should we do?" "It's not surprising that she's on guard. It doesn't matter," Brenny replied. "Then shall we do it in the OR? There are many people there, and we have only one thing. If we can't succeed in one try, all of our efforts will have been in vain," said the young nurse. "Of course we can't do it in the OR. Use your brain. Think about the things she will do after entering the OR." Brenny was piqued. Usually, after entering the OR, they'd change clothes, rest and drink water, etc. The young nurse tried to remember. "That's easy. Put that thing in her coat before she comes out and put it on." "This," the young nurse was hesitant. "What are you waiting for?" "Okay, but sis, are you sure you want to do this? The deputy director's husband is very powerful. I'm afraid—" The young nurse stammered. "You're just a temporary worker here. What are you afraid of? After this, you will leave. Your ID is faked. Who can find you?" Brenny retorted. She had spent lots of money on this revenge operation. That thing cost her lots of money, and then she bought someone in the hospital. The most difficult part was finding a patient who needed cardiological surgery to get Chloe to the hospital. If the patient was faked, the ruse would be easily found out. After all, Chloe had been asking around about the patient, which meant she was on guard. "Okay, sis, I know what I should do." In the OR on the 5th floor, everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Chloe entered. "Hi, Deputy Director." "Thank goodness you're here, Deputy Director." "How is the patient doing?" Chloe asked. "The patient has a fast heart rate and has difficulty breathing. I'm afraid he can't last long." "Where's the file? Bring it to me." Chloe extended her hand. One assistant immediately handed the patient's file to her. She read it earnestly and finished it swiftly. "What do you think of the risks, Deputy Director?" the surgeon asked. "There are indeed some risks. The patient had a cardiological operation before. The second one is indeed difficult." "What shall we do? Do we do it or not?" "Of course we'll do it. Tell his family not to worry and that we'll do our best," Chloe instructed. "Okay." Chloe cared about the feelings of patients' family members. When Thomas was hit by a car, she had waited outside the OR with great anxiety and wished she could see the doctors immediately and ask if he would be okay. After she became a doctor, no matter how urgent the case was, she would try to comfort the patient's family members. "I'll change into scrubs. Let's begin." "Okay." Then, Chloe changed into her scrubs and entered the OR, followed by assistants. When everyone was busy, the young nurse hired by Brenny dodged the cameras and grabbed the small black earthen jar from Chloe's office. Then she carried it into the changing room next to the OR. Only a young nurse was sitting in there. She was chatting with her boyfriend on Snap. "I'm here to see the deputy director," Brenny's hireling said. "She's in the OR. You must wait until she finishes the operation," the young nurse answered carelessly. "I'll wait here then. Oh, if you want to take a break for water or bathroom, go ahead. I'll keep watch for you." "Good. I was going to the bathroom. Watch it for me. If the OR needs anything, just tell me." Then, the young nurse got up and left. Brenny's hireling opened the black earthen jar quietly. Putting on a pair of rubber gloves, she placed something in one of the pockets of Chloe's coat. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director, but I can't help it that someone wants you dead," the young nurse mumbled in a low voice. Afraid to be caught, the young nurse left in a hurry before the other nurse came back. Chloe's coat was a short black cashmere coat. It was drafty in the night, and she always felt cold after she got pregnant, so she had put this coat on tonight. It had 2 deep pockets. Chloe would put small items such as keys in them when she forgot to bring a purse. She'd never imagined that someone would use her coat in this way. After finishing her task, the young nurse sent a snap message to Brenny. "Sis, it's done. I put it in the pocket of her coat. When she finishes the operation and comes out to change into her coat, the thing will react to her body temperature and show its effects." "Okay, I got it." Instead of replying, Brenny transferred $30,000 to her. "Thanks, sis." Taking the money, the young nurse immediately changed back to her own clothes and left the hospital, knowing she would be suspected after the news about Chloe's accident spread out. On the other side, Brenny walked upstairs to get her suitcases after receiving the message. "Tiani, let's go." She grabbed her daughter's hand. "Mom, it's dark. Where are you going?" "Mom will take you to travel." "Shall we tell Uncle Chase about it? He'll be worried about us, right?" the little girl asked innocently. Hearing the words Uncle Chase, Brenny paused and said, "We don't need to tell him. He doesn't care about us." Meanwhile, in the old mansion of the Green family. "Chung, did you see it clearly?" "Yes." "You know what to do?" "Yes, I'll go and get her." "Okay, go." "What about the hospital? When Miss Green comes out, she will be hurt by that thing." Chung hesitated. "Don't worry. I'll send people there to handle it. Go and do your work." "Okay, boss." Taking Andrew's order, Chung led people toward the airport. Since he wasn't alone, he didn't have an opportunity to call Jack. He sent an anonymous text message to Jack with a software. "Save Chloe ASAP. Poison in her coat." When Jack received the message, he was racing toward Southside on the traffic officer's motorcycle. Seeing the text message, his face darkened slightly. He dashed up toward the OR on the 5th floor. As he was racing along the corridor, he saw a care worker of the hospital walking in the opposite direction. Wearing the care worker's uniform of Southside, the man was big and brawny and had a bag in his hand. After they passed each other, Jack looked back at the guy, feeling weird. Arriving at the restroom outside the OR, Jack knocked on the door, and the young nurse immediately got up. "I'm here for Chloe Green. I'm her husband." Hearing his words, the young nurse's eyes brightened. President Dawson, you're here to pick up our deputy director?" "Where's she?" "She's in the OR." "Where's her coat?" "Coat? Oh, it's hanging here." The young nurse pointed at the wardrobe helpfully. Jack walked over and picked up a pair of medical forceps to examine the coat carefully. He found nothing in it. He put on rubber gloves and picked up the coat. "President Dawson, you're—" The young nurse was puzzled. "My wife's coat is damaged. I must change it." Then, with his hand protected by the gloves, Jack took Chloe's coat into the washing room and burned it off with a lighter. Anyway, this coat was not fitting to wear. He knew Chung's message couldn't be fake. He just didn't understand why Andrew would try to kill Chloe. Jack didn't know that it was Brenny who had put the poison in. After all, he had been watching out for Andrew. In the ashes of the burned coat, he saw some unusual colors. With years of medical training, he could see these colors represented poison. Jack returned to the changing room with a dark expression. "President Dawson, please take a seat. I'll bring you a glass of water, and you can wait here for our deputy director." The young nurse was very attentive. "No trouble. I'll go in to see her." Before the young nurse could reply, he put on the scrubs and walked in. "President Dawson, you're not medical staff of our hospital. You can't go in there." No matter what she said, Jack insisted on going in to see Chloe. He wanted to be with Chloe all the time, even in an operation. "Wipe sweat for me." Having not done such a difficult operation for a long time, Chloe was a bit nervous. Sweat began to pop out on her forehead. Immediately, a big hand reached out with a sterilized handkerchief and wiped her forehead gently. Smelling a familiar scent, she turned her head curiously and then froze. "Honey, why are you here?" Chloe almost thought she was in a dream. "I'm here to watch you so no one kidnaps you," Mr. Dawson joked with a straight face. "Puh, honey, don't joke about it." Chloe almost laughed, but it wasn't a place to be joking around. "How are you doing? Which stage are you in?" Jack asked. "I just opened the chest and saw the heart. I'm afraid I've got to cut out the necrotic tissue and replace it with mechanical devices," said Chloe. "Take a seat over there," said Jack. "Huh?" Chloe was confused. "I'll do it." Before she could react, he took the scalpel from her hand. "Hey, honey, this is a cardiac operation, not neurosurgery. Can you do it?" Chloe was concerned. "Don't worry. I'm sure my skills are no worse than yours." Mr. Dawson showed his arrogance again. Jack breaking in was indeed against the rules of the hospital. He even took the operation from Chloe's hands. But she was full of happiness because she knew Mr. Dawson did all this just for her. "Deputy Director, please take some water." The assistant nurse handed her a glass of water. "Okay, put it down first. I'm not thirsty yet." Chloe didn't drink it. She wasn't a suspicious person, but this was a special period and she was a lot more vigilant. She was on guard and wouldn't eat or drink things outside of her home. She didn't know whom she could trust. The operation, which was supposed to last more than 3 hours, ended in less than 1.5 hours. Jack was fatigued due to the mentally demanding work. When the operation ended, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Deputy Director, everything looks good with the patient. The operation is a success." The assistant nurse sounded excited. "Good. Move him to the ICU. Everyone, you did a good job." Chloe smiled. "We didn't do anything. Deputy Director, you've done a good job. Your husband did an awesome job." The young nurses laughed in envy. "Deputy Director, your husband's skills with the scalpel are extraordinary." It was the first time that the surgeon saw Jack perform surgery. He was full of praises. "My husband, only took the medical training as a hobby. Don't make it a big deal." Chloe was modest. With his arm around Chloe's shoulders, Jack walked her out of the OR into the changing room. "Huh? Where's my coat?" Chloe opened the wardrobe and froze. "I burned it," he said. "What?" Chloe thought she had heard him wrong and asked Mr. Dawson again. "I burned it." Patiently, Mr. Dawson repeated. "Why did you do that? If you don't like it, just tell me. I'd give it to my mom." "I'll explain it when we're out of here." Afraid to be overheard in the crowded room, Jack didn't speak more about it and just bundled his own coat around Chloe. Then, he walked her out of the hospital with his arm around her shoulders. Deputy Director's husband loves her so much. Yeah, he cares for her so much that he even helps her with surgeries. My goodness, I so envy her. After they left, some young nurses chatted among themselves. "Honey, where's your car?" Chloe looked around but didn't see Jack's car. "I left it downtown. Let's leave in the RV." Holding Chloe's hand, Jack helped her into the RV. "Now, can you tell me why you burned my coat so randomly?" "Chloe, someone tampered with your coat." "Huh? Who did it?" Chloe froze. "I'm not sure. I don't know if Andrew's hirelings did it. I'm investigating it." "What did they do with my coat that made you burn it?" "Someone poisoned it." "I came out home in this coat. How could they have the chance to poison it?" "Wait, in the changing room. Did the on-duty nurse do it?" Chloe guessed. "I don't think so. If she did it, she wouldn't have waited there to get investigated if something happens," Jack said as he recalled the scene in the changing room. "You're right. But how did you know about it?" "I was afraid you would walk into a trap by coming into the hospital all by yourself, so I came here to check on you. When I arrived, I got a message from Chung. It was short, and I didn't get a chance to ask for details. So that's what happened. It seems I had another narrow escape. Chloe leaned her head on Jack's shoulder, feeling fearful. You're fine now. Don't worry. I'm here to help you. Honey, do you think I'm a wastrel? I always need you to protect me. Chloe felt guilty. No. My wife is a badass person. You even took the blame of murder for me, remember? Jack smiled. Humph. Don't mention it again. Chloe rolled her eyes. Don't think you're useless or that you caused trouble for me. You're just a human, not a god. If you can do anything and are not afraid of anything, what use do you need for your husband? Just for showing off? Mr. Dawson had never said so many words in one breath. Chloe was pleasantly surprised. No, I use you to make babies, Chloe teased him. Ha ha, don't look at me so seriously. I feel embarrassed. On their way home, they teased each other. It was a close one, but fortunately, Chloe was fine. Meanwhile, on the road to the airport, Brenny's taxi was forced to stop by some commercial vans before it could get to the highway. More than 10 black-clothed men got out of the vans and began smashing the taxi up. Scared, the taxi driver almost had a stroke. Brenny and her daughter were scared senseless, and Tiani bawled. Take them, one of them roared. A couple of men dragged Brenny out by her hair. How about the girl? Take both of them. Who are you? What are you doing? Let me go. I'll call the police. Brenny took out her cell phone, but before she could dial, the phone was taken from her hand and smashed onto the ground. Then, someone slapped her viciously, making her dizzy. They are noisy. Seal their mouths with tape, the man said. Just like this, Brenny and her daughter were kidnapped on their way to the airport. In a small, deserted house in the desolate southern mountain, dim lights were on. Brenny and her daughter were pushed into a small room with no windows, and the walls were covered in moss. It looked like a place straight out from a horror movie. With her mouth sealed by tape, she couldn't speak. Looking at her daughter worriedly, she could only let out indistinguishable woo-woo sounds. Shortly, a man walked in and dragged her out by her hair. She was pushed onto the cold ground. Losing her balance, Brenny dropped to the ground, looking extremely wretched. What a coincidence. We meet again. Hearing the familiar voice, Brenny raised her head and looked at the demonic face in horror. With that bloodthirsty smile, he was none other than Andrew. What? We are family. Aren't you pleased to see me again after so long? Andrew continued to smile. Brenny held her breath in fear. She knew Andrew had no scruples and was capable of doing anything. Take off the tape. It's not fun to play like this, Andrew said. Yes, boss. Then Andrew's man placed a wooden chair behind him. He sat down slowly before Brenny and lit a cigarette in a leisurely manner. Andrew, what do you want? The moment the tape was torn from her mouth, Brenny demanded in a shaky voice. What do I want? Heh. It's a question I wanted to ask you. What the hell did you do? Andrew smiled chillily. Brenny's heart lurched since she understood Andrew's meaning. You want to run? S-City? New City on Water Complex? Unit 6 of Building 8? Room 806? Andrew said her address. Brenny opened her mouth in astonishment and couldn't utter a word. Are you surprised that I know this address? It's simple. Your bestie very easily betrayed you for a small price, Andrew said quietly. Brenny's heart sank, and she was scared. She had thought she could leave here and live in peace for a while, but now she knew she had been sadly mistaken. Andrew even knew her new address in S-City. How terrifying was that? I can't understand why you hate Chloe so much that you even tried to kill her, huh? Well, so you're dealing with me because of Chloe. I wondered how I, an insignificant figure, could draw your attention. Andrew, don't you know you're disgusting? Chloe is, after all, a member of the Green family. Even though you were adopted, you and she are still brother and sister. You love your sister so much. Aren't you afraid to be called a pervert that's into incest? Brenny gave him a vicious smile. Pervert? I've always been a pervert. Andrew smiled. It seems you are retaliating for Chloe. What a great rebound guy you are. You're even more enthusiastic than her husband. Andrew, don't you think you're low? Brenny's words were full of scorn and insults. The moment she said it, Chung slapped her, breaking her lip. Blood oozed out from the wound. "Batch, watch your words or I'll tear your mouth to pieces," Chung said in anger. "Oh, Chung, don't be impulsive. We must show pity to girls." Andrew was calm. The calmer he looked, the more frightened Brenny was. "Andrew, don't play games with me. Ever since we were kids, we've been enemies. My mom and my younger brother were never friendly to you. Now you've gained power and want to get back at us. I can say nothing about it. Just kill me. I don't want to waste my breath on you." "Whoa, how heroic you sound. Brenny, you must have watched too many dramas." Brenny looked at Andrew and didn't speak. "I don't want to talk to you now. I'll show you something fun. Bring her in." At Andrew's order, his subordinates immediately dragged in a woman with a black hood on her head. When they pulled the black hood off the woman's head, Brenny panicked. "Sister Brenny, help me." It turned out to be the young nurse who had put poison in Chloe's coat. She was the little spy Brenny had planted at Southside. "Help you? Heh, she can't help herself. How can she help you?" Andrew stood up and lifted the young nurse's chin with his forefinger. Brenny didn't speak since her relationship with the young girl was based on money. "Tisk, tisk. You're a nice-looking young girl, but you're so vicious that you tried to kill your superior for merely tens of thousands of dollars. What a piece of trash you are," Andrew said slowly. It's not my idea. Brenny told me to do it." The young nurse knew she was in big trouble and immediately pointed out it was Brenny's idea. "She told you to do it and you just did it. If she told you to die, would you kill yourself?" The young nurse was scared into silence. "Little girl, do you know what Brenny told you to put in Chloe's coat?" Andrew asked with a smile. Scared, the young nurse shook her head repeatedly. She didn't know what the thing was, but had a vague idea that it was something deadly. Otherwise, Brenny wouldn't have gone to so much trouble to find a patient with a heart attack to lure Chloe to the hospital, so also wouldn't have bribed so many people to set the trap. "Well, very good. You didn't know what the thing was, but dared to put it in my sister Chloe's coat. You're damned good." Andrew's fingers tightened suddenly and pinched the young nurse's chin so hard that he almost shattered her bones. "Big brother, it's not my fault. It was planned by Brenny. You should punish her instead. I was just used by her." The young nurse tried to pass the buck. "Don't worry, I'll show you something good. You'll like it." Andrew waved his hand and two men held tightly the young nurse's shoulders to make her stand still. Another man brought out a small black earthen jar. Seeing the jar, Brenny's expression changed drastically. The young nurse looked terrified. "Why do you look so scared? Be cheerful. After all, it was chosen by you and passed your hands." Andrew smiled. "Don't, please, let me go. Don't." Seeming to know what would happen to her, the young nurse paled and begged for mercy. Brenny's face turned white because she didn't know what other perverted things Andrew would do. "Didn't your sister Brenny tell you what's in the jar?" Andrew pointed at the black earthen jar and asked the young nurse. "No, she didn't." Scared senseless, the young nurse stammered. "Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll show you." Then he opened the small back jar carefully. Taking the tweezers his subordinate handed to him, he reached into the jar and picked up a small, hairy thing. Seeing this thing, all the people in the room gasped. It was a black spider as big as a quail egg. There were dense little gray spots on the body. Just the look of it was terrifying enough. "Tisk, tisk, a mutated black widow. Very good. Where did you find such a good thing?" Taking the black spider, Andrew walked toward Brenny. In his tweezers, the spider wiggled its legs wildly. It was a dizzying sight. Brenny felt her hairs stand on end. "You really wanted to kill my sister Chloe. You're vicious. Compared to your mom, you're even more of a devil," Andrew exclaimed. "Just cut the crap already. Now that you caught me, I know I can't get out here alive." Brenny knew Andrew wouldn't let her go, especially after she learned of his perverted love for Chloe. Now that her scheme was exposed, Andrew would never go easy on her. "Don't worry, we have a whole night to play." Andrew turned and walked to the young nurse. "It seems you are destined to be with the thing. Come on, have a taste of it." He loosened his grip on the tweezer and the spider instantly crawled down her neck through the collar. "Ah, help! Help!" The young nurse screamed hysterically due to fear or pain after being bitten by the spider. The shrill scream shocked and scared everyone in the room, except for Andrew. 1 minute later, the young nurse collapsed to the ground with white foam around her mouth. Her whole face turned to a greenish-blue color. The big black widow finished its meal and crawled out of her clothes lazily. Frightened, Andrew's subordinates backed off, afraid it would bite them. The young nurse spasmed for about 3 minutes, and then her legs kicked as she drew in the last breath. Andrew lifted his wrist and checked his watch, saying with a smile, "Nice, she died in 3 minutes. It seems this thing of yours is a treasure." At this moment, the black spider was crawling toward his feet. "Boss, be careful," Chung warned him. Without sparing a look at it, Andrew drew a black pistol from his belt and shot at the black spider. Hearing the boom, everyone shivered involuntarily. The black spider was almost shattered by the bullet. "I really should let you have a taste of your own medicine, but it's no fun to die in only 3 minutes, don't you think so?" Andrew looked at Brenny and said slowly, "What do you want?" Brenny's heart sank. "You know I've always cherished Chloe. After you did this to her, can you imagine what I'll do to you?" Andrew asked with a smile. Brenny looked at the smiling face that looked to be from hell. She felt this was the most despairing moment in her life. "Andrew, what's so good about Chloe that made you guys fall in deep love with her? I just don't understand." Feeling death would be upon her soon, Brenny asked the question that had been on her mind for years, even though it still sounded ridiculous at this moment. Before Andrew could answer, Brenny yelled, "Don't think you are a noble, Andrew. In fact, you and I are the same. We are both evil people, right?" "Yeah, you're right. I'm indeed an evil guy." Andrew nodded his agreement. "But who said evil guys can't like good girls, huh?" Andrew asked. "Chloe is in fact not kind. She's even aloof and arrogant. But I just like her this way. She has been like this since she was little and will never change for anyone, anything, or any outside situations. It's not easy to live with such a clear understanding of oneself in this world. Many people get lost as they grow. But Chloe has always known what she wants and what she likes and what kind of person she is. No matter what others say, no matter how others praise her or insult her, she never changes. The calm and steady look in her eyes made me fall for her head over heels, and I will love her for the rest of my life." Andrew seldom told Brenny his real thoughts because, in his eyes, she was a dumbass who didn't know good from the bad. But maybe the situation today was different. Since Brenny asked, he just answered her question. "Ha! Is she really as good as you say she is?" Brenny sneered. "Don't you know yourself? You are the last person who should ask this question. Don't you know how many favors you got from Chloe?" Andrew asked. Brenny froze. "Do you think I'd let you live until now, if not for Chloe's secret help to you and your daughter? Are you kidding? I'm not a man who leaves things unfinished. I hope you are not so naive that you thought it was Evelyn who protected you? Do you know how many times Chloe visited your daughter in the kindergarten in secret with clothes and food and asked the teachers to take good care of her? It was because of her favor over your daughter that I decided to let you go since you can't do shit anyways. It wasn't worthwhile to offend Chloe to deal with you. But I'm surprised that you paid her back with hatred." "It's because they got my mom killed," Brenny said with righteousness and confidence. "If Chloe's mom kidnapped your daughter and even tried to get her killed, would you be so generous as to forgive her?" Andrew asked. "Don't do things without leaving any room for a change. Don't think everyone else in the world is in the wrong except for yourself. Even a person as obsessive as I am didn't do things so out of line. Chloe is simple in nature and thought you would change for the better and live an ordinary life. Unfortunately, you disappointed her and even tried to kill her with a mutated poisonous spider. Brenny, do you have a heart? People say one favor gains a man's gratitude, but too many favors gain his hatred. It's true with you. After receiving so many favors from her, you now regard her as your enemy. Look at you. All the people you hurt are people who have helped you, including Chloe and Case. You don't deserve them. In contrast, you would easily trust people who would betray you at a small price. It's surprising that you were able to live until now with your low intelligence. I was too lazy and didn't want to end your life earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't have caused so much trouble for me. You almost killed my Chloe." "No nonsense, shoot me." Brenny knew no matter what she said, he wouldn't let her live. "You sound brave, But what about your daughter? Have you forgotten her? Andrew snorted. You can't drag my family into this. Andrew, I'm your target. Don't touch my daughter. Remembering her daughter who had been caught with her, Brenny was finally riled up. So you're going to be obedient? Andrew asked. What? What do you want? Brenny honestly didn't know what Andrew was up to, and thus she was scared. Don't worry. I won't let you die yet. It's not time for you to die just yet. Andrew grinned. Brenny bit her lips tightly and didn't talk. Just do as you're told. Maybe I'll come to my conscience and let your daughter live. If you don't do as you're told, then I'll make you watch as I throw her into the sea with rocks tied to her feet. Andrew, you BS, Brenny cursed and almost jumped at him. BS? Haha, yeah, I've always been that. Andrew was quite shameless with his self-mockery. Based on social norms, Tiani should call you uncle. Do you have the heart to hurt a 5-year-old child? Are you still human? Brenny cried as she shouted at Andrew, but the more she shouted, the more despair she felt. She knew that Andrew was not Chloe. He had no conscience. Uncle? Psh! Do you think you print money? Who do you think you are, saying that you're my relative? He scoffed. Then Andrew waved and had his subordinates take the little girl over. One of the men ripped the tape off her mouth and she immediately started crying. Mommy, I'm scared. It was only natural that she was petrified. Brenny felt her heart ache when she saw her daughter like that. Andrew, if you dare touch my daughter, I'll haunt you even if I become a ghost, Brenny shrieked. I'm not scared of you when you're alive. Do you think I'll be scared of you when you die? How pathetic. How about this? If you don't rebel and record something for me, I'll let your daughter go. What do you want me to do? Brenny was about to break down because Andrew kept on teasing her. Bring it out, Andrew said. Then, several men behind him turned around and went back to Andrew's black car. There they took out a long box. When Andrew slowly opened the box, she saw that there was a long needle inside, like those vaccine needles. There was a clear white liquid inside the tube. Brenny seemed to know what her ending was. She was so petrified that she couldn't speak. Don't worry, I won't let you die. This is something good. One shot of this is worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's a pity that I have to give this to you, Andrew said. Then he slowly walked over to Brenny with the needle. No, don't come over. Brenny was very against this unknown needle and tried her best to resist. Based on her understanding of Andrew, the needle must be something abnormal. It was definitely not some simple medicine. Don't come over. Don't touch me. Once I give you the needle, you'll start recording. You'll say, Jack, please let me go. I'll never do it again. Jack? Brenny opened her eyes widely. She finally understood Andrew's plan. He would hurt her and blame it on Jack. Don't worry, you won't die. You'll just feel high as hell. Believe me, Andrew said as he pierced the needle into Brenny's shoulder. The unknown liquid slowly flowed into her body. Brenny only felt her mind slowly going blank. You'll start recording 5 seconds later. If you don't do as you're told, I'll feed your daughter to the sharks. Andrew uttered each word slowly. Brenny looked like she was in pain. After some hesitation, she started recording. She opened her eyes widely and stared at Andrew. She firmly asserted, Jack, I will haunt you even if I become a ghost for what you have done to me. Andrew filmed it on his phone, and he had an evil grin on his face. Brenny soon felt dizzy, and she fainted to the ground. Mommy, what's wrong? Mommy, wake up. Tiani wanted to rush over, but a man blocked her way. Boss, the meds are probably kicking in, Chung said. Yeah, take her to the busiest street and just leave her there. What about the kid? Chung asked. Tie her up with rocks and throw her into the sea, Andrew said. The men in the room were all silent after Andrew said this. Why look so down? Andrew glared at Chung and asked. Boss, Brenny deserves this, but the kid's innocent. Ever since Chung adopted a child, he began loving children, especially those that didn't come from well-off families or were orphans. Chung, we're not a charity. We're the bad guys. We were the bad guys, we still are, and we will always be. This is our path, Andrew said. Chung listened quietly and did not dare to refute Andrew because he knew what his boss was capable of. Go and make sure you take care of it well. I hope we're done with Brenny from now on. Also, the battle with Jack has just begun. Andrew said. Then he threw his cigarette butt onto the ground and stepped on it. He turned around without a word and left. Big Brother Chung, if you don't have the heart to do it, we can do it for you. The other subordinates saw the look on Chung's face, so they volunteered. No, you guys take Brenny to the city center and leave the rest to me. Okay. Then, Brenny, who was drugged, was put on a van towards the city center. Chung drove the little girl towards the sea. Tiani's arms and legs were tied and her mouth was taped shut. However, you could still hear her crying. Chung was able to see from his rearview mirror the tears that were coming down from her face. She was full of despair. After getting off the car, Chung picked her up and ripped off the tape. Tiani immediately dropped onto her knees and begged Chung, "Mister, please save my mommy." Chung was shocked because he thought she would beg him not to kill her, but instead, she was worried about her mother. He was touched. "Mister, please, my mommy has been going through a few rough years. My father's a jerk. He never cared about us. Mommy's a sad person. I don't want her to die." "She won't die," Chung slowly uttered. "What about me?" Chung was silent. "I heard that big bad guy tell you to throw me into the sea." Chung remained silent. "Mister, I'm scared of water. I can't swim. Can you not throw me into the sea? If you want to kill me, can you just shoot me? I heard that you can die very quickly and won't feel much pain from that." Each of the words uttered by Tiani was like a knife piercing into Chung's heart. He was indifferent about whatever Andrew did before, but after betraying Andrew and joining Jack's side, he suddenly realized what a terrible person he was. "Mister, you can kill me, but please don't kill my mommy. If you have a chance, please tell her that Tiani loves her and doesn't hate her," she said in her childish voice. Her eyes were pure. Tiani wasn't as smart as the twins. She was just an ordinary child. "Oh, also, please tell Uncle Chase that I love him too," Tiani added. Chung slowly pulled out his gun. He looked inexplicably sad. Chung aimed his gun at Tiani and fired. At the sound of the gunshot, Tiani fell to the ground. Not far away, another of Andrew's trusted subordinates was watching from the darkness. He quickly turned away and left. When Chung saw the man leave to a far enough distance, he went over and helped Tiani up. "Run along the sea line. Don't turn back. When you see light, remember to get the police to send you to Chloe." "No, you can't go to Chloe. Boss is monitor Miss Green too closely now. Go find Case Chase. He's still in the first hospital. Give this to Case. You must remember this." Tiani nodded obediently. "Hurry and go. I'm going to go too," Chung said, and patted Tiani on the shoulder. To his surprise, Tiani kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times to Chung. "Thank you, mister. You are a really good person." "I'm not a good person. I have already done a lot of terrible things," Chung said in sorrow. "No, you're a good person. I remember a story about Snow White that my teacher told me. Snow White's stepmother didn't like her because Snow White was prettier than her. The stepmother had a hunter kill her, but the hunter couldn't bear it. The hunter killed a little deer instead to prove he killed Snow White, but actually had let her go. Snow White met the 7 little dwarfs later on. I'm not Snow White, but you let me go, so you are that nice hunter." Children were innocent, and their words reflect that. Chung felt particularly sad when he heard her words. "Okay, hurry and go. Remember to find the police and go find Case," Chung reminded her again, because he was scared Tiani would go the wrong way or bump into the wrong person. She was still a child and didn't know how to protect herself. "Okay, I'll go find Uncle Chase and he's at the first hospital." Then Tiani turned and ran. In the end, Chung just couldn't do it. Before he fired, he told Tiani to fall down to the ground so that someone watching from afar would assume she was actually dead. Andrew had many subordinates and one talkative person would expose him. Tiani was still young, so she ran very slow. Before she could reach Case, something had already happened to Brenny. It was a rather messy situation that infiltrated the city. Jack's eyes on the streets reported to him, and then Noah called. "Jack, what's with Brenny?" "I'm not sure as well. Everyone's saying your name. She's shouting your name. The news that you and I teamed up to seek revenge on her is viral on the internet," Noah said anxiously. "This is probably another one of her schemes," Jack said calmly. "I brought Brenny back to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I'll know what's really happening once the report is out," Noah said. Should I come? Jack asked. No, you're the center of attention right now, so you can't come to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. If you come, people will say worse things about you. Okay. Jack hung up, and he did not look that well. Honey, what's the matter? Chloe could tell from Jack's expression how serious the situation was. Something happened with Brenny. Is that person really Brenny? I saw the video from Snap that everyone is talking about. It's rather blurry. I thought someone was just trying to spread fake news, Chloe said with slight confusion. Let me watch the video. Jack didn't expect the situation to be this bad. Chloe took out her phone and clicked onto the video. Then she put it in front of Jack. When he saw the video, the expression on his face sank further. It was like a video of a seemingly mentally disabled person running around. She was only in her underwear, just running around the streets, giggling and crying. Bystanders gathered around her and filmed her. They watched as she undressed herself. The video stopped there. From just the shadows in the video, they were unsure whether it was Brenny or not. However, Noah and his eyes on the streets had called him just now, so Jack was certain that the woman in the video was Brenny. Honey, why aren't you saying anything? What happened? Chloe was anxious. That was Brenny, Jack said. Huh? Chloe was still slightly surprised. What in the world happened? She wouldn't go so far to pretend to be crazy, right? Chloe didn't understand what Brenny was thinking. I don't know, but I think there's something strange about this. The details will come out soon when Noah gets the report. We'll determine what to do then. Half an hour later, Noah called again. Jack and Chloe were both sitting in the living room waiting for results. Jack, the results are out. Jack put Noah on speaker so Chloe could listen in too. What happened? They found a special substance in Brenny's body. It's stronger than opium. It's some sort of mixed substance that causes psychotic reactions. You mean that Brenny ate this substance and became psychotic? That's why she was going crazy and stripping herself on the streets? Yeah, that sounds about right. There's also another problem. What? Jack raised a brow. The bystanders in the crowd all reported that she kept repeating the same sentence. She kept saying, Jack, you will go to hell for doing this to me. What does it have to do with my husband? Chloe was slowly getting angry. She understood Jack very well. He would rather shoot Brenny than drug her so she would run around naked in the streets. Such malicious work was definitely not from the hands of Jack. Someone's trying to scapegoat me, Jack analyzed in a low voice. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but we can't say who it is. Is it Brenny or is someone else behind this? Noah said. Is it Andrew? Chloe immediately thought of him. We can't say from the evidence we have now. The doctors at the Municipal Public Security Bureau have given Brenny some medicine, and we're hoping she'll return to normal, Noah said. What medicine? Can I go to the Municipal Public Security Bureau and see? Chloe was sensitive to medicine as she herself was a doctor. No, you can't go now. Be good and listen. Before Noah could say no, Jack already rejected Chloe's idea. Chloe was pregnant now, so there was no way he would let her do anything dangerous. Jack recalled Brenny's poisonous spider plan. Although Chloe was not hurt at the end of the day, he was still scared something bad would happen to her. What should do, honey? We're in a passive position. Chloe was impatient. Brenny and Andrew were both enemies and now they joined forces? I'm here, so don't worry. You should go give Pudding and Little Bean their shower. I'm going to go out and meet with Chung. Jack walked out while still being on the phone with Noah. Meanwhile, at the first hospital, Case had almost fully recovered, so he was able to walk on his own. He was restless after he saw the viral video of Brenny. He tried to call Brenny, but he couldn't reach her. Suddenly, the door opened. Young master, there's a little girl called Tiani that wants to see you waiting outside, his bodyguard said. Hurry up and bring her in, Case said. He was excited when he heard it was Tiani. Tiani's white dress was filthy and covered with mud. Her face was dirty, and it looked like she had been through a lot. When she saw Case, she immediately threw herself into his arms and started crying. Uncle Chase, what? Tiani, calm down. What happened? Tell me what happened and how you came here. Where's your mommy? It was already very late and Tiani came alone, so Case knew that something had happened. Uncle Chase, please hurry and save Mommy. She's going to be killed by bad guys, Tiani cried as she said because she was very anxious. Calm down, Tiani. Tell me slowly. Case picked Tiani up and sat her onto the bed. Then he picked up a towel and wet it to wipe her face slowly. Are you hungry? Case knew that she was scared to death. No. Drink some water first. Case poured a glass of warm water, and Tiani drank it all in one go because she was very thirsty. Are you still thirsty? Case asked gently. Can you please pour me a little bit more, Uncle Chase? Tiani's voice was still shaking. Case poured her a little bit more water. He was scared she would choke herself, so he gently patted her back. Tiani slowly calmed down after drinking the glass of water. Oh, Uncle Chase, this is for you. She finally recalled what happened as she did not forget what Chung gave her. What is this? I don't know, she shook her head. Who gave this to you? Case asked. A person with the big bad guys, but he's not a bad guy. He's a good guy. The big bad guy told him to throw me into the sea, but he let me go, Tiani said unclearly. Case was also very confused by the story. Okay, let me see. Case picked up the thing in Tiani's hand and realized it was a micro-recorder. He pressed play, and he heard a crisp male voice. Andrew used Brenny to frame Jack. Andrew ordered me to kill the child, but I couldn't do it, so please hide her. If she's seen alive, I'll be in deep trouble. Case immediately understood what he meant from this concise message. Uncle Chase, Mommy and I were captured by the bad guys. Our hands and feet were tied and they taped our mouths. That bad guy fed Mommy some drug. He wanted to kill me. I'm scared. I hope you can save Mommy, Tiani begged in a sobbing, quiet voice. Tiani pulled Case's sleeve with her chubby hand. Case felt his heartache when he heard this. Although he swore he wouldn't deal with anything related to Brenny ever again, he had a soft heart and did not bear to watch them suffer like this. Okay, I will help your Mommy, so Tiani, you don't need to worry. I knew Uncle Chase cares the most about us, the little girl finally said with a bright smile on her face. Case had someone buy food for Tiani. Then he decided to have Tiani to stay in the hospital with him to prevent Andrew from finding out. Tiani was shaken to her core from the incidents and was always feeling sleepy, but didn't want to go to sleep. Case had to comfort her. She finally fell asleep and he changed into casual clothing. He opened the door and outside his bodyguard said, Young master, are you going out? Yes. But Madam said you can't leave. You need to rest. The two bodyguards were in a tough situation too. I have something urgent I need to deal with. I'll come back very soon. You don't need to tell my mother. Then he pushed away the bodyguards. He went straight to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He greeted Noah and went to the interrogation room to see Brenny. She still seemed mentally unstable. We still can't tell yet whether she's faking it or not. You can go see for yourself, Noah said. When Case entered the room, Brenny rolled up into a ball in a corner. She wore loose men's clothing. The police that brought her in probably put a shirt on her to cover her up. She faced the wall and was mumbling something that no one could distinguish. Even though she mistreated Case, he still felt sorry for her when he saw her like this. Brenny, he said. It had been a long time since he called him only by her name, but sadly, Brenny had no reaction to his call. She continued mumbling. Case slowly walked over and put his hand on her shoulder gently. Brenny. Ah, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Go away, you devil. Brenny had a huge reaction. She was so scared by the man behind her. When she turned over, Case was also shocked by the sight. She was no longer that pretty Brenny. Even when she was poor and worked in the mall, she did not look as terrifying as this. Brenny's face was covered in mud, and lipstick was smeared all over her face. She actually looked ridiculous. Her hair was sticky and wet. It was probably not water. She looked rather disgusting. Brenny, it's me, Case. Case? When she heard his name, Brenny's eyes looked slightly different. Do you not remember me anymore? Case? Brenny repeated in a small voice. Yes, I am Case Chase. Case Chase, you mean traitor. I hate you. Go away. Go away. You and Jack are both the same. They killed my mother and you helped them. I won't ever forgive you. You indirectly killed her, Brenny said with unstable emotions. Case was no longer mad. He only felt pity and pain. Why did you turn out like this? What did Andrew feed you? Case looked sadly at her. Jack. It was Jack. Jack fed me poison. Jack hurt me. Brenny insisted that it was Jack that was behind all of this. Case no longer said anything. He gazed at Brenny as she acted crazily. She cried, but soon laughed and repeated this cycle. Tiani is with me. I will protect her, so don't worry, Case whispered. Tiani? Who is Tiani? Who is Tiani? She even forgot about her own daughter. Case gave out a long sigh and stood up. Jack, don't run away. I'm going to kill you. You and Chloe both should go to hell. You guys hurt my mom and my brother. You guys should all go to hell, Brenny shouted. Then she dashed over, but was stopped by 2 female officers. They held onto her shoulders. Give her sedatives, Noah said. Then, a doctor from the Municipal Public Security Bureau came in immediately and gave Brenny sedatives. Only then did she fall asleep. How long has she been like this? Case asked after leaving the room. When we found her, she was already like this. No, she was a lot worse. You saw that viral video online, right? She was naked and running around in the busiest streets of the city. From the lab samples, we found drugs in her body. She probably isn't faking it, but is under the control of those drugs. Do you know what kind of drug it is? Case asked. We're not sure. We're working on it. Right now, we only know there's a drug that affects the neurons in the brain. There's also a snake venom compound that causes disillusions. These types of compound drugs are the trickiest to find a cure for. That BS Andrew. I won't forgive him, Case said as he clenched his fist. Young Master Chase, if you want to help Brenny seek revenge from Andrew, I have a plan, Noah suddenly said. What's the order, Director Noah? It's not an order, just my personal opinion. As you know, Jack is my best friend, so I will try to think of ways to help him. I think you guys can team up to go against Andrew. Me and Jack? Case said with slight amazement. Yeah. I don't think President Dawson would need me. Case knew that Jack was a strong but arrogant person that did not seek external help. Are you stupid? You don't need to tell him. You can secretly help. An enemy's enemy is your friend, Noah said. Yeah, there's no way I can let Andrew off the hook this time. Director Noah, what about Brenny here? We can't let Brenny go. We're going to observe her condition here for now, but we might send her to neurology later on. If she continues to be like that, she'll make a fool of herself outside. You know, too, that she doesn't have family or a guardian, so she won't be able to take care of herself or her child. The child is with me. I'll take care of her. Okay. Case was still unable to control his anger after leaving the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to go and find Andrew. It was already midnight. Instead of going back to the hospital, he went straight to the Green residence. Andrew, you bastard! Come out right now! Case demanded at the gates of the Green residence. President Chase, sorry, but the boss is resting already. If you want to meet with him, please come again tomorrow. You coward, stop hiding. If you're a man, come out right now. Case was like an unchained beast whenever he recalled how Brenny looked now. Even if he no longer loved her, he did not wish to see Brenny be schemed by a devil like Andrew. Worse, Andrew and Brenny grew up together. Even if they didn't get along, they were still family. They should be getting along better than strangers, but how could he have the heart to torture her like this? Case had shouted for a while, and finally, Andrew came out. He was in a white robe with a glass of red wine in his hand. He looked very chill. President Chase, how can I entertain you in the middle of the night? Andrew, stop pretending. You know what you did to Brenny. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying, President Chase. Are you sleepwalking? Andrew grinned. Andrew, I believe in karma. You won't even let go of a little child. What kind of beast are you? Case screamed. Then he ran over and was going to punch Andrew, but Andrew's bodyguards blocked his attack. Then, the bodyguards put him to the ground. Case had not fully recovered from the car accident, so he was easily defeated. Tisk, tisk. Look at you. You're weaker than a woman right now. How can you have the courage to scream in front of me? Case, are you still a mommy's boy sucking on your mommy's titties? Andrew said. Then, he poured the glass of wine on Case. I'm going to F your mom, Andrew. Case was a well-mannered person, so it was the first time he swore. Andrew had pushed him to the edge of lunacy. "Oh my, I don't have a mother. I only have a stepmother. If you're interested in talking about that batch, I'm always down." Andrew was shameless, and Case did not know how to react to this. "You guys over there, go throw this mommy's boy out. I need my rest." Then, Andrew turned around and went upstairs. Andrew's subordinates picked Case up and threw him onto the streets outside the residence. Case was routed, and all this was captured by some tabloid reporters. He was on the news the next day. The headline was very sensational. Young Master Chase broke into the residence of the Green Corporation president at midnight and was kicked out in shame. It caused a stir among the local people. Even Zuri and her hiking group had seen the news. A girl in the group saw it when she was browsing the news on her cell phone. "Hey, Zuri, come and look at this." "What is it?" "Young Master Chase is on the front page headline." Hearing Case's name, Zuri immediately leaned over and took the cell phone from her. After reading the news, her face looked unreadable. "Why did young Master Chase mess with Andrew? It's so strange," the girl murmured to herself. "Of course he did it for Brenny. Didn't you watch the viral video on the internet showing Brenny running naked? It said Andrew directed that scene," one guy said. "Andrew? I thought it was Jack." Someone else picked up the topic. "You don't know it. Jack wouldn't have done something so low. It said Andrew did it to place the blame on Jack. Young Master Chase was furious because of Brenny. He loves Brenny so much that he still defended her despite all the affairs Brenny has had. He just got furious for a woman she loved." Hearing his words, Zuri's face darkened. "Zuri, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zuri shook her head. At this moment, Gavin, the youngest son of Y Corporation, who had remained silent, walked over and took off his jacket before draping it around Zuri's shoulders. "It's very cold in the mountains so early in the morning. Keep warm and don't catch a cold." "I don't need it. I got my jacket. Thanks." Declining his offer, Ye Zhaoyang returned the jacket to Gavin and got into her tent. She seemed to be in a lousy mood. "You guys don't talk about Case and Brenny anymore," Gavin instructed the other rich kids. The others understood his words. Gavin was pursuing Zuri and didn't want this news to disturb his courtship. In South Hill Manor. "Come on, young Madam Dawson. Your breakfast is ready." Jack placed a big breakfast before Chloe. After she became pregnant, Chloe didn't sleep well and woke up early in the morning. The couple would get up early and make breakfast. It felt extremely cozy. Looking at her platter, Chloe saw 2 fried eggs, 1 roasted sausage, a piece of fried beef pie, a sandwich, a plain donut, a glass of warm milk, and a few pieces of pineapple and kiwi fruit. It was a big and nutritious breakfast. In contrast, Jack only had a few slices of toast and milk. "Ahem, I can't eat all this. I feel like I'm taking your share," Chloe joked. "Eat. You have a baby in you, so you must eat more." "I'm only pregnant, not a pig. This is too much. I'm afraid I will reach 160 pounds after the baby is born." "I don't care if you are 160 pounds, Jack smiled. "But I care. After all, fat people don't have a future. No, you must eat some for me." Chloe picked up a roasted sausage and placed it to Mr. Dawson's lips. It was a cozy picture as the young wife fed her young husband. Jack opened his mouth obediently and ate the sausage. "Will you be busy today in the company? Do you want me to help you with files?" Chloe asked. "I won't be very busy. You just stay home with the kids." "Honey, I feel the war has begun. Andrew seems to be impatient to deal with us." "Yes. We can't continue like this. I think we should make the first move and get rid of him before he can react," Chloe suggested. "I'm making the arrangement." Jack nodded. "I have a good plan. Do you want to hear it?" Chloe threw her arms around Jack's neck and asked sweetly, "From how you are sucking up to me already, I know it's not a good plan. You'd better forget it." Jack lowered his head and declined her offer. "How can you act like this? You just killed my idea in the cradle? Can't you play it nicely?" Chloe pouted. "As your husband, I know you very well. At this moment, you won't come up with any good plans, so I don't want to hear it." Jack looked calm. "Don't. Please give me a chance to show off my intelligence. Otherwise, people will think I've become dumb after getting pregnant." Chloe kissed Jack's cheek and began her sweet persuasion. Mr. Dawson had no resistance to his wife and finally softened up. "Let's hear about it." Jack took a bite of his bread and looked at Chloe. "Ahem. Calm down and listen to me. Here's my plan. Chloe leaned over and whispered her plan to Jack. Hearing her plan, Jack's face darkened immediately. Honey, what do you think? Chloe looked excited. Very good. A good plan. Chloe, you're really smart. Really? Chloe asked with a smile. You even have the audacity to ask? Chloe, are you begging for a beating right now? What kind of bullshit plan is that? Mr. Dawson tossed his toast onto the desk, looking piqued. I think it's a good plan. Andrew has been on guard for you. Neither you, Justin, or Noah can get close to him. But I'm different. I can lower his guard. If I can draw him out, we can get rid of them together. Chloe raised her small fist with confidence. So you come up with the lousy idea of using yourself as the bait? Jack demanded in a cold voice. It's not a bad idea. I think it's good. As the saying goes, danger can never be overcome without taking risks. You can't get the scoundrel if you can't bear to use your wife to get the job done. Chloe tried to convince him. I'm sorry, I'd never use my wife to do that, and I don't want to get the scoundrel either. Mr. Dawson killed her plan without hesitation. Honey, don't be so quick. We can talk about it more. There's no need to talk about it. It's impossible. I'd rather die than let you lure the snake out. You can just forget it. Jack was determined. Honey, this is an unusual moment. I am doing it for our family. I can handle it, so you can just leave it to me. You're pregnant and must take care of yourself and our daughters. I'm a man, your husband, and the father of our children. It's my responsibility to protect our home, that's it. Then he picked up his briefcase and left. It was obvious Chloe's lousy plan angered him. He was so piqued that he didn't kiss her goodbye as he did each day. Oh, it seems my husband is angry with me, Chloe pouted, feeling a bit awkward. In fact, she had thought about this plan for a long time. She only told him her plan because she thought it was plausible. It was the first time that she finally decided to kill Andrew. She had many opportunities to do it before, but she had always softened at the last moment, not expecting that more trouble would come from her kindness. So this time, Chloe was determined to eliminate Andrew completely, even if people would call her evil or selfish. Or else, her family would never live in peace. It was an indisputable fact. In the Green Corporation. Chung, you go to Lin City and fetch all my weapons, Andrew ordered. Boss, are we going to have the war now? Chung knew very well how much heavy firepower Andrew had in Lin City. Andrew smiled, but didn't answer his question. Take more people with you and don't make a mistake. Yes, boss. Andrew nodded. Chung turned and left the room. When he saw no one was around, he immediately took out his cell phone and called Jack. Mr. Dawson, he's making the last of his preparations. I'll go to Lin City to get the weapons that he had collected in the past years. They have heavy firepower. Okay, got it. Jack still looked calm, as if the news had nothing to do with him. I'll set off tonight and we'll probably come back after midnight. Watch out for yourself. Okay. Mr. Dawson, the kid's cardiological surgery is done. Thank you. Chung felt grateful to Jack from the bottom of his heart. Although Jack had also blackmailed him, the cardiological operation had saved the kid anyway. Jack wasn't as heartless as Andrew, who didn't even show mercy on Brenny's 5-year-old daughter. For some time now, Chung felt he had changed. He felt less troubled as he did things for Jack. After Chung was gone, the look in Andrew's eyes changed slightly. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Get ready and make the move at my order. Then, he ended the call with a creepy smile on his lips. After the incident with Brenny, a group of paid posters appeared on the major internet forums. They even posted an audio clip. In the clip, Brenny clearly said Jack's name. It turned everyone's attention to Jack. Reporters from all major media surrounded GK. Some self-proclaimed vigilantes brought eggs and bottled water to make trouble in Jack's company and cursed him with insults. Noah had to lead a team of police officers to keep order, but was accused of colluding with Jack. The whole thing caused an uproar in the city. The chief of the Provincial Public Security Bureau called Noah's cell phone and demanded an answer. Mayor Fisher also reprimanded Noah for his incompetence in handling this issue. Chloe got uneasy when she watched the live news about it. What's happening, Chloe? Jack's parents looked confused when they saw the news. Dad, Mom, it's fine. I'm sure he'll handle it well. Sister-in-law, Brenny is so disgusting. Her mom died and she keeps harassing you guys. Just get her killed and stop all the trouble. Avery stomped her foot in fury. GK hadn't been criticized so much by the public opinion for a long time. Jack was in trouble but wasn't overwhelmed yet. He knew it was one of Andrew's small tricks. In the headquarters of the corporation, Jack picked up his cell phone and started a video talk with Chloe. Honey, how are things going in the company? I saw many reporters blocking the gate. Are you going to hold a press conference? Chloe asked anxiously. Not necessary. It's fine. Have you had lunch? No. How can I have an appetite for lunch? I'm worried. So are Dad and Mom. Good girl. Eat lunch first. Don't starve yourself. Jack's eyes were full of gentleness. But, Chloe, the situation is a bit different. Listen to me. Okay. You, Dad, Mom, Avery, and the children can't step out of our home. Okay. I hope it will all end after tonight, Jack said. Okay. I'll do as you say, honey. Chloe seemed to know what Jack meant. It seemed the war with Andrew would start very soon. Ending the talk, Chloe told everyone Jack's instructions. 2 hours later, the children went downstairs to play with their grandpa and grandma. Avery was video chatting with Max in her room. Feeling drowsy, Chloe returned to the main bedroom to nap. In her sleep, she seemed to feel someone was moving slowly toward her. Sensing the danger, Chloe tried to wake up but couldn't. In the afternoon, Jack finished making the arrangements and tried to start a video talk with Chloe, but she didn't accept it. He sent her a message through Snap, but she didn't reply. He tried to call her, but she didn't answer the call. Jack was alarmed. He called the fixed phone in the house and Pudding answered it. Dad, Pudding yelled sweetly. Pudding, where's your mom? She's upstairs. She went back to the bedroom to take a nap more than 1 hour ago. She looked fatigued, Pudding said. I called her, but she didn't answer. She didn't reply to my Snap message either. Huh? Really? Pudding was puzzled because she knew her mom was a light sleeper and would wake up at the slightest sound, not to mention the ring of her cell phone. Pudding, go up and check up on her. Okay. Hurry! Jack was anxious. Okay. Without hanging up the phone, Pudding immediately ran upstairs. She knocked lightly on the door, afraid to alarm her mom. Mommy, are you in there? After waiting 5 seconds, she pushed open the door gently when she didn't hear a reply. Seeing the person in the bed, Pudding exhaled lightly. Huh, she's sleeping, Pudding mumbled to herself. She saw Chloe lying on the bed facing away from the door in her favorite sleeping gown. Her back rose and fell slightly and looked to be sound asleep. Pudding closed the door gently, walked out, and picked up the phone. Dad, Mom is indeed sleeping. Did you see her? Jack asked. Yeah, I saw her. I pushed open the door and she's lying in bed. She's sound asleep and didn't hear the phone or she had muted the phone. Do you want me to wake her up? Pudding asked. No, she's been tense lately and might have slept poorly last night. Let her sleep. Okay, Dad. Anything else? Is there anything unusual happening at home? Did any strange people come to the house? Worriedly, Jack asked. No, nothing unusual. Good. Uh-huh. You and your sister stay put. Tonight I'll probably deliver you to the Cooper family. The Cooper family? Why? I'll tell you later. Just do as I tell you. Okay, no problem, Daddy. Pudding nodded obediently. Jack ended the conversation with his daughter. Then he called Justin. Afraid that their phones were being monitored, Jack asked Justin to come to the company. Justin got his call in the middle of his meal with some directors. President Dawson, President Cooper is here. Let him in. Okay. Assistant Mark ushered Justin into the president's office. You seldom ask to see me. Something big is going to happen? Justin went to the point as soon as he entered the room. Take a seat. Justin nodded and sat down on the sofa across from Jack. Tonight, I want you to do me a favor. What is it? Justin was surprised. After dark, I want you to pick up Chloe and the kids to stay the night at your home. My home? Justin was puzzled. Not your own house. I mean Grandpa Cooper's house, Jack corrected him. Why? Justin knew Jack wouldn't let his wife and children stay the night outside without a good reason. It's because Grandpa Cooper's house is well guarded. Jack was frank with him. Understanding dawned on Justin, and he asked grimly, "Are you going to war with Andrew now?" "Yes." That's so sudden you didn't even tell me ahead of time. Why should I have told you? You should tell me, so I can help you deal with that ass. I have as many people as you do, Justin said. It's not necessary. Why? Justin was puzzled. I'm not in such a tight corner that I need my rival in love to help me, Mr. Dawson said darkly. This is not a good time to be prideful. Justin felt exasperated. This Jack was really making Justin speechless. No. You must be reasonable. Do you think it's time for you to act so willful? Justin was angry. Still no. Do you think Andrew is easy to handle? Justin tried to dissuade Jack. Still no. Jack looked cool. Justin was speechless. It was tiring to talk to Jack. No matter what you say, he'd answer with one simple sentence. At that moment, Justin really had the urge to ask Chloe how she could bear such a boring man, how she could love and live with this man for dozens of years. If I were a woman, I'd never love you. So stubborn. Justin scolded Jack in fury. Mr. Dawson answered earnestly, If you were a woman, I'd never want you. Why? Too ugly, said Jack. Can we have a normal talk? Do you want to have a fight with me? Justin found the conversation was infuriating and ridiculous. Then it's settled. You pick them up from South Hill Manor at 6 p.m. Jack looked down and checked his watch. Just Chloe and the kids? Justin wanted to confirm with him. Yes. How about Avery and your parents? Max will take care of Avery. I'll send people to protect my parents. But I don't think Andrew has plans for my parents. I'm worried about the kids and Chloe. You're right. Okay, it's settled then. Justin got up and walked toward the door. Thank you. Despite his cold and indifferent tone, Jack still thanked Justin. No thanks. I don't do it for you, Justin said without looking back. At the door, Justin paused and said in a low voice, Be careful. He had known the war between Jack and Andrew would break out sooner or later. For years, Andrew had been making plans to take Chloe from Jack. How could Jack, a loving husband, allow such a thing to happen? Both men had high IQs and were celebrities. The war between them would be earth-shaking. That's what Justin was thinking. However, they didn't know that Andrew was a guy who never played by rules. 1 hour later, Jack estimated Chloe should have woken up by now. He called her again to tell her about the arrangement of spending the night in Justin's house. But she didn't answer the phone, nor reply to his snap message. A bad feeling rose in Jack. This time, he didn't call the house, but opened his computer and entered the real-time monitoring of his home. He found the camera of the main bedroom and clicked it on. Sure enough, he saw Chloe sleeping on the bed in her favorite pale pink sleeping robe. Her shoulder-length hair was thick and black. Having had 2 babies and being pregnant again, her figure still looked like a young girl's. Jack's eyes turned gentle as he watched her. He was about to turn off the camera when his hand suddenly paused. He stared at the image for 10 more seconds. That person isn't Chloe. As Jack said those words, his face turned white. When the realization dawned on him, for the first time in his life, Jack felt cold sweat slide down his forehead. He hated himself for not watching the room earlier. When he asked Pudding to enter the bedroom and check up on Chloe, Pudding had said her mom was asleep. At that time, Chloe was in the bed facing away from the door, which meant that she was sleeping on her left side. A long time passed. When Jack clicked open the surveillance, she was still lying on her left side. It was unusual. Although it was only a small detail, it meant a big deal in Jack's eyes. With her medical training, Chloe knew the basic knowledge of healthcare. It isn't healthy to sleep on one's left side because the heart is on the left side of the chest. If they always sleep on the left side, they would exert pressure on the heart, which isn't healthy. It was why Chloe usually slept on her back or on her right side. Even if she switched to the left side, she wouldn't do it for long. But a long time had passed since he called Pudding, and the person in the bed had remained in the same posture. It meant 2 things. First was that she wasn't Chloe. The second was that she faced away from the door to hide the fact that she wasn't Chloe. In this posture, she hid her face from the monitoring camera so Jack wouldn't find out the truth. Right then, Jack bolted up kicked open the door, and ran out. "President Dawson, where are you going?" Mark was alarmed because he had never seen Jack so panicked before. After all, in the long time that he had worked for the boss, Jack had never looked so alarmed. Wasting no time to go down to the underground garage, Jack took an employee's Volkswagen and raced home. However, it was evening rush hour and the traffic was horrible. Jack honked wildly and called Chloe again, but no one answered. He didn't dare to call the house and ask them to go to the main bedroom because he didn't know the identity of the imposter of Chloe. If she was a killer sent by Andrew, his family would be in danger. Meanwhile, although Jack told Justin to pick up Chloe and the kids after dark, Justin decided to act earlier because he thought South Hill Manor was dangerous if Jack planned to deal with Andrew tonight. So, he came earlier with Anne in a limited edition of Rolls-Royce to pick up the kids and Chloe. When they arrived at South Hill Manor, the caretaker opened the door for Justin. When he came in, the twins who were playing in the living room jumped up happily. "Wow, it's Handsome Cooper." Little Bean widened her eyes. "Handsome Cooper, what are you doing here?" Pudding looked calm. "I'm here to escort you to my house for the night. Where's your mommy?" "Mom's upstairs sleeping," Pudding said. "She's sleeping at this hour? Go and wake her up." Justin laughed. "Justin, what are you doing here?" When Avery saw Justin came here to pick up kids and Chloe, she was confused and thus acted a bit unfriendly. "It's between me and your elder brother. Pack your things and go to Max." Justin waved his hand. "What on earth is happening? My brother also asked me to go to Max. What's really happening anyway?" Avery seemed oblivious to the situation. "Don't ask questions you're not supposed to ask. It's for your own good. Hurry up if you don't want your brother to be distracted because of you," Justin said. Avery looked like she wanted to say more, but at last she stopped herself. Little Bean climbed into Justin's arms like a small monkey and begged for his attention. Pudding obeyed his order and went upstairs to wake up Chloe. But something unexpected happened. "Mom, it's time to get up." Pudding knocked on the door, but no one answered. "Mom, wake up. Uncle Cooper's here. He wants to see you." Pudding raised her voice, but no one made a sound. Puzzled, Pudding opened the door slowly. She saw her mom was still sleeping in the same posture. "Mommy!" Pudding raised her voice and anyone would have been woken up by her, but Chloe still showed no reaction. Worried, Pudding rushed over to shake Chloe. "Mommy, what's wrong?" Just after Pudding said it and got to the bed, the woman on the bed turned over and caught Pudding by her neck. Pudding couldn't breathe and felt uncomfortable. "Little BS, we meet again?" Irene smiled evilly. "Why are you here?" Pudding was astonished to see that the person lying on the bed was the scum batch Irene. "Of course you're surprised. Andrew's plan is perfect. He tricked everyone by switching your mom with me." "Let me go." "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? I need you to get out of South Hill Manor safely." Irene gave her a sinister smile. "Where is my mom?" Pudding realized that her mom had been gone for a long while. When her dad called, the person she had seen might have been Irene. "Your mom is finished this time. Ha ha. You'll never see her again." "What did you do to her? You evil woman!" Pudding glared at Irene as if she wanted to swallow the woman whole. "I can't decide on your mom's fate. You must ask Andrew." "Batch, I'll kill you." Pudding suddenly fought back and grabbed for Irene's neck. Caught off guard by the kid who suddenly fought back with great strength, Irene got a bloody scratch on her neck. She pushed Pudding hard onto the ground and bumped the vase on the desk to the ground. It shattered with a loud crash. Justin had been playing with Little Bean downstairs. Hearing the upheaval, he immediately dashed upstairs. When he entered the room, he saw Irene holding a sharp knife against Pudding's neck. Mercilessly, she grabbed Pudding by her collar like a small chick. "Irene, it's you," Justin said in astonishment. "Handsome Cooper. She was sent by Andrew. She switched with Mom, and Andrew has my mommy now. Tell my dad to go and rescue her now." Pudding kept a clear head and could retell the whole thing in succinct words at such a critical moment. Hearing her words, Justin's expression changed drastically. "Irene, where's Chloe?" Justin clenched his fists, wanting to tear Irene into pieces. "Ha! How can I know? Andrew took her away hours ago. I just followed Andrew's order and pretended to be Chloe. What did you say? Justin's face turned even more livid. Chloe had been in Andrew's hands for hours? Then they were now? He couldn't imagine the scenario. Handsome Cooper, kill the woman. Don't mind me. Pudding looked at Justin calmly and said clearly, Pudding, what BS are you talking about? Justin was furious and desperate. Really, don't mind me, but you can't let this batch go. Pudding didn't care if she'd live or not. Sly girl, you're wrong. Justin loves you so much. How can he let you die? After all, my life is not as valuable as yours. Irene laughed. Irene, let go of Pudding and I'll let you go. Justin was scared Irene would hurt Pudding by accident. I don't believe you. Move aside. I'll take her with me. I'll let her go when I'm sure of my safety, Irene insisted. Handsome Cooper, don't listen to her. You can't let her go. Pudding hated Irene so much that she just didn't want to let her go, even her life depended on it. How can I believe you? What if you still take Pudding with you after you're out? Justin demanded in fury. But you have no choice but to trust me. Let me go with this kid and I'll let her go when I'm safe, or I'll kill her and then you kill me. I don't care if we die together. After all, my insignificant life is not as precious as the apple of the eye of great President Dawson. Ha ha. The look on Irene's face showed that she was now crazy. Since her face had been ruined, she looked especially sinister. Damned woman, let go of my sister. My dad will never forgive you. Stomping her foot in fury, Little Bean pointed at Irene and cursed. Your dad? He can't protect himself right now. How can he deal with me? Justin, what shall we do? Avery was at a loss for what to do. Jack's parents almost had heart attacks and had been taken by the maids to their room for rest. Only Little Bean, Avery, and Justin had been in the living room. Then they saw the shocking scene that Irene kidnapped Pudding with a knife. What? Do you still need time to consider? Seeing Justin still didn't agree to her demands, Irene got impatient and pressed down the knife. Pudding felt the excruciating pain, but didn't utter a sound because she knew her weeping or yell would make Justin even more anxious. But blood began to ooze on her white neck. Little BS, you have a spine. You can bear it silently. Irene lowered her head and smiled sinisterly. Batch Irene, if you dare hurt my sister, I'll kill your entire family. Do you believe me? Little Bean had never been so violent before. Despite her bickering with her elder sister, they cared for each other deeply. When they were kidnapped by Odin and Evelyn, and Little Bean was wounded, Pudding had risked her life fighting the two kidnappers, so she could give her sister the injection. So, when Little Bean saw Irene held a knife against her sister's neck, she was desperate with worry. I like how you hate me but can't get rid of me. Irene was wild in triumph. Handsome Cooper, listen to me. You can't let this woman go. Her promise is worthless. Once she's out, she won't let me go. Calmly, Pudding tried to convince Justin. Pudding, no, I can't see you die like this. Justin's heart hurt. It was a hard decision. Justin, don't act like a girl, okay? At the count of 3, if you don't let me go, I'll kill this girl with one cut, Irene threatened. Kill me and you'll never get out. My dad will skin you alive and make your life worse than death. Pudding glared at Irene with hatred. What then? No matter how they torture me, they can't get you back. Irene got their weakness and sounded smug. Irene, do you have a heart? You won't even let go of a kid? With tears in her eyes, Avery pointed at Irene and railed at her. Shut up! If not for this family, I wouldn't have become like this. These 2 damned girls and Jack tricked me and made Andrew torture me. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Of course, Andrew is my enemy, but you're too. If I could only destroy one side, I'd choose to stand with Andrew and destroy you guys because I don't want to see you happy together. Jack cares for his wife and daughters the most, right? Haha. I'll make him lose them all today. Now that Chloe's in Andrew's hands, my wish will come true when this damned kid dies in my hands. So it doesn't matter if you let me go or not. I'll feel satisfied with this little girl dying with me. Irene tried to provoke Justin with words. Justin's expression changed several times. He didn't know what to do, but he'd never risk Pudding's life. If anything happened to Pudding, Chloe would never forgive him. He knew that. Handsome Cooper, Don't let the woman get you with words. She didn't mean them. She's afraid of death. She just wants you to let her go, said Pudding. At this moment, a voice came from the door of the living room. Let my daughter go. The voice was cold. It was none other than Mr. Dawson. Big brother, you're finally here. What can we do? Sister-in-law is gone. Seeing Jack, Avery looked dejected. Dad, hurry up and save my sister and Mommy. This evil woman even drew blood on my sister's neck. Little Bean ran over and hugged Jack's leg. Jack took her into his arms and carried her with one arm dashingly. You came back in time. You decide. Seeing Jack return, Justin was relieved. This man can solve all the problems, can't he? Justin felt Jack was much calmer than him in some situations. President Dawson, long time no see. I really missed you. Irene looked at Jack with a weird smile. I knew it was you. On his way back, Jack had concluded that the imposter wasn't a female assassin. After all, Chloe's family would recognize her if an assassin lay in the bed for hours. This imposter must be someone whose figure looked like Chloe's, and Irene was a good candidate for that. Yeah, it's me. I just can't disappear from your life. You have yourself to blame for being soft and not killing me earlier. This is what you get for your softness. Where's my wife? Jack asked. Do you think I will tell you that? Irene smiled sinisterly. Dad, don't mind me. Kill her and avenge Mommy. This woman switched with Mom. Pudding looked Jack in the eye and said, Let me go or I'll kill her right now. Irene pressed down the knife again. Blood began to ooze from Pudding's neck. It was a horrifying sight. Don't hurt my daughter, I'll let you go. Jack said those words without hesitation. Daddy! Pudding looked as if she wanted to say more, but when she saw the look Jack gave her, she immediately understood him and kept silent. Big brother, are you really going to let her go? What if she hurts Pudding when she's out? Avery asked anxiously. Let her go. Jack looked determined. The bodyguards opened the door to the living room. Irene looked around cautiously and walked outward with Pudding before her. When they walked past the swimming pool, Jack coughed lightly. Pudding immediately bumped her head backward with all her strength into Irene's belly. Irene lost her balance and fell backward as the knife flew out of her hand. Behind them was the swimming pool. Pudding and Irene fell into the pool together. Jack jumped into the pool and carried his daughter out. Then the bodyguards swarmed up and dragged a drenched Irene out of the swimming pool. My big brother is so cool. Avery was thrilled as she watched Jack solve this crisis in less than 2 minutes. The most important thing was that Jack and Pudding had so much synergy that they understood each other with one glance. Hurry and dress the wound. Jack handed Pudding to Justin. Sis, how are you feeling? Does it hurt? Little Bean ran over and wept worriedly. I'm fine. Don't cry. Pudding comforted her sister gently. Handsome Cooper, don't mind me. Go and find my mommy. We can't let the big bad guy Andrew take her away, Pudding instructed Justin. Don't worry. Your dad and I can handle it. Calm down and let's bind up your wound. Justin felt hurt inside for the kid who was still worried about her mom even at this moment. Jack rolled up the long sleeves of his black shirt to his elbow. He walked over slowly to the disheveled Irene. Heh, don't expect me to tell you where Chloe is. You'll never see her for the rest of your life, Irene said viciously. Jack picked up the knife that Irene had used. Then he stabbed it into the side of her waist. It wasn't deadly, but it was excruciatingly painful. Ah! Caught off guard by the sudden pain, Irene screamed. At this moment, she howled pathetically, showing less courage than Pudding. Don't worry, I won't ask you. I just want to avenge my daughter. Then he drew out the knife from her body and then stabbed it into the other side. Jack, a decent man never tortures a woman, Irene cursed. A decent man? I was never such a man. Jack drew out the knife again with a leisured manner. Blood began to gush out from both sides of her waist. When she thought that was the end of the torture, Jack stabbed the knife into the center of her belly. Well, very good. The wounds are in the right places. They are not deadly, but give you great pain. Jack looked at his masterpiece in satisfaction. As a former medical student, he knew very well the structure of the human body. This stabbing didn't pierce any important organ and wouldn't kill Irene, but it would make her feel worse than death. Jack, you'll be punished by karma for this. Irene cursed painfully. Punished after death? I never believed that. I only know that I myself control my life, not heaven, Jack said calmly. Hey, this time you'll lose Chloe. No, I will never lose her. You will this time. Andrew has started the plan that he had been brewing for years. Ha ha. Irene, do you know how someone like you will die? Jack looked her in the eye and asked, putting emphasis on each word. You want to cut me into 8 pieces, right? Ha ha. Irene laughed hysterically. No, only turning you into ashes can make me feel better. Then, Jack pulled the knife from her belly again. Instantly, blood gushed out from 3 wounds. Irene began to feel dizzy. She collapsed backward and even the bodyguards couldn't support her. Looking at the despicable woman on the ground, Jack drew the pistol from his belt. Picking up a cushion and placing it on her head, he pulled the trigger on the cushion. It exploded her head. The bodyguards were shocked. Drag it out and burn it, then toss the ashes into the ocean, Jack ordered. Yes. Yes, he would indeed turn Irene into ashes. He had thought the woman was ruined and would return to the mountains. But to his surprise, she returned to the war between Jack and Andrew because of hatred. After getting rid of Irene, Jack returned to the medical room. Pudding's neck had been dressed. Dad! Pudding wrapped her arms around Jack's neck. Were you afraid? I'm sorry that Dad came late. He patted Pudding on the back gently and soothed her. No, Dad is awesome. Oh, what happened to the evil woman? She's dead and won't appear ever again, Jack answered. Okay, Dad, let's go and rescue Mom. Okay, let Dad handle it. Pudding, you and your sister must go with Uncle Cooper to Great-Grandpa's house. Dad, we don't want to go. We want to go with you to rescue Mom. Little Bean pouted. If you go with me, I'll get distracted, Jack explained to his daughters patiently. Be good girls and go with Uncle Cooper. You'll come back when the thing ends. Trust that your dad will get your mom back safely. Justin joined in his efforts to persuade the twins. Finally, the girls nodded and got into the car reluctantly. Within taking care of the twins, Justin stayed behind to talk to Jack. Do you know where Chloe is now? Justin asked Jack. No. I think she's probably still in the manor of Green family. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest place, right? Let's start with that place. Maybe the house has some secret passages in it, Justin speculated. Leave it to me. You take good care of my daughters. At this moment, the more people we have, the stronger we are. The girls will be fine in my home. With my grandpa's security force, even 10 Andrew can't break in. Besides, with Chloe in his hands, he wouldn't be that bored to come back for the kids. Let me help you. Jack was silent. It was obvious that Chloe's disappearance was a big blow to Jack. He had never expected that Andrew would switch Chloe with an imposter during the daytime. She had just vanished into the air. Besides, he hadn't received any messages from Chung. Hey man, please say something. Seeing Jack's silence, Justin was also feeling really anxious. He suddenly realized how important Chloe was in Jack's heart. Damn it, the scoundrel Andrew. When I get my hands on him, I'll shoot him even if I'll have to be jailed for 20 years. He's a monster. Justin cursed, wishing he could strangle Andrew right now, but Jack was still silent. Jack. Justin was about to say something when Jack looked up at him and said slowly, Justin, take good care of my daughters. What are you going to do? Going all out against him? Do you know where he's now? I told you I'd go with you to his manor, but you refused? Justin began to babble. However, Jack turned even more silent facing such a huge crisis. Hey, Jack, where are you going? Seeing Jack leaving, Justin became more frustrated. I will find Chloe. Tossing these words over his shoulder, Jack left South Hill Manor. Max got the news and dashed over in his eye-catching orange Lamborghini. Avery, what's happened? Max looked confused. My sister-in-law is missing. My brother is crazy with worry. Avery answered with tears in her eyes. Ah? Sister-in-law is missing? How could it be? How could a grown woman vanish from her home? Max knew the Dawson family had been highly on guard lately. How could Chloe vanish in the daytime? I don't know how Andrew did it. When we got upstairs, we found my sister-in-law wasn't in the room. Only the imposter Irene was there. Irene? Why was she here? Max was even more confused. Avery cried her heart out. After she returned from aboard, she had witnessed lots of things but felt helpless. She wanted to help her brother but didn't know how to. "Avery, please don't cry. We'll talk about it, okay?" Seeing her red, tear-brimmed eyes, Max felt his heart ache. Holding her shoulders, he tried to soothe her. Brokenly, Avery told him what had happened. Andrew's so audacious that he dared to steal Chloe during the daytime with an imposter. Max became furious after he got the story out of Avery. "We don't know where she is now. I'm really worried," Avery wept. "Where are the twins?" Max asked. "Justin took them away, as my brother told him. I think my brother is going to have a final fight with Andrew now. The kids will be fine with Grandpa Cooper. Please don't cry. Since we're family, I won't sit back and watch. You must come with me to my home because I don't think this place is safe now. I'll get people to help search for sister-in-law. We'll find her. They can't get far. Even if they want to leave by plane, it's not easy to get past the airport security. My dad is good friends with the chief at the airport. Don't worry." Max seldom bragged about himself before Avery. But to make Avery feel better, he boasted about his abilities. In fact, the Cruz family was quite powerful in the city. Hearing his words, Avery felt much better and left with him in his car. Jack sent a team to take his parents and Chloe's mother to another place and protect them. In Justin's car, the twins were silent, totally different from their usual vivaciousness. "I say, you two must say something. I'm worried about you." Justin felt hurt inside for the two kids when he saw them so depressed. "Handsome Cooper, do you think my mom will die?" Little Bean lifted her head and looked at Justin with tears on her face. "No, don't worry. Your mommy will be just fine." "Mommy won't die. Andrew likes my mom so he wouldn't hurt her," Pudding analyzed calmly. "Yes, Pudding is right. You two don't have to worry about her, okay?" Justin tried to comfort the twins. Then, Pudding continued, "But the big bad guy will take my mom away and we'll never find her." Then, she lowered her head and began to cry. Hearing her words, Little Bean also burst into tears. She said with tears sliding down her cheeks, "My sister is right. The big bad guy has wanted my mom for a long time. This time, he will take her to a distant place where we'll never find. When we were kidnapped, that big bad guy said to my mom that he would take her to an island and stay with her forever. Dad will be so dejected if he loses my mom. What shall we do if we can't see her ever again? We don't even know if the baby in her belly is a little brother or a little sister." Hearing Little Bean's emotional words, Justin almost shed tears too, and also had tears in his eyes as he drove. "President Cooper, is it real that President Green won't return?" Anne asked. "Pooh, don't say that. She will come back. Our Dr. Green is so smart and has such a high IQ, it would be a piece of cake for her to deal with Andrew. You must trust her." Justin tried to comfort the twins. Then he took out some of the snacks and candies from a bag in the car. He had bought them for the kids. "Little Bean, eat an egg tart." "I have no appetite," Little Bean said pitifully. "Eat a little. We must keep our strength so we can find ways to rescue your mom, right?" "I still can't. I'm in no mood to eat." Little Bean was unusually not tempted by food. The two kids showed no interest in anything. No matter how Justin comforted them, they refused to talk. In the manner of the Cooper family, Mrs. Cooper welcomed the girls warmly and took them upstairs to change for supper. "Don't let Grandpa and Grandma Cooper know about this, okay? They would be worried if they knew," Justin whispered to the twins. The two girls nodded. "Mom, you eat with them. The kids might stay with us for a few days." "Huh? Where are Chloe and her husband?" Mrs. Cooper was curious. They, are on a business trip in the U.S. and need someone to take care of the kids." "Oh, very good. I miss the girls. They can stay here as long as they want." Mrs. Cooper liked Little Bean and Pudding very much and couldn't suppress her excitement when she heard they would stay here for a few days. "Little Bean, Pudding, tell me what you want to eat. I have everything here at home. If you want things we don't have in the house, I'll think of a way to get them." "No, thank you, Mrs. Cooper. We'll eat just a little," Pudding forced herself to answer. "Mom, I'll go out and run some errands. Go ahead with the supper and don't wait for me." After getting the kids settled, Justin couldn't stay anymore. He went to Jack's office with Anne, wanting to join Jack on the mission to rescue Chloe. Max, Brenton, and Noah all came. In GK's president's office, 5 men sat together in one circle. "Jack, what do we do now?" "I planted a tracker on Chloe. I should know where she is," Jack said slowly. Then hurry and get her location. We can go and rescue her now." Justin stood up immediately, but Jack's expression turned unreadable. "Jack, is there anything that's hard for you to say?" Noah noticed his strange expression and asked. Jack said slowly after a moment of silence, "I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Noah frowned slightly, wondering what in the world could make Jack afraid. "I'm afraid Andrew is smart enough to find the tracker on Chloe and throw it away. Then I won't be able to find Chloe." After saying these words, his eyes dimmed. Yes, he was afraid the last clue would be cut off. Hearing his words, the other men fell silent. "Does Chloe know where the tracker is?" Brenton asked. Before Jack could answer, Max said, "If it's in her cell phone, then we're screwed. I'm sure Andrew wouldn't allow her to take her cell phone." "Don't think other people have the same low IQ as yours." Justin glanced at Max in exasperation. Obviously, he didn't agree with Max's speculation. With Jack's wisdom, he wouldn't place the tracker in the cell phone. If the cell phone was lost, the tracker would be gone too. "It's in Chloe's necklace," said Jack. "Chloe has lots of necklaces. Which necklace do you mean?" Noah was puzzled. "It's in the Bulgari diamond necklace which I had just bought for her," said Jack. "Good. Then it should be with her all the time, and I'm sure Andrew won't notice it. Jack, hurry up and find the location," suggested Noah. Justin nodded. "Yeah, let's do it. We can't ignore this clue just because we're afraid he has found it, right?" With a heavy heart, Jack logged into the app of the tracker on his cell phone. The men in the room held their breaths and waited for results, fearing for Chloe. In the south of the city, a black Benz MPV was racing on the winding mountainous road. Chloe was deep asleep on the back seat. With her curling eyelashes and naturally pink lips, she looked very kissable. "Boss, the thing is here." The chauffeur looked back and said, "Pull over the car," Andrew ordered. Then the car stopped slowly on the edge of a steep cliff. A young man got out of a black Toyota Camry. "Boss? Where is it?" Andrew extended his hand. "Here." The man handed him a small box. "Sir, what do we do with Chung?" the man asked. "Where's he?" Andrew asked. "He's on the way back." "Get rid of him," Andrew ordered without hesitation. "Okay." Then, Andrew got back into the car with the box. He sat down beside Chloe and took out the small detector. He used it all over her body. When the detector passed Chloe's neck, it let out ear-grating beeping sounds. Narrowing his eyes, Andrew studied Chloe's neck and saw a very pretty diamond necklace. Custom-made Bulgari necklace. Well, Jack is quite smart. I guess you didn't even know about it yourself. He reached out slowly and tore the necklace off. Then, rolling down the car window, he tossed it into the creek beside the mountainous road. Meanwhile, Chloe was sound asleep, oblivious to everything around her. "Call those guys and ask when my sister Chloe will wake up," Andrew said in a low voice. 5 minutes later. Andrew's subordinate hung up the phone and replied carefully, "Boss, they said 1 to 2 hours. "There wouldn't be any side effects, right?" Andrew asked warily. "No, they mentioned that Miss Green would simply be taking a nap like normal." "Good." Andrew's lip curved up, revealing the usual hidden smile. "Boss, speak. Irene died." "Good," Andrew said nonchalantly. He couldn't care less about the livelihood of that pawn. He had no sympathy for her, despite her sudden change of heart and insistence on helping him one last time. Even if Jack didn't kill her off, he wouldn't have kept her around. After all, he would never keep anyone that dared to harm Chloe. Jack killed Irene by shooting her. That's kind of him. If someone like her fell into my hands, I'd slice her up one piece at a time. She can die after suffering all the pain that this world has to offer. Andrew smiled slightly. "Boss, should we continue with our original plan?" "Yes." On Brainey's end, the subordinate began to speak but stopped. "Clean up in half an hour or so. I like to tie up loose ends before I go." "Okay." Andrew leaned towards Chloe and watched her as she was deeply asleep. His eyes traced her face tenderly. "After a couple of hours, we'll be together forever. Chloe, are you happy?" Andrew whispered. "A nursing home under the city bureau. Due to the sensitivity around Brenny, the timing of the incident, and the previous framing of Andrew, a lot of high-profile officials within the city have been keeping their eyes on her. Instead of sending her to a psychiatric ward like any other patient, she was kept at a nursing home directly related to the city bureau. Case brought Tiani as he had been taking care of her. She was still young, so regardless of how close she was with him, she still wanted her mother. Therefore, Case called Noah and brought her to visit Brenny. "President Chase, she's just inside. You can go in, but—" The nurse began speaking and stopped. "But what?" "She's very emotionally unstable. You should keep your distance. The doctor has specified to not remove the binds on her limbs because she has bitten 3 people already." "Okay, I understand." Upon hearing the nurse's word, Case felt his mood drop as he walked towards her ward. The noises that came out of her room alarmed him. Upon listening for a moment, he realized something was wrong. "Brenny?" Case called out her name. Seeing that there was no response, the nurse's warning flew right out of his head. He kicked the door open and was greeted with a startling scene. A man with a black mask and baseball hat was choking Brenny's neck with a rope. Her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. Her eyes rolled back, revealing all the whites of her eyes as she struggled for air. "Mommy!" Tiani screamed and began crying. "Stop!" Case bolted forward. Seeing the situation, the man immediately turned and jumped out of the window. Seeing his build and physique, he looked like a professional hitman. Brenny fell to the floor after the man had let go of her. "Brenny!" Case lifted Brenny, his face completely pale. "Mommy, don't die!" Tiani knelt beside Brenny and cried. After an hour of resuscitation, Brenny's breathing returned to normal, but she was still delirious, and up to this point, no one had any idea what kind of drug Andrew gave to Brenny. The police station had summoned several military doctors with no results, and the only person that might be able to help, Chloe, was nowhere to be found. Seeing Brenny lying lifelessly on the bed, a million thoughts ran through Case's head. Up to this point, it was ridiculous to talk about love anymore. The feelings he had had for her had long been lost. No matter how profound and deep the feeling of love once was, after each betrayal and lie, all that was left were shattered pieces. In the present moment, Brenny was only an old friend, Tiani's mother, and that was about the only sympathy he had left to give now. "Have you noticed anything strange recently?" Case asked. "No, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary," the nurse recalled. "Has she seen anyone? Or has anyone visited her?" Case asked. "None at all." "Okay, I understand." Case and Tiani stayed with Brenny till she fell asleep peacefully. "Uncle Chase, is my mommy okay now?" Tiani asked in the car as they headed back. "Yes, she will be fine." "Uncle Chase, can we come and visit her often?" "Yes." "Uncle Chase, then what? What's going to happen to me?" Tiani asked, her eyes dimmed. She didn't understand all that was going on between the adults. But, judging by the current situation, her own mother could barely take care of her. Needless to say, Tiani felt her future was undecided. Her biological father was nowhere to be found, and she had no other guardians. Who was going to take care of her? Case's heart throbbed as he heard Tiani's words. He lifted his hand and gently patted Tiani on the head with his palm. "Would you like to stay with Uncle Chase in the future?" "Can I?" She bit her lip and confirmed carefully. "Of course, as long as you want to," Case added. "I do." Tiani always felt close to Case, even though he was not her father. But to her, he was the only father figure she had in life. She was delighted at the idea that Uncle Chase would be taking care of her going forward. Chase Corporation. Case took Tiani with him to the company board meeting. "You guys take care of her and get her some food. I will take her home once I finish my meeting," Case said to his secretaries. Right as he was about to leave, he bumped into his mother. "Son, wait up." "Mom, how come you're here?" "Son, you can't keep this kid," Case's mother expressed her thoughts strongly. "Mom, now is not the time." "Is it because you still have feelings for Brenny?" Mrs. Chase looked at her son angrily. "No. Mom, we've broken all our ties. Now that she is in a mental state where she can't take care of herself or the child, I can't just watch the child become homeless," Case explained. If that's the case, then it's an easy problem to solve. If you don't have the heart to just not do anything, then send her to an orphanage. Or we can help her find a new home and have her adopted. No, Case rejected his mother directly. There was no way he was sending her to an orphanage to have her adopted. He didn't have the heart to watch that happen. Son, don't be a fool. You're still single. You can remarry and have a kid. It's not like she's your kid. Why do you insist on keeping her? You're only bringing yourself more trouble. Don't you want to make up with Zuri? You think she will accept Brenny's daughter? Mrs. Chase said sternly. Mom, stop it. I haven't thought about the future yet, but I know that right now, in a situation like this, I can't just leave the kid, Case argued back. Tiani seemed to have noticed the bickering. She hid behind Case and grabbed tightly on the corner of his shirt. Uncle Chase, please don't abandon me, she whispered in fear. She had always been afraid to be left behind. Growing up, she never felt she was loved unconditionally or completely. There was always a tiny voice nagging at her that maybe she shouldn't have been born. She also didn't understand why Pudding and Little Bean had everything. The twins were similar in age with her, but not only did their parents and grandparents love them, their uncles and aunts also spoiled them. She couldn't help but feel confused as Brenny, her mother, would sometimes scream and yell at her when she was in a bad mood. The only person that had given her warmth was Uncle Chase. But why did people have to insist on mentioning that Uncle Chase was not her father and that they are not biologically related? No, Uncle Chase won't abandon you. Case lifted the kid and walked towards the meeting room. He was afraid that his mother would send the kid away when he was in a meeting. You? Mrs. Chase felt a wave of anger rush over her. Ma'am, don't be angry. Master is just feeling sympathetic right now. After things settle down a little bit, the kid will find a good home. The people that were around to witness the quarrel comforted Mrs. Chase. On the other side, on the road back to the city, Chung and several other subordinates was carefully transporting Andrew's stuff back to the city. Due to the number of people around him, he didn't have the chance to be in contact with Jack, so he had no idea what was happening in the city. Well, at least until he was 50 miles away from the city, near a plot of undeveloped land. 3 jeeps showed up across from Chung, and around 20 strong men came hopping down. Big Brother Chung, a man acknowledged him actively. Theo, why are you here? Chung was surprised. Theo was also one of Andrew's subordinates, except he very rarely showed himself as he was always conducting missions that were more secretive. He was rarely in the city, so it gave Chung a very bad feeling. Oh, boss wanted me to come to get you. No worries, it's only an hour more of driving. Chung smiled. Big Brother Chung, boss said. Theo paused. What did boss say? Chung looked at Theo, confused. Boss said to have me give you a ride. Theo and his group all took out their guns. What are you guys doing? Chung asked, dumbstruck. Big Brother Chung, you shouldn't have betrayed boss. You know how he is. Theo looked at Chung with pity, and immediately, Chung understood Andrew already knew he was a traitor. Brothers, don't be afraid. I'm only here for Chung's life. This has nothing to do with you guys, Theo said to Chung's subordinates. Big Brother Chung, what's going on? Chung's subordinates were also confused. I'm sorry, brothers. Forget about me. I'm just reaping what I sowed. Chung clenched his jaw and turned swiftly towards the boxes that they had been transporting. In his mind, he thought that the stuff he was transporting could potentially be used for one last fight. But when he opened up the box, he was greeted with nothing but rocks. You think boss would still let you transport the stuff when he knows you are a traitor? Theo smirked. Chung felt his heart sink. He wasn't armed and was surrounded by Theo and his men. Chung thought that his death was near. Boss wants us to clean house, so sorry. Theo pointed his gun at Chung's heart. When he was about to shoot, he heard a gunshot. His men fell behind him. When Theo turned around, Chung leaped and took down one of Theo's men. He immediately grabbed the gun, and a gunfight broke out amidst the chaos. Theo saw that Chung had backup, so he ran away after a few quick shots. Chung's arm was scraped by a bullet during the gunfight. He kept on bleeding. You're Mr. Dawson's men, right? Chung looked at his backup. President Dawson ordered us to bring you back safely. Where's my goddaughter? Chung asked nervously. Please don't worry. Your daughter has been picked up by President Dawson and is now somewhere safe. Okay. Chung clenched his teeth, endured his pain, and left with the men. At the headquarters of the GK Corporation, Jack turned on the tracking on the tracker to discover that Chloe was located on a mountain range south of the city. She's here right now, Noah. Get someone there right now. Okay. When Noah got the location, he immediately contacted his subordinates. To save time, he sent out the helicopter right away. The men waited in the office anxiously. Big brother-in-law, don't worry. I think she'll be fine after all. She's so smart and wouldn't let anyone take advantage of her, Max comforted. Jack lowered his head and remained silent. He clutched his teacup, deep in thought. I think Chloe would be fine too. Even if we catch Andrew, he wouldn't be punished by the law. People like him love to find loopholes in the law, and he'll say that he's mentally ill and has schizophrenia. Justin hated Andrew to the core. I think that we should just bury him alive when we catch him, Brenton said. The time passed by, second by second. 15 minutes later, Noah's phone rang. Everyone looked over hopefully, wanting to hear that Chloe had been found. To their surprise, after Noah hung up the phone, his expression became more complicated. What's up? Did your guys find her? Justin looked hopeful. Noah shook his head. He looked at Jack guiltily and said, Jack, the tracker was there, but she wasn't. Andrew probably found it on her and threw it away. When my men got there, we found that it was thrown into a steep ravine filled with trees. We couldn't get in, and after we scanned the area, we found no human activity. We can basically conclude that the tracker was thrown off. Max cursed in anger. Jack seemed to have expected that outcome because he was extra calm and quiet when he heard that. Justin was more agitated. He kicked the table in front of him. The teacups fell and shattered on the ground. We have to catch him and cut him to pieces, Justin angrily cursed. Now isn't the time to be angry, we have to think about what to do next, Brenton calmly said. Noah walked over and said to Jack, Jack, even though we didn't find her, it's not all bad news. We found tracks that proved that they passed by there. There are very few roads at the southern mountains. As long as we follow the tracks, we will find something, Noah comforted Jack. At that moment, Jack's phone rang. He looked at it and slowly picked up. I see. Bring him in. After hanging up, Justin asked, Any leads? Andrew's subordinate. Chung is my eyes. Let's see if we can get any useful information out of him. Jack seemed to be losing hope. Andrew kidnapped her from his home under the light of day. He swapped her with Irene, which really made Jack feel defeated. Nobody else could feel what Jack was feeling right now. Chung was brought in with white bandages wrapped around his arm. President Dawson. He seemed very apologetic. Are you okay? Jack glanced at Chung's arm. I'm fine, it's a minor injury. The kid was transferred to a safe hospital and is being cared for. You don't need to worry. I know. Thank you, President Dawson. I really didn't know that Andrew knew about my identity, so I couldn't inform you in time. I heard about Miss Green. Chung's apology was sincere. It's okay. It wasn't your fault. He assigned me to retrieve some payloads, and I thought that he wanted to make a move after that. I didn't think that it would be a trap to get me away and to distract you. It does seem like Andrew's style, I slipped up, Jack softly said. Theo went to intercept me with his minions, and that was Andrew's idea. He wanted to kill me, but your men got there at the nick of time. Chung looked at Jack gratefully. Chung, try to think about where Andrew would take my wife, okay? Jack put the last of his hopes on Andrew's right-hand man. Could it be Glendale Island? What island? Noah didn't hear clearly and asked again. I don't know where it is either. I only know that boss. No, Andrew. He bought an island years ago. He said that one day he would move there to live out the rest of his life. He has people taking care of the island all these years, and he visits once every 2 years. Maybe that's where he's planning on taking Miss Green to? That's useless. You don't even know where it is, and we've never heard of it. How are we supposed to find it? Max complained. Justin pulled out his electronic device and typed in the island Chung mentioned. He couldn't find anything. Are you sure the name is correct? I don't see anything, Justin said. I don't know if it's the real name of the island. Andrew named it himself, so I can't come to any conclusions, Chung said. Damn, that's a waste. Max slammed his phone onto the table, looking furious. We can't blame him. There are many uncharted islands. It's not weird for Andrew to do something as strange as this. I'm just curious. No matter which island he goes to, he has to leave the city first. The entire city is on lockdown. How could Andrew leave with Chloe if the planes, ships, trains, and cars can't leave? Brenton cleverly questioned. Oh, right. There is another place that they might go to. Chung seemed to remember something and excitedly said, Where? Justin was beyond anxious and wanted to pry the information out of Chung's mouth. It's a cliff on the U Mountain. Cliff? Noah frowned. That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't Andrew be trying to get Chloe out of the country right now? Why would he go to a cliff? Max found it strange. However, Jack found the information very important. Noah, go and see if the tracker fell into a ravine on the way to U Mountain, Jack asked. Noah nodded and searched with the satellite map. He immediately nodded excitedly at Jack. It really is. The road is going south, passes by a dozen tunnels, and will arrive at U Mountain after 30 miles of mountain roads. However, U Mountain isn't urbanized because of the rough terrain. It's dangerous, and normal people rarely go there. Even the villagers don't easily enter because of the wild animals. Why would Andrew be going there? Noah questioned. Everyone shot their gaze towards Chung. He looked at Jack innocently. President Dawson, I'm telling the truth. I know, Jack calmly replied. Why would Andrew be going to U Mountain? Is he picking wild vegetables? Max clearly didn't believe him and mocked. I don't know either, but he goes there alone a lot. He drives there early in the morning and returns late at night. When we asked him, he just said that he was sightseeing and relieving stress. I've known him for a few years. It can't be as simple as that, Chung sincerely explained to everyone. That could be possible, after all. Andrew likes to take people by surprise. So Chung should be right, Brenton analyzed. Noah, set the destination to U Mountain. We are leaving right now. Huh? We're actually going? What if there is nobody there? Max thought that it was impossible for Andrew to be somewhere that rural. Even if there is nobody, we have to go. Justin was on Jack's side this time. Okay, let's go. After, Jack ordered the corporation to prepare 5 off-road vehicles. The 5 men each took one and headed towards U Mountain. To save time, they took the helicopter there and brought the cars by air transport. Noah got into contact with the police department near U Mountain, and they sent backup following Jack and the others. The mountain roads were tough. Even the best cars couldn't go fast. Jack and the others drove up the mountain, and Noah was using the satellite to try and find Andrew's location. At that moment, Chloe was finally slowly waking up in Andrew's car. My dear sister Chloe, you're finally awake. Andrew gently looked at Chloe. The moment she saw Andrew, her gaze became sharp and hostile. Why are you here? Wrong. You should be asking why you are in my car, Andrew chuckled. Chloe finally realized that she was in a black Benz in a rural area. Chloe remembered that she felt very tired and slept at home. That was all she could remember. She tried really hard to think, but she couldn't recall how she was kidnapped. Do you recall anything? Andrew asked. I remember that I was sleeping at home. How dare you kidnap me from my own home? Where are my daughters and my husband? What did you do to them? Chloe's eyes opened wide as she stared down Andrew anxiously. Don't worry. I have no interest in your children and husband. They are fine. I only took you. What do you want? Chloe frowned and tried to get up, but she felt powerless. Don't move around, my dear sister. You haven't completely recovered yet. What did you do to me? Chloe was scared. She was worried about Andrew using drugs on her. She was pregnant right now, and any drugs would affect the baby. So Chloe instinctively touched her stomach. Don't be scared. How could I drug you? I just hired a Thai witch to put you under a sleeping spell. You only slept for a few hours. How was it? Did you have any dreams? You're disgusting. Chloe stared at Andrew with conflicted feelings. Normal people couldn't comprehend Andrew. He could do something as strange as hiring a witch. Okay, don't curse at me. I'll show you something. After speaking, Andrew helped Chloe up. Chloe wanted to push him away, but she had no power. After Chloe got off the car and looked around, her gaze deepened. It's beautiful here, right? Andrew softly asked. Chloe flung Andrew's hand away. She despised physical contact with him. Chloe looked at where she was located. She was at the top of a tall mountain. She felt that it was a cliff. and the ocean was below her. She could hear the clashing of the waves clearly. It was nighttime, and it should have been very dark. However, Andrew had ordered men to hang colorful lights on Christmas trees. At the edge of the cliff, there was an arch made of white lace, surrounded by beautiful flowers. It didn't look like a mountaintop. It looked more like a wedding. A lot of time and manpower was needed for such a big project. Chloe didn't answer Andrew's question. She must admit that it was very beautiful here. However, when faced with someone she hated, she couldn't enjoy the beautiful scenery. Underneath the arch was a table covered by a white tablecloth. 2 chairs were placed at each end with 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine in the middle. "You must be hungry after sleeping for so long. Let's eat." Smiling, he pointed at the table and invited Chloe. "I am not going to eat." "I didn't poison it," Andrew said, half joking and half serious. "I am not in the mood to eat with someone I hate." Chloe bit her teeth and gave him a bad look. "Even if you don't eat and just stand there, you can't run. Why don't you sit down and enjoy the view?" Andrew said while looking into the distance. "What do I have to do for you to let me go?" Chloe thought that Andrew kidnapped her to threaten Jack. This time, she was wrong. Andrew stood in front of the table, held up his wine glass, looked at the sparkling red wine, and said, "So you want to know what I want? Fine, I'll tell you. I only want Chloe." Glass looked at the sparkling red wine and said, "So you want to know what I want? Fine, I'll tell you. I only want Chloe." After Chloe heard that, she immediately understood what Andrew meant. It looked like he was serious this time. "My husband would never forgive you for bringing me here." "Jack? I've never been afraid of him," Andrew sneered. "Andrew, are you having fun forcing people like this? You can't force things, don't you understand?" "I don't care. As long as it happens, I am happy," Andrew proudly replied. Chloe was speechless. After hearing that answer, all the hairs on Chloe's arms stood up. "Ha, I was joking and you believed it. You look so cute when you're mad." Andrew didn't like looking at Chloe's calm face. He liked seeing an expressive Chloe, even if her expressions were of anger. Only then did he feel like he mattered to Chloe, as opposed to being ignored entirely. "Come, my little sister Chloe. Let us get changed first." After speaking, Andrew pulled out a white wedding dress from the trunk and put it on the back seat. "Go on, change." "No way," Chloe refused. "Then I'll change it for you. I'm not taking advantage of you." Andrew approached her with a smile on his face. "Don't come near me." Chloe moved back from fear. She was wearing a nightgown when she got kidnapped, so now she was in a pretty awkward situation. It wasn't very exposed, but it was still very cold this late at night when you were wearing a nightgown outside. "So are you going to change, or am I going to have to help you?" Andrew pushed closer. "Andrew, don't touch me. If you come near me, I'll jump." Chloe pointed to the cliff behind her. She didn't know how tall it was, but if she jumped, there was no chance of survival. The ocean was beneath them. A single wave could push her out 50 meters. "You wouldn't," Andrew smiled. "I would, don't push me. I'm not scared of death." Chloe was furious. "I know you're not afraid of death, but you're afraid that you'll never see your husband and daughters again. Think about your cute twins calling you mommy. How could you make them lose their mother?" Andrew was an expert at psychological warfare. Chloe's weaknesses were her husband and children, especially the twins. Once she thought about them sweetly calling her mommy, her heart couldn't help but soften. "So Chloe, don't go against me. I promise I won't hurt you." "You already hurt me, BS." Chloe cursed Andrew with tears in her eyes. "No, trust me. I care about you hurting more than anyone in the world. Whoever hurts you will die. Bella, Emery, Irene, Brenny." Andrew sounded extremely serious. "You're wrong. All the suffering they caused me can't even compare to 1/10 of the suffering you caused me. Andrew, don't you understand? You're the one who hurt me the most. You always try to hurt my relationship with Jack. You try to break apart our family. You separated him from me for 4 years while I was pregnant. These are all you're doing. As the person who hurt me the most, shouldn't you just die right here and right now?" Chloe vilely cursed. After Andrew heard that, he was visibly taken aback. He didn't think that Chloe would think this way. "Chloe, it turns out that this is how you viewed—" Andrew looked lost and helpless. How else do you think I should view you? Chloe looked at him with a poisonous gaze. I thought that you'd at least feel something towards me. After all, we've known each other for so many years. Is that something to be proud of? I've known my high school classmates for many years, so should I feel something towards them? Chloe looked indifferent. I thought that you could see my true feelings towards you all these years. Andrew felt wronged and devastated like a child. Don't tell me about your true feelings. It only matters if both parties cherish each other. If you're forcing yourself on me, that is called being selfish. It turns out that it's like that. Andrew looked a little disappointed. So, Andrew, let me go and let yourself go. It's exhausting after so many years. You must be tired after going after me for so many years. I am very stressed too, so let's not bother each other from now on, all right? Chloe, I have to take you away. No, if you take me away, that'll be the beginning of another tragedy. Chloe shook her head. She would not leave with Andrew alive. Chloe, you don't understand. If I don't take you away, you'll be dead for sure. I know. You want to say that Legend will be after me again, right? Chloe knew that Legend was after her ever since she discovered her true identity. You don't know Legend. Do you think I am cruel? He's 10,000 times crueler. Strong as Fiona is, even she has been on the run from Legend for a few years now. Andrew tried to explain Legend's terrifying side to Chloe. If I leave because I am afraid, what will happen to my husband and my daughters? If you leave, they'll be safe. If you stay, they'll only get dragged into this. So are you trying to brainwash me? Should I be thanking you for taking me away? Chloe's path of thought was extremely clear. She always caught on to the key point immediately, and Andrew couldn't help but be impressed by that. I just don't want you to get hurt. We'll go to a place where it's only us two. We'll live a peaceful life. If I am with you, I'll never be peaceful. My love is only for my husband and children. Andrew, by doing this, you're going down a path of no return. My husband will not give up searching for me. It won't be good for both parties. Why bother? Listen to me and give up now. Chloe wanted to leave a way out for herself and the others, so she wanted to convince Andrew to give up before tragedy strikes. Give up? Ha ha, I can't give up. When I first saw you all those years ago, I knew that I will never give up. Chloe, can you believe that if I am given the chance to live again, I would do it all over again? I would still do the same even if you think that I am hurting you. I would still do the same even if you would hate my guts for it, Andrew said in a determined tone. Why do you put yourself through this? The time is getting late. Chloe, you should change into the beautiful wedding gown. Pointing at the wedding dress in the car, Andrew said, No, I am not going to. She wouldn't even change into a normal gown, much less a wedding dress. Don't force me. You know that I don't want to treat you like that. Andrew's gaze deepened. This was the first time that Andrew's gaze scared Chloe. She knew that whatever she said could not save Andrew from madness. If the standoff continued, she was on the losing side. Behind her was a cliff. If she jumped, she would never see Jack and her children again. There was no afterlife, and she hadn't had enough of this one yet. After thinking, Chloe decided to go with the flow and look for a chance to escape. At least living gave her hope. Okay, I'll wear it. Don't come near me, I can change myself. Finally, Chloe agreed. Good, I like it when you're obedient. Andrew smiled. Chloe went into the car and locked the door. She contemplated if she should lock all the car doors from the inside and call Jack. However, she vetoed the thought right away. First, Andrew had keys to the car, so locking it would be useless. Even if he didn't, he could break the window with rocks. They weren't bulletproof anyways. Second, there were no communication devices in the car. It was impossible to contact Jack. If she angered Andrew, he might do something more extreme. After thinking, Chloe decided to obey Andrew and change into the wedding dress. On a twisting mountain road, Jack's car drove around and around the steep mountain roads at a high speed. His heart was on the edge. Chloe was more important to him than anyone. He could guarantee that nobody could feel what he felt right now. Having the pregnant Chloe missing was like a shot to his head. At that time, his phone rang. He wanted to hang up, but after seeing that it was from his darling older daughter, he picked it up. He put on his wireless headphones. He adjusted his mood and said, "Hello, Pudding." "Daddy, where are you?" "Outside." "Is there any news about Mommy?" "There's a lead. I am following it right now." "Really?" Pudding seemed very happy. "Mm-hmm." "Daddy, I'm so worried. I don't want to stay at Grandma Cooper's anymore. Little Bean and I want to go look for Mommy with you." "No, that's too dangerous." "But Daddy, we're not in the mood. Little Bean couldn't even eat dessert. Grandma Cooper bought her a lot of good food, but she didn't eat anything. Neither did I. We really can't sit and wait anymore." "Pudding, Daddy isn't in the city anymore. I can't pick you guys up." "Is Handsome Cooper with Daddy?" Pudding asked. "Yes." "Okay then, you're all gone," Pudding quietly said. "I promise I'll bring Mommy back safe and sound, okay?" Jack gently comforted his daughter. "Okay, I know that Daddy never lies. You always do what you say," Pudding said. "Yes, so baby, please believe in Daddy." We believe in you." "Okay, I'll be hanging up now. Daddy is still driving." "Daddy, be careful and stay safe," Pudding reminded. His daughter's heartwarming words comforted Jack. As he hung up, they continued onwards. "I found it, Jack. It's indeed U Mountain. There is human activity atop the mountain. The satellite detected body warmth. Chloe might be there." Noah's excited voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Yeah, I think so." Suppressing the joy, Jack nodded and answered. Great. Our effort wasn't wasted." Max slammed his hand on the steering wheel to show his delight. Then he put on the earphones and called Avery to tell her the good news. "I told you Chung wouldn't lie to us. It seems we finally got something." Brenton also laughed. Since each car had a walkie-talkie and they were not far from one another, everyone could hear each other's comments. Hearing the news, everyone was happy and expressed their joy. Only Justin was silent. "Justin, are you still breathing?" Max asked with a laugh. "Get out. It's you who's dead," Justin retorted. "Come on and say something. We are happy that we'll find her soon. I'm sure sister-in-law is terrified," Max said with a smile. "I was wondering," Justin paused. "Wondering what?" "Come on and spill it. Mr. Cooper, how come you talk like a girl now?" Max was puzzled. However, Jack was waiting to hear Justin's opinion. After all, the latter was quite smart. "I was thinking we got the information a bit too easily. Don't you think it might be a trap?" Justin said. "Justin, what do you mean? Are you implying that Andrew gave us the fake information and sent us in the wrong direction?" Brenton's heart sank upon hearing this. "It's hard to say. I have a feeling that we got it too easily." "I don't think Andrew is that careless," Justin said. "Justin, I'm sure you're worrying about nothing. Andrew is indeed good, but he isn't a god. We don't have to overestimate him and underestimate ourselves." Hearing Justin's words, Noah was not pleased. After all, it took him great efforts to find a clue on the map. If it was faked, then all their efforts would be in vain. "I'm not underestimating us. I only meant we must be prepared for anything. It will be great if Chloe is here, but what if she isn't? We must think ahead," Justin said. Jack had been silent, and now he spoke. "Justin's right. Let's hurry to the mountain and check it out. No matter if Chloe is on the mountaintop or not, we can't waste time." It was rare that Jack and Justin agreed with each other. The others certainly had no objections. On the mountaintop, Chloe had changed into the wedding gown. Opening the door of the car, she walked out reluctantly. When he saw her, Andrew's eyes were riveted on her. More accurately, he was stunned. He had imagined how Chloe would look when she put on this wedding dress, but seeing it still stunned him. He didn't know what to say. Due to her sleep in the process of her kidnap, Chloe had a clean and clear complexion. Although she didn't have exquisite makeup on her face, she looked more natural that way. With hair falling down her shoulders, she walked out of the car dressed in the pure white wedding gown. Andrew was so touched that he almost shed tears when he saw her. Finally, he got to see his beloved woman put on the wedding gown for him. "I did what you told me," Chloe said resentfully. "Chloe, do you find this wedding gown familiar?" Andrew smiled. Looking down at the gown, Chloe studied it carefully and found it indeed looked familiar. "This is the wedding gown Ruoxi wore on your wedding?" It dawned on her that this wedding gown resembled the one that Ruoxi had worn. Yes, but no too. The gown Ruoxi wore was a replica. The crystals and diamonds on it were artificial. But this one is the real thing. It cost $12 million. Andrew smiled in satisfaction. Dumbfounded, Chloe looked down at the insignificant-looking wedding gown. Probably due to the lack of a spotlight, it didn't look very luxurious. Hearing Andrew's words, she saw that lots of crystals and diamonds decorated the hem of the gown. After all, Andrew wouldn't lie about it. It was true that this wedding gown was worth $12 million. Chloe, think carefully. Do you remember where you saw before? Andrew crossed his arms before his chest and studied the beautiful Chloe. Chloe didn't speak as she tried hard to remember. When she went to Andrew's wedding with Jack, she had commented that Ruoxi's wedding gown looked familiar, but she couldn't remember why. Today, Andrew's words woke up some of her memories. She searched for the information about this wedding gown in her mind. Suddenly it came to her. This wedding gown, you won a prize for it in school, right? Chloe raised her head abruptly and looked Andrew in the eye as she asked, You finally remembered it? Andrew gave her a mysterious smile. Chloe felt goosebumps broke out all over her body. As she recalled, Andrew had won first place with an elegant and luxurious wedding gown in a design competition of the school. It was said that a wedding photo studio wanted to buy the right to make that wedding gown design, but Andrew refused to sell it. At that time, many girls in the school were secretly in love with Andrew. After all, he was the oldest son of the powerful Green family. Even though he was adopted, he came from a wealthy family. Dressed elegantly, he looked graceful and well-mannered. But no one had mentioned the wedding gown again. Chloe had only seen the picture of the gown on the school paper. She had wondered if Andrew was a pervert since he had designed a woman's dress, a wedding gown too. Many years later, she finally had the chance to see the wedding gown with her own eyes and found it cost a fortune. Chloe was at a loss for words. Andrew moved closer to her with an obsessed maniac's look in his eyes. When I drew the design of this wedding gown, I was imagining one day you would put it on for me. Just as I expected, you're the only woman in the world who deserves to wear this wedding gown. Chloe was silent. Chloe, would you believe that no woman in the past could ever stir my heart, except for you? Andrew reached out to touch Chloe's face, but she ducked under his hand. Keep your filthy hand to yourself, Chloe glared at him. Well, I almost forgot your grouchiness. Let's take it slow. Come on, we'll have supper. It seemed like Andrew would never get angry with Chloe. When another woman uttered a wrong word, he would be enraged and slap her. But no matter how Chloe taunted him, he wouldn't show a sign of displeasure. He thought Chloe was the only tribulation in his life. Chloe, do you know how long I've waited for this moment? Andrew whispered at Chloe's ear. In the duplex apartment at Sky Blessing Court, Sandra suddenly was struck with panic as she was watching TV in the living room. Mom, what's wrong? Seeing his mother's uneasiness, Thomas immediately got up and sat beside her. I don't know. I just feel uneasy. Why? Is it too hot in the room? I'll turn on the AC. No, Thomas, sit down. Yes, Mom. Your sister hasn't come and visited us lately, right? Sandra said. Oh, she's very busy. She took a few days off and is busy taking care of the twins at home. I don't think so. She'd send me snap messages or make phone calls to me even if she can't visit for a few days. But lately, she has been very quiet. It's probably because she is busy. In her house, she has many people such as her sister-in-law and mother-in-law, etc. You know how it is. Thomas still didn't know that his sister had been kidnapped. I sent her a snap message 1 hour ago, but she didn't reply. Maybe she's taking a bath or cooking in the kitchen? No, such a thing has never happened before. Mom, what are you getting at? You're frightening me. Thomas watched his mother pant heavily with one hand on her chest as she talked about his sister. He felt it was weird. Thomas, call your sister. Oh, fine. He picked up his cell phone and dialed the number, but no one answered after a long while. Huh? She didn't answer it. Wait a minute, I'll call the house phone. This time, the butler Uncle George of South Hill Manor answered the call. Oh, is it so? Okay, I got it. He ended the call. Sandra asked her son immediately, What is it? What did he say? My sister and brother-in-law are out. Where did they go? I don't know. The butler answered the phone. I never heard them mention anything a family trip. Sandra was even more alarmed. Don't worry, I'll call my brother-in-law. Then Thomas called Jack. Jack was driving up a precarious mountainous road and didn't answer the call. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Now even Thomas felt something was off. That's strange. My brother-in-law didn't answer the call either. Has something really happened to them? Hearing Thomas's words, Sandra's breaths got even shallower. I've been feeling uneasy the whole evening, wondering if your sister is in trouble. Now the whole family is out of touch. Your sister, the kids, and even Jack are all missing. What is happening? Sandra began to cry. Mom, please calm down. Let me think. I'll call Sister Sarah and ask her. Suppressing his impatience, Thomas called Victoria and Sarah, but neither of them knew about Chloe's disappearance. Their husbands didn't tell them about the abduction. Thomas and his mother truly began panicking. Sandra got restless and wanted to call the police. Mom, don't be silly. You can only call police after a certain period of time of disappearance. Besides, my sister and brother-in-law are super smart. How can they disappear? Maybe they went on a family trip. Thomas tried to comfort his mother. I hope so. If anything happens to them, how can I live? At the top of U Mountain, Andrew forced Chloe to sit down at the dinner table. He poured a glass of red wine for Chloe. I'm not drinking it. It's not poisoned, don't worry. I still can't drink it. Ever since she was pregnant, Chloe had stayed clear from alcoholic drinks. How could she drink wine now? Chloe, it seems you still don't understand the situation. Do you think you have a choice? Andrew smiled coldly. Andrew, you are crossing the line. Chloe was at the end of her patience. Smiling, Andrew didn't pursue the topic. Tonight, the moon is very beautiful, right? He looked up and saw the moon in the high sky emitting misty light. Don't go romantic on me. Whatever you say is meaningless to me. At this moment, you're only a kidnapper and I'm your hostage. Unfazed, Chloe said. Tsk, you're not romantic. My sister Chloe, why do you look gentle and cute like a kitten with Jack, but change into a small tiger before me? Because I've always disliked you, and I'll always dislike you. Very good. It's an honor to be disliked by you all your life. Andrew, do you know what a pervert you are? Chloe asked suddenly. I don't think I am one. Do you know the existence of the guy named Hunter? Hearing Hunter's name, Andrew's expression changed a bit. Chloe, you know a lot of things. He had a faint smile on his face. Of course. I saw Hunter twice with my own eyes. Chloe looked at him seriously. What then? Hunter only comes out when I forget to take medicine. That idiot and madman can't control me. Andrew commented about the other side of himself. Do you think Hunter and you are two people sharing one body? Of course. What else do you think? Don't you think Hunter doesn't exist at all, and it was all nothing but your imagination? He is just another side of you. Nonsense. He's not me. I'm not that stupid and reckless. Andrew obviously didn't like his other personality. By denying the other side of you, you're denying yourself. Andrew, look at you. You're 30 years old, but what a total failure you have become. You can't even look at yourself. Chloe scorned him. You're using psychological tactics and taunting me? No, Chloe, don't play these tricks with me. They are useless. I've known you for years. Your wits, your wisdom, your indifference, and your coolness have no effects on me, Andrew said with a smile. Chloe looked calm, but felt cold inside. She had to admit that Andrew was mad. He was a madman with a high EQ. He knew her so well that he didn't lose composure and show weaknesses when she taunted him. She suddenly realized that it wouldn't be easy for her to get away from Andrew's evil control without a scratch. Her only hope was that Jack could find her and rescue her and the baby in her belly as soon as possible. It's windy on the top of the mountain. I'll go and get you a coat. Andrew went back to the car to get a coat. Meanwhile, Chloe looked around and tried to find an escape route or a weapon she could use. Suddenly, her eyes rested on the knife and fork for the steak. They were made of steel and looked very sharp. She held the knife in her palm carefully and waited tensely. Then, Andrew walked over with a black cashmere coat. It was a man's coat. He draped it around her shoulders. However, his considerate act didn't touch Chloe. Instead, she held the knife against his throat. Chloe, don't do this. It's no fun. Andrew still smiled coolly and didn't show any fear, Andrew, let me go! Now! Chloe had never looked so serious and furious. Chloe, don't mess with me. I really don't want to hurt you. I'm now threatening you. Do you understand the situation? Chloe was mad with frustration. She had a mild personality, yet she had now been almost driven crazy by the pervert Andrew. She had never imagined that she would put on a wedding gown designed by Andrew and have a damned candlelight dinner with him on a remote mountaintop. It felt unreal. Then kill me, because I'll never let you go this time. Andrew's lips curved up slightly. You don't think I don't dare to kill you? Then do it. Andrew continued to smile. Andrew, don't make me... Chloe was desperate. She pressed the knife down on his neck. Blood began to ooze out of his neck. Let me go. I don't want to kill you. No, please kill me. I'd be happy to die at your hands. Despite his words, Chloe still couldn't do it. After all, she had only used her hands to save lives and had never thought of using them to kill anyone, not even bad guys. But Andrew didn't make it easy for her. Chloe, you can't bear to see me die, right? Andrew continued to taunt her. Torn with indecision, Chloe closed her eyes and wanted to press the knife down. Becoming a killer wasn't a big deal. She wouldn't feel guilty to kill a man like him. Despite the reasoning, she still couldn't do it. Chloe, it's not good to be so soft-hearted. Come on, I'll show you how to do it. Andrew gripped Chloe's hand tightly and pressed the knife onto his neck. Then blood sprayed out. Chloe felt her heart almost stop at that moment. She had never imagined Andrew would do such an outrageous thing. Seeing blood flow slowly down his neck and onto her hand and the knife handle, she suddenly felt sick. Turning her head to one side, she retched. Being pregnant, she couldn't stand such frightful stimulations or bloody scenes. It felt different from surgeries. After all, doing surgeries was to save, but this move was to kill. Killing people wasn't as simple as killing a fish in the kitchen. After all, he was human. Chloe had to admit that she would never kill anyone, Andrew or anyone else. Unlike Fiona, she hadn't received any training at a young age to face such a situation. She had turned soft at the last moment. Watching Chloe retching, Andrew looked even calmer. He pulled out a string of white gauze and bound up the wound in his neck in a leisurely manner. He didn't use much strength in the cutting, so the wound wasn't deep. He had done it to frighten Chloe. He did it on purpose to show Chloe her own weakness. She just couldn't bear to kill anyone. Besides, with her fragile physique, Chloe wouldn't be Andrew's match even with a gun, not to mention a knife. After all, Andrew could even handle fierce hand-to-hand combat with Anne, Justin's personal bodyguard. Since you can't kill me, you'd better forget it. In the future, don't play with knives, okay? It's dangerous. Andrew moved close to Chloe and soothed her as if she was a child. At this moment, Chloe couldn't say anything. Squatting down, she wanted to vomit but couldn't get anything out. She looked pained. Then Andrew's cell phone rang. Hello? Boss, they are here? Good. Do you want us to ambush them? No, of course not. I have a good drama to stage. Andrew smiled smugly. Then we'll wait for your order. Yeah, proceed as planned. Andrew ended the call and looked at Chloe meaningfully. Chloe, people are here to attend our wedding. Are you happy? Turning back slowly, Chloe didn't know what he meant. We'll have lots of people to watch our grand wedding on the cliff. You must look your best in a bit. Chloe remained silent. She would never guess what psychotic things Andrew would do. In fact, the cutting had scared her. If not for her pregnancy, Chloe would have wanted to fight it out with him. It wasn't like her to be manipulated like this. Are you done vomiting? If you are, we'll go on with the next step. Standing behind Chloe, he seemed to be holding something. Before she could react, Andrew pulled her up and clicked something around her hands. When she realized what it was, she saw it was a pair of small handcuffs. They were miniature, but very solid. With her hands locked by the handcuffs, Chloe couldn't move. She struggled with all her strength but found the handcuffs tightened even more and hurt her wrists. Don't waste your time on struggling. Be a good girl. Andrew draped the coat around her shoulders again. Then he took out a bouquet of fresh flowers and put it on her handcuffed hands. It looked as if Chloe was holding a bouquet with him. What music do you like? The wedding march or the song Today I'll Marry You? Andrew leaned to her and asked, I'd rather die than marry you. Oh, don't talk about death on our great day. I don't like it. Andrew, don't you find yourself childish? Chloe thought all the things he did were meaningless. No, I think today means a lot to me. I planned for years just for today. Ha! Be cheerful, baby. This is our wedding. When Chloe remained silent, he asked again, Since you like neither of them, let's use Mariage d'Amour, although it sounds a little blue. He turned on the sound system with the Bluetooth of his cell phone, and Richard Clayderman's Mariage d'Amour floated from the 2 mini audio boxes beside the arch door. The sad melody seemed to dance on the cliff with the dark night. Chloe suddenly wanted to weep. She hadn't had a wedding with Jack, but when she put on a wedding gown for the first time of her life, she had to stand with Andrew and perform a so-called cliff wedding. What an irony it was. At this moment, the sound of car engines came closer. Look, here they are. Andrew pointed at the mountain path. 5 ORVs raced up, followed by a long line of police cars. Stopping the car, Jack jumped out of it immediately. Seeing Chloe stand on the cliff, he relaxed a bit. Honey. Instantly, Chloe couldn't control her tears as the feeling of surprise and elation immediately overwhelmed her. Yes, her husband was here, to rescue her. Jack didn't speak as he watched Chloe intently. In one glance, he understood all her helplessness, fear, and confusion. At this moment, he felt a strong sense of guilt. If he had been more careful and put on guard earlier, Chloe wouldn't have been stolen away from home and replaced by an imposter so easily. You're just in time. My wedding with my little sister Chloe needs an audience. Andrew smiled. What a psycho you are. You kidnapped another man's wife to marry you? Max couldn't help but curse. Then Brenton and Noah also got out of their cars. Justin was the last one getting out. He glanced at Chloe and felt as if his heart was stung by something when he saw the tear stains on her face. Yes, Justin was afraid of nothing in the world but Chloe's tears. She was very strong and rarely wept or pretended to be weak to gain sympathy. When she cried, it meant she was extremely sad. It was why Justin hurt so much for her. Andrew, no nonsense. Hurry up and let her go, or I'll blow you to ashes. Justin was impatient and went to the point without hesitation. Everyone is here today. Chloe, all your friends have come. We can start our wedding now. Then he held Chloe's shoulders and walked her toward the arch door, turning their backs to the crowd. Immediately, Noah took out his pistol and aimed at Andrew. Don't shoot, said Jack. Why? Look at Chloe's back, Jack pointed out. Only now did they see a small, flashing thing on the back of the black coat draped around Chloe's shoulders. Instinctively, they knew it meant trouble. Sure enough, Andrew paused his steps and looked back with a smile. If you want to shoot me, please go ahead. But the bomb on Chloe will explode in 30 seconds after my death. Even the best bomb squad can't remove it in such a short time. So, I don't mind if you want to shoot me. No matter alive or dead, I'd be happy so long as I'm with Sister Chloe. Andrew, F you, despicable scoundrel. You're the worst scum I've ever seen. Max paced in circles in fury, tossing out all the evil names he could think of at Andrew. Jack's speculation was right, because he had known Andrew wouldn't have exposed himself so easily. He dared to turn his back to them because he knew they dared not to shoot. I'll tear the scum into pieces with my bare hands. Rattled, Justin dropped his gun to the ground and wanted to dash over and pull Chloe back. But he had only taken a few steps when Jack grabbed him. Don't go, Jack said. She's your wife, Jack. Aren't you hurt inside watching her suffer like this? Justin yelled at Jack. Jack looked at him with unreadable eyes. Then he bent down and picked up a small pebble, throwing it in the direction of Andrew and Chloe. The moment the pebble hit the ground, an explosion shot up. He set landmines? When Noah said the words, everyone's expression changed drastically. If Jack hadn't stopped him, Justin would have been turned into pieces. Yes, Andrew had secluded himself and Chloe on the edge of the cliff with landmines. No one could get close to them without being shattered by landmines. We're in big trouble. Even Brenton, who was famous for his wits and intelligence, frowned slightly. Jack, what do we do now? Noah looked at Jack and asked in a low voice. Find an opportunity to rescue her. Jack tossed out 6 words calmly. How? We can't get close to her. Noah slightly frowned. Shall we toss rocks and detonate all the landmines? I'm sure he couldn't have planted countless landmines here. Max came up with a smart idea. No, we can't. The explosions will be too loud. Chloe's pregnant. Justin immediately objected. Oh, I forgot she was pregnant. Max stuck out his tongue. The men and the police officers behind them couldn't get close to Andrew and Chloe. Andrew faced all of them by himself. He even sent all his men away. How could he do that if he wasn't well prepared? At this moment, Andrew pulled Chloe to turn around. Everyone, thank you for attending my wedding with Chloe, he said. Damn it! Justin was livid in fury. He was frustrated that he couldn't help Chloe while she was subjected to this torture. It felt even worse than death. Andrew, what do you want in return for letting go of Chloe? Jack looked at her calmly. I should ask you what you want for letting go of Chloe. Jack, you had her for a long time but can't even protect her. What right do you have to stay with her? Jack was silent. Andrew continued. Legend is at the end of his patience and will soon investigate Chloe's family background. If he finds it out, you know the consequences. He's an evil devil that even Fiona can't handle. Andrew wasn't exaggerating. Everyone knew what kind of person Legend was. At least Noah had seen how that psycho butchered people. She's my wife, and I'll protect her, said Jack. Stop your sweet talk, liar. You know very well how much pain Chloe has gone through with you in the past years. In short, I don't trust you anymore. After the wedding, I'll take her with me. It seemed like Andrew was determined. In your dreams, we are all here. Where can you go? Don't think you can take Chloe with you, Justin retorted. But Andrew just smiled and didn't reply. Chloe, at this beautiful moment, don't you want to say something to them? Andrew lowered his head and looked at Chloe. His eyes looked gentle when he smiled. You won't succeed. My husband will save me. Chloe looked at Jack in conviction. Yes, she believed Jack could save her from any situation. In the past, Jack had cleaned all the messes she had created. He had picked up after her whenever she got into trouble, so she only needed to return to her job as the willful Dr. Green. Hearing her words and facing her trust, Jack felt even more guilty. Chloe. Jack looked at Chloe and seemed to have lots of things to tell her, but when he opened his mouth, he had tears in his eyes and couldn't say anything. Chloe's eyes turned red with tears too. She had never felt so distant from Jack. He stood only about a dozen meters away from her, but it felt like they were continents apart. Andrew, let Chloe go, and I promise we'll let you go without holding you to it. Noah tried to negotiate with him. Andrew didn't spare him a glance. You have no right to negotiate with me. Jack, you talk to him. Noah glanced at Jack. He doesn't have the right either, because I'm in control. I told you not to negotiate with me. I only want Chloe. Impossible. Justin refused without hesitation. They could give him anything other than Chloe. Although Chloe wasn't his wife, like Jack, he loved her deeply. Don't waste time on him. You guys must come up with a solution. It's very cold here, and my sister-in-law is pregnant. She can't take it any longer if this situation continued. Max was anxious. Jack glanced at Noah and said something to him in a low voice. Nodding, Noah backed off silently out of Andrew's vision. Andrew, you must let Chloe go. After all, she's your family and shares your surname Green. Brenton tried to dissuade him. It's our family business and doesn't need any interference from an outsider. Jack, I didn't expect you'd be so lame that you brought so many people with you to rescue your wife. If I knew how useless you were, I'd never have allowed Chloe to marry you. Never, Andrew mocked. Suddenly, Chloe slapped Andrew's face. More accurately, she had swung her hands onto his face because she was handcuffed by Andrew. Not able to draw her hands out, she raised both hands abruptly and swung them at him with all her strength. Caught off guard, Andrew was hit so hard that his face reddened. It was either scratched by the handcuff or hit by Chloe's fists. Don't mock Jack. No one has the right to insult him. He's the nicest person in the world to me. Enraged, Chloe warned Andrew. Sister Chloe, you're being rude again. Don't mess with me. Andrew wiped the corner of his mouth with a smile. Chloe, calm down. Jack was anxious about Chloe's safety. Are you playing a love scene before me? Good. Since we're playing, let's do it properly. That said, Andrew turned around and picked up a glass of red wine. Come on, Let's do a link arm drink. Get off. Chloe struggled with all her strength. You don't want a drink? Very good, I'll help you. Andrew pinched Chloe's chin with one hand and poured red wine into her mouth with the other hand. Chloe! Justin was heartbroken. Jack didn't utter a sound, but tears flashed in his eyes. Andrew, F you, BS, Max cursed. What a psycho. Brenton had never seen such a crazy man before. Ahem. When the wine was forced down her throat, Chloe choked and began to cough violently. She felt she was out of breath and would suffocate. Andrew, don't touch her. Jack clenched his fists. What? Can't bear to see her suffer? Then beg me. If you kneel and beg me nicely, I might show some mercy. Andrew tossed the empty wine glass onto the ground, looking overbearing. Jack, don't listen to him. Chloe felt it was difficult to breathe, and her voice sounded weak. Andrew, you garbage son of a batch. Max was no better than Justin when he lost his temper. If not for the landmines, he would have dashed over and beaten Andrew senseless. After the red wine was forced down her throat, Chloe felt her stomach begin to convulse. She collapsed to the ground and began dry retching. Although she knew red wine wouldn't impact the baby, she still didn't want the red liquid to enter her stomach. It felt even worse when Andrew forced down the wine in such a perverted way. She didn't have any weapons on her. After all, Andrew had even found her tracker, not to mention the silver needles on her. Right now, she was envious of Fiona. If she had Fiona's fighting skills, even 2 Andrews would probably not be her match. Jack, what are you waiting for? You don't want to kneel. Do you want me to pour some more wine into Sister Chloe? Andrew reached out and pulled Chloe from the ground. Jack's eyes turned deep and unreadable. No one could guess what was going on in his mind. If it was like a typical soap opera, the hero would kneel to save his beloved woman and show his love for the heroine. Then the audience would burst into tears. But life wasn't a soap opera, and things in the real world wouldn't go in that direction. Andrew indeed wanted to insult Jack by making him kneel. He had always disliked Jack acting so almighty as if he was a king. Born with a noble and prideful aura, Jack had never submitted to anyone. In contrast, Andrew had spent his childhood in mistreatment, living a life worse than a dog's. It was also that which had distorted his mind and made him the twisted person he was today. So he just wanted to see Jack kneel before him and shatter his pride. But Chloe struggled up and looked at Jack, whispering, "Don't do it, please." Jack understood the look in her eyes. He knew if he knelt to Andrew, Chloe would feel even worse than death. So he just stood there and didn't move. Tsk! Chloe, look at him. I told you he doesn't love you. He only loves himself and feels that it's shameful to kneel. If he can't do such a little thing for you, how can you expect him to die for you? Don't be silly. He doesn't deserve your love. Don't try to set me against him. We've been husband and wife for years, and the love between us surpasses the ordinary love between a man and a woman. We're the closest people in the world, and can't be separated by you with a few words. Jack understands me more than anyone in the world. Chloe felt happy that Jack understood her meaning. She felt satisfied. Then let's drink some more, baby. That said, Andrew caught her chin and raised another glass of red wine, pouring it down her throat. Don't do it. Andrew, I beg you. You want someone to kneel to you? I'll kneel. The words came from Justin. When he watched Andrew force the pregnant Chloe to drink the wine, he almost went crazy. He felt it was even more painful than being cut into pieces by a knife. Even now, he still couldn't watch Chloe being tortured before him. So the arrogant Justin dropped to his knees like a wastrel in front of Andrew. Everyone was astonished by his act. Justin! Brenton was a little dumbfounded. Justin, what are you doing? Get up right now! Max had never seen Justin like this, looking like a coward, but he knew that it was because of Chloe. Jack's gaze became dim. He looked at Justin and remained silent. He did not say a word. In his eyes, Justin had always been his greatest rival, his most powerful competitor, and the most stand-up kind of gentleman. Chloe's tears slid down her face like a string of broken pearls. Justin, get up right now. I won't let you do this, she said with a quiver in her voice. Yes, she would not let any man become like this for her sake and kneel down before someone like Andrew. Look, Jack, you can learn from Justin. Your love for my sister Chloe cannot even compare to his, Andrew commented casually. So, can you stop torturing Chloe now? Justin raised his head and looked at Andrew with scarlet eyes. But you kneeling down before me is useless. I mean, it's of no value to me. Andrew withdrew his previous remark. Andrew, are you a man or what? Max was furious. He cursed at him while he dragged up Justin. It's useless for you all to curse me. It would be much better to convince Jack to kneel down to me instead. Andrew smiled proudly. Don't even think about it. Andrew, it's because you were too much of a coward when you were a child that you were pushed around and mistreated like a dog. That's why after you grew up, you still have these feelings of inferiority. So you wanted someone proud like Jack to kneel before you in order to get a sense of satisfaction. Isn't that right? Yes, little sister, you are very right, Andrew laughed. It won't happen. Jack would never do that. Him loving me and kneeling down before you are two separate things. We won't fall into your trap. Chloe clenched her teeth and said this word by word. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the Middle East, Fiona slapped a big, bald, 2-meter-tall man across the face. Boss, I'm sorry. Mother F, how about I chop off your head then apologize to it? Is that any good? Fiona was furious. The brawny man bowed his head. He didn't dare talk back or even let out a fart. Riker watched from the side and didn't interfere. When Fiona punished her subordinates, it was her own business. No one dared to meddle as a matter of etiquette. What is the situation over there now? I only know that Big Sister was taken away. Her husband went off to rescue her, and there is no concrete news. What use are you guys to me? Something as big as my sister being kidnapped, and you're just telling me now? Fiona said with her hands on her hips. She was so angry she had smoke coming out of her ears. At the time, boss, you were still at war. We were afraid that a distraction like this could be dangerous. Don't mention the danger to me. If I were afraid of death, would I be a mercenary? Riker looked at Fiona quietly. When she scolded his subordinates in fluent American English, she was extremely charming. When Fiona was like this, a girl who was scared of nothing and no one, it made him love her devotedly. Prepare the plane for me immediately. Riker and I will return to the country immediately. After Fiona was done scolding, she pointed her index finger at the assistant next to her. Fiona, we can't go. Riker stood up slowly. Why? Even you don't think that I can go and save my sister? Fiona glared at Riker. No, I just think... Legend has been following us. If we go back to the country, not only will we not have time to save your sister Chloe, but we might cause more trouble. Then what do? I can't just sit back and do nothing. No, I just think that first, if Chloe's husband can't handle things on his own, maybe he won't need our help. Second, we are now very far away. Even if we take the fastest plane back, it will take 7 or 8 hours. Maybe after 7 or 8 hours, the situation will already be like this now. Riker analyzed the situation. Fiona said nothing. In fact, Fiona was not one to act on foolhardy courage, but she became anxious when she was worried about her sister. If you think what I'm saying doesn't make sense, I will go back with you. Seeing Fiona had still not spoken, Riker added this. Boss, there is an update on the battle. At this time, one of her subordinate mercenaries rushed in and said hurriedly, Tell me. Fiona stared at the man. We have just detected more than a dozen armored vehicles heading in our direction, and there are 3 unmanned bombers. We have to leave here at once. Holy crap, they just won't go away. Fiona was extremely annoyed. Retreat. Everyone will retreat into the bomb shelter. Taking advantage of the war in foreign countries, Legend's terrorist organization colluded with local anti-government militants. Then, they were using some large-scale weapons of war to force Fiona to submit. This time, Fiona and Riker had been away for half a month already. They were simply exhausted. But the good news was that the Ross family couldn't interfere. Whether it was Riker's brother or Riker's father that wanted to drag him back, they had no way of getting in touch with him. The war was not as simple as fighting and killing. A bomb would drop down and kill or hurt many people in one go. With this type of death in view, Fiona seemed to become braver as the war progressed, and even to the point of being a little excited. Riker also remembered that a long time ago, his father and Professor Wagner, who was the father of Fiona, had a conversation. Riker's father said at the time, "Fiona is a girl after all. If she spends her life like this, it's not good. Why not have her change her identity and start a new life?" Professor Wagner's answer at the time was, "Every life has its purpose. Fiona will adapt to this lifestyle. On the contrary, a boring life will wear away at her character. Don't underestimate her because she's in her early 20s. She's already an experienced soldier who's climbed out of an actual pile of dead bodies. So, Fiona's life is destined to be spent in battle." This is also the reason why Riker's father said that he did not want him to marry Fiona. On the one hand, he was worried that Legend would cause trouble, and on the other hand, who would want a warrior daughter-in-law? Even if you were a gangster, you would just be making munitions, doing arms sales, and seeking out wealth. Fiona, on the other hand, was a real human killing machine. When Riker was young, he once saw Fiona and asked, "Since you've killed so many people, are you afraid of going to hell after death?" At that time, he remembered Fiona's answer very clearly. She smiled disdainfully. "Am I not in hell right now?" Those were the words of a teenager. At the time, Riker was stunned, but he was also very moved. At the same time, he was thinking he really wanted to use his life to protect Fiona and not let her get hurt. The word cherish was already not enough to express this feeling. "Be careful." He awoke from his reverie, and Riker pressed on Fiona's head with one hand. The two of them clung to each other while rolling into a ditch on the other side. Then the place where they had just been squatting was attacked by shells and engulfed in flames. "You were distracted just now. This is not like you." Riker looked tenderly at Fiona. "Riker, just now." Fiona had a strange expression on her face. "What's wrong?" "I just had an especially bad premonition." "What kind of premonition?" "It felt like something just stabbed me in the heart." "You're fine. Don't think too much about it." "Riker, do you think my sister might be in trouble?" As Fiona said this, her hand unconsciously reached out and grabbed Riker's wrist firmly. Her eyes were also filled with panic, something Riker was seeing for the first time. Fiona rarely had this expression on her face. Even when faced with death, she never showed fear. "No, don't think too much. Sister-in-law Chloe will be fine." "If something happens to my sister because I don't go back and I can't get to her in time, I will hate myself. She's my sister, after all. She and my dad are the only two family members I have left on this earth." Fiona was very scared. Ever since a few years ago, when something happened to her mother Lynn, she had become more and more scared. Afterward, when she moved away from her father and often didn't see him for up to a year, she became a lot more calm. If her father was by her side, he would actually be a distraction to her in battles. Her instinct would be to take care of him. So she decided to not be a liability for her dad, and he would be a worry for her. These past few years, both of them had been living safely and happily. It was all until she found her elder sister. Afterward, everything changed. Looking at her sister, her twin, Fiona felt a sense of happiness well up in her heart. It kept bursting forth, and that feeling was amazing. This kind of affection was unique, since blood was thicker than water. "Believe me, nothing will go wrong. Sister Chloe is a genius." Riker reached out and squeezed her shoulder. Amid the crossfire, the two of them were thinking about how to keep their lives. Riker also wanted to comfort the panicked Fiona. Turkish Reactionary Government Headquarters. After Legend and the reactionary commander had their meeting, they walked out. Wearing a dark green military coat, he was clearly the head of a terrorist organization, yet chose to dress like a hero. Indeed, he was the kind of person that didn't operate according to common sense. "Has the deadline we gave Green expired? Have they found the person I'm looking for?" Legend asked. "Boss, it seems as though something has happened over there," the person next to him said cautiously. "Seems? Oh no, I don't like it when you use words like that with me." Legend's face darkened. "Boss, the situation isn't too good." "Tell me about it. How is it not good?" Under the protection of his men, Legend got into a bulletproof off-road vehicle. "Boss, have a cigar first." One of his subordinates cautiously passed a Cuban cigar over to Legend. "Call Green. I want to talk with him," Legend commanded as he smoked the cigar. "Boss, we are unable to reach Mr. Green." "Unable to reach? What does that mean?" Legend's gaze was icy. "There seems to have been an incident back in the country. Mr. Green's cell phone can't be reached, and we can't find any of the people who are responsible for getting in contact with us." "So, is this kid betraying me now?" Legend's eyes bore what looked like a smile, but with a strange look. "We don't know the specifics, but there is no way to contact them now. So I don't know what has happened." "Very well. This has truly exceeded my expectations." Legend narrowed his eyes and looked at the smoke outside the window. Then he laughed, but the sound of his voice was very eerie. At the peak of U Mountain, Noah took a thin rope and quietly placed it in the hands of Jack. "Jack, is this really okay?" Noah still had some concerns. Jack did not speak and silently took the rope from behind. He wanted to save Chloe, and it seemed like there was no other way. Jack raised his head and looked at Noah. He said slowly, "There's no other way. I can't be led around by Andrew and let him bully Chloe." Indeed, when Chloe was being mistreated, Jack was the one under the most stress. Of course, his expression never changed, and he didn't speak. This was unlike Justin and Max, who showed their anger on their faces. But his heart was more tormented than anyone else. There were such people in the world. They were cool, calm, and collected by nature. But in the end, people are not gods. It is impossible to have a life without obstacles. It was impossible to do everything. Therefore, when Jack encountered setbacks, he appeared calm and collected, but in fact, his heart was already troubled. "Have you figured it out?" Noah asked. "Kind of." He didn't need to put on airs with Noah, so Jack could only say that the odds were half-half. In this case, it was really hard to say that he could surely save Chloe, but Jack would definitely use 200% of his effort. Because Chloe was even more important than himself in his eyes. Not long ago, when attending a senior CEO training class, the spiritual teacher Enya came up with a topic for these bosses. Each person was given a small blackboard, and they wrote the names of the people they thought were important. They had to write about 5 or 6 names. On his blackboard, Jack wrote in turn, Chloe, Pudding, Little Bean, his parents, second uncle and Avery, then Noah and Rick. Friends, family, and lovers were all included among these people. After writing, the instructor said that they were to imagine they had boarded a hot air balloon while traveling. Suddenly, the hot air balloon broke, and they needed to drop some weight to ensure the safety of the others. At this time, they had to eliminate a person. In other words, you had to give up on that person in exchange for the safety of others. When everyone heard this, they became silent. It was a very cruel topic, but it was also a compulsory question. Many people silently picked up the chalk and started to cross out names. Yes, most people chose to cross out someone in the circle of friends, because friends seemed to be less important than their loved ones. Jack picked up his chalk and looked hesitatingly at Noah's name before crossing out a name. Immediately after, the instructor said to continue and cross out 2 more. After a few times, most people's chalkboards only had 2 names left. 1 child and the parents, a child and the wife. On Jack's chalkboard, there was Chloe, Pudding, and Little Bean. He could have imagined the situation too. In his eyes, his children and his wife had indeed surpassed his parents. This did not mean that he was not filial, nor did it mean that his parents were not important, but that he just loved his wife and daughter more. At this time, the worst topic came up. The instructor said that for the last time, the bosses finally had to select one of the 2 remaining people and abandon the other one. Everyone was up in arms. Some people even threw away their chalk and yelled, "What kind of game is this? I'm not playing anymore. It's depressing." Yes, Jack's mood was extremely low. Although it was just a word game when he crossed out the names of his friends and parents, 2 uncles and Avery one by one, it felt like he had really abandoned them. So when the instructor asked them to choose again, many people broke down. Only Jack thought for about 5 seconds, then picked up his chalk. He slowly crossed out Pudding and Little Bean's names. The only name left was Chloe's. At this point, his face was covered in tears. But he knew that in this world, no matter what, the person he loved the most was Chloe. "Jack, when are you planning to make your move?" Noah asked, pulling Jack out of his reverie. "Anytime now." Jack said these 2 words, then walked forward 2 steps. Noah didn't dare say any more, because Jack's thought process was just as bizarre as Chloe's. Chloe was wearing a wedding dress and standing amid the cool breeze on the edge of the cliff. Standing in front of the glaring arch, she was forced by Andrew to participate in a cliffside wedding. Of course, everyone watching was furious, but there was nothing they could do. One reason was because of the ticking time bomb attached to Chloe's body. Another reason was that it felt like the 2 of them were surrounded by monkeys, who were in turn surrounded by mines. No one could even get close. Andrew was far more powerful than they thought and more abnormal. "Andrew, if you are a man, you will come out and fight one-on-one. There's no need to bother with the woman," Justin yelled, using a radical approach. But Andrew was very intelligent. How could he be so easily deceived? "Justin, don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it. Whether or not I am a man has nothing to do with what you think, or if I fight with you one-on-one. No, the initiative is in my hands. I am sitting on everything. Why would I want to deal with you alone? How silly would I be? How ignorant?" Andrew smiled. "Andrew, do you not keep saying that you love Chloe? Then how can you treat her the way you do? You don't love her at all," Justin said. At this moment, Chloe felt very distressed. With red wine splashing onto her lapel, the wedding dress was covered with crimson stains. Her hair became a little disheveled as well. It may be that when Andrew pinched her chin, it hurt. Chloe's complexion was poor, and she looked weak. Justin was really distressed, and he wanted desperately to replace her as the hostage. "Yes, I love Chloe, but the way I love her is different from yours." "BS, you're just selfish. Possessing someone against their will, that's not love at all. Loving a person means wanting them to be happy even if you can't have them," Justin said. I'm sorry. I'm not as noble as you are. I just want to have it." "So you are a hypocrite. Andrew, let Chloe go and I will take her place as your hostage." "What kind of joke is that, Justin? Slow down your IQ. I can't even see straight." Andrew actually looked down on Justin. It was because he always felt that Justin was stupid and very impulsive. Therefore, he had never given him any consideration. Jack, on the other hand, had always looked out for him, but now that Jack had lost Chloe, he was like a lost puppy. Chloe was Justin's weakness and Jack's Achilles' heel. It was because Andrew saw this that he was even more unscrupulous and ruthless. He knew that he should do all of this in front of Jack. It would be more torturous to do this than to actually kill him. For this reason, it was terrible to encounter an opponent who could read minds such as Andrew. He knew exactly what to do. He could break through your psychological defense and make you break down instantly. You dare to mock Justin's IQ. If you were to wipe down his brain, scoop it out and weigh it, it would be 2 kilograms heavier than yours. Max and Justin were the closest of buddies. As soon as he heard Andrew insult Justin, he couldn't stand it anymore. Andrew paid no heed to Max because he didn't want to engage with people he didn't care about. "My little sister Chloe, are you tired?" Andrew lowered his head and asked Chloe tenderly. At this time, without a moment to lose, Jack used the wire net that Noah had given to him and tossed it outwards, directly covering Chloe's entire body. Then Jack pulled forcefully. Chloe's body flew directly toward Jack. Andrew reacted quickly as well. He latched onto Chloe's foot and pulled down it hard. "Chloe!" All the people present's hearts were up in the air as they watched it all unfold. But it was the only method because since Chloe was pulled over in mid-air, there was less of a risk of setting off any landmines. He didn't anticipate that Andrew would react so quickly and be able to grab Chloe by the foot. Everyone around saw what was happening and went over to help. Justin immediately pulled on the rope behind Jack. Then Noah, Brenton, Max also ran over. The crowd began to play tug-of-war with Andrew. "Everyone, be careful. Don't hurt Chloe," Noah reminded. After all, Chloe was a pregnant woman. He watched as these people helped try to pull her away. Andrew was not in a hurry, and at some point, a micro remote control appeared in his hand. He lightly pressed on it, and the area where the landmines were immediately exploded, blowing the rope in half. As Chloe fell, Andrew caught her and carried her back. She never even hit the ground. What the? He stole her back. Max was going mad. When he came out, he didn't forget to show off. He said to Avery as he patted his chest, "Rest assured, my wife, I will save our sister-in-law. After all, we are family." Avery sobbed in Max's arms. "Max, you must help my brother save her. He can't lose our sister-in-law. You don't know what will happen to him if he loses his wife." Avery said this as she cried. But just now, he watched as Chloe was taken back by Andrew. In a flash, Max had become really, really desperate. That feeling was like when you were playing a video game and you were about to win, but then suddenly there was a power outage. Put simply, it was just awful. Watching the rope break, Chloe was being held tightly by Andrew. Jack's cold expression finally bore a few traces of emotion. It was panic, an extreme panic that he rarely expressed. Yes, he was scared. He was too scared that something might happen to Chloe. "Andrew, let me go." Chloe was being held tightly in his arms, trying to struggle, but with very little energy. The deafening sound of the explosion was still ringing in her ears. Her heartbeat was still very fast. Would the child in her belly be scared? Chloe kept thinking about how to protect her unborn child, since it was both hers and Jack's child. "Jack, you've really angered me now," said Andrew. "Andrew, if you don't want to die, let her go. Believe it or not, I can dispatch an army corps to kill you in minutes." Justin was furious. "Oh, I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Since you're the only heir to the mighty Cooper family, it would be very easy for you to arrange an army corps. It's just, do you think that everything will come together in time? Would I give you this opportunity?" "What do you mean by that? This is a dead end. Do you still have wings or something?" Justin asked. "Justin, did this jerk prepare a helicopter to escape?" Max asked carefully. "Even if he has a helicopter, I will blast him out of the sky." Justin was full of confidence. At this time, Andrew took a look at Jack. "Jack, these years, I have been imagining a scene like today. A scene in which you lose to me." "The battle isn't over yet, so I haven't lost," Jack said. "No, you've already lost because—" Saying this, Andrew stopped and took a look at Chloe, whom he was holding tightly, then continued to say, "Chloe, my little sister, from this moment on, will be mine forever." With this, Andrew held onto Chloe and turned to jump towards the cliff. At that moment, everyone held their breaths. It was almost as if you could hear a pin drop. "Don't do it!" Justin's yelled as his heart broke, but at that moment, Jack couldn't make a sound. He just watched Andrew holding Chloe as he jumped down. There was nowhere else to go. The next second, Jack coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Jack, what happened to you?" Noah moved quickly and helped support Jack. Justin didn't attend to Jack, and instead passed by him and chased after the other two. Brenton and Max held him tightly and wouldn't let go. "Let me go! I want to save Chloe!" Justin yelled as he cried. "Justin, don't go! There are landmines buried everywhere. You'll be blown up into the sky. We have to get someone to disable the mines first." "Let me go, you two, damn it." Justin didn't care about the landmines. He was prepared to chase them over the side of the cliff. Fortunately, when Max and Brenton had nearly exhausted all of their strength, public security reinforcements came up behind them with a mine-clearing expert squad. They quickly cleaned up all the mines on the scene. At this point, Justin and the others rushed over. After looking down, everyone was silent, especially Justin, whose eyes were filled with pain and despair. Below there was a large abyss. It was the roaring black sea waves. The sea at night was like a beast, whistling in the ocean breeze. If a plane crashed into it, it would be sucked tens of meters into the waves afterward, let alone two living people. Once a wave hits, all would disappear without a trace. In the face of nature, mankind was always so insignificant. Andrew was holding on to Chloe. Since they were two bodies of human flesh, and they jumped down, there was basically no chance of survival. It would be like dropping a needle into the sea. In other words, even if you were lucky, it would be several days later before you were scooped out. By then, the body would probably begin to rot already. Who would hope for survival? "Is Chloe dead too?" Justin kneeled down on the cliff, looking down at the ocean waves and asking absently, "Justin, don't be like this." Seeing Justin look so dumbstruck, Brenton's heart ached for him. "Well, is she dead or what?" Justin's voice trembled. He was afraid, he was in fear, and was very anxious. "Justin, we are all torn apart by this," Max said with difficulty, trying not to let himself cry. "Torn apart? How can Chloe be dead? She is a genius, and so capable. How could she die? You're lying to me. You're lying to me." Justin was acting like he was crazy. It seemed like he wanted to go even more forward. It looked like he was going to fall. Brenton and Max ran over. One person grabbed him, on the other pulled back firmly on his shoulders. At this point, Max suddenly thought about Jack. Thus, he swiftly turned around. "Noah, where did Jack go?" "He fainted." At this moment, Noah's mood was very low. Chloe was being held by Andrew at the moment he jumped. Jack's pupils grew incredibly large. This scene, and its impact on him, was quite simply devastating and almost detrimental. It all happened in less than 10 seconds. Jack spat out a mouthful of blood and then crashed down to the ground. Noah was scared and quickly rushed over to help him up, and then went to the ambulance behind him to ask for first aid. "My God, what should I do? What should we do?" Max hugged his head and squatted on the floor, crying as if he was lost too. Brenton had been holding on to Justin firmly, trying to keep him from getting overly excited. Noah was flustered, and his hands were shaking. Holding his cell phone, he shuddered, then entered a few words and sent it to Sarah. "Chloe is dead." Only 4 words. Sarah called him back right away. Noah had just picked up, and she began her tongue lashing. "Damn cop. Don't talk crap about Chloe. You're really asking for it. Do you want to sleep on the floor tonight?" "Sarah, Chloe is dead," Noah said solemnly. "Get lost. You're the one that's dead. Don't tell these kinds of jokes, it's bad luck. Did you lose some kind of bet so you're calling to trick me?" Sarah obviously did not believe him. "Sarah, I'm not lying to you," Noah explained again, tears blurring his eyes and his voice choked with sobs. "Noah, this joke isn't funny. Just stop it, okay?" Sarah's voice was full of fear. Noah did not speak. He stayed silent, and then came a low sob. "Sweetheart, please don't scare me. Chloe was kidnapped by Andrew, and we chased them to the side of the cliff. And then Andrew jumped off with Chloe." Sarah's cell phone fell to the ground with a thud. This time, she finally believed that her husband wasn't joking. Something really did go wrong. Noah explained everything that happened, but it was all so sudden. Sarah really had a difficult time accepting it. Something happened to Chloe, and everyone was extremely sad. But no one was sadder than Jack and Justin. Justin was okay because he was still able to cry, yell, and curse. At that very moment, Jack completely broke down too. He directly spat blood and fainted, and no one even knew what would happen to him. After everyone came back, Justin immediately contacted the rescue team, then went down to the bottom of the U Mountain to look for the bodies. In the area by the sea, the search and rescue mission began, and there was still a hint of hope. "Justin, I'll be blunt. At this time, trying to recover the bodies is actually useless. The waves are big, and even the fishing boats aren't able to go near them. Chloe's body is so fragile, how could it withstand the crashing ocean waves? Finding somebody would be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, let alone finding them alive, maybe. Even finding a body would be a long shot." Brenton knew that at this time, it might be difficult for Justin, but these were objective facts that would allow Justin to understand the current situation. "Shut up. Chloe won't die. She won't. I will find her." Justin narrowed his eyes angrily and firmly grabbed Brenton by the collar. "Justin, we have all accepted the fact that Chloe is dead." Brenton was also very upset, and he still hadn't said anything about this to Victoria. He had known Chloe for so long, and he had watched as Andrew dragged her away and jumped off the cliff with her. It was impossible to understand for someone who hadn't witnessed it firsthand. When Brenton finished this sentence, Justin punched him in the face. Brenton staggered and almost fell to the ground. Max was telling the rescue team about the situation at the time. When he saw that a fight broke out at this time, he immediately rushed over. "What's going on with you two? Is now the time to fight?" Max scolded. Justin didn't say a word as he gasped for breath. Brenton wiped the wound at the corner of his mouth and did not complain about Justin. He knew that Justin was falling apart and needed to vent. "Justin, we will do everything you tell us to. You said search and rescue, and we will do it. You said to look for the bodies, and we will do just that. If we can't find her after a day, then we will search for a month. If we can't find her for a month, then we search for a whole year. We will even search for the rest of our life if needed. How about that?" Max asked Justin. Justin bit his lip and didn't talk, but his mood was already terrible. Yes, he didn't even want to say anything. After a long pause, he finally asked, "Jack, how is he?" "He's in a coma. They're treating him at the hospital. I think no one is sadder than him." Max bowed his head, looking very spent. "Let's head out," Justin said, then turned to leave. Max grabbed him. "Justin, let's leave the search and rescue operation with them. We have to head back now. The twins are still at your home." When the twins were mentioned, Justin became even more depressed. "No, we can't tell them. What if Chloe comes back?" Justin immediately rejected this idea. "Okay, but you still have to go back and comfort both of them. Otherwise, they might think that something is wrong, and Auntie Cooper won't be enough to hold them back from going out. If they run off, that would be even more dangerous." Max actually wanted to temporarily divert Justin's attention and not let him think about heading out to the sea to look for Chloe. Because of Justin's temperament, if he was unable to find her, it would be a big blow. If he found her and it was a corpse, it would be an even bigger blow. If he found her and she was still alive, that would simply be a miracle with close to 0% chance of happening. Everyone understood this logic, and Justin may also understand deep down, but he was deceiving himself. The search and rescue thing, Justin didn't seem reassured. Leave the search and rescue up to them. They will try their best, I think. The most urgent issue right now is Jack. All right then. In the end, Max convinced Justin and the rescue team immediately went to sea to look for Chloe. They would report to them in real time. "Brenton, why don't you head back as well? Tell Sis and Victoria what's happening. She has the right to know." Max patted Brenton's shoulder. "Well, okay. I'll head back first, then go to the hospital and join you," Brenton said. Max nodded his head. "Max, as for Justin..." Brenton began to speak with concern, then stopped. Being buddies for all these years, this tacit understanding was still there. Max knew what Brenton wanted to say, and directly nodded. "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do anything crazy." "Okay, that's good then." Then, Brenton parted with them, and feeling exhausted, he went straight home. Military District Hospital. Justin called his grandpa and gave special approval that Jack be admitted to the Army hospital directly. Firstly, the medical equipment was more advanced here, and secondly, it was more private. If GK's rival companies found out that Jack fell into a coma, they would definitely make a big fuss about it and blow it out of proportion to the media. When Justin and Max arrived, Jack had already been taken into the emergency room. There was only Noah sitting by himself on a bench with a haggard expression on his face. "Justin, you're back?" "How's Jax doing?" Justin asked. "I'm not sure. I'm also very worried," Noah said. "Don't worry. I trust that he will be coming out of this just fine." Subsequently, Justin and Max also sat next to Noah and continued to wait. 10 minutes later, Sarah came in, crying all the way. Upon seeing them, she was still asking, "Noah, are you serious about what happened to Chloe? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Noah was also upset. "How could I not come with something as big as this? I'm absolutely heartbroken." Sarah had cried so much her eyes were bright red. Then she took out her cell phone and dialed a number as she spoke. "I think Chloe is fine. I just called her. Her cell phone is still on. She may have survived," Sarah said. "Sarah, Chloe didn't bring her cell phone. When she was kidnapped by Andrew, she was still in her pajamas. The phone is probably still at their home in South Hill Manor. Also, something happened to her. We all saw it with our own eyes. We are also very upset. I didn't even think Andrew was this deranged and capable of something so extreme. But this is the truth, and we have to accept it." After Max said this, Sarah hugged her head with her hands and dropped onto the floor, bursting into tears. "My Chloe, how could this be?" At this time, Avery came in, running all the way and gasping for breath. After she saw Max, she squeezed his arm firmly. "Max, how are my brother and my sister-in-law?" Avery, listen to me," Max said guiltily as he stood up. He didn't know how to tell Avery, but he knew he couldn't lie to her anymore. There was no way he was going to hide this from everyone in the Dawson family. "Max, say something. How's my brother doing? Who's in the operation room?" Avery's voice quivered as she was on the verge of tears. She knew something was wrong when she picked up the call from Max. She kept asking, but he wouldn't tell her over the phone. When she asked him where he was, he told her that he was at the Army hospital, so she rushed over. Max was a very direct person, but now he was hesitant to speak. As for Avery, she already knew something was wrong. "Avery, listen to me, but you have to promise to stay calm. Promise me that. You need to be mentally prepared for this." "Hurry up and say it. You're scaring me." Avery felt like her heart was racing. When she arrived at the emergency room, she saw Justin, Max, Noah, and Sarah all looking very blue. This was not a good omen. Max didn't have the heart to tell her the truth, because he knew how close Avery was with her brother and Chloe. But he knew that if he didn't say it, no one else would be able to tell her. Everyone there was in a terrible mood. "Avery," Andrew hugged Chloe and jumped off a cliff with her. Jack couldn't bear that news, so he spat out blood and is now in a coma. Max clutched his teeth and finally told Avery the hard truth. Avery stared at him after hearing the news. "What did you just say?" She felt like she was hallucinating. "Avery, Chloe's dead. Jack was devastated and now he's in a coma. He's still in surgery. Everyone here is feeling pretty heavy as well." Max embraced Avery's shoulders and slowly uttered the news. "No, I don't believe it. No, it can't be like this. Not like this." Avery was so shocked that she kept backing up and shaking her head. Although she said she didn't believe it, she was already crying. "Max, you liar. You love these tricks, don't you? You're trying to scare me, right? Where's my sis-in-law? Where did you guys hide her?" "Avery," Max looked worriedly at Avery, who was crying her soul out. "Max, hurry up and give my sis-in-law back to me. Pudding and Little Bean are still waiting for their mommy to come home." When Avery said this, she caused everyone's mood to sink even more. Sarah had recovered a bit, but was now once again distressed. She leaned onto Noah's shoulders and started to cry. "Honey, what would Little Bean and Pudding do without Chloe? Those poor girls. They're not even 4 years old. How can they lose their mother at such a young age? What will they do?" Noah was a big man and would seldom cry. The sight of this, however, made him fall into tears. He didn't say anything but held on to Sarah tightly. The couple was in much distress. Justin was already numb. He still didn't believe what had just happened. He kept on smoking. There were already tens of cigarette butts on the ground. He seemed to have filtered out Avery and Max's conversation. "Avery, you need to be strong and take care of Jack. He must get stronger. There are still 2 kids that he needs to take care of," Max said as he looked at Avery. "That's impossible. If Chloe's dead, my brother is done for too." Avery's makeup melted, and she kept shaking her head. "No, he must get stronger for the kids. He is and has always been a great father," Max said. "You guys don't understand. My brother—" Avery stopped there. "My big brother can't live without my sis-in-law," Avery said while crying. "Avery, I know that Jack loves Chloe." Max tried to comfort her. "No, you don't understand. You don't understand anything. You don't know what my brother went through in the States." Avery lost control and shouted, "What did he go through?" Justin heard the key message and looked up at Avery. Just then, the emergency room door opened. "Young Master Cooper." The doctor walked up to Justin. Everyone surrounded the doctor too and awaited the results to be announced. "Yes, doctor." Everyone, veteran or new, knew Justin at the Army hospital because he had visited often with his grandfather ever since he was a little boy. "Your friend's condition isn't great." "How so?" Justin asked calmly. Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. "We noticed that he was devastated by something, and his body basically couldn't handle whatever emotional impact he just suffered. That's why he spat out blood and now is in a coma. Yes, he has just been through a great calamity, Justin explained. This, however, isn't the most severe problem. We discovered that there is an unknown substance inside his body that has eroded into all his organs. The erosion has persisted for a long time, so he had probably been using this substance for a prolonged period. Some of his organs are already dead. What? That's impossible. Noah was shook by the news. From his perspective, Jack had always been a healthy person. That's impossible, Doctor. There must be some mistake, Max said. No. After the blood work, we were able to find that unknown substance. We've done a CT on his liver. You guys can see for yourself. Doctor, what can we do now? Justin was also in a panicking state. He thought Jack fell into a coma due to the shock from Chloe's incidents, but would recover very soon after some rest. To everyone's surprise, Jack's body was in such a terrible condition. From how his body's condition is and the shock, his brain is in a deep coma now. We are unable to tell when he can wake up, the doctor announced with slight guilt. What do you mean you don't know when he's going to wake up? Sarah screamed. I'm sorry, but we did our best. With his condition, there's nothing we could do about it. To be frank, he could wake up in 5 days if he has the will, but otherwise, it might be 5 years. We don't know. 5 years? Max was also dumbfounded. Avery dropped to the ground and cried uncontrollably after the news. Yes, there's a possibility that he won't even be able to wake up in 3 to 5 years. He may never wake up. We really can't say, the doctor slowly said. How can this be? Justin was dumbfounded and sank into the hospital bench. No one spoke. Sarah and Avery's cries echoed in the corridor. Their tears reminded everyone how heartbroken they were. Avery, what is this unknown substance your brother has been taking? You should know, right? Also, what happened during the 4 years your brother was in the States? Justin turned over and asked Avery solemnly. Everyone looked at Avery after Justin asked that question. She turned over and looked around. She suddenly felt that this was the time to tell everyone about her brother's secret, a secret not even Chloe knew about. From the current situation where Chloe was dead and her brother was in a coma, there was no point in keeping it as a secret. Avery, hurry up and tell us. Only if you tell us can the doctor pinpoint the root cause and treat accordingly to save Jack. Max was anxious. During those 4 years in the States, my brother was in a very bad condition. He missed Chloe so much that he caught a disease, Avery said slowly. What disease? Justin stood up after realizing how serious this was. It's a rare disease. I didn't study medicine, so I'm not sure what it is. All I know is that it's called paranoid personality disorder. Avery had finally announced her brother's secret. Paranoid what? What is that? Max had no clue what was going on. Neither did Sarah or Noah. Justin was quick to react. He took out his phone and Googled this illness. Immediately, the description came up. Maybe Justin wanted everyone to know what this disease was, so he said in a low voice, Paranoid personality disease is a mental illness. It is unknown how many people actually have this disease as they seldom seek medical assistance. If your partner or friend has this disease, you should encourage them to seek medical assistance, as most patients with paranoia would refuse to admit that they are sick. Therefore, it is hard for doctors to determine what disease they actually have. Paranoia usually originates from a sudden shock, and the patient was not able to get out of the trauma. According to the United Nations Medical Association, 2 to 4% of the world population has paranoia. However, many paranoia patients don't even know or admit they have such illness. This number is probably understated. It is hard for one to recover from paranoia because when they finally admit that they have such disease, they are unable to control or change their reality. Even if they seek external help, they are not willing to receive help for a prolonged period. Once they refuse the help again, they will sink into a vicious loop of depression and anxiety. Most paranoia patients are male, and there have been no proven cases of full recovery from paranoia. Justin's reading made everyone's heart sank further. F. Does that mean Jack doesn't even know he has such a disease because people with paranoia refuse to admit they are sick? Max asked. Avery immediately refuted. No, my brother has a medical background. There's seldom such a genius doctor with such a high EQ like my brother. My brother is amongst the few that would admit he has that disease, so he's been trying to cure it. However, the medicine he first had wasn't really working, so he made his own medicine. His self-created medicine wasn't good for his body, but if he didn't take it, he would be mentally inflicted. I didn't know what to do either. Does Chloe know about this? Justin asked. Of course not. My brother wouldn't let me tell her. Even his father doesn't know about this. Only Rick and I know. My brother commanded us not to let her know because she'd be extremely sad if she found out. She would blame herself, thinking that she was the cause. Avery looked down and said, So that means during the 4 years Jack and Chloe were separated, while Jack was in the States, he missed Chloe so dearly that he got this mental illness? Justin asked. Yes. I remember during that time, my brother hurt his leg due to the fall from the aircraft. He was in a terrible mood. When he was recuperating, he would only smile when he saw Chloe's photo. He missed her so dearly, but suppressed his desire to go back to see her. He was badly wounded, so he was scared he would drag Chloe down with him. During those days, he operated in the dark and was in contact with some mysterious people. I wasn't sure what went on either. I just felt that my brother would have his reasons to do what he did, so I didn't ask. Avery recalled those days when they were both back in the States. Where are his medical records now? Were there any strange things that he did? Is this a mental illness? Sarah asked out of curiosity. No, my brother acted like his old self. The only difference was insomnia. The worst case was when he couldn't sleep for 5 full days. Oh my God, Sarah gasped with her hands on her mouth. Noah opened his eyes widely, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Jack had never mentioned to him what had happened in the States. 5 full days? How does that feel? Wouldn't he be tired to death? Max gave out a long sigh. He felt sadness and helplessness. Avery recalled the pain her brother had to endure. She said with tears, Yes, it was hard for him. It might just be how he is, but he puts all the pressure on himself. He could do anything for Chloe without a word of complaint. His action says it all. During those days, his eyes were all bright red. People need to sleep. We contacted the most famous doctors in the States. There were psychologists, psychiatrists, and specialists that dealt with sleep, but nothing worked. A doctor said that if his condition persisted, he would die. His heart wouldn't be able to handle no sleep for a prolonged period. Without sleep, he might get a heart attack. In order to come back and see Chloe, my brother started developing his own medicine. Developing his own medicine? He sure is an incredible person. Justin respected Jack very much right now. Jack was a man of action, even though he looked arrogant. He would never complain about or even bring up the pain he had to endure. After returning, he gave Chloe a warm hug. He spoke nothing of the 4 years he had to endure. Even the multiple leg surgeries that were incredibly painful to go through, Jack had only briefly mentioned it. Justin respected such a man, such a capable and prideful man. Developing medicine isn't a simple task. At first, he only knew the basics. He would often get poisoned from testing out the newly developed medicines himself. The damaged organs that the doctor just mentioned were probably from back then. Finally, he found a compound that could soothe his pain but not cure it. It was just suppressing the illness on a surface level. He said it was suppressing the stimulation of the brain, which would help him sleep. Only then did he slowly get better. However, he's been taking that medicine religiously all these years, even until now. Sis-in-law doesn't know about this as well. Would his medicine have a negative influence on Chloe's child? Justin suddenly realized this big problem. Probably not. My brother used our great traditional medicine as his basis for creating his medicine. He was afraid that the medicine he took would influence the baby. When Chloe got pregnant, he looked very happy, so it probably meant that it was fine. I thought a new member would come into the family, and they could live happily ever after again. Who would have thought? Avery started to cry unstoppably again. To be honest, she could not accept the fact that Chloe was dead in such a short period of time. When everyone heard about Jack's secret, they further sank into shock. Chloe was dead. Jack was in a coma. A beautiful family had now been torn apart. The elders and the children didn't know about this yet. They were still waiting for Jack and Chloe to return home. "Justin, what should we do now?" Max was lost and he didn't know what to do. "I'll think of something. I'll contact the experts in Capital City and see if they know what to do. We can't just sit here and do nothing. We can't let Jack just be in a coma. The chance of finding Chloe would only be higher if he's awake," Justin said. Max nodded. He went over and embraced Avery by the shoulders. "Avery, don't worry. Justin knows a lot of people. He can even the experts that are dedicated to treating government leaders and the army to help. Jack will be all right." Avery leaned on Max's shoulder and cried, but nodded. "You guys should go back for now. There's no use just sitting here. There will be someone taking care of him around the clock," Justin said to Max, Avery, Noah, and Sarah. "Okay, notify us as soon as there are any updates. I'm going to head back to work and follow up with Chloe's search," Noah said. "Okay." After they left, Justin's phone rang before he went in to check on Jack. "Hello, President Cooper. I am President Dawson's assistant, Mark." "Hello?" "It's like this. I can't reach President Dawson. Do you know where he is?" "Did something urgent happen at work? If there is, you can tell me. I'll deal with it for him," Justin asserted. "It's not that. It's that President Dawson told me to call you if I couldn't get in touch with him." "What else did he say?" "He said that if I couldn't reach him, I should tell you something." "Did something happen to President Dawson?" Mark was not a stupid person. When Jack ordered him to do that, he knew Jack was probably going to be gone to do something very dangerous. "Jack, he is indeed in some trouble." Justin knew Mark was a trustworthy person, so there was no need for him to keep this a secret from him. "Oh, I see," Mark sighed. "What message did he want you to relay to me?" Justin looked at the man that lied in bed with an oxygen mask on through the glass windows of the ICU. He no longer saw the dazzling aura around the handsome man that would amaze everyone. Instead, he saw a man that lied quietly there. He was in deep sleep, even though they were rivals in love, even though his chance with Chloe would be higher with Jack dead. Seeing him like this today, Justin still felt really depressed. Instead, he felt as if his good friend was in a life-threatening situation. "President Dawson told me that he was going to do something very dangerous. He told me to tell you right away if he didn't return." Mark started sobbing. Justin didn't interrupt. Instead, he quietly listened. "Was this Jack's will? He asked me to tell you, President Cooper, that he is entrusting President Chloe Green and their children to your care." With pain in his voice, Mark told Justin the request on the phone. But Justin didn't feel any surprise or delight when he heard the request. Instead, his heart ached. "Okay, I got it." Ending the call, Justin took in a deep breath. Jack was indeed a man attentive to every detail. He had been prepared for the worst scenario before he set off. He must have been prepared to do everything he could to save Chloe, even at the price of his life. One of the worst scenarios was that he died and Chloe survived. Then, he would just generously ask Justin to take care of Chloe and the twins. Justin wondered what Jack had been thinking. Probably he didn't want Chloe to be burdened with the heavy responsibility of taking care of the children all by herself, or to live the rest of her life in loneliness. Anyway, it was a decision made with deep love. Justin felt distressed. He paced on the corridor of the hospital. He smoked over 10 cigarettes, and when he reached for more, he found the packet was empty. Sighing slightly, he pushed open the door to the ICU. The room was quiet as Jack lay on the bed. Only the beeping sound of the monitors could be heard. Dr. He was an excellent doctor in the city. If he said the case was complex, it was complex. Jack's illness was indeed difficult to treat. He didn't quite understand the paranoid personality disorder that Avery had mentioned. But after reading the information about this illness online, he knew it was a complicated issue. At this moment, Chloe had fallen down the cliff, and no one knew if she was alive or dead. Jack was in a coma and was also treading on the verge of death. It left Justin in charge of everything. Jack had personally requested Justin to take care of the twins and Chloe. One had to admit that this request showed Jack's total trust in him. Of the two awesome and capable people, one was dead and the other was in a coma. Justin was on the brink of falling apart. If Brenton and Max hadn't grabbed him with all their strength, he probably would have been at the bottom of the ocean now. Looking at Jack quietly for a while, Justin said softly, "I got the request you made through your assistant. But I want to tell you that I damned refused to take it. I only want to tell you that you must take care of your own wife and children. How can you hand them to another man? I'm not someone who wants to take extra responsibilities and won't take care of your wife and children for you. So, arrogant and cold fellow, you'd better wake up soon and assume your own responsibilities, okay?" With eyes tightly shut, Jack didn't show any consciousness. "It's settled, then. I won't help you. If you don't wake up, your wife and children will live on the streets as beggars." Justin said the words in resentment to provoke Jack. Then, he closed the door carefully and left silently. He wanted to find a small bar where no one would recognize him and get drunk. He wanted to forget everything on his mind. He wanted to wake up in the morning and say good morning to Dr. Green on Snap. But he knew he could no longer do these things. Although he held the hope that Chloe had survived, everyone knew that she was dead. His beloved Dr. Green was no longer in this world. In a daze, Justin drove to the manor of the Cooper family. The twins saw Justin and dashed out. "Handsome Cooper, you're back! Where's my mommy?" Pudding and Little Bean asked at the same time. Hearing their question, Justin felt as if something pierced his heart. "Pudding, Little Bean. Your mom," Justin faltered. "You didn't get her back, right?" Seeing Justin's look, Pudding's heart sank. "Pudding, listen to me. The situation is very complicated, but I believe your mommy will come back safe and sound." "Come back? Did the big bad guy take her away?" Pudding reacted quickly. Justin didn't know what to say. If he misspoke, the kids would get suspicious. But he couldn't just tell them that their mom was dead. It would be cruel to them. "Handsome Cooper, how about my dad?" Little Bean pulled at Justin's sleeve and asked, looking at him with her cute, innocent eyes. Justin felt a lump in his throat and almost shed tears. He tried very hard to suppress his emotions, and with great control, he managed to answer, "Your dad is worried and won't stop until he finds your mommy. So he's still busy out there." "Oh, I see." The kids looked disappointed. "Have you been good today?" Justin caressed their heads and asked dotingly. "Of course, we were all very obedient to Grandma Cooper's words," Little Bean replied with a pout. "Justin, you're back just in time for supper." Mrs. Cooper walked out of the kitchen. "What did you make, Mom?" Justin tried to look happy since he didn't want the kids to see the truth from his expression. "I made some of the kids' favorite dishes, steamed pork with glutinous rice powder, fried lotus root slices, and sweet and sour fish. Oh, I made your favorite dish, stewed lamb ribs and tea." Mrs. Cooper smiled gently. "Whoa, great. I'll have a hearty meal today." Justin forced out a smile and walked to the dinner table, holding the children's hands. He thought he was indeed the most fitting person to take care of the twins if Chloe was indeed dead and Jack couldn't wake up. After all, he was the person the kids felt closest to. Taking the kids to the dining room, Justin heard his cell phone ring. Glancing at the number, he answered the call in a low voice and then walked to the balcony as if he didn't want to be overheard. Little Bean and Pudding sat at the table silently. Little Bean saw her elder sister was looking at Justin with complicated feelings in her eyes. "Sis, what's on your mind?" "Do you think Handsome Cooper told us the truth?" Pudding said. "Of course. What do you think? Did he lie to us?" Little Bean didn't think too much of it. "I have a feeling that something big has happened. Handsome Cooper looks weird today," Pudding murmured. "How did you see that? I see nothing unusual about him," Little Bean retorted. "Then you didn't notice his smile. It looked forced and not sincere," Pudding explained. "Hey, you're overthinking it. Mom is not back, and Handsome Cooper likes Mom so much. I think it's natural that he is worried." "No, it's not that simple. I have a feeling that he's hiding something from us." "Then we can ask him later. You don't have to trouble yourself by guessing." "Silly. If he didn't want to tell us the truth, do you think he would answer me truthfully?" What shall we do then? Little Bean looked puzzled. No, I must go and make a call. Then Pudding got down from the chair at the dinner table and trotted out with her cell phone. Is my sister being a bit paranoid? Little Bean murmured to herself. When Justin finished his call and came back, he was puzzled when he saw only Little Bean sitting there. Where's Pudding? She went out to make a phone call. To whom? Justin was curious. I have no idea, but Handsome Cooper, are you hiding something from us? Little Bean pursed her lips and asked, why do you ask? Justin felt guilty. Because my sister said you look weird today. Do I? Justin felt even guiltier. Who knows? I don't have as quick of a brain as my sister. She's sensitive, but maybe she just imagined things. But you must never hide things from us, or I'll never forgive you. Looking at her with unreadable eyes, Justin didn't answer. He picked up a glass of juice and handed it to Little Bean. Drink some juice to get some vitamin C. Then the maid of the Cooper family began to put dishes on the table, but Pudding didn't return. The little girl is still not back. I'll go and find her. Justin got up and walked out of the dining room. He searched in the house and finally found Pudding on the balcony at the end of the corridor of the second floor. Her small figure just stood there. At the thought that Chloe was dead and this kid was now without her mom, Justin felt a sharp pain inside. Pudding, come and have dinner. Handsome Cooper, come here. I want to ask you something. Justin looked at her and moved closer slowly. Handsome Cooper, tell me what has really happened. Nothing big. It's just we met some difficulty rescuing your mommy, but we'll solve the problem soon. Justin continued to tell white lies. You're still lying to me? Pudding was angry. Pudding. I called Uncle Noah, Sarah, my aunt, and Uncle Max. Justin's heart sank. Pudding, in fact, You never lied to me before. Mom said, people can't lie. If a person lies, they'd need 100 other lies to support that lie. As time goes on, he will become a perpetual liar, and no one will ever believe him. So, Handsome Cooper, please don't lie to me. Even the cruel truth is more acceptable than well-intended lies. Justin was silent. Something happened to her, right? Pudding asked. Pudding, I'm sorry. We did our best, but couldn't bring her back. Tell me what on earth has happened. I want to hear the whole story. Pudding looked at Justin with a serious expression. She didn't look like a kid who was just over 3 years old, and it gave Justin great pressure on his mind. Seeing the mature look on her face, he felt he had to take her seriously. Finally, he sighed slightly and walked over to stand before Pudding. He told her how Chloe fell into the ocean. After he finished, she fell silent. After a while, she asked, How about my dad? Your dad is now in the hospital. Probably because of the shock, he's in a coma, Justin told her little by little. Pudding's eyes dimmed, but she didn't bawl as other kids would do in such situations. She just turned around quietly and looked at the distance from the balcony. Pudding. Justin reached out and patted her small shoulder. Handsome Cooper, are Little Bean and I maybe losing both of them this time? Dad loves Mom so much, he won't live in the world without her. Have they abandoned Little Bean and me? Pudding asked in sorrow. No. Your mom loves you and she didn't want to abandon you. Listen, Pudding, we are not sure your mom is dead. She might be still alive. I've sent a rescue team to search for her. Your dad is only unconscious for the time being and will wake up. Do you understand? Tears seemed to flash in her eyes but didn't fall. After a long while, she suddenly turned her head and said something to Justin. Don't tell Little Bean, she said. Justin fell silent, but the pain in his heart was even sharper, as if something was tearing at it. Handsome Cooper, don't tell my sister. She'll die of grief. I know. Okay, then I'll go and have dinner. That said, Pudding's little figure walked downstairs before he could say anything. At this moment, Justin's phone rang. Justin. It was Max's voice. What's it? I'll tell you something, but you must promise me that you'll not get emotional. Can you hold yourself? Max said mysteriously. Come on, tell me. Justin was impatient. We just got the news that the rescue team pulled up a female body from that sea area, but... But what? Justin felt suffocated, as if his heart was about to stop beating. The words female body were the cruelest torture to Justin. He had never imagined such horrible words would be used to describe Chloe. As Max paused at the important part, Justin almost went crazy in anxiety. But the body had been damaged by the rocks and corals under the sea, and we can't recognize if she's Chloe or not. So they asked me to call you and ask you to identify if the body is Chloe or not. Max's voice went smaller as he spoke since he was afraid Justin would go mad. Okay. After a long time, Justin finally managed to utter this word. I'll wait for you there. See you later. Max was about to hang up when he heard Justin asked, Wait a second, I have something to ask you. Max, you are a big mouth. I forgot to instruct you and you made trouble for me. What do you mean? Max was puzzled. Why did you tell Pudding what had happened? She's just a kid. How can she take such a huge blow? Justin was furious. I didn't, damn you, don't put this on me. Max was also angry. You didn't tell her? She didn't even call me. How about Avery? Avery has been with me all the time. She hasn't talked to Pudding, too. Max was puzzled. Justin fell silent. What? Pudding knows about it now? Max asked. I'll talk to you later. Justin ended the call as understanding dawned on him. Pudding probably hadn't called Noah or Avery at all. She just saw something wrong in Justin and pretended that she had made these calls just to make Justin tell her the truth. Like a moron, Justin had told her everything. To confirm his suspicion, he called Noah's cell phone. As he had expected, Noah said he hadn't received Pudding's call. The kid Pudding is extremely smart. Justin sighed slightly, but her reaction to the news wasn't very big since she could still go downstairs to have supper. Just like him, she didn't believe Chloe was dead, which was why she didn't fall apart and cry. Justin went downstairs and saw the twins were eating quietly. Pudding even picked up food and placed it on her younger sister's plate, as if she had grown up overnight, becoming more mature and considerate. Mom, I've got to go out for a second. Again? You haven't had supper yet. Mrs. Cooper was not happy. Something urgent happened in the company, and I've got to go and handle it now. Please have supper with the kids, and then get them to bed. Handsome Cooper. Pudding turned her head and looked at Justin. Yes? Will you come back and stay the night here? Pudding looked at Justin longingly. Yes, I will. Justin knew that this kid had now become very insecure. With her parents both in trouble, she was afraid Justin would go and never come back. Justin seldom stayed the night here, but hearing Pudding's request, he agreed without hesitation. Okay, we'll wait for you. Pudding looked at Justin in satisfaction. He only listens to you, my girl. He doesn't stay for the night here even for me, his own mother. Mrs. Cooper looked at Pudding with a smile. Sure, Handsome Cooper will do anything my sister asks, Little Bean boasted. You two behave yourselves. After supper, you must go to bed after watching some TV. Do you hear me? Justin instructed them. Got it. Don't come back late. If I'm still up when you return, I hope you will bring me some pineapple buns for my late-night snack, Little Bean said with a smile. No problem, little eating machine. It seemed that Pudding was right, and they couldn't let Little Bean know the truth. With a personality totally different from Pudding's, Little Bean wouldn't be able to handle it if she knew the truth. She wouldn't be as calm as Pudding. After Justin left, Pudding ate a little and excused herself from the table. Pudding, you ate so little. What's wrong? You've got a poor appetite? Mrs. Cooper asked. Yeah. You don't like the dishes? No, I'm just not hungry. Grandma Cooper, please go on with your supper. I want to go upstairs and rest for a while. Sis, your favorite financial program will be on soon. Little Bean checked her watch and reminded her sister. I'm a bit sleepy and won't watch it. I'm going to bed. Okay. Little Bean didn't know why her sister acted like this and didn't dare to ask. After Pudding went upstairs, Mrs. Cooper asked Little Bean worriedly, What's wrong with Pudding? Did you two fight? No, I haven't messed with her for 2 days. Little Bean looked helpless. I think Pudding is feeling a bit low. Ignore her. My sister is just as sensitive as my dad. She doesn't like to talk about things on her mind. Maybe she is in a cold war with Kenneth. Who knows? Oblivious of the truth, Little Bean thought her parents were fine and thus was still living in her happy childhood. In the bedroom on the second floor, to welcome the twins, Mrs. Cooper had specially ordered a new set of sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases from Luxury Home. They were all pink. With newly bought dolls and candies, this room looked like a princess's bedroom. It happened to be the bedroom in which Chloe had stayed when she was pregnant last time. The Cooper family had kept the room empty and never let other people live in it, because Justin would occasionally come up here to see the room and savor the memories when Chloe had lived with the Cooper family for 1 year. Now they let the 2 kids stay in the room during their visit. Pudding went upstairs and walked slowly to the head of the bed. Looking lost, she sat on the big pink bed. Then she took out her cell phone and pulled out a photo of her family. This photo was taken not long ago. On that day, her mom said the beautiful tulips in the backyard of South Hill Manor had bloomed. She pulled the twins and their reserved dad outside and took many pictures in the back garden. This family photo was the best of the pictures. In the picture, Jack and Chloe squatted with little Bean leaning in Jack's arms and holding his neck with her chubby arms. Pudding was cheek to cheek with her mom, looking very intimate. The 4 of them smiled at the camera with happiness from the bottom of their hearts. "Mom, Dad, you'll come back, right?" Pudding asked in her childish voice. Meanwhile, Justin raced to the site of the rescue team in his black Lamborghini. "I'm here to identify the body," Justin said coldly. "Mr. Cooper, please come this way." One rescue member ushered Justin toward a female corpse covered by a white sheet. To tell the truth, Justin was trembling inside as he walked toward the body. He was fearful that the body was Chloe's. But at the same time, he was eager to see it. If he found it wasn't Chloe's body, it meant Chloe could still be alive. At this moment, all kinds of feelings swarmed up inside Justin. He had taken only dozens of steps, but he felt as if 1 century had passed. Justin. Standing beside the body, Max saw Justin and greeted him. Nodding, Justin forced himself to walk over. "I saw the body already but couldn't see anything I can recognize because the face is ruined. You take a look." Max reached out to pull up the white sheet. Justin immediately stopped him. "Wait for a second." "What? You can't bear to see it?" Max spoke Justin's mind without thinking. Justin glared at him. "Does Avery know you're here to identify the body?" "Of course not. The lady cries her eyes out each day. If she knew we found the body, she'd die of grief." "Good. Don't tell them about the body. I think it might not be Chloe." Justin said it to comfort himself. "But what if it was her?" Max asked inconsiderately. "F off, don't be a doomsayer." "I'm not a doomsayer. Justin, we all saw my sister-in-law Chloe fall down the cliff, so we must be prepared emotionally. I know you can't accept the fact yet, and to tell you the truth, I can't either. After all, I chatted with her over dinner just a few days ago, and now suddenly she is dead. It's hard to accept, but sometimes fate is cruel and won't stop happening just because you can't accept it." Max coped with the whole thing calmly and objectively. But Justin knew Max wasn't a heartless man. He had said the words not because he was indifferent or not close to Chloe. After all, with most of them devastated by this turn of event, some must remain calm to handle the following issues. "I know. I understand." Justin lowered his head in distress. "Young Master Cooper, you can identify it now and see if this body is the person you're looking for." The captain of the rescue team walked over and said to Justin respectively, "Okay." Exhaling deeply, Justin reached out and pulled up the white sheet covering the body with a shaky hand. For 1 instant, he felt his heart stop. When he was in the army, he had never been as fearful as now, even during the military exercises with real ammunitions. But at this moment, he was frightened. He was afraid that this body was Chloe's and his last hope would be gone. When the white sheet was pulled up, Justin and Max looked down. The body was indeed unrecognizable, probably because it had soaked in the seawater for a long time. It looked bloated and didn't have any jewelry on any part of the body, including the neck. Justin remembered Chloe didn't wear any jewelry when she jumped. It's sad the only jewelry on her, a Bulgari necklace, had been taken and dumped by Andrew. So at first glance, the body seemed to be Chloe's in this regard. "I can't identify it like this since there's nothing I can identify with. Let's get a DNA test." How shall we do it? Shall we ask Thomas or Chloe's mother to get the DNA?" Max asked. "No, I'll get a hair from Pudding or Little Bean when I go back." "Yeah, how come I didn't think of that?" "Because you're a moron," Justin scorned him. Max continued, "Justin, I don't think this body looks like Chloe's. What do you think? I can't say, but I feel it doesn't look like her. Justin had looked at the body carefully. Its face had been ruined and couldn't give him any clues, and the length of hair was almost the same as Chloe's. Bloated by the seawater, the head was now unrecognizable. The part that was easily recognizable should be her clothes, since she had been wearing a white wedding gown when she fell. But the female body was naked when it was found. Being in the ocean for a long time, the gown would probably have been ruined by debris and coral, etc. When he heard that the body was nude when it was found, Max was troubled. If it was indeed Chloe, he didn't want Justin to see her like this. So Max ordered a woman of the rescue team to put a hospital gown on the body. Since they couldn't recognize the body with clothes, the only thing they could do was a DNA test. They only needed to take Pudding or Little Bean's hair and compare its DNA with the body's. Coming out of the room, Justin felt low. "How about a drink?" Max asked. "It's fine. I must go home now. The kids are waiting for me." "You will really raise them?" Max asked suddenly. Justin's heart ached, but he didn't reply. On his way back, Justin received Thomas's call. Chloe's mother had been feeling uneasy since she couldn't reach her daughter, so Thomas had to call Noah, Sarah, Brenton, and Victoria for information, but none of them told him about Chloe's whereabouts. Finally, when Thomas asked where the kids were, Noah told him that they were in Justin's home. So Thomas called Justin. "I can't explain it over the phone. Let's talk face to face." Justin decided to tell Thomas the truth since he was, after all, Chloe's little brother. If Chloe was indeed dead, then someone needed to take over Jack's company and take care of Chloe's mother. In the cafe near Sea Road, Thomas arrived 5 minutes earlier than Justin. When Justin walked in, Thomas stood up politely and greeted him. "Big brother Justin." "Have a seat." Justin gestured Thomas to sit down. "I got Americano for you since I heard you don't like sugar in your coffee." "Who told you that?" Justin was surprised. Few people knew about this small habit of his. "My sister." "Your sister?" Justin froze. "Yeah, when I chatted with my sister over a meal, she mentioned that you don't like sugar in your coffee and that Americano is as bitter as herbal medicine. I remember I joked that maybe you had a problem with your taste buds, and my sister defended you, saying that all the people who liked Americano could withstand hardships. She said you're not a wastrel or a rich son who knew nothing but merrymaking and pursuing girls. She said you were a hero when you were in the army. Anyway, she scolded me for what I said." Thomas smiled. "So that's how she speaks about me." Justin was touched. "Yeah, even though you're not together with her, she has taken you as one of her important friends and would defend you. After all, she likes to defend the people around her." The more Thomas talked, the more Justin wanted to cry. Picking up the cup of black and rich Americano, he took a big swallow. A rich taste of bitterness immediately spread out on his tongue. "Big brother Justin, where is my sister? How come I can't reach her? She didn't answer my calls, and my brother-in-law didn't too." Thomas finally went to the point. "Something happened to your sister." "What happened?" Hearing those words, Thomas tensed up immediately. "It's a long story. Let me explain." Then Justin told him everything that had happened. When he finished, he saw Thomas's face was covered in tears. "Big brother Justin, my sister is really dead?" Thomas choked out the words. "We are not sure. We're still searching." "How can anyone survive after falling down from that place? You all think my sister is dead, don't you?" Thomas wept uncontrollably. "No, miracles might happen." "How can it be? Life is not a drama and doesn't have so many miracles. No wonder my mom is feeling uneasy. It seems the mother and the daughter have a special connection between them. If she knows my sister's dead, how can she live?" Thomas didn't dare to imagine what would happen to his mother if she knew about Chloe's death. "For now, you'd better not tell her. She's old and can't take the blow." Justin had instructed everyone not to tell Jack's parents what had happened to Chloe. After all, the old couple was fragile. "Is Jack still in the army hospital?" "Yes," Justin nodded. "Did the doctors say when he would wake up?" "Not yet." "Will he sleep on like this?" Thomas asked. Justin couldn't answer because he didn't know. He had done his best. We have to wait for the opinion of the specialist from Capital City. I've made the arrangement for a consultation of specialists on him. How about the company? Damn it, I just don't want to go to work now. Life is such a mess. Lowering his head, Thomas wept and said in resentment, I was about to talk to you about the company. Now that Jack is not available, you must take over the company. Mark and the assistant named Stella are both elites of the company and will help you. You must keep the company going since your brother-in-law had worked hard for it. You can't just give it up. If he wakes up, how would he feel if the company is in a mess? My brother-in-law might wake up, but without my sister, he will feel worse if he wakes up. Thomas understood Jack more than Justin had imagined. Justin didn't know what more to say to this young man. Big brother Justin, Big brother Noah told me that my 2 nieces are at your home. Yes, they are. Please take good care of them. I will. Justin gave him the solemn promise. In fact, even if Jack didn't leave the message to him to take care of the twins, he would have done it anyway. Good, good. Thomas nodded repeatedly with tears in his eyes. Then, Big brother Justin, I won't take more of your time. If my brother-in-law wakes up, please call me immediately. Okay. Justin watched as Thomas walked out of the cafe with his head lowered. The moment he walked out of the door, Thomas collapsed and bawled. He continued crying until he got into the car and started driving. In a daze, he even ran a red light. He had only one thought on his mind. His sister was dead. His beloved sister who had loved him all his life had left them and gone to another world. Thomas was simple-minded and didn't hold a glimmer of hope as Justin did. He was in such grief and pain that he didn't react fast enough to turn his steering wheel when a car ran to him from the opposite direction. Fortunately, the driver in the other car braked in time and stopped the car. Moron! Didn't you see the red light? Do you want to die? The driver stuck out his head from the window and railed at Thomas. But Thomas didn't care and wasn't in the mood to respond. Afraid his mother would see something on his face, he didn't dare to go home. Instead, he went to Stella's place. Hearing the knocking, Stella opened the door and saw Thomas standing there in tears. My goodness, what happened? Thomas held tightly to Stella and cried like a baby. Having never seen him like this before, Stella was terrified. Thomas, don't cry. What happened? Tell me. Don't scare me. Stella lost her usual composure. Stella, my sister, is dead. Thomas lifted his head abruptly. Looking at Stella, he forced out these words. What? Stella was stupefied. My sister is dead, Thomas repeated. Thomas, don't joke. It's not funny, and my heart is not good. As an employee of the company, Stella hadn't heard anything about Chloe's kidnapping and her falling from the cliff. When Thomas told her the news, she felt as if she was in a dream. The big, evil guy Andrew kidnapped my sister and dragged her down the cliff with him. It was a high cliff over the surging ocean. My sister is fragile and can't survive that. Stella, what should I do? I can't lose her. I grew up with her and have never imagined that she would leave me so soon. I used to joke with her and tell her that I'd take care of her when she's old. Not caring how messy he looked, Thomas cried like a baby. Thomas, where did you get the news? Are you sure it's true? Stella tried to remain calm. It's true. Brother Justin likes my sister so much. He wouldn't joke about it. So Justin told you that? Hearing the source of the news, Stella's heart sank as well. Don't stand here. Come in. Stella pulled open the door and led Thomas into the room. Do you have wine or something? I feel so grieved. I want to get drunk. I don't think drinking can solve the problem, Thomas. Where's Jack? After such an important thing happened, what did Jack say about it? Stella asked. My brother-in-law is in a coma in the army hospital. One disaster after another. Stella's eyes were full of grief. I don't know what our life will be without my sister. What shall my mom and I do? We'll spend the rest of our lives missing her. And Pudding and Little Bean are not 4 years old yet. What will become of them without their mother? Yeah, the kids will suffer the most. Where are they now? Is anyone taking care of them? They can stay with me, Stella said. They are in Justin's home. I heard my brother-in-law sent them there before the accident. President Dawson is wise and can think of everything. I hope he'll wake up soon. But they haven't found President Green's body, right? I think we still have a glimmer of hope. Maybe she's not dead and has been rescued by some nearby fisherman. She might have just lost her memory, Stella hoped. Don't be silly, Stella. Even a guy as simple as I don't believe that, Thomas replied hoarsely. Then they fell silent. In a war-ridden, oil-producing country in the Middle East. Boss, urgent report. I hope so, or I'll toss you into the ocean and feed the sharks, Fiona said in a huff. Your elder sister? You got news about my sister? Fiona was a bit excited. Your sister is already dead. Not daring to look Fiona in the eye, the guy said cautiously with his head lowered. Hearing his words, Riker, who was standing nearby, froze for a second and then looked at Fiona immediately. He saw her face turn livid. The guy who gave the report shivered in fear. What did you say? Fiona thought she didn't hear it right and demanded with clenched teeth. Boss, it's a report from the country. Your sister fell from the cliff of U Mountain with Andrew and died. The moment he said it, Fiona pointed a silver gun at his head. BS, I'll shoot you. Fiona was furious. Fiona, calm down. Let's get the details first. Don't vent your anger on them. Riker reached out to stop her. If you say another word, I'll shoot you too. Fiona glared at Riker with crimson eyes. Riker knew that only the professor and Chloe could make Fiona lose her composure. For Fiona, they were her only family in the world. It solves nothing even if you shoot us. What is done is done. We'd better get to the bottom of it and see if it's a conspiracy, Riker said reasonably. Boss, don't shoot me. I didn't do it. I just delivered the news. The man was scared witless. When Fiona's men got the news, they were all afraid to report it to her. But if they kept such big news from her, their boss would be even more furious. After some deliberation, they chose the messenger through rock, paper, and scissors. This unfortunate guy lost the game and had to deliver the message at the risk of his life. If not for Riker, he might have ended up as a corpse. Get the Wastrels back in the country on the phone. I want to know every detail. After the first wave of fury passed, Fiona ordered him coldly. Yes, boss. I'll go and contact them. At this moment, Fiona forgot about the war she was in and tossed the weapon on the ground. With her long hair blowing in the breeze, she looked at the distance, feeling lost. She wondered what was the purpose of life. Do people live in the world just to see their losses? They were born with nothing, and then as they grew up, they began to possess things. Then, they watched as their families, friends, and lovers leave one by one. This was the cruelest thing that God had arranged for humans, right? From this perspective, life was just suffering. Fiona didn't cry because she couldn't. If the news about her sister's death was true, what could she do? She couldn't bring her sister back to life. Fiona felt her heart ache so much that it was difficult for her to breathe. Looking at Fiona's messy hair and disheveled clothes, Riker felt hurt inside. He reached out, wanting to smooth her long hair. Don't touch me, Fiona said. Hearing her words, Riker's hand froze in midair. Don't touch me. Leave me alone. When Fiona was hurt, she would isolate herself from the world, and no one could get close to her, not even Riker, whom she loved. Seeing her pain, Riker felt hurt inside even more. At this moment, Fiona's watch beeped. She looked down and pressed it. Immediately, the image of the caller appeared in the air. Boss, we're sorry. Please punish us. My sister, how did she die? Fiona's voice was filled with grief. Young madam, she... The people there seemed to be very afraid of Fiona and stammered as they spoke. Young madam was kidnapped by Andrew and was taken to U Mountain. Then Jack, your brother-in-law, immediately brought people over to rescue her. At that time, we also went over so that we could help when the time came. But no one anticipated that Andrew would do something so extreme and choose to hold Chloe in his arms while he jumped off the cliff. Did he actually jump? Fiona obviously didn't believe it. It's true. Several people saw it with their own eyes. Your brother-in-law was standing the closest. He must have seen everything. Where is he right now? Right now he is at the military district hospital being treated. He is unconscious. Unconscious? What do you mean? Fiona's face dropped. When young madam went over the cliff, Mr. Dawson began to spit blood and he fainted. I suppose it was too much for him to handle. Riker was standing behind Fiona. He only listened, but he felt heart-stricken. Fiona's mood was even worse. "Have you seen the area over the cliff? Is there a cave underneath that can hide people? Andrew is very cunning. I don't believe he would dig his own grave." Fiona had seen a lot, and she didn't believe that it was as simple as him jumping off the cliff. "We checked, boss. Below is the cliff. Nothing has been touched by hands or feet. There are no suspicious caves nearby either." After hearing this, Fiona's heart sank again. "Boss, I'm sorry. We have been shouldering the task of protecting young Madam's family, but unfortunately, we weren't careful enough. If you want to punish us, we have no complaints." The man lowered his head and expressed his regrets to Fiona over the long-range phone, but Fiona was still in no mood to talk to him about punishment. Put simply, she felt like her heart had been stepped on by 10,000 alpacas. She wanted to scream at someone, but the curse words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Fiona immediately pressed on her watch and ended the call. "Fiona," Riker wanted to say something to console her. "Psycho Riker say, if Dad finds out that my sister is dead, he will be just as destroyed as I am, right? This incident, it happened so suddenly, I don't think we can draw any conclusions too early. Is it better to go back to the country and see for ourselves?" Riker said. "Didn't you say going back wouldn't be the right thing to do?" Fiona looked at him with a bit of a surprise. "This time is different. Something has happened to your sister. We ought to go back and see what's happening." Riker was a man with simple principles. He wasn't interested in unnecessary niceties, but he believed very strongly in coming to people's aid when they needed it. When Riker had been shot before, he required a very complicated surgery, but Jack personally flew to Russia to do it. Now, with what happened to Chloe, Jack in a coma, and a pair of cute babies at home, no one could just stand back and do nothing. What was more, Fiona was also the twins' aunt. "Yes, let's go back immediately." Because something had happened to Chloe, Fiona stopped fighting in the oil country. Because she did not complete her task, she was also fined double the client's commission. For Fiona, she had always regarded money as her life. This time, she was willing to throw caution to the wind. Fiona's sudden withdrawal also alerted Legend, who was far away from Israel. Fiona left the field and also took the initiative to pay the employer double commission? This is very embarrassing. I have known her for so many years. She's not the kind of person who doesn't love money, Legend said in fluent English as he rubbed his temples and narrowed his eyes. "Maybe it's something urgent?" "After she left there, do you know where she went?" Legend asked. "I couldn't trace her. There is an anti-tracking and positioning radar on the plane she is riding, so we can't find her location." Hey, this is very interesting. Playing hide-and-seek with me again?" Legend smiled his usual creepy smile. "Are you still unable to get in touch with Green?" Legend asked. "Correct. What about our men over there?" "We haven't gotten any news from any of them yet," the subordinate replied. "Very good. It seems as though everyone has been taken out. To know what has happened, it looks like the only way is to go there and see," Legend said with a smile and stood up. Late night, Justin's villa. After Mrs. Cooper and the nanny gave the two children a bath and changed their clothes, they brought them back to their room. Justin brought over a couple of electronic tablets so that he could play games with the twins. In the end, because Little Bean was too tired, she passed right out. Pudding, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the bed. She was wearing a set of pink pajamas. "Pudding, you're not asleep yet?" "Handsome Cooper, did you say that my mommy is still coming back?" Even though Pudding was very precocious, at this moment, she was just a poor child who had lost her mother. When she asked Justin this, his nose began to well up. "Yes, I think she'll come back for sure. She loves both of you so much, she would never leave you, right?" "Uh-huh. I think she'll come back too. She told me before, she wants to watch us grow up and one day get married. She said that when Little Bean and I get married, she and Daddy would cry their eyes out. She also said that Handsome Cooper would cry too." She was actually talking about me like this behind my back? Although Justin pretended to be very angry, in fact, his heart was particularly sad. "Yep, Mommy said that Handsome Cooper cares about us so much that you've always treated us like your own daughters. So she's held me in such high regard." Justin pursed his lips. It's already late. You should go to sleep, Pudding. Handsome Cooper, tomorrow I want to go and see Daddy. He hasn't woken up yet, Justin said. I know, I won't disturb him. I just want to see him. Just a quick look, that's all. At least I'll know he's still there and he hasn't abandoned us. Then what's Little Bean going to do? Justin was afraid Little Bean would find out. Here's an idea. Grandma Cooper can take her out to eat dessert, and while they're out, I'll go with you in your car. Well, let's see what happens tomorrow. What you need to do right now is sleep. If not, you won't look pretty. Okay. Good night, my little Pudding. Good night, Handsome Cooper. Justin gently kissed Pudding on her head, like a father doting on his child. After seeing the twins off to bed, Justin couldn't sleep himself. Going over the bits and pieces of his relationship with Chloe, the past few days felt just like a movie. Those fragments were constantly reappearing in his mind and couldn't be erased. Justin laid in bed, took out his cell phone, and looked at a picture from the photo album of Chloe from a long time ago. That was when Chloe was a doctor at Southside, wearing a white coat with black glasses. Of course, she was dressed very old-fashionedly, but she always had a spark in her eyes. Once people fell for her, they would never let go. Dr. Green, are you afraid that I will keep pursuing you, and you'll feel bad if you reject me? And if you accept me, Jack will be sad, so you just ran away and hide. If you come back, I won't pursue you. Even if I just turn gay, I will not bother you anymore, or make things complicated or troublesome for you or your family. As long as you are alive, just come back. I'll do anything, absolutely anything. Justin's voice was getting quieter and quieter. The next morning, he took a strand of hair that he had carefully taken from Pudding's head the night before and planned to have it compared with the DNA of the unknown female corpse. Handsome Cooper over here. Max was there even earlier than Justin. Did you not sleep last night? Seeing that Max had darker bags under his eyes, Justin asked. Don't even ask. It was the first time that little young madam stayed overnight in my room, and she was crying the whole night. She used up bunches of tissue paper and sobbed all over 2 of my Armani shirts until they were soaking wet, and then finally slept. But even then, she was still having nightmares. Since I was watching over her to make sure she slept well, I didn't get much sleep myself. When did you become the model boyfriend of the country? Justin said as he looked at Max. Wrong. I'm the fiancé of the country. Oh, that's right. Justin, did you bring Pudding's hair? I did. Justin took out a white paper bag. Inside was Pudding's hair. To be frank, I don't understand. I wanted to ask you yesterday. Isn't Chloe pregnant? Couldn't you just look directly at the corpse and tell if it was pregnant or not? Max was confused. Uneducated beast. Absolutely terrifying. Come over here. Handsome is going to teach you a lesson today. First, if the female body happens to be a pregnant woman too, are you able to confirm that the identity of the pregnant woman is Chloe? Isn't that too little information? Only a comparison of DNA will allow the police to recognize the true identity of the body. There's nothing supernatural involved. You can't just make that person into the one you think it is by saying it is. Max. Secondly, Chloe fell from such a high place, and if she was soaked in the sea for so long, then a miscarriage is very likely, so I can't be sure that she would still be pregnant. What can you check? And even if you check it and see that she's still pregnant, you still can't verify her identity. It will just be a waste of time. Max. Makes sense. Fortunately, it was me that told you this. If you asked Noah, he would probably laugh at you. If all of the police were like you, then you would all be laid off. All right then. Let's hurry over then. Max looked awkward, and he decided not to debate with Justin. The two walked over and handed the hair over to the inspector. After half an hour. Young Master Cooper. Have the results come out yet? Justin asked nervously. Yes. It has been confirmed with certainty that the corpse does not belong to Miss Chloe Green. That's good then. When he heard this, Justin let out a long sigh of relief. The big stones weighing on his heart had finally been lifted. This is actually good news for us. Max was also a little happy. Continue with the search and rescue team. Expand the search area, Justin said to Max. Okay. And you, are you heading to your office? It occurred to Max that since the incident, Justin hadn't gone to Imperial Star yet. I am going to the military district hospital. The experts from Capital City have already come. I will give Jack a consultation today. Handsome Cooper, you really are country's rival of love. Scram. Okay, well, you've been delayed, so you should hurry over. Right. Brenton may head over in a bit. I heard that Victoria is also seriously ill. She has a high fever that won't break. Okay, then. Justin then drove directly to the military district hospital. He was already on the road when he remembered that he was supposed to bring Pudding, so he called her on his phone. The Cooper family's driver drove her over to the place where Justin was parked. Then, the two of them went to the military district hospital together. Pudding, we're going to see Daddy soon. Don't cry. I know. Today, Uncle Cooper invited a bunch of amazing doctors to help us take a look at your dad. I'm sure he will wake up in no time. Don't lie to me, I know. There's a chance he might not wake up, Pudding said. Who told you this nonsense? Justin slightly raised his eyebrows. Do I still need to hear it from some people? If my daddy's condition wasn't serious, then you wouldn't need to call in an expert from Capital City, Pudding said. Justin didn't know what to say. For you to be able to transfer someone from the military hospitals in Capital City, it means that my dad's condition is very bad. Justin. It's not like that, Pudding. Let me explain. Pudding, Handsome Cooper, you just don't want me to be so sad. I understand everything, it's okay. It's really okay. I've already considered the worst scenario already. Justin's heart ached for a moment, then he reached out and touched Pudding's head. Then do you trust Handsome Cooper? Of course, Pudding said as she nodded. Do you believe in your daddy? Justin asked. Of course. That's good then. You have to believe that your daddy will be just fine, and your mommy too. Okay then. I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but it's always better to think this way. With this, Justin took Pudding by the hand, and the two of them walked towards the hospital. When they arrived, Victoria and Brenton were already there. Noah had come as well. Justin, that female corpse. Noah wanted to ask Justin about what happened when he went to identify the body that the search and rescue team had found. But when he saw that Pudding was at his side, Noah stopped and didn't finish his sentence. Justin gave Noah a look, and he immediately changed topics. He said, The experts are already inside doing their examination. All we can do is wait for the results. Uh-huh. We'll just wait patiently then. Holding Pudding, Justin walked over and sat on the bench by the entrance. Pudding, why don't you go with Auntie to our house and stay with us for a few days, okay? Kenneth keeps on asking about you. When Victoria saw Pudding, she squatted down and pinched her little hands indulgently as he spoke. Seeing that Victoria's eyes were red and swollen, it was obvious that she had been crying a lot already. In addition, it was said that because she had a persistent fever, Brenton had brought her to the Army hospital so that she could also see a doctor. It's okay, Victoria. My sister and I are doing just fine at Handsome Cooper's house. Then Auntie will come over in a few days to pick you up for an outing. Victoria was always thinking of ways to do little things for the children. If Chloe was really dead, then these two poor kids would become motherless. Okay, if we want to go out, we'll call and you can take Kenneth along as well, Pudding offered. With tears in her eyes, Victoria nodded. Rather than saying that Victoria was comforting Pudding, it would be better to say that Pudding was comforting her instead. Actually, given the child's current state of mind, how would she be in the mood to go out? But if she refused, then wouldn't the adults worry? So to make Victoria feel better, Pudding said this without actually meaning it. Taking advantage of the conversation between Victoria and Pudding, Noah pulled Justin off to the side. The two of them and Brenton began to discuss in low voices. What happened with identifying the corpse? Noah asked. The results are out. It's not Chloe, Justin said. That's great then. Noah and Brenton let out a sigh of relief. Old Blake, about what happened that day. Justin looked at Brenton with a bit of embarrassment and wanted to apologize for being so impulsive. They had been bros for so many years, but they had never had such a big dispute. It was nothing. Don't even mention it. The thing now is, What should we do? Do you want to continue to interrogate Andrew's minions for answers, and maybe see if their boss has any other plans? I've always thought that he's not the type of guy to kill himself and Chloe together just like that, Brenton said. Old Blake is right. I want in on this as well. Noah, why don't I leave this with you? Andrew's business isn't exactly legal. Before, we were able to collect a lot of information about criminal activity. Young Master Chase has a lot of information as well. Let's take advantage of the opportunity to first seal off the Green Corporation, then bring some guys over to just march right in and make arrests. And after the arrests? Noah asked. You could even extract confessions through torture, whatever you want. See if you can get them to admit to anything. Didn't Chung mention something to Jack about a small island before? But Chung has already vanished without a trace. Ever since Jack's accident, Chung basically went missing, and we don't even know if he had run off or had been killed by one of Andrew's men. Let's not think about Chung for the time being. Aside from him, Andrew still has other guys working for him. Let's get them all and not let a single valuable clue slide. Okay, then I understand. I will deploy people for the arrests, and you will bring the criminal evidence from Andrew back to me. No problem, Justin nodded. The three of them were chatting when the hospital ward door opened. Justin quickly walked over. He saw Professor Fang, who had come over from Capital City. Professor Fang was no stranger to everyone. He was a famous professor in Capital City, and he had invited Chloe to go there several times, and Chloe always refused. But nominally, he was also Chloe's teacher. Because of his efforts, Chloe had won many awards and was even given an exceptional promotion. Professor Fang was getting old, and he had already reached the age of retirement. But because of his exquisite medical skills, the capital city's military hospital had been reluctant to let him go. In addition, Elder Fang and Justin's grandfather had always had a deep friendship. Thus, as long as it was Justin who asked for a favor, he immediately obliged. Professor Fang, how is my friend doing? Justin asked anxiously. This was the first time Justin openly admitted that Jack was his friend. Truthfully, when Justin said this, even Noah's heart warmed when he heard it. Justin, your friend's condition is not looking too good. Professor Fang let out a sigh. When Justin heard this, his heart seized. Everyone else also became nervous, and Victoria clearly felt as she held Pudding's little hand that it had gradually become cold. Professor, what is going on? Can you tell me in detail? Justin began to panic. It was because he knew that if even Professor Fang could do nothing, then basically there was nothing else that could be done. Currently, he is unconscious and in a deep coma. His vital signs are very weak. There are two especially important points. First, the patient himself has no desire to wake up. That is, the patient has given up on himself. Second, there are toxins in the patient's body that have been accumulating over an extended period of time from long-term pharmaceutic use. It's from an antipsychotic drug that inhibits the cerebral cortex. The drug is somewhat poisonous, and his liver has begun to appear damaged. Then, what will happen in the end? Justin wanted to ask about the worst possible result. Pudding looked at the old man and Justin standing before him, who were engaged in a heart-wrenching conversation. Professor Fang looked down at Jack to check his physical stats and looked at Justin. He replied slowly, "To tell the truth, if this continues, maybe in less than a year, the patient will basically die. If the liver weren't damaged, he could maybe survive for 3 or 5 years in a vegetative state, possibly even 8 or 10 years. But now that he is in a coma, the necrosis of the liver is accelerated, which will only lead to death faster." Death? Justin took in a cold breath. That's correct. He can't go on for much longer in this condition. After his liver deteriorates, there will be no way for him to recover. Then there's nothing else that can be done? There is. There are 2 ways to save him. As Professor Fang finished saying this, and before Justin could reply, Pudding suddenly stood up. For the first time, she felt rude for interrupting adults while they were talking. Professor, what it is that can be done to save my daddy? Professor Fang looked over at Pudding with a bit of surprise. Is this Chloe's child? He asked. Since he knew that the patient was Chloe's husband, he figured out who the child was as soon as he heard her call Jack her daddy. Uh-huh. She's one of her twin daughters, Justin said. Professor Fang looked at Pudding tenderly. Professor Fang nodded and continued what he was saying. In the first instance, if the patient's own consciousness is very strong and they have a strong will to survive, then maybe he can wake up. After he wakes up, then everything else would be easy to handle. Then, what about the second instance? Justin asked. In the second instance, which, to be candid, is a more remote possibility, a more skilled doctor could be found who is willing to excise the necrotic part of his liver for him while he is in a coma. It's not a very difficult surgery, but the risk lies in that if the patient does not regain consciousness, he will remain in a vegetative state. At that time, the liver may continue to deteriorate, unless the doctor who performs the surgery can find a way to remove the toxins from his body. After the removal, the liver will no longer be necrotic. Another possibility is that even if you find this doctor, and he operates on Jack and does detoxification for him, but Jack still does not want to regain consciousness, then it will be the same result. People in a vegetative state can live for 8 to 10 years. In any case, all we can do is try our best, but also be prepared for the worst. Professor Fang's explanation was somewhat complicated, but everyone understood. After hearing this, Victoria hugged Pudding and began to sob in a low voice. How could this be? What will happen to Pudding and Little Bean? Victoria was going crazy. The news of Chloe's death had been a painful blow to their friends. Now Jack's situation was even more concerning. Sarah couldn't really speak at home because of her throat. Her oral cavity was full of mouth ulcers, and everything hurt. Even drinking water was very painful. Originally, she wanted to come to the hospital with Noah that day. However, when Noah saw her like this, he felt that it would be better if she didn't, since coming would only make her sadder and angrier. Sure enough, after Professor Fang had finished speaking, everyone was in a bad state. These past few days, Justin's mood could only be described as explosive, but he didn't even have the energy to yell at anyone anymore. Professor, could you possibly perform the surgery? I'm sorry, Justin. I can't. It's not that I don't want to, or that I'm not willing to help. It's that I am not confident enough, Professor Fang slowly said. If even you aren't confident enough to do the surgery, then I don't think any doctor in the country would be willing. Justin felt almost hopeless. My suggestion is that you can try to contact a liver specialist in the United States, as well as a PhD in pharmaceutics. First, do detoxification, and then do the surgery. Didn't Jack study at Harvard Medical School? I think you can try to contact his school and find a mentor of his or some of his classmates. Maybe there is still hope. Well, I guess that's all we can do. Thank you, Professor. Justin looked downcast. You're welcome. I didn't do much. By the way, about Chloe, have you found her? Has there been any news? When Professor Fang heard that Chloe had disappeared, he was also very worried about her. Not yet, Justin said dishearteningly. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Professor Fang also looked a little sorrowful. Justin, this is basically my diagnosis. I'm going to head back to Capital City now. Okay, Professor. I have already arranged for your car and airplane. Thank you for your troubles. No trouble at all. Say hello to your grandfather for me when you see him. For sure. With that, Professor Fang and his assistant left the military district hospital. After Professor Fang left, Justin walked over and hugged Pudding. You agreed that you wouldn't cry. But he's going to die. Pudding was doing her best to be strong and not cry, but she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. No, he won't, trust me. I will keep trying to get in touch with doctors in the United States for him. Then I'll find someone to get in touch with Rick. Yes, Uncle Rick should be able to help. Do you know how to get in touch with him? Justin asked Pudding. Not for Uncle Rick, but I think you can get in touch with Auntie Cece. They should be together, Pudding said. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Victoria, do you have Cece's phone number in the States? Justin asked as he looked at Victoria. Victoria took out her cell phone and went through it, then shook her head. I only have her Snap contact, but after she went to the US, she almost never uses Snap anymore. It's been a while since she's posted an update. Her sister must have it, though. Justin immediately took out his phone and called Kira Nee. Kira, who was on set for a movie, answered Justin's call and she was ecstatic. "President Cooper!" She was trying her best to hide her excitement. "Give me your younger sister's phone number in the States." Do you have something you need to discuss with her?" "Yes." "Okay, just give me a moment. I'll send it through Snap." "Okay." With this, Justin hung up. "Everyone should head back. I'll get in touch with Rick and have him get in touch with the doctors over there. There must be a way to treat Jack," Justin said to everyone. "What about Chloe? What do we do?" Victoria asked in a hoarse voice. "And with regards to Chloe, I've already asked the rescue team to continue their search. I will also have Noah look for Andrew's underlings and question them thoroughly to see if Andrew is still lurking somewhere." Justin looked at everyone and spoke clearly. Everyone trusted that Justin would do just this. He wasn't just blowing smoke. He would do exactly what he said he would. "Handsome Cooper, it's no wonder Little Bean and I love you so much." Pudding pursed her lips and placed a kiss on Handsome Cooper's cheek. At this moment, Pudding thought Handsome Cooper was incredibly handsome. No matter how long it took, as long as there was hope and he had still not found the body of Chloe, he would never give up looking for her. What kind of obsession was this? Brenton and Victoria were not at all surprised. Knowing how Justin felt about Chloe, this was to be expected. "When I find your mommy, you both have to love me even more." Watching Justin coddle a 3-year-old child, everyone was speechless. After everyone left the hospital, Justin let Victoria and Brenton take Pudding back first. Pudding was supposed to go directly back to Justin's home, but instead, they took her back to Brenton's place to see Kenneth. Justin directly went to seek out Case. Chase Corporation, President's Office. When Justin was brought in by the female secretary, he saw Case feeding Brenny's daughter. The two of them beamed with affection for each other. It seemed that the talk about Case bringing the child with him after the breakup was true. "Justin, you're here." When Case saw Justin, he immediately stood up. "Case, take all the information that documents the Green Corporation's criminal activity and give it to me. Give me all that you have, as quickly as possible." Justin got straight to the point. Are you getting ready to put him away?" Case was slightly startled. "No." After Justin replied, Case became even more confused. "Andrew kidnapped Chloe, then jumped to his death," Justin said simply. Case's expression showed that he was completely at a loss. The weight of these two phrases was too much for him to process. Thus, Case had no time to digest it all. "What does that expression on your face mean?" Justin looked at Case with a puzzled look. "Young Master Cooper, please." It was obvious that Case didn't believe him. "Does it look like I would take Chloe's life so lightly?" Justin stared at him. "Then, something really has happened to Chloe?" "Uh-huh," Justin replied in a sullen tone. "Why have I not caught any wind of this?" Case was flabbergasted. "I had the incident covered up. How would you have caught wind of it?" "So that's what happened. Then, being that Andrew is gone, why do you want all these documents?" "I have my reasons." Justin was clearly unwilling to say any more. "All right, I'll give them to you right now." Case was easy to convince. He directly opened the safe in the office with a series of passwords, and then took out a thick stack of files. "Everything I summoned up is all right here. Brenny probably still has some more. But she is a little bit manic right now. Her mood is not very stable, so I don't know if she will tell me." "Why don't you ask her and see? The more the better. I want to make sure the Green family disappears entirely from this city," Justin said furiously. "Uh-huh, that would be best. A man like Andrew is better off dead." Seeing that Justin did not speak, Case added, "But it's a pity about Chloe." Justin's eyes darkened, and he seemed to be even more depressed. "Jack must be even more upset, no?" Case asked. "Jack, never mind. I'll tell you when there's more time. Right now, I have something more important to attend to." "Okay, then you go ahead. If you need anything else, just let me know." "Uh-huh." Justin nodded and prepared to leave. He glanced at Brenny's daughter, Tiani, and he asked Case, "If Brenny stays crazy forever, are you really planning to bring this child into your home and raise it?" "I haven't thought that far ahead, but for the time being, I can't just neglect her." "Tiani is innocent," Case said, as he looked compassionately at Tiani. Then what will happen afterward? You won't remarry? People like us, whether they have 1 child or 10, will always find a woman willing to marry them, no? Case joked. That depends, I guess. If you still want to be with Zuri, then maybe not. Justin's words sent a shudder through Case's heart. He was right. It seemed that any woman would probably accept Tiani, with the exception of Zuri. The animosity between Zuri and Brenny was irreconcilable, and up until now, it was still just as strong. If he still wanted to be with Zuri, then the child would indeed be the biggest obstacle. Something happening between me and Zuri is impossible, right? Case laughed at himself with resignation. He knew that what he had done before had made Zuri sad. Don't knock yourself down. I can tell you are still interested in her, Justin said. But now the Y family's kid is hanging around her. Is that kid from the Y family your opponent? Case, look at you right now. How could you still have no confidence? Justin asked with a bit of irritation. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's that I really don't have enough face to see her anymore. If you need face, then most of the couples in the world would break up. In love, there must always one person who is more shameless. If both parties have too much self-respect, then neither person will give in and take the risk to approach the other. Young Master Cooper, are you a love expert now? Forget it. I don't have time to talk to you about this. Anyway, you ought to think carefully about this issue with the child. Did my mom call you? Case asked. Don't worry about that. I'm telling you all this because I care. You don't have to send the girl to a welfare agency, but you can find someone to adopt her. You don't have to take her with you, Justin said. Then, young Master Cooper, if something happened to Chloe and Jack is incapable of taking care of them, then their twin girls will have nowhere to go home to. Will you just sit back and watch? Of course not. Justin didn't even think about it. So that's it then. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. That's not the same thing, Case. How is it not? They're both the women we love. Case forced a smile. There has never been any resentment or misunderstanding between me and Chloe, unlike you and Brenny. In Justin's heart, no one could be compared with Chloe. Case also knew he couldn't argue with Justin anymore about Chloe, since he had made this mistake in the past. All right then, you're handsome, so everything you say is true. I'm off. Get in touch with me if you need to. Justin had turned around and stepped out of the Chase residence when he received a snap message from Kira Nee with Cece's phone number in the States. Without stopping to think, Justin dialed the number. Hello? It was a man who answered. Hello, I'm looking for Cece, Justin said in English. Who is this? The man seemed displeased. Justin immediately reacted and did not answer his question, but instead asked, Is this Rick? Yes. This was indeed classic Rick. He was always cold and wasted no time on nonsense. Perfect, I was actually looking for you. And you are? Rick and Justin weren't too well acquainted, so he couldn't tell from the voice who it was. Justin. What's up? Rick continued in the same cold tone. Something's happened to Jack, did you hear? What happened? Justin then gave Rick a quick rundown about how Chloe was taken over the side of the cliff, and Jack was in a coma. After listening, Rick remained silent. Rick, are you still there? Justin was depressed, and he found it difficult to communicate with this silent bloke. I'm listening. What do you need to do now? Rick knew that Justin must have a plan if he was trying to seek him out. The military doctor from Capital City said that he hoped we could get in contact with one of Jack's mentors or classmates from Harvard Medical School. If we can find an excellent hepatologist, and he can administer an antidote, then I'm hoping they can come over and perform surgery on Jack. Okay. Let's keep in touch. If you have any news, please tell me. Okay. With this, Rick hung up. That was just the person he was. Once you tell him about the situation, he knew exactly what to do. There's no need to press me. I am certain I can take care of this task. The lack of expression or reaction doesn't mean that I don't care. After he hung up the phone, Rick sat in one corner of the sofa and lowered his head, not saying a word. Rick, what is it? When Cece came downstairs, Rick had already been sitting there unmoved for 3 minutes. It's Jack and Chloe. Something has happened to them. Rick raised his head. The sadness in his eyes was difficult to conceal. Huh? What's happened to them? Hearing this, Cece began to panic. It's a little complicated. I'm going to head out for a bit, and you can go to bed early. Rick! Cece really wanted to know what was going on. She tugged on Rick's sleeve and wouldn't let him leave. Rick turned his head and looked at the pitiful expression in Cece's eyes. His tone became gentle. You are pregnant now, and the most important thing is to pay attention to your health. It would be better for you not to ask about these things. The more you know, the more you'll worry, and it doesn't help. Just leave everything to me to handle. You need to be careful too. Okay. With this, Rick went out of the villa and urged her and the servants a few more times before leaving. Take care of young madam. Don't let anyone touch her. Yes, Cece was less than 2 months pregnant. The two had been together for many years. Now they were finally going to become parents. In Rick's eyes, Cece's pregnancy was a reason for both joy and worry. He loved Cece very deeply, so naturally he loved the child as well. But with Rick's current situation, if someone were to find out about this, then both Cece and the child would be at risk. Rick's family had always had a lot of enemies, and he was afraid that many people were waiting to attack him at his weakest point. But Cece seemed very happy and had been very careful after becoming pregnant. She even paid strict attention to her diet. Although she loved to eat cold things, she even gave up ice cream for the sake of her unborn child. The only thing missing from all of this was a wedding. Because of Rick's family's mafia background, it was impossible to host a wedding and reception for guests. Telling everyone that he had a wife would undoubtedly be another weakness. He was not willing to let Cece divulge too much because he was afraid that she would be in danger. So when he learned that Cece was pregnant, Rick thought a lot about it. He finally decided to find a beautiful island and celebrate with friends. Rick didn't have many friends, but he had a close relationship with Jack and Chloe. Before, when he told Jack about this over the telephone, Jack also agreed with Rick that he should hold a low-key wedding. That way, he could express his commitment to Cece and also guarantee the safety of her and her children. It was just happenstance that Chloe was also pregnant, so she couldn't fly long distances, and Andrew was lurking just around the corner. So the two men talked it over, and after discussing the matter, they sorted out the details of the wedding and decided to hold it after this was all over. It was a pity. Man plans, God laughs. Andrew's big move caught everyone off guard. Rick knew that if Justin was calling him personally, it must not be fake news. What's more, Justin and Jack watched Andrew jump cliff while holding Chloe. Rick's mood is very heavy. His personality was similar to that of Jack. When he was in a bad mood, he spoke even less than usual. After receiving Justin's phone call, Rick took a few men and went directly to the medical school where Jack was studying in the United States to see if anything could be done to help Jack. Meanwhile, Fiona and Riker had arrived in the city in a low-key manner. Because Fiona was an internationally wanted criminal, she changed her identity every time she entered the country, and her changed looks let her slip through easily. At the beginning of June, the city was already very hot, and the crowds in the streets and alleys were wearing short-sleeved shirts and lightweight clothing to protect them from the sun. Fiona was dressed in simple denim shorts with suspenders and a white short-sleeve Minnie Mouse t-shirt. Her long hair was tied back into a simple ponytail, and although she wasn't that old to begin with, she now looked like a high school student. In order to coordinate with her, Riker was also wearing denim shorts and a white short-sleeved Mickey Mouse t-shirt. The matching couple outfit was simply adorable. Even at the airport, people mistook the pair, who were wearing sunglasses, for entertainment celebrities. "Hey, beauty, we love you!" A group of fans engulfed them, and Fiona was so scared she almost pulled out a throwing knife. "What are you doing?" Seeing Fiona was about to make a move, Riker was exasperated and caught Fiona's hand, which had moved to the back of her waist. The others thought it was a loving gesture between young lovers. Before she could reply, the fans' enthusiastic shouts swallowed them. Riker held her hand and pulled her out of the crowd. "You are mistaken. She's not a celebrity," Riker explained. "I don't believe it." "Yeah, Beautiful girl, take off your glasses and show your face. Your skin is impeccable. What makeup do you use? Please tell us. Your latest movie is awesome. I went to the movie theater 3 times for it with my boyfriend. Beauty, can you post more selfies on your Weibo account? Didn't you say you were single? Is the guy wearing matching clothes your boyfriend? Is he your agent? Overwhelmed by the fans' yells, Fiona felt as if her head would explode. If they were not in the airport, she swore she'd detonate a pile of bombs and explode all these maniac fans. At this moment, a young female movie star walked out from another VIP aisle. With her agent and assistant carrying her bags and walking in the front, she had bodyguards flanking her. It was a grand sight. Huh? It seems we got the wrong person. She's the one we want, one of the fans said. Then all the fans instantly moved away and swarmed up to the movie star with flowers, presents, and yells. Fiona had flown around the world since she was little, but had seen no fans act like this even when big Hollywood stars walked on the streets. The fans in the country showed too much enthusiasm for entertainment celebrities. In contrast, Fiona lived with danger all her life and had never crossed paths with any celebrities. After all, they were people of different worlds. I almost killed them all. Seeing the fans walk away, Fiona finally calmed down. She pushed an LV traveling purse of the latest fashion into Riker's hand. You overreacted. They were just a bunch of young fans. Riker chuckled, thinking the incident ridiculous and funny. It happened suddenly. How could I know if there wasn't some killer among them trying to kill me? Yeah, it's good to keep up your guard. But I think it was our casual clothes that had caused the misunderstanding. No one would make the mistake if you wore your black windbreaker. It's summer, and you want me to wear the windbreaker. Do you want to kill me with heat and inherit my great fortune? Your Majesty, you're overthinking. I wanted to say that most killers like to wear black clothes. They don't like wearing short-sleeved clothes which expose their skin, Riker explained. Fiona put a stick of chewing gum into her mouth and chewed on it. Blowing out a bubble, she replied, That's because they are afraid that they will get wounded and be discovered by their enemies. They'd lose like that. Then why don't you play by the rules? Riker looked at Fiona in puzzlement. Because I won't be wounded. Anyone who can wound me will kill me. Even if I wore a winter jacket, I would still die. Hearing her words, Riker replied after a few seconds' silence, You're indeed the most arrogant assassin in the history. Wrong. I'm never an assassin. I'm a true mercenary. Fiona smiled smugly. Good. Your Majesty mercenary. What do we do now? We are going to kill some people. Tossing these words over her shoulder, Fiona strode forward and Riker followed her closely. Like Fiona, Riker seldom came back to the country and thus wasn't familiar with the city. When he heard Fiona talk about killing people, Riker thought she was just kidding. He thought she would visit Jack first after she came back. But he was mistaken. In a narrow and dark alley, Fiona put her foot on a man's neck. Tell me Andrew's plan. I really don't know. I just ran errands for him. How can I know his plans? You don't know? Very good. The moment she said it, she lifted her knife and slashed down. Since she couldn't pass the airport security check with heavy weapons, Fiona had figured out a way to bring a sharp knife. Equipped with devices to disturb signals, the knife had tricked the airport security. This knife had been with Fiona for many years. Despite its ordinary look, it was made with special materials and could cut through rocks like they were paper. Professor Wagner gave it to her on her 12th birthday for self-protection. He had made the knife himself. He had added some special elements in the knife. Some of them were aerospace materials used in making rockets. No other knives or bullets could leave a scratch on it. In the past years, Fiona formed a special bond with it. Whenever it was unsheathed, it would kill without a miss. Fiona was in sync with it and used it as if it was a part of her body. With a chilly flash, the guy's head slumped as he stopped breathing. Fiona looked at her watch and read the information that her men had found out for her. These guys were Andrew's lackeys, and she knew the locations of their homes like the back of her hand. In less than 3 hours after Fiona arrived at the city, she had killed 7 people. She was a professional killer after all. I'll ask you one last time. Do you know it or not? I really don't know. Please don't kill me. The man trembled in fear. Fiona glanced at him coldly and cut his throat. The man didn't even get the chance to let out a scream. Fiona, that's enough for today. Riker tried to stop her. What? You can't bear to see more? Fiona looked at Riker. No, I don't want you to get tired. Ha, I'm surprised by your reply. I thought you'd tell me that it's cruel to kill so many people. Fiona chuckled. Not at all. You're the queen of the mercenary world, and many killers shiver in fear when they hear of your name. I wouldn't be surprised if you killed a company of soldiers, not to mention these few people. After all, you are a soldier who has killed her way out of a pile of corpses. A soldier who has killed her way out of a pile of corpses? I like this description. Putting away her knife, she followed Riker's advice and stopped killing. Shall we find a place to have some rest? Riker was worried as Fiona hadn't taken any time to rest after the airplane landed. We'll do it later. Now I'll take you to one place. They got into the car and left. In an ordinary-looking bar in the East District of the city. Fiona led Riker into the bar and found it was dim and smoky inside. Fiona glanced around and didn't see the person she wanted. Then she turned around to walk to the staircase leading to the second floor. She was stopped before the stairs. Hey, what are you doing here? I'm looking for someone, Fiona said. Looking for someone? Whoever you're looking for isn't upstairs. The man yelling at her was a brawny man of 6.3 feet. I haven't begun looking yet. How do you know the person I'm looking for isn't upstairs? No shit. The second floor is our boss's private office and no outsiders can enter. Go away, little girl. Looking at the young girl wearing a short-sleeved mini t-shirt and denim shorts, the man thought she was just a troublemaker. I'm here to see your boss, Fiona insisted. You want to see our boss? The man obviously didn't believe her, so he repeated his question. Yes. Fiona was unusually patient because she thought this big dumb guy was quite entertaining. Who are you to our boss? The man looked Fiona up and down and didn't remember to have seen this woman before. I'm an old friend of your boss's. Nonsense, I've worked for him for over 2 months but have never seen you before. Fiona touched the tip of her nose and felt exasperated. Little girl, this isn't a place for you. Come on and leave with your boy toy. Little girl? Boy toy? Riker's face turned livid as he heard the words boy toy. He swore he would have killed the big dumb guy if Fiona wasn't with him. Tisk, do you know that you just gained something? Fiona said with a mysterious air. Gained what? The big guy looked puzzled. You gained your life. You should feel lucky that you're still alive. Don't spout nonsense, little girl. I tell you this isn't an ordinary bar. If you want to grab a drink, go find another place. Don't come back ever again. Impatiently, he tried to push Fiona out. Before he could touch her, his arm was grabbed by Fiona. Then, with a cracking sound, his arm was twisted out of its socket. From the look on the big guy's face, the pain was excruciating. His scream attracted the attention of the other guards in the bar. Some saw it from the distance and ran over. But before they could reach Fiona, a man from the second floor stopped them. Stop! Big brother, the guards obeyed immediately. Hearing the upheaval downstairs, Paul had come out to investigate and stopped his men. He remembered that his boss had told him to stay low in the country, so they seldom caused a commotion. Due to the dim lights in the bar, he couldn't see the new arrivals on the first floor. Dressed in a black suit, Paul walked downstairs looking cool and expressionless. When he saw Fiona, he froze. Boss? You can't speak properly now? Fiona asked him. Paul dropped to his knees. Yeah, you didn't see it wrong since he indeed knelt before Fiona. All of his men were stupefied. Their cool, arrogant, and mysterious boss was now kneeling to a young girl who looked to be only 20 years old. Boss, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? If I told you, how could I enjoy such a good drama? Fiona said. Hearing their boss call this young girl boss, the big dumb guy was dumbfounded. Big brother, who is she? With his arm twisted by Fiona, he asked curiously. Show your respect. It's not your place to ask about the boss. Paul took out his pistol and aimed at the big dumb guy. It's my fault that I didn't discipline them well. I'll kill him to show my remorse. It's not necessary. I've killed enough people, and I want to take a break. Fiona pushed hard at the big dumb guy, and the latter fell to the ground with a loud, crashing sound. Boss, please come upstairs. Kneeling on the ground, Paul said respectfully. Seeing Riker behind Fiona, Paul was surprised. Young Master Riker is here too? Riker nodded and followed Fiona to the second floor. Only after they were on the second floor did Paul dare to stand up. Big brother, who's that girl? Why are you so afraid of her? One of his men asked, still a bit unwilling to yield to a little girl. You'd better watch your language. If you dare to show any disrespect again, I'll shoot you myself. Paul gave the man a hard look. Those guys turned silent immediately in fear since they knew how vicious Paul was. I'll only say it one time, and you'd better remember it well. She's our god. Then Paul turned and went upstairs, leaving his men dumbfounded. Fiona had assigned Paul to protect Chloe, and he belonged to one of the teams under Fiona. The bar was just a cover, as his real job was protecting Chloe and her family. Some of the shadow guards had been sent on missions. Some of them were in the hospital protecting Riker. Some were investigating the whereabouts of Chloe, and some were hunting down Andrew's remaining lackeys. So, only Paul was left in the bar. The others that couldn't recognize Fiona were just small minions that weren't worth mentioning. It was this team that had talked to Fiona through her watch and begged for punishment. Fiona's arrival scared them witless. They had worked for Fiona for years and knew how distressed she was after Chloe fell from the cliff due to their incompetence. Entering Paul's office, Fiona sat on the chair behind the desk. Leaning back, she closed her eyes. Riker took out a book from the shelf and began to read it calmly on the sofa without saying a word. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. Paul entered the room and knelt again before her in guilt. Boss, I'm sorry. I was incompetent and didn't keep Miss Green safe. Fiona was silent. Boss, please punish me. The men did their best and it was me that got careless. I thought Miss Green would be fine with Jack and Justin going to the rescue. My men were some distance away from her when she fell and couldn't reach her in time. Fiona was still silent. Boss, I hope my death can alleviate your fury. Then Paul took out a gun and aimed it at his head. He placed his finger on the trigger. Riker was puzzled, wondering how come Fiona didn't show any response. He looked up at Fiona. She still looked calm. With her eyes closed, she looked as if she was asleep. Finally, Paul made the decision and pulled the trigger. But he didn't hear the gunshot. In a surprise, he looked up at his gun and then at Fiona in sudden understanding. Fiona opened her eyes slowly and showed him the bullets in her palm. Are you looking for them? Fiona asked. Paul was dumbstruck. When he knelt downstairs, Fiona had walked past him and gone upstairs. It took only a few seconds. But he didn't even know when she got these bullets. His boss's skills are indeed terrifying. If she wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have waited until now, right? Boss, Paul began, but then stopped. My men are not wastrels who only seek death. I failed you, boss, and Miss Green. Who said my sister is dead? Fiona gave him a dirty look. Boss, do you know the whereabouts of Miss Green? She's alive? Paul was pleasantly surprised. I don't know, but I want you to find a person for me as soon as possible, ordered Fiona. Who? Paul asked in puzzlement. Ruoxi. Do you know her? Playing with the globe on the desk, Fiona asked in a leisurely manner. Ruoxi, the daughter of Mayor Fisher? Yes. Okay, boss, I'll go and get her now. Is half an hour enough? Fiona checked her watch and asked. Yes. Then Paul strode out immediately without saying goodbye to her. Are you sure half an hour is enough? I heard the traffic is terrible here, right? Riker put down the book and asked, Traffic? That's not my business. I only issue orders. No one in the world could be as unreasonable as Fiona. She would just issue missions and wouldn't hear any reasons that the mission couldn't be finished. She wouldn't listen to any excuses. Even if there was traffic congestion, they must find a way to get the person she wanted. That was the end of the story. Okay, you win. Riker didn't know what to say. Less than 3 minutes after Paul was gone, someone knocked on the door. Come in. The big dumb guy who had got his arm dislocated walked in on shaky legs. He was holding a platter. On the platter were a big plate of beautifully arranged fruits and 2 mugs of coffee. Boss, big brother, no, Mr. Paul told me to make your stay comfortable. If there's anything you want, please just tell me. Having witnessed Fiona's abilities, the big dumb guy was meek now. He looked like a mouse before a cat when he saw Fiona. "You look dumb, but are quite considerate." "Boss, thank you." The big dumb guy was still a bit scared. "Put the fruit plate here. I'm hungry." Fiona beckoned at him. The big guy immediately walked over and put down the fruit plate and a mug of coffee before her. Then he placed a mug of coffee before Riker. Fiona picked up a chunk of watermelon and put it into her mouth. Then she said, "I want to eat scallion pancakes." "Huh?" The big guy looked nonplussed. "When I was in town, I'd eat some snacks. My favorites are scallion pancakes and rougamoux. Can you buy some for me?" She sounded like a little kid who begged for treats, making the big guy uncomfortable. Yes, boss. Please wait for a little while and I'll be back in a minute." Then he ran out like a wind. After he was gone, Riker picked up his mug of coffee with a smile. "Look how frightened he's of you." "Am I that scary?" "What do you think?" Riker tossed the question back to her. "Then why aren't you afraid of me?" Fiona cooed. "Because I'm scarier than you," Riker answered with brazenness. "Psycho Riker, do you know what I like best about you?" "What is it?" "I like how shameless you are." Then she lowered her head and continued eating the watermelon. Less than 3 minutes later, the big guy came back with scallion pancakes and rougamoux that he had bought from the food vendor across the street. He also bought stinky tofu and potato noodles. He guessed the boss of his boss would like the snacks sold on the street. "I remember, I only told you that I wanted rougamoux and scallion cakes, right?" Fiona looked at the food and asked. Scared, the big guy dropped to his knees. "So sorry, boss. I'll take away the others." I meant, you bought 2 more of my favorite snacks. Good job," Fiona said with a smile. The big guy was dumbstruck again. He almost wet his pants. His boss, Paul, had told him before leaving to make this lady comfortable or get killed. This wasn't bluffing, because Fiona was a notorious killing machine among mercenaries. She never felt guilty for killing people because it was her job. She kept the highest record of killings among the mercenaries. One time, when she was engaged in a shooting with a gang of drug dealers, and she killed 57 people in one breath with knives, guns, and even grenades. It was a fierce battle. "You seem to be scared of me?" Fiona ate some scallion pancakes and said to the big dumb guy with a smile. Upon seeing that smile, he was more petrified. "No, I'm not," the big guy stammered. "You mean you're not afraid of me? I'm that unrespectable as a boss?" Fiona pouted to tease him. No. Fiona played with the big dumb guy, making him fear for his life. For this guy, talking with Fiona was like talking with the death god. He felt like he might die at any moment. "Okay, Fiona, are you done playing?" Riker couldn't bear to watch anymore. "I'm done. Psycho Riker, would you like some of it? It's yummy." Fiona waved the scallion pancake at him. "No, I'm not interested." "Humph, you don't know how to enjoy life." Then the big dumb guy looked at Fiona and asked timidly, "Boss of the boss, if you don't need me now, may I excuse myself?" "Yes, you may." The moment Fiona agreed, the big dumb guy fled from the room without looking back. "Look how much you scare him." Riker didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Still young, Fiona looked like a willful child when the mood hit her, making people around her uncomfortable. "I enjoy it." The moment she said it, Paul came back with a tired look. He brought in Ruoxi, whose mouth was sealed by tape. Paul's intelligence was accurate. When he was driving, he ordered his men to find out Ruoxi's whereabouts. Knowing she was attending an heiress reception, he immediately drove over and kidnapped her. The whole process was efficient and silent. When she saw Fiona, Ruoxi didn't know whom she was dealing with, and she just made noises and didn't know what to say. "Boss, I got her." Paul stood on one side with respect. 27 minutes. Fiona looked at her watch and found Paul had returned just in time. She stood up and walked to Ruoxi. Then she tore off the tape from Ruoxi's mouth in one swift movement. Feeling the burning sensation on her mouth, Ruoxi frowned. The skin around her lips turned red and swollen. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Ruoxi looked arrogant. "We know who you are and who your dad is." Fiona chuckled. Surprised, Ruoxi looked at her. "If you know us, you'd better let me go now. If my father knows about it, you'll be dead. You dare to show off the small title of your dad? Even if you were the daughter of the president, I'd hit you without hesitation. You? Ruoxi suddenly found that the girl before her looked familiar, but she couldn't remember whom the girl looked like. Woman, I don't like going in circles. I'll get to the point now. You must answer each of my questions truthfully and swiftly, otherwise I will make you suffer. Paul pulled a chair over for Fiona, and she sat down. Then somehow, a few flying knives appeared in Fiona's hands, and she played with them casually. With her head lowered, she sat 5 meters away from Ruoxi. Fiona looked at her and asked, "Do you know Andrew's plan?" "What Andrew? What plan?" Ruoxi played dumb. The moment she said it, Fiona threw out a flying knife and pierced Ruoxi's shoulder. "Ah!" In pain, Ruoxi screamed, not expecting the young girl who looked to be only 20 years would be so vicious. "Who are you? Why are you doing this to me?" Defeated, Ruoxi lost all her arrogance. She broke down and cried uncontrollably. The second question, is Andrew really dead? "I don't know. I really don't know. He didn't tell me anything," Ruoxi cried and shook her head. Fiona's knife pierced her left calf. As pain struck her again, Ruoxi looked frantic. "Please don't kill me. No matter how much money you want, my dad will give it to you." She looked shrewd, but was only a spoiled girl. She kept talking about money as if her family had the most money in the world. "Money? I'm not interested. All the money your old man made in his life is no more than what I make in one deal. I advise you to tell me the truth." "I really don't know." Ruoxi broke down and cried. The third question, when did Andrew begin his plan? Fiona asked. Ruoxi didn't dare to say she didn't know because she saw Fiona was aiming a flying knife at her. If it continued, she'd be covered in bloody holes. If she cooperated, she might live. This time, she learned her lesson. Andrew had planned for this for many years, but the execution of his plan began from our false wedding. Very good. You are finally saying something useful. Fiona nodded in satisfaction and glanced at Ruoxi. Go on? I'll tell you everything I know. Please don't kill me, okay? Ruoxi begged in tears. Tell me and I'll see. Fiona's voice was soft, but anyone would be scared by this voice. I was with Andrew for years, but he kept many things from me. I only know that he loved Chloe in a perverse way and had been planning to get her. He must have been working on a big plan, but I don't know the details. He just told me that marrying me is just a ruse. I thought he'd make a move on the day of the wedding, but he didn't. Later, I moved back to my own home and separated from him. He never visited me after that. I think he was busy with his plan. Then one day, one of his previous lackeys sold the news to me for $200,000 and said he was dead, jumping off the cliff with Chloe in his arms. That's all I know. Hearing her words, Fiona was silent. Oh, I also know about his split personality disorder. Split personality disorder? Fiona looked up. Yes, he has split personality disorder and takes a psychiatric drug to control it. If he forgets to take it and triggers this disorder, he will become a terrifying person. Do you believe Andrew died after he jumped off the cliff? Fiona asked Ruoxi. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure if he's dead or not. There are many possibilities. He's very sly and crafty, and this might be part of his plan. Another possibility is that if the other part of him took over, then anything could happen. After all, that part of him is capable of anything. I see. Fiona didn't look surprised. If you want to know more, you can get Chung, who's Andrew's trusted subordinate, Ruoxi said. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Fiona rolled her eyes at her. She had no positive feelings towards her at all. Boss, what do we do now? Let her go, Fiona instructed Paul. Let her go? Won't she make trouble for us? Paul looked like he wanted to kill Ruoxi. Do you think she's that bold? Fiona smiled in contempt. Then she stood up and walked to the door. Psycho Riker, let's go. Boss, I've prepared a place for you to stay. No, I have more important things to do. Fiona walked downstairs dashingly and disappeared. He was a man of few words and did things as he was told. At the critical moments, he would give you a hand. Fiona had been used to moving around by herself. Now, with Riker, she was used to doing everything with him. Before they walked out of the building, Riker thought of the cold weather outside and silently entered a big brand clothes store to buy a black jacket. When Fiona turned her head to him, he draped the jacket over her shoulders. You're really fast. It was hard to imagine that one would buy a jacket worth tens of thousands of dollars in less than 2 minutes. Only Riker could pull it off. It's cold here in the night, Riker said. I'm not even afraid of death. Do you think I'm afraid of catching a cold? Fiona laughed. You're not, but I am. Then he ignored her and walked forward as if nothing had happened. But Fiona felt extremely warmed inside at his words. In her life, except for her dad and elder sister, Riker was the nicest person to her. Her dad and sister were her closest family members, but they rarely stayed with her. In contrast, pervert Riker had been with her ever since they had eloped in Russia. Although they were not physically intimate yet, they had formed a deep feeling for each other after staying together for so long. Fiona and Riker were people who did things in a sweeping manner. They left the bar and went directly to the Army hospital. Paul was considerate and had prepared a supercar for his boss. In less than 15 minutes, Fiona arrived at the Army hospital. The Army hospital was heavily guarded. When people came to visit Jack, they would ask Justin to call the guards to let them pass. But Fiona didn't. Still, it wasn't a problem for her since she disabled the surveillance camera system in 50 seconds. She strolled into the hospital under all kinds of surveillance cameras. It was a bit tricky when they came to the floor of the wards because Justin had stationed bodyguards here day and night. So, are we going to engage in a fight again? Standing behind Fiona, Riker looked at the 4 bodyguards at the door. Fight? Oh no, I never do such rude things. Don't play innocent, you don't fight but kill. Riker exposed her lie. Ha, Psycho Riker, can't you be more subtle? I have an image to maintain. So you do it, or I do it? I told you we don't fight. Are you thinking of using bombs? This is the Army hospital. You'd better not cause an upheaval. Riker tried to dissuade her because he knew Fiona wouldn't hesitate to use bombs when the mood struck her. He was worried that she would think fighting was too troublesome and use small bombs instead. No, watch me. Then she took off her jacket and walked over. As she walked, she sprayed something on herself. The fragrance was very strong, even stronger than a perfume. Stop. Oh, I'm here to visit a friend. What's your friend's surname? A bodyguard asked with a dark expression. Cage? No. Cage? Fiona spoke whatever came to her mind. Your friend is not here. Only one patient lives on this floor. This is a forbidden zone, and no one is allowed to enter. Oh, is the patient a leader in the Army? Fiona gossiped. Don't ask things you're not supposed to ask. Girl, get out of here now, the bodyguard urged. Okay, goodbye. Fiona waved at them with a smile. The moment she finished her words, the 4 bodyguards dropped to the ground with thuds. Done. Fiona clapped her hands. Riker was no longer surprised by her weird tricks. She had got her hands on all kinds of poisons, drugs, and bombs. It was said a drug production base had invited her to join them to make drugs at the outrageous price of $10 billion up front, but she had refused. She said her dream was becoming the #1 mercenary and didn't want to get involved in it. Those people felt humiliated by her refusal and hired killers to hunt her down. Fiona played hide-and-seek with them for half a year. At last, she got impatient and blew up their base with a time bomb. From then on, no one, both the cops and the outlaws, dared to mess with Fiona. Due to her connection with the professor, the FBI turned a blind eye on the incident and didn't investigate it. Other than the aliens-like legend, Fiona was the absolute queen in this world. After knocking the 4 bodyguards unconscious with the drug she had made herself, Fiona told Riker to drag them into the storeroom across the corridor. Then they entered Jack's special care ward and locked the door from inside. Fiona walked slowly toward the man lying on the bed with complicated feelings. After all, he was her sister's beloved man and had performed surgery on Riker in Russia. I feel sad to see my brother-in-law in this state. He is in this state probably because he cares too much for Sister Chloe. Sitting on the chair, Fiona turned on the Bluetooth on her watch and hacked into the database of the hospital. With ease, she found Jack's diagnosis documents from the database. After reading it, Fiona fell silent. What's wrong? From her face, Riker knew something wasn't right. Psycho Riker, we're in trouble. If you say it's trouble, Then it must be something hard to handle, said Riker. It's not hard to understand my brother-in-law's illness. It's not easy to remove the poison from his body. He had made the medicine himself. Now that he's in a coma, no one knows its ingredients. I'm not gifted in medication and not as knowledgeable as my sister. She inherited my mother's genes and is much better than me. But now, my sister is also in trouble. Fiona analyzed the current situation. So, what shall we do now? Shall we help your brother-in-law wake up first or find your sister first? Riker asked. We must get my brother-in-law to wake up first because he'd die if the coma continued. Are you going to take him away? Riker knew from Fiona's tone that the doctors in the country couldn't cure Jack. He guessed Fiona might steal Jack away. No, he can't make the trip. I must bring my dad here. The professor? Riker was surprised. Other than him, there's no one else who can remove the poison from my brother-in-law, Fiona said in conviction. But can the professor come out? Riker knew about the professor's situation and wasn't sure he could come here. Of course, I'll think of a way. At this moment, a doctor and a nurse came to check up on the patient. They felt strange when they didn't see the bodyguards at the door. They pushed at the door and found it was locked from the inside. They felt even more puzzled. Who's in there? The doctor asked on the other side of the door. Pulling Riker with her, Fiona opened the window and jumped down from the height. Then they left with the help of a rope. When the doctor came in, he was scared when he saw the window was open. Obviously, someone had broken in. He immediately called Justin. When Justin got the call, he was eating supper with the twins. What's up? Young Master Cooper, some strangers broke into Mr. Dawson's ward and your bodyguards are missing. What did you say? Furious, Justin stood up abruptly. After receiving the call from the hospital, Justin couldn't stay put. Pudding, you continue the meal with your sister. I've got to go and run an errand. Leaving the table, Justin hurried out of the house. Pudding and Little Bean finished the supper and returned to their room. They missed their mom and were not as vivacious as before. Mrs. Cooper brought them lots of fruits, but they were in no mood to eat. Sis. Huh? Pudding turned her head and looked at Little Bean. I miss Mommy. Pudding was silent. Sis, why hasn't Mommy returned after so long? Dad didn't call us nor visit us too. Oblivious of the truth, Little Bean felt low. As her elder sister, Pudding was more mature and shouldered more burdens. She reached out with her chubby hand and touched her younger sister's head. Good girl, Mommy. We'll come back. Daddy will find her. But I feel uneasy. We've been here for days, but Daddy hasn't come to take us back home, which means he hasn't found Mommy yet. Andrew is an evil guy. I hate him. He had always wanted Mom. Maybe he has taken Mom to a distant place and won't let her return. As she said the words, Little Bean bit on her lower lip while tears flashed in her eyes. It won't happen. How can Andrew outsmart Dad? Don't be silly. We must trust him. Okay, I'll go and take a shower. When I come out, I'll video chat with Ethan. Taking her sleeping gown, Little Bean entered the bathroom. The maid had drawn a warm bath. When Little Bean went in, the maid followed her to help her with the bath. Standing alone in front of the window, Pudding looked at the distance, upset. Lately, Justin had left early and come back late each day. Whenever Pudding asked him something, he was vague with his answers. Pudding had heard Professor Fang's words in the hospital. It seemed unlikely that their dad would wake up. With their dad in a coma, it was almost impossible for Justin to find their mom all by himself. It wasn't that she didn't trust Justin, but that she felt uncertain about the result. The beloved couple was fallen to this state while she and Little Bean had to live with Cooper family. The Cooper family was nice to the kids, but they still felt uneasy. After all, this wasn't their home despite all the comforts here. Mom, Dad, please come back soon. Little Bean and I can't continue like this anymore. We really, really miss you, Pudding said, choking on her words. When Justin arrived at the hospital, Fiona and Riker had left and didn't leave a clue behind. When the bodyguards woke up from the drug, they didn't remember the looks of the young girl who had drugged them. Justin pulled up the surveillance record and was surprised to find that the clip of that period had been removed. They didn't leave a trace behind. Have you checked Jack? Did they do anything to him? Justin looked at the doctor worriedly. No. Young Master Cooper, don't worry. Mr. Dawson's condition is stable. Maybe those guys didn't have time to do anything to him. They were really good. They hacked into the Army defense system without anyone's notice and then drugged my bodyguards. It seems they came prepared. We must be more careful, the doctor said. Have you found out the name of the drug they used on my bodyguards? Justin wanted to know what kind of people had broken into the hospital. Not yet. We did a preliminary analysis, but I've never seen or heard of such ingredients before, the doctor said in embarrassment. Justin touched his forehead, feeling frustrated. It had been bad enough that Jack was in a coma and there was no news about Chloe. Now someone even tried to do something to Jack. Things were getting worse and worse. In the Cooper family's mansion, after a bath, the twins were listening to music and reading a book in bed. Little Bean had fallen asleep while she was video chatting with Ethan. Pudding had turned off the video for her. She was about to go to the bathroom when the window opened silently. Pudding! Hearing the soft voice, Pudding was startled. Do you still remember me? Fiona sat on the windowsill and smiled at her in a dashing way. Auntie! Pudding had an astonishing memory. Since she had seen Fiona before, she recognized her immediately. Her mom had told her that this was their auntie who had a very, very close relationship with them. Auntie had bought lots of jewelry of exorbitant prices for her and her younger sister. Good girl, come and give me a hug. Fiona opened her arms and Pudding dashed over and hugged Fiona tightly. Although she had spent little time with Fiona, much less than with Avery and even Victoria and Sarah, miraculously, she felt an unnamed closeness with Fiona, as if she had known Fiona for a long time. Auntie. Pudding's voice shook as she greeted Fiona. Fiona lifted the kid's chin and saw tears on her face. Why are you crying? Are you not happy to see Auntie? No, I'm very happy to see Auntie. Are you crying because of happiness? Fiona chuckled. Auntie, do you know, the smell on you reminds me of my mom, Pudding said slowly. Fiona felt warmed inside when she heard Pudding's words. Pudding, I know what happened to your mom. Auntie returned for it. Auntie, Mom said, you're super powerful. Really? Did your mommy tell you that? Pudding nodded in emphasis. Mom said Auntie is awesome. You can do anything. Yes. So if I tell you I'll find your mom and save your dad, will you believe me? I do, Pudding nodded happily. Where's Little Bean? She went to bed so early? With Pudding in her arms, Fiona leaped down from the windowsill without making a sound. Yeah, she's been feeling low for the last couple of days because she misses Mom and Dad badly. I didn't tell her the truth. You did a good job of taking care of your sister. Fiona gave her a thumbs up to show her appreciation. Fiona walked to stand beside Little Bean and kissed her lightly on the forehead. My little pig, you look exactly like your sister, two little cute girls. Fiona felt closer to Chloe and her twins more than anyone could imagine. Despite the heavy guard of the Cooper family mansion, Fiona still broke in. Riker was outside to keep watch and didn't come in. Due to her special background, she couldn't meet Justin and had to see the kids in secret. Pudding, I have good news for you. What good news? Do you want to see your grandpa? Fiona asked. Grandpa? Pudding remembered the old man she had seen in the U.S. Her mom later told her that he was her grandpa. It sounded miraculous. But she remembered the husband of the grandma in the country was dead. Since her mom didn't say more about the topic, Pudding hadn't dared to ask more questions. I do. Then let's call him and ask him to come back and save your dad, okay? Fiona pointed at the smartwatch on her wrist and looked at Pudding dotingly. Okay. Pudding didn't know what abilities her grandpa had, but she trusted her auntie. Then Fiona pressed lightly on the buttons on the watch. The phone ring came from the watch, showing that the call had gone through. For one instant, Pudding felt a bit nervous. What is it? The professor's image appeared in front of the watch. Dressed in a white coat and wearing a mask, he was obviously in a lab. Dad, look who is here. Fiona turned the camera to Pudding's little figure. When the professor saw the little girl, his sharp eyes instantly softened. Are you Pudding or Little Bean? The professor asked genially. Pudding, what are you waiting for? Greet your grandpa. Fiona nudged Pudding's arm and reminded her. The little girl said sweetly, Grandpa. Oh, good. You're Pudding. You look exactly like Little Bean. The professor had lots of photos of these two. He missed his granddaughters in a bad way. He had been thinking of finishing the current project soon and going back to see Chloe and her children. "Grandpa, we don't look alike. Little Bean is fatter than me," Pudding said. "Ha! Good, I will keep it in mind. The fat girl is Little Bean and the thin one is Pudding." The professor chuckled. "Dad, this is Little Bean." Then Fiona turned the camera to Little Bean, who was sleeping like a log. "Oh, she's asleep." "Hey, Dad, aren't you curious why I'm back?" Fiona asked suddenly. "Why did you go back? With Legend out there, you must be careful." The professor didn't want Fiona to return to the country because he was afraid Fiona would bring trouble to Chloe and disturb her peaceful life. "Dad, something happened. I'll tell you the gist. My sister was dragged down a cliff and we don't know if she's alive or not. Her husband was shocked by the sight and is now in a coma after spewing blood." "What did you say?" The professor was shocked. "Dad, everything I said is true. We're running out of time. I can't tell you all the details because I don't want that despicable Legend to track my phone signals. You'll know the situation after I send Jack's diagnosis to your email box." "Okay." The professor was about to end the call when Fiona pulled Pudding to the camera again. "Wait, Dad. Pudding has something to say to you." Gazing at the professor with her watery big eyes, she said clearly, "Grandpa, please come back and save my dad. We can't lose him. Only after my dad wakes up can we find our mommy. Little Bean and I don't want to become orphans without Mom and Dad." Hearing her words, the professor almost shed tears. He was filled with sorrow when he saw the girl's innocent big eyes. "Don't worry, baby. Your grandpa will handle everything." The professor couldn't say no in front of his granddaughter's pitiable face. Hearing his promise, Fiona immediately cut in. "Dad, you agreed? Then come back as soon as possible. My brother-in-law's condition is very critical. Bye." Before the professor could reply, Fiona ended the call. "Auntie, can Grandpa really save my dad?" Pudding asked seriously. "Of course. It's not a boast that your grandpa has the best medical skills in the world and there is no patient he can't cure." Then Fiona added in a small voice, "Except for your grandma." "What did you say, Auntie?" Pudding didn't hear the last part. "Oh, nothing. I said since your grandpa promised you, he will come back soon. With him here, everything will be okay." "Excellent! Auntie!" Pudding grabbed Fiona's hand in excitement. At this moment, Mrs. Cooper said outside the door, "Pudding, are you asleep?" "Yes, Grandma Cooper?" Pudding immediately answered. "I cooked some pears with rock sugar for you. I noticed that you were coughing sometimes." "Okay, I'll open the door now." After Pudding said the words, Fiona reached out and touched her cheek. "Go. Auntie's going to leave now. Auntie, when will you come and see us again?" "I am not sure." "Auntie, please come and see me often, okay? Mom's not with us, but I'm happy to see you, Auntie." Pudding held Fiona's hand, reluctant to see her go. "Okay, I promise you I'll come back to see you and Little Bean. Don't tell anyone about my visit and things about Grandpa, do you understand?" "Yeah, I understand." "Good girl. After I leave, close the window." Pudding watched as Fiona leaped up onto the windowsill and then out of the window without a pause. Although the building wasn't tall, she found her auntie's movements were like those special stunts in the movie. If Little Bean had seen it, she would have thought her auntie was a Spider-Woman. After Fiona left, Pudding walked over to open the door for Mrs. Cooper. On his way home from the hospital, Justin got a call from Noah. Then, he went directly to the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Ever since Jack and Chloe got in trouble, Noah hadn't had a good night's sleep. He had been directing the search and rescue operation from the Bureau. "Chief, young Master Cooper is here." A young police officer ushered Justin into Noah's office. "Young Master Cooper, I heard something happened in the hospital?" Noah asked. "Yeah, someone snuck into Jack's ward and drugged my bodyguards without anyone's notice." "That's impressive. Who could do that?" Noah was curious. "Did you find anything?" Justin asked Noah. "Oh, by the way, I was meaning to ask you if you had people torture and kill Andrew's lackeys to get information about Chloe." "Torture and kill?" Justin was nonplussed. Noah took out some photos of the victims covered in blood and tossed them onto the desk. "Look at these." Justin picked them up and studied them with a frown. "I didn't do it." I didn't think it was you too. Their throats were all cruelly cut. It means that someone else is also hunting down Andrew's lackeys and killed 7 of them in one day. When did these killings happen? Justin was astonished. Tonight. The last victim died less than 5 hours ago. Does it mean that these killings were done by the person who snuck into Jack's ward? Justin wondered. We don't know the person's background or purpose. It seems we must be more careful, Noah instructed. Noah, can you find Chung? You want to see him? Yeah, Jack must have a good reason to trust him. I want to see him and get some details. Justin didn't want to let go of any chance to get information about Chloe. I'll try. He is in hiding after the whole thing, but Jack had arranged Chung's child to live in a place to recover from the surgery. I think I can find him. Nodding, Justin turned and was about to leave when Noah asked, Young Master Cooper, have you considered what we should do if Chloe is indeed dead? Master Cooper, have you considered what we should do if Chloe is indeed dead? To tell you the truth, I just don't believe Chloe is dead. Then Justin turned and left. Noah admired Justin's belief in Chloe. It was as strong as Jack's. Thinking of Jack, who was struggling with death in the ICU, Noah felt sad. Leaving the Cooper family mansion, Fiona and Riker regrouped. When they drove past a street full of nighttime food stalls, they parked their supercar at the roadside. Psycho Riker, are you hungry? Huh? Riker looked at her questioningly. Do you want to have some snacks with me? Fiona chuckled. You're in a mood to have snacks. It means you've made some progress. Riker knew Fiona very well. You're smart. You'd never imagine what happened. Is Professor coming back? Riker asked in a leisurely manner. Did you eavesdrop on my conversation on the phone? Fiona was frustrated. Sorry, but you're wrong. I was keeping watch on the roof and was too far from you. How could I overhear your call? Then how did you know? I know you. Riker looked calm. Damn it, you're so good at guessing my thoughts. Bingo. It's not difficult. After all, only the professor can save Jack, Riker said feelingly. I regret my lack of abilities. I was only interested in bombs and such stuff. I wish I had my sister's talents in saving people. But unfortunately, I've known nothing but killing people ever since I was a little girl. Okay, aren't you hungry? Shall we go now? Riker opened the car door. They sat down at a table on the street with all kinds of food before them, such as big meat skewers, deep-fried chicken legs, sizzling squids. Fiona had always been a fan of food. Since she rarely came back to the country, she stuffed herself to the brim before she left reluctantly. Paul had prepared a well-decorated detached house for Fiona and Riker. They were fatigued. Ever since she landed, Fiona had done lots of big tasks in a sweeping manner, including killing many of Andrew's lackeys and kidnapping Ruoxi. Every one of them was shocking. Riker knew Fiona suffered the most after Chloe was in trouble. She blamed herself for not arranging more people to protect her sister. Lying in the big soft bed, Fiona found that it was hard to fall asleep. Sis, I'll find you. I will never give up, Fiona murmured. On the next morning, Fiona got up early and ate some breakfast with Riker before driving out with him. They raced all the way to the top of U Mountain. With her long hair falling down her back loosely, Fiona wore a dark blue windbreaker reaching her calves. When they reached the top, she squatted down to investigate. According to the information we got from those lackeys, this is the place where my sister fell from the cliff, Fiona said. Yeah, but this place is indeed high. Falling from here, Sister Chloe would have little chance of surviving, Riker analyzed. Pooh, doomsayer. I'm not a doomsayer. I just stated the truth. You have lots of battle experience and can see my analysis is right. I'll do the investigation myself because I don't believe any words that other people said about it. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Fiona looked down at the surging ocean below. After 5 seconds later, she leaped down. Fiona. Riker's heart almost popped out. Fiona had jumped down the cliff without any warning, and it was impossible for him to grab her. Riker could do nothing but watch Fiona jump down the cliff without hesitation. Riker almost jumped after her. When he reached the edge and looked down, he saw Fiona was dangling in the air on a zipline. Then she slid down slowly to investigate the wall of the cliff. Fiona, you little BS, just you wait. Seeing she was okay, Riker finally calmed down. The cool and reserved pervert Riker had said dirty words for the first time in his life, and called Fiona a little BS. Smirking, Fiona looked up at Riker, who had paled in fright. "Ha ha! Little BS, who are you railing at?" "At you, of course, damned girl." Riker had the urge to strangle her. "You're right, a little BS is railing at me." Only Fiona would play a game of words to make fun of him at such a time. Fiona studied the rocks on the wall of the cliff to see if there was a hiding place. She wondered if Andrew had done some tricks during their fall from the cliff, but she found nothing. Of course, if there were some hiding places on the wall, Justin would have found them long ago. She then reached the surface of the ocean. Fiona stopped for 5 seconds and then jumped into the water with a splash. If Riker didn't know her great swimming skills, he would have been worried. Minutes later, Fiona got out of the water and climbed up the cliff swiftly along the rope. Riker reached out his hand immediately and pulled a wet Fiona up to the top. "Psycho Riker!" Before Fiona could finish, Riker grabbed her and held her tightly in his arms. She almost couldn't breathe. "Ahem. Damn it. Let me go. Are you trying to murder me?" Fiona didn't know if she should cry or laugh. "In the future, you must give me a warning before you do such risky stuff, okay?" Riker's heart had almost stopped. He had thought Fiona tried to kill herself in a moment of grief, but 10 seconds later, he had snapped back to his senses and looked down to look for her. With her abilities, she could handle it easily. "You always say you know me the best, right? Did you think I couldn't handle such a trivial thing? By the way, I found something." "What did you find?" Riker loosened his grip around Fiona. "The fellow Andrew is really smart. There's nothing on the wall of the cliff until it reaches the sea surface, but there's something under the sea." "Under the sea?" Fiona nodded. "There's a place less than 3 square meters under the sea. It looks like a vortex, but I found it wasn't naturally formed but a cave entrance dug out by people. I entered the entrance and found a cave that can accommodate 2 to 3 people. Besides, there's an exit to the cave," Fiona said with a smile. Understanding dawned on Riker. "I see. Andrew is really smart. It means Sister Chloe is fine, right?" "Of course. My sister is blessed. I'm sure she's fine." Fiona had suspected Andrew had used some trick to fool everyone. She was happy that her suspicions were confirmed. "The problem now is how Andrew took Sister Chloe away. Where are they now?" Riker asked. "This is the most puzzling question to me. Andrew's plan is impeccable, and I'm not surprised that someone like Ruoxi knew nothing about it. I'm afraid he's a person who trusts no one. I guess Legend doesn't know it either. I think I must see a person." "Who?" Riker looked at Fiona in puzzlement. "Justin. You want to see Justin?" "Yeah. After the incident with my sister and brother-in-law, Justin was in charge of everything. I think he has many documents I need." "But does Justin know your identity?" Riker thought the fewer people that knew about her identity, the better. After all, she was being hunted down. "He doesn't need to know my identity and just needs to know that I'm going to help him." Then she put on her windbreaker and walked down the mountain. Despite her young age, Fiona did everything effectively and without hesitation. Meanwhile, on a deserted island, Chloe opened her eyes slowly. To tell the truth, she had thought she would die when Andrew grabbed her into his arms and jumped down the cliff. She didn't dare to play even roller coasters, but this time, she was dragged off the cliff by someone. She had felt she would die without leaving any messages behind. Then her mind turned blank. She didn't remember anything after that. A wooden ceiling met her eyes. Then she glanced around and saw she was in a small wooden cottage. It wasn't big, but was cozily decorated with several pots of flowers on the windowsill. Beneath her was a thick cotton-padded mattress, and she was covered in a floral quilt. The pillow beneath her head looked antique and was the shape of a log. It didn't look like heaven, so Chloe thought she might not be dead. Did she travel back to the past? She was afraid that she had traveled to ancient times. It would be worse than death. "Chloe, you finally woke up." A man opened the door and entered. He looked pleased when he saw Chloe's wide-open eyes. Hearing Andrew's voice, Chloe's heart sank again. "Andrew, how are you still alive?" He was dressed in a simple white shirt and brown linen pants. The clothes were in the countryside style of ancient. "It's part of my plan. We didn't die," he said. "Where's this place?" Seeing the strange room, Chloe was resentful. This is an uninhabited island with no one but us. It's far, far away from the mainland, and no one will find us. You are really a psycho. Hearing that they were on an uninhabited island, Chloe felt desperate again. I originally wanted to bring you to my private island. It has a manor, gardens, maids, gardeners, and lots of fresh fruits and vegetables, just like heaven. But it's not safe right now for us to go there since someone will discover us. So, I plan for us to stay here for 3 to 5 years. After Jack and Justin give up their search for you and everyone thinks you're dead, I'll take you to that island, okay? Andrew squatted down by the bed as he spoke and looked at Chloe's eyes gently. He sounded as if he was dotingly trying to please a child. Andrew, it's not fine. You've imprisoned me? Chloe was furious and wanted to fight him but found she didn't have any strength. No, this isn't imprisonment but company. Only I will stay with you the longest. He put his big hand on Chloe's shoulder. F off. Don't touch me. Chloe struggled desperately. Be careful, you're pregnant, Andrew reminded her gently. Immediately, Chloe looked at him in alarm and surprise. Don't look so surprised. I knew about your pregnancy long ago. Hearing his words, Chloe reached out unconsciously to protect her baby. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Seeing her silence, Andrew said, Chloe, we've left that troublesome place behind. From now on, only you and I live on the island. I'll let you give birth to the baby, and you will live here with me, okay? Andrew, are you crazy? Chloe was at the end of her patience. I'm crazy. I've been crazy for years. Chloe, no matter if you want it or not, you must stay here and live with me. You have no other options. This is an inhabited island, not shown on the map. I have installed devices to block signals, so no one will find us. I have arranged for people to deliver us food and water regularly. We'll live the rest of our lives happily. Isn't it wonderful? No, I don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Chloe tried to get up but felt listless. She had to lie back to the pillow. What drug did you use on me? Chloe glared at Andrew. You're now pregnant. How can I use any drug on you? After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, you're just listless. What? I slept for 3 days and 3 nights? Chloe froze slightly. 3 days and 3 nights must be very long for Jack. Chloe, everyone thinks we're dead. Jack watched as I carried you and jumped off the cliff and into the surging sea. No one knows that we're alive. I did this for your sake. Do you know that Legend has been searching for you and I've been hiding the truth from him? But he's smart and will soon see through the lies. He's not as merciful as I am and kills people without batting an eye. Otherwise, your father and sister wouldn't be so wary of him. You sound as if I must thank you for saving my life. Lying in bed, Chloe sneered. I just wanted to say that you must accept the reality. Then he turned and poured some hot water into the wooden basin. Adding cold water in it, he soaked a white towel into the warm water, intending to clean her face. I told you to get out. Didn't you understand my words? Don't touch me or I'll kill myself. Chloe was frantic. When she heard that he had taken her to an inhabited island which blocked all signals, she had been filled by desperation. Finally, at this moment, she exploded. Andrew tried to clean her face with good intentions, but all she could think of was her husband and daughters. She felt even worse than death. If Jack thought she was dead, he must be grieving. Her twins would be heartbroken if they knew they would never see their mom again. At this thought, Chloe broke down and cried. Andrew didn't dare to touch her again. He turned around and closed the door behind him, leaving Chloe to calm down. Fiona was about to go and see Justin when her subordinates sent her a report. Boss, Legend will arrive at the city in 3 hours. Hearing this news, Fiona's expression changed a bit. Speak of the devil and he does appear. The BS Legend had come at this critical moment. What's wrong? Riker asked her from behind. A storm is coming. Looking up at the gloomy sky, she said, putting emphasis on each word. Hearing Fiona's words, Riker could guess what she meant. Without a word, he stayed with her. He thought Fiona would order Paul to make preparations to do a major battle with Legend, but to his surprise, she went to the Cooper family mansion. Only Fiona could come and go freely from such a heavily guarded place. Pudding and Little Bean were playing in the living room as Mrs. Cooper arranged flowers in the vases with the maid. There were lots of fresh bouquets in the living room. Little Bean sat with Mrs. Cooper and played with the scissors. Pudding sat quietly with her cell phone in her hands. She looked thoughtful. Hiss! Standing in the kitchen, Fiona made a strange sound toward the living room. Unfortunately, Pudding was too focused on playing on her cell phone to hear it. Damn it! My niece is a fan of her cell phone. It seems I need to do something fancier. Fiona turned on her watch and hacked into Pudding's cell phone swiftly. Pudding was browsing news when a message appeared on the screen. Pudding, come to the kitchen. Pudding froze and then turned her head. Sure enough, her auntie had suddenly appeared in the kitchen. Alertly, she glanced around. Seeing no one was watching, she got up and ran into the kitchen. Sis, where are you going? Little Bean looked at her sister and asked curiously. I'll go and get some water, Pudding said without looking back. Suppressing her excitement, Pudding entered the kitchen and even closed the door. Then she threw her arms around Fiona's denim-covered thigh. Auntie, she said in a low voice. Good girl. Fiona picked up Pudding with one hand and held her in her arms. She looked delicate but was very strong. Pudding, I must leave here for a while to deal with something. Where are you going, Auntie? Pudding looked disappointed. Auntie's going to go and deal with some bad guy. Then, when will you be back? Pudding pouted. I'll come back when your daddy wakes up. But I don't want you to go. Pudding grabbed onto Fiona's shirt and said stubbornly. I know, but I must get the bad guy from here, or your grandpa can't perform the surgery on your dad. Is Grandpa coming? Pudding looked up in surprise. Fiona nodded. So, baby, listen carefully because what I'm going to say is very important, okay? Fiona looked at Pudding seriously. Okay, Auntie. Pudding nodded. Since your grandpa and I have special identities, we can't expose our identities to other people. When your grandpa comes, Justin won't allow him to perform the surgery on your dad. So you must convince Justin. Your grandpa's medical skills are extraordinary. You must convince Justin but can't expose your grandpa's identity. Can you do that? This sounds difficult, Pudding said thoughtfully. Of course, if it's not difficult, I won't give you this task. I know our Pudding is extremely smart. Auntie, don't flatter me. I'm not as good as you said. I'm only a child less than 4 years old and must drink infant formula each day. Fiona almost choked on her laughter. She'd laugh out loud if she wasn't afraid that the people in the living room would hear her. This little girl thought really fast. If I don't get the bad guy out of here, your grandpa will not be able to perform the surgery on your daddy, so we must work together on it. If you think it's too difficult for you, I'll try to find another way. Fiona also felt this task was a bit too difficult for a child. No, Auntie, I think I can handle it, Pudding said clearly. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure I can handle Handsome Cooper. Pudding looked confident. Okay, proud little Supergirl, then I will hand this difficult task to you. Auntie, if something urgent happens, how can I reach you? Fiona gestured at the watch on her wrist. I've saved your number, and I can get in touch with you anytime. Okay. Although Pudding liked to take initiatives, she felt comforted by her auntie's words. I've got to go now. Go back to the living room, or Little Bean will come and look for you. Auntie. Pudding held Fiona's hand, reluctant to see her go. Yes? When you fight the bad guy, you must be careful and not get hurt. Okay. Fiona felt warmed inside when she heard Pudding's words. After she got out, she told Riker, After my sister comes back, I'll ask her to give me Pudding. I'll take her as my daughter. What do you think? Why? Sweat began to pop out on Riker's forehead. Because Pudding is super considerate and smart. Before I left, she told me to be careful and not get hurt. Really, I haven't met such a heartwarming kid for a long time. I don't think your sister will agree to it, Riker said. Why not? You can't separate the twins. Besides, Riker paused. Besides what? Fiona looked curious. If you like kids, you can have your own kids. You don't have to take one from your sister. My own children! I have to give birth, with you as the father, Fiona said in a huff. Without me, can you do it alone? Riker said nonchalantly. Riker, what do you mean? Damn it! I feed you and clothe you. Now you even want me to have your children. Do I love you so much? Fiona almost rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm puzzled about how charming I am that made you fall in love with me head over heels. Pervert Riker, you're shameless. Pointing at Riker, Fiona railed at him. As they bickered, they came out of the city before Riker noticed it. Are we leaving? Riker wondered. Right, but our business here is not finished yet. We don't have time now. I've got to lure Legend away from here so my dad can come. If Ian knew my dad is here, he'd bring an army and begin a killing spree. I see. Riker nodded in understanding. But don't get it wrong. I'm not thinking of the people in this city. It's just that I'm worried my dad won't be able to perform the surgery on my brother-in-law with Legend here. I understand. You don't have to explain. Riker knew Fiona didn't mean what she said. She kept saying she didn't care about people's lives, but she hadn't killed a good person by mistake for years. Despite her love for money, she earned all her money by killing the outlaws and evil guys, including terrorists, the leaders of the rebellious army, or the core members of evil religious groups. However, she always acted like a female devil and a heartless killer to disguise the kindness at the bottom of her heart. Riker loved Fiona because he knew deep down she was just a kind and simple girl. In Legend's private airplane. Boss, we'll reach our destination in half an hour. The plane is descending. Please hold tight. Suddenly, the tail of the plane caught on fire. The plane lost balance and began to fall at a great speed. Boss, something's wrong. Someone hacked into our flight control system. The pilot opened the door and yelled anxiously. A bunch of wastrels. Legend cursed in a low voice. A sweet and exquisite oriental face appeared on the screen inside the cabin. Hello, Legend, long time no see. Here's my beloved girl. Legend smiled at Fiona's image deviously. Due to our long-standing friendship, I'm going to give you a gift, skydiving. Are you delighted? Are you surprised? As she spoke, the plane began to shake violently. The pilot handed an emergency kit to Legend. Boss, the plane is going to crash. We must jump now. Despite his reluctance, he had to do it if he wanted to live. After his subordinates put the parachute on him, Legend stood up. Have a nice dive. Fiona blew him a kiss. Legend's face turned from livid to white. In the past years, whoever heard of his name would shiver in fear. Even the evil religious fanatic Levis was respectful to him. But Fiona, the exquisite-looking Oriental woman, had held no regard for him. She even played some fatal games with him, giving him all kinds of surprises. He couldn't decide if he loved her or hated her. Before his plane could reach its destination, Fiona had hacked into its system, causing the engines to overheat to crash the plane. But Fiona knew Legend wouldn't die of the crash. It was extremely difficult to kill him. He had all kinds of talented people working for him. Even if he jumped into the ocean, he would be fine, because rescue teams would come for him in less than 10 minutes. Standing on a cliff nearby, Fiona snapped her fingers as she watched the plane crash through her binoculars. Cool. Fiona, you provoked Legend this openly, so you are tired of living? With his arms crossed before his chest, Riker stood behind her. She had been hunted down by Ian and his men. It was as if it wasn't thrilling enough. She now exploded his plane, drawing his attention to her. Riker felt in the whole world only Fiona dared to challenge Legend in such a public way. No, I'm sick of living. Fiona looked back and smirked. Ha! I was just teasing you. Look at your face. Don't look at me as if I'm a moron, okay? I'm just distracting him. Dad will come soon, and I can't let Legend know that, or there will be big chaos. When will the professor come? He's on the way. I guess he'll arrive in 6 hours. Fiona checked her watch. To tell the truth, Riker was surprised. When he was shot, the professor didn't go to Russia. Instead, Jack went to Russia to perform the surgery on him. It wasn't that the professor didn't want to go, but that it was hard for him to leave the U.S. without the FBI's protection. The professor would attract all kinds of evil forces in the world once he steps out of the U.S., because the stuff that he was making could plunge the whole world into chaos. Power is the greatest desire in the depth of humans. If they got the professor, they would get the greatest power. So, he couldn't fall into anyone's hands. Even Fiona hadn't seen her father for more than 2 years. Such a figure would really come to the city? Riker even began to feel like he was looking forward to it a bit. Outside the door of the special care ward in the Army hospital, 6 instead of 4 bodyguards stood there. 4 more stood on guard inside the ward. Justin felt it was due to his carelessness that someone could sneak into the ward without their notice. Holding a little girl's hand, Case stood at the door. "Young Master Chase, I'm here to see Jack. President Cooper told us about your visit. Please enter." "Okay." Case pushed open the door and entered with the girl. He didn't have a close relationship with Jack, but due to his friendship with Justin, he had met and befriended Chloe. Now that Jack was in such big trouble, he felt he must come and see him. Anyway, he wanted to come and check on his well-being. Before he came, he had called Justin and gained his approval. Wearing an oxygen mask, Jack was still unconscious. Case was deeply touched. He felt again the fragileness of humans when he saw this godlike man struggle with death. If life was gone, it would be useless to talk about love, and it was just a fantasy to imagine the next life. "Uncle Chase, isn't he Pudding and Little Bean's dad?" "Yes. What happened to him?" "He's sick." "What a pity. If Pudding and Little Bean know it, they will be very sad, right?" "Yeah, fatherless children are very pitiable," Case sighed. Hearing his words, Tiani tightened her grip on Case's hand. "Fortunately, I have Uncle Chase." Hearing the kid's words, Case felt something stung his heart. Why isn't Auntie Chloe here? Auntie Chloe is also in trouble and can't come. If their dad can't get better, they will lose him. If Auntie Chloe can't come back, they will lose their mommy too. Then they will become orphans too, right? Case didn't answer. Questions from children were always innocent and direct. "Uncle Chase, if their dad can't get better, can you take care of them?" Case looked at Tiani curiously, not understanding why she made this request. "Uncle Chase, Auntie Chloe was very good to me and always bought new clothes and snacks for me. She even let me live in their home and play with the sisters. If they're gone, the sisters will be orphans and be sent to the orphanage. I heard the teachers in the orphanages are bad, and the kids in there have no one to protect them when they are bullied. I don't want the 2 sisters to live like that. I can eat less in the future, so can Uncle Chase keep these 2 sisters and let them live with us?" Case finally understood that Tiani wanted him to take care of the twins so they wouldn't become orphans. "Tiani, don't worry. Pudding and Little Bean have lots of people willing to take care of them," Case explained patiently. Even if Jack and Chloe were gone, Justin would be the best candidate to take care of the twins. He wasn't their biological father, but was as close to them as a father. At this moment, the door opened. Case turned and saw Justin walk in. Case nodded at him. "Uncle Cooper," Tiani greeted him without being prompted. Justin nodded but didn't speak. To tell the truth, due to his dislike for Brenny, he found it was hard to like her daughter. "How's the investigation? Got any progress?" Case asked. "No progress yet." Justin looked dispirited. "How about the Green Corporation?" "It's almost done. Including the materials provided by Ruoxy, we'll have no problem to get the police to investigate into the Green Corporation." "Ruoxy is willing to help us?" Case was surprised. "Well, in the current situation, she doesn't have any reason to hide anything for Andrew. After all, she knows that she was only a chess piece dumped by Andrew." "You're right," Case nodded. "But I found something unusual after I did some investigation of Andrew's assets." "What is it?" "The Green Corporation is almost an empty shell. Most of its funds have disappeared without a trace. I suspect he transferred it through other channels. I checked his accounts overseas, but there's no money under the name Andrew Green." "He must have used other names," said Case. "Yeah, that psycho had made preparations long ago." Justin was pleased with these findings. Since Andrew had made such elaborate arrangements and transferred all his money, it meant he hadn't planned to die. If Andrew wasn't dead, then Chloe was alive. At the thought that Chloe was still alive, Justin felt much better. "We came to see Jack and have to go now. If you need me for anything, just give me a call." "Okay." Case then took Tiani to the psychiatric center under the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Brenny had been hospitalized here. Case would take the child to visit her once in a while. He had been busy in the company lately and hadn't come for about a week. The people in the Municipal Public Security Bureau told him that Brenny seemed to have regained her sanity, probably because the drugs had finally expired in her body. "Tiani, what do you want to say to your mom when you see her?" Case asked. "I want to tell her I really missed her." "Good." "Uncle Chase, Can I give the chocolate bar you bought for me to Mom? When she eats something sweet, she will be happy, the little girl said. Of course you can. A female police officer led them to Brenny's room. She can move by herself and communicate like a normal person now. She even complained about the food. I think she's recovered, and you can talk to the chief about taking her out of here. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Then, the officer opened the door to let Case and the girl into the room. Wearing a white hospital gown, Brenny was sitting on the bed. Looking out of the window, she seemed to be thinking. Hearing the door open, she turned her head. Seeing Case and her daughter, her expression changed. Mommy! Tierney ran over and threw her arms around Brenny, but she was obviously untouched. Maybe she was still processing the situation, or she was just feeling indifferent. Mommy, look, I bring you something. This is one of the chocolate bars Uncle Chase bought for me. It's very sweet. I saved one for you. Tierney placed the chocolate bar into her mom's hand cautiously. However, Brenny threw it to the ground. What's the damn thing? Take it away. Mommy. Tierney looked at her mom like she was wronged, not knowing what to do. Are you my daughter or his daughter? You're used to the rich life and don't want to come back, right? Viciously, Brenny looked at the child and interrogated. I'm not, Mommy. I'm not. Tierney looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. She seemed so unfamiliar. Brenny, enough. Don't take it out on her. She's innocent. Case couldn't take it any longer. Shut up. I'm disciplining my daughter. Who are you to interrupt? It's not like you're her father. Brenny glared at Case in a rage. You... What? Do you think I don't know what you're doing? You're putting up this nice guy Fahad so everyone will think that you're this righteous, generous guy. You're even taking care of your ex-lover's child. This way, Zuri will see how kind you are and come back to you, right? Why are you so vile now? Case sighed. Brenny was nothing like before. There wasn't even a trace left of her old self. What? Am I wrong? This had nothing to do with Zuri since the beginning. Don't drag her into this. Ha! Are you taking your ex-wife's side already? Brenny, are you done? Of course I'm not done. How could I be? Who made me this way? All of you. You're all still rich and powerful. But me? I've lost my entire family. They're all dead. My father, my mother, my brother. They're all dead, Brenny roared. Don't you get it yet? You blame others for everything, which is in itself irresponsible and juvenile. I'm not going to talk about all the stupid things you did. There's no point in talking about us. But Tierney is completely innocent. You brought her to this world. You have to love and care for her. Don't do what your mother did. Don't fill her head with hate. Don't ruin her life. Case, spare me the pretentious BS. You're not that honorable, are you? You're only taking care of Tierney to prevent backlash. You have to pretend to take care of my daughter for the sake of your good guy image. I'm right, aren't I? There's no point in doing this. Aren't you tired of pretending? I'm not pretending. I really want to take care of Tierney, Case roared. People like you don't do things for free. What, are you grooming her so you can have her when she grows up? Pa! Case's hand slapped Brenny across the face. It was a merciless slap, leaving her face raw and burnt. How could you say something like that in front of your child? Brenny, you really have gone mad. Case couldn't help but go off on Brenny. Her heinous thoughts were more than he could take. Uncle Chase! The sight frightened Tierney to the core. She immediately turned around and ran to Case, clinging onto him, bawling her eyes out. Little BS, I gave you everything and now you're siding with an outsider and abandoning your own mother? Brenny screamed as she covered her burning cheek. Get the treatment you need. With that, Case headed out with Tierney. Come back here, you BS. Brenny stood up and lunged at Case, grabbing at him like a maniac. The female guards immediately pulled her back and locked her up. Brenny's condition is worsening. I'll tell your chief to keep her here for treatment, Case ordered the female's guards coldly. Case, go to hell! You're locking me here so you can have my daughter all to yourself. Karma will get you. Brenny cursed behind him. Police bureau entrance. Tierney, Uncle Chase will arrange for you to study abroad. What do you say? Case asked with his eyes feeling a bit sour. Tierney clung onto Case's leg, tears pouring down her face. Uncle Chase, I don't want to go abroad. Please don't send me away. Please? I'm not sending you away, Tierney. I'm thinking about your future. I'll send someone along to take care of you. Case crouched down and explained patiently. Brenny's psychotic actions truly alarmed Case. But was he really in the position to take care of Tiani himself? If she stayed next to him, how would people see their relationship? Even if he didn't care about his own image, what about Tiani? Would it traumatize her? Case didn't want his momentary soft-heartedness to ruin Tiani's entire life. He had the money and the energy to take care of her, but she might be better off if he sent her abroad to study. After all, under the current circumstances, Tiani wouldn't be able to escape her mother's shadow, even if she went to school. Inside a coffee shop. "Auntie, you're looking for me?" Zuri was carrying the newest Chanel handbag and donning an elegant off-white suit. Her long hair was dyed to a chestnut brown, straight like a waterfall, beautiful as could be. Sitting across from Zuri, Mrs. Chase felt that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Zuri was even more beautiful than before she married Case. Maybe a woman's beauty really had nothing to do with her marital status. What mattered was her state of mind and her attitude toward life. The current Zuri was no longer the insecure, jealous, whining, and scorned woman. She wasn't hateful toward anyone. Divorce was almost an escape for her. "Zuri, you look younger than before," Mrs. Chase smiled. "Haha, I'm just pretending to be young." "I heard that you've just returned from a trip?" "Yes, I've been obsessed with traveling these years. My friends and I travel often." "How's your mom and dad?" "My dad's blood sugar is a little bit high, so he's watching his diet. My mom is pretty healthy. She often plays chess with friends." "Is your older brother taking care of the company?" "Yeah, it's basically my brother running the company. I'm just riding his coattails." "Zuri, you and Case have separated for some time now. Have you ever thought about finding someone else?" Mrs. Chase's words took Zuri by surprise. Honestly, Auntie, I haven't thought about it much. I've heard from people that you're close with the youngest son of the Y family." Mrs. Chase was very vague. Evidently, everyone in their circle knew about Gavin's hot pursuit. "Oh, we're just friends. He's a really nice person." Zuri lowered her head, sipping her coffee in embarrassment. "Zuri, actually, I wanted to beg you for your help." "Auntie, please don't say that. No matter what happened, we were once a family. I'll help in any way that I can. Beg is too strong of a word to use." Although Zuri was prideful and bossy, she was still polite to her elders. "This thing? I don't even know how to ask you. Honestly, I know that I shouldn't ask you for help, but I've really run out of options." "Auntie, go ahead. I'll see if I can help." Zuri looked at Mrs. Chase. "You've heard about Case taking care of Brenny's child, right?" Mrs. Chase asked slowly. "Yes, a little." "Zuri, could you please ask Case to let that baggage go?" Mrs. Chase grabbed onto Zuri's hand, almost begging the latter. "Auntie, I'm not sure how I can help. Case has never listened to me." Zuri looked very awkward as she said that. If she had the power to persuade Case, they wouldn't have gotten a divorce in the first place. "No, Zuri, you don't understand. Case changed after his car accident. He sees Brenny for what she is now, and he sees you differently too, especially after you donated him blood. He sees you as a lifesaver. I think he'll really listen to you if you talk to him." "Auntie, Zuri didn't know what to do. "Zuri, look, Case is already very busy with work these days, and that little girl's going to be nothing but baggage. Everyone we know is making fun of him and saying that he's asking for it. He took care of the vile woman's mother, and now he's raising her daughter. No one wants to be looked down on. I asked him to send the child to an orphanage, but he wouldn't do it. He's too soft-hearted. I know that the child is innocent, but the thought of her disgusting mother makes me want to vomit. Don't you agree, Zuri?" "Maybe Case has his own plans," said Zuri. "I know my son. He's just too soft-hearted." "That's true, but Case has been living with that child for a while now, and it's only natural for him to care about her," Zuri said slowly while holding her coffee cup. "I'm not against him taking care of the kid, but could he use another way to care for her? Maybe send the child to a childless family or something? She'll live a great life that way too." Mrs. Chase looked helpless. "It all depends on what Case wants to do." "Yeah, Case is stubborn as a bull, just like before. We were so against your divorce, but he still went through with it. Zuri, I'm begging you, please talk to him, okay?" Auntie, I'll try my best. My relationship with Case right now is... I'm not sure if I should say too much to him. He might get annoyed. He won't. He'll consider your words. You saved his life. But I can't force my opinions on him just because I saved his life, right? Zuri smiled. Anyway, please find a chance to talk to him. That would be the biggest help to me. Mrs. Chase was being selfish. She was so set on getting rid of Brenny's daughter that she was even willing to bother Zuri. Zuri knew that it was a bad idea to get involved. She knew what little value she held when it came to Case. She couldn't, however, defend against Mrs. Chase's persuading. She had no other choice. Then, I'll try my best. Auntie, all I can do is try. I'm not sure if I'll be of any help. That's great. Zuri, thank you. Don't mention it. Zuri smiled awkwardly. Zuri had planned to meet Case after a couple of days, but to her surprise, the two ran into each other that very night. Zuri, look! Isn't that your ex-husband? A socialite next to Zuri nudged her. In her navy evening gown, Zuri looked up. Indeed, Case wasn't far away. He was holding the hand of a 5-year-old little girl. She was wearing a princess dress and looked very pretty. Isn't that Brenny's daughter? Did young Master Chase really adopt her? How weird is this? There was chatter in the crowd. Yeah, why would young Master Chase do that? He's just looking for trouble. Exactly. Her mother's so rotten there's no way she'll turn out good. What's that saying again? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Young Master Chase is too soft-hearted. He probably cares about the child. Although she's not his biological daughter, they've lived together for a long time. He's not made of stone, after all. Really? I don't know about that. I heard of a rumor saying that young Master Chase is a pedophile. He probably wants to keep her to himself. Zuri's expression changed drastically when she heard these words. Are you guys bored? Is it fun gossiping behind people's backs all the time? The socialites looked at each other, feeling awkward. You're all at an age where you should be cherishing life. Stop worrying about other people's personal business, said Zuri. Zuri, we're just standing up for you. Case treated you so poorly before. That's my business. I'm not even bothered by it anymore. Why are you people still so worried about it? Seeing Zuri angry, the socialites were too afraid to say more. In the city, the Blake family was amongst the richest, and no small company was willing to make them an enemy. This was especially true due to the close connection between Brenton and Justin. So, even though they knew that Zuri's words were directed at them, they couldn't do anything about it. Afterward, Zuri went to the side. Case arrived with a child. After he greeted a couple of familiar faces, he went to the table and got a piece of mousse cake for her. Uncle Chase, when are we going home? In a little while. I have to meet a friend and talk about some things. We'll leave after that. Okay, then can I get food for myself later? Tiani asked. Yes, but don't eat too much. You'll get a tummy ache, Case warned patiently. Zuri walked over to Case just when Tiani left to get ice cream. After he greeted some people, Case was just about to grab the cocktail when Zuri took it for him. Thank you. Case only realized that it was Zuri in front of him when he looked up. Case, has your injury gotten any better? Auntie told me that you're back to work? Yeah, I'm fine now. The smaller injuries will heal in time. I can't rush it. That's good then. Zuri nodded. Your brother didn't come with you? Case looked around for Brenton. Oh no. My brother and sister-in-law have been worried sick about what happened to the Dawson family. My sister-in-law is very close to Mrs. Dawson. She even got sick over it. Oh, I see. So everyone knew about what had happened in Jack's family. Case decided not to say much, since there were too many people around. Case, that child! Remembering what Mrs. Chase had asked, Zuri began to ask about Tiani, but was cut off by a voice. Zuri! Zuri turned around and saw a suited-up Gavin walking over with champagne in his hands. I've been looking for you. Finally found you here. Gavin smiled. Before Zuri could respond, he took off his suit jacket and laid it across Zuri's shoulders. The air conditioner's turned up too high here. Don't get a cold. Thanks. Zuri lowered her head, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, President Chase, what a surprise. You know Zuri? Gavin asked Case, smiling. Before Case could answer, Gavin opened his mouth again. Oh, I remember. You're Zuri's BS ex-husband. Gavin, Zuri was getting annoyed. Oops, sorry, my mistake. I'm just parroting what everyone is saying. President Chase is not going to hold this against me, right? Of course not. Case looked at Gavin, clearly bothered by it. Zuri, my mom and aunt are here. They're over there. Let's go say hello? Zuri wanted to reject, but she knew that Gavin wasn't fond of Case. If she didn't leave, Gavin would probably misunderstand her intentions of staying. So, in order not to cause more trouble, she waved goodbye to Case. Case, I'll head over then. All right. After a couple of steps, Zuri paused, turning her head to Gavin. Is this fun for you? What? Gavin pretended to not know anything. I'm asking you if mocking him is fun for you. Zuri was becoming mad. Zuri, I'm only helping you out. He treated you so poorly before. Shut your mouth. That's between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Who the hell are you to interject? Zuri, we? There is no we. I didn't agree to anything. Your family business is on a downward slide and your dad wants to commence a project with my dad. That's between them. You can talk to my brother about it if you want, but stop trying to get close to me. I will never use my happiness to make business connections again. So, the next time you see Case, put away your sarcastic, bizarre tone. It really makes me sick. With that, Zuri turned around and walked away. Gavin was frustrated, but he couldn't say anything. Zuri wasn't wrong. The Y family really needed the Blake family's help. He really did have other intentions in his pursuit of Zuri, but it wasn't all about business. Zuri's spicy, decisive personality and her talents and beauty really got to his heart. Once our family gets out of this rump, I will make you mine. Case wants to get back together with you? Over my dead body, Gavin said quietly. Zuri was about to change into something else and leave. She was no longer interested in events like these. As she walked past the hallway, she saw Brenny's daughter crouched down on the floor, eating ice cream. The little girl looked so small and so careful, she couldn't help but feel for her. Just then, a man walked past the little girl. As the latter stood up, she accidentally flipped the plate in her hands, spilling the ice cream all over the man's suit. Whose kid is this? Absolutely no manners, the man roared. Sorry, mister. I didn't mean to. Tiani immediately reached out in an attempt to wipe away the ice cream. Get away from me. Don't touch my pants with your filthy hands. The man clearly had a short temper. The man's female companion walked over. Honey, what happened? Someone's kid dirtied up my suit, the man cursed with furrowed brows. This kid? I think young Master Chase brought her here. The woman looked at Tiani. Young Master Chase? So this is the baggage? The man spewed viciously. I'm not baggage. Although Tiani didn't know what the word meant, she could tell that it wasn't something nice. So you're the whore's daughter. No wonder you've got such a slutty little face. Did your mother teach you how to lure men? You're trying to get my attention intentionally, aren't you? The man spewed vile words as he pointed at Tiani. Finally, Zuri couldn't help but intervene, walking over in her high heels. Someone so old picking on a child? Aren't you afraid of becoming a household joke? Who the hell are you? Butt out of my business! The man turned around and yelled at Zuri. His female companion immediately grabbed onto his arm. She whispered, Honey, calm down. That's the daughter of the Blake family. The man's attitude immediately did a 180. Smiling, he said, The beautiful Miss Blake, nice to meet you. Zuri glanced at the man. If I remember correctly, you're the Gao family's bastard son, right? What, you think you're a big shot now because they've finally acknowledged your existence? You... The man wasn't expecting such harsh words from Zuri. She was really hitting him where it hurts. What? You are a man, aren't you? Are you really bullying a child? Zuri walked over to Tiani in a protective stance. The little BS made my suit all sticky, the man argued. She's a kid. It's not like she did it intentionally. Aren't you going to have children later on? Zuri clapped back. Sister Zuri, do you know who's this kid's mother? The woman suddenly interjected. Zuri scoffed, not giving her a reply. Sister Zuri, this is that Batch, Brenny's daughter. Have you forgotten about how she ruined your marriage? That woman kept on trying to add oil to the fire. That was Brenny. It had nothing to do with the child. I'm not stupid enough to take it out on a child. All right then. The woman pursed her lips, afraid to say more to the unrelenting Zuri. "Honey, let's go." The woman tugged on the man's hand to leave. "Stop right there," Zuri ordered. "Miss Blake, what else do you need?" The duo turned around, clearly irritated. "You apologize to the child for what you've said." Pointing at the man, Zuri enunciated every word. "What? You want me to apologize to a whore's daughter? Are you nuts?" The man was furious. "Watch your mouth. Wasn't your mother also a mistress? Don't be the pot calling the kettle black." Zuri wasn't holding back with her insults at all. "Zuri, don't cross the line. You think that you can boss people around just because you're part of the Blake family?" The man roared. "I'm not being unreasonable. Actually, I'm being very reasonable. The little girl has already apologized to you for getting ice cream on your clothes, but you're unwilling to let this go. You're cursing at her and spewing disgusting words at a child. That is unfair." "Zuri, why are you siding with your enemy's child?" The woman looked irritated. "Who I want to help is my business. If you don't apologize, you're going against the Blake family. If I remember correctly, the Gao family's in debt to the Blake family, right? Why don't I tell my dad to cut off those resources and the Gao family can kick you, their low-life son, out of their home?" Zuri was domineering as ever. Zuri's words extinguished the man's fury instantly. There weren't many businesses that could rival the Blake family in the city. The Gao family was merely an overnight upstart with a shaky foundation and was too small to be a threat. They couldn't even rival the Y family, let alone the Blake family. The man didn't dare to anger Zuri further. He immediately switched his attitude and smiled. "Miss Blake, I apologize for my actions. Please forgive me." "That's where you're wrong. You're not apologizing to me. You're apologizing to her." Zuri pointed at Tiani. There were more and more people gathering around them. Before they knew it, Case made his way into the crowd as well. He watched quietly as it all unfolded. "Are you apologizing or not?" Zuri glared at the disgusting man. As well. He watched quietly as it all unfolded. "Are you apologizing or not?" Zuri glared at the disgusting man. Seeing the crowd grow, the man looked beyond embarrassed. "Honey, what do we do?" The man tugged on the man's hand. "Get away from me!" The man pushed the woman's hand away, annoyed. Finally, he clenched his jaw and walked over to Tiani. Tiani hid behind Zuri in fear. "Don't be afraid. He's the one in the wrong, not you. He's the one apologizing." Zuri turned around and led Tiani forward. "Sorry, kid. I take back what I said," the man spat. "Are you satisfied, Miss Blake?" the man asked, extremely annoyed. "Yes. I hope that you'll watch your words more carefully from now on." Zuri didn't continue the argument. Seeing that the show was over, the crowd dissipated as well. Zuri took Tiani by the hand and looked around for Case, only to find him standing right behind them. "I was looking for you. Keep an eye on her. There are a lot of people here and not all of them are good." Zuri let go of Tiani's hand and led her to Case. "Uncle Chase!" Tiani immediately ran to Case. "Tiani, are you all right?" "I'm okay. This auntie saved me." Although she didn't know what had just happened, Tiani could tell who was protecting her. Case, on the other hand, had witnessed most of it. If this were any other time, he would have rushed forward to beat the BS up. For whatever reason, he decided to sit back and observe this time. He wanted to see how Zuri handled a situation like this. The results were satisfying, to say the least. Zuri definitely lived up to her status. Case used to think that Zuri was bossy and unreasonable, trampling over people using her status. He only realized now that she had a just side too. The fact that she was protecting Brenny's daughter was even more impressive. She knew it was Brenny's daughter, but she still stood up for the little girl. Regardless of what other people said about her, Zuri's courage was enough to move Case. "Zuri, thank you," said Case. "Don't mention it. That BS was clearly a lowlife. Look at him. And he's bullying a child. How embarrassing." Zuri was unbothered. "Be careful, though. He's clearly going to hold a grudge against you," Case warned. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Zuri smiled. "When are you leaving?" "I'm leaving now. So tired," Zuri yawned. "Did you drive here?" Case asked. "No, my driver drove me here." "Oh, okay. Get home safely then." "Okay." Zuri nodded and then turned around to leave. Actually, Case was prepared to drive Zuri home if she had given him a different reply. However, Hearing Zuri say that she was driven there by her driver, he didn't have a reason to offer to drive her home. After Zuri left, Case also left the scene with Tiani. "Uncle Chase," Tiani softly said. Do you like that, Auntie?" "Why do you ask?" "Your eyes seem different when you are looking at her." "What do my eyes look like?" Case asked, smiling. "Your eyes look very kind. You used to look at Mommy that way, but afterward, I'm not sure when, Mommy changed, and you changed. Everyone changed." As she ended her sentence, Tiani looked down at the ground, dejected. "Tiani, your Mommy and I—" Case didn't know what to say. Just then, a loud bang sounded behind them. Case's car was struck. Tiani was young and was sitting at the front. The crash threw her forward, bumping her head on the car. Feeling the immense pain, Tiani began to cry. Case immediately got off his car. His white Maserati was hit by a black Porsche Cayenne, and the man getting out of it was none other than Gavin. "Oh, President Chase, my apologies. My foot slipped and I rear-ended you by accident, but it's okay. You can drive your car into the repair shop. I'll pay for the damages." As soon as he finished his sentence, Case's fist throttled him to the ground. Perhaps he was surprised by the out-of-character reaction from Case. When he reacted, wanting to return a hit, it was already too late. Case's strikes were both quick and furious. Gavin was basically nailed onto the floor. When he was done, Case stood up and cleaned off his knuckles. "You can go to the hospital and get yourself checked out. I'll pay for the injuries." With that, Case turned around, got into his car, and drove off with Tiani. The incident was filmed by passers-by and shared on social media, going viral instantly. Zuri caught sight of it soon after. "Zuri, everyone's saying that Case and Gavin's fighting over you." Her best friend sent her a voice message. "That's impossible. Don't listen to them." "I'm serious. That's what everyone's saying. Gavin likes you, we all know that, so it makes that he doesn't like Case. Haha, do you feel proud?" "Not really," Zuri replied calmly. "But did you watch the video? Haha, Case was so cool. He completely dominated the fight. Poor Gavin. I heard that he's going to go to the Chase family to seek justice." "What are they, kids? Why are they going to their parents? So embarrassing," said Zuri. "Yeah, Case really showed off his combat skills this time. I've always heard that Justin was the best fighter in their group. After all, he was in the Special Forces." "Oh yeah, does your brother know how to fight too?" her best friend gossiped. "Of course! What is he supposed to do? Wait to get kidnapped?" Zuri retorted. As she chatted with her friend, Zuri thought about the reasons behind the fight. Truthfully speaking, Zuri didn't even know what she felt for Case. She wasn't exactly hung up on him, but she hadn't exactly moved on either. Zuri and Case's relationship was not like what the press had described, living in separate bedrooms after 3 years of marriage. That was not the case. Their relationship was quite normal, and they had a healthy sex life. Case was a normal man, and Zuri was a beautiful woman. So he was definitely someone with whom she had an intimate relationship with. During their divorce, many people talked about how having a baby would save their marriage. Without a kid, it would be very hard for the wife to cement her position in a wealthy family. Plus, having a child was also the best bond to a man's heart. At the thought of this, Zuri felt a little sad. She even wondered if she was infertile. Silent night. After a day of busy work, Justin didn't go home. He went to the army hospital instead. Noah brought a man to him in a hospital room. Chung stood behind Noah, nodding at the sight of Justin. "Sit down. I have a couple of questions for you." Justin's tone was cold. Perhaps it was Chung's previous relationship to Andrew that made Justin feel a bit repulsed. "Okay," Chung sat down. The 3 men stayed inside Jack's hospital room. Noah walked over to Jack, wetted a towel, wrung it out, and wiped Jack's face gently. Justin took out a cigarette, only to put it down when he remembered that he was in a hospital. He put it away instead. "When did you begin to help Jack?" "For a while now. I began working for President Dawson ever since he did my child's heart transplant surgery," Chung answered honestly. "How much of Andrew's plan do you know?" "Boss never talks about the details. The only thing I know is that he really wants Miss Green." "On the day of the incident, he sent you away intentionally, right?" Justin recalled. "Yes. He already knew that I was a mole by then. It was definitely intentional. He even sent killers after me, but thankfully, President Dawson's people got there in time. You mentioned something about an island? What's that about? Justin asked. I've never been there before and have no idea where it's located. He hired people specifically for the island. It's definitely not in this country, though. He would go there every once in a while without anyone's knowledge. I think that he has a detailed plan, and he has probably brought Miss Green to that island. Does anyone else know about the island? I'm not sure about that, but I'm probably Andrew's most trusted right-hand man in this country. Chung was confident. What about his people abroad? What kind of power does he have? Boss, no. Andrew is close to Legend's family, especially his brother Nalo. I've never seen the man, though. It's only a rumor. Apparently, he met them when he was studying abroad. They've been in contact, but every time Andrew went abroad, he never brought us with him. Noah suddenly interjected. Andrew's a very paranoid person. He won't trust them fully, so I'm guessing he has another group of people abroad working for him. I just want to know where the island is located. Justin sighed. I really don't know the location. If I did, I would have told President Dawson already. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Chung looked at the unconscious Jack, feeling guilty. So you believe that Andrew's still alive, right? Chloe's alive too, right? Justin stared at Chung. Yes, I don't peg him as someone who's willing to die so easily. Of course, if his second personality comes through, anything could happen. Second personality? Justin never really heard about Andrew's second personality. So, Chung gave him a basic description. When his second personality appears, he turns into a monster. Usually he ends up going on a killing spree, Chung described. Then is it possible that it was his second personality that killed all of his minions? Justin asked. That doesn't make sense. If he was trying to silence people, Chung would have been his first target. But Chung is alive, Noah analyzed. I don't think so either. In my opinion, Andrew would never return to this country again, even if he's alive. He's probably already on that island, Chung slowly said. Again with the island. Everyone's talking about the island. Could someone tell me where the hell this island is? There are millions of islands in this world. How am I supposed to find it? Justin fell into despair. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the unfamiliar number and picked it up. Justin, this is Rick. The man on the other end spoke. Truthfully speaking, Justin was pleasantly surprised by Rick's call. He knew that Rick would take care of what he had asked before. As long as Rick could find a skilled doctor in the U.S., there would be hope for Jack. Rick, how's it going over there? Justin asked. I asked many doctors and all of them said no. Rick's tone was heavy. Then what do we do? There is someone who can save him. Who? Fiona Wagner, Rick replied. Who's Fiona Wagner? Justin had no idea what he was talking about. The name sounded like it belonged to a woman. Chloe never told you? No, Justin replied. Oh, it looks like she's very careful about this. Who's Fiona Wagner? Justin asked again, curious. After all, Rick did say this was a person who could save Jack, and Rick never exaggerated. If Rick thought someone could save Jack, this certain someone was definitely exceptional. Justin was becoming more and more intrigued by the person named Fiona. How do I put this? This is really important and involves a lot of Chloe's most private information. Without her permission, I can't say too much. Basically, Fiona is someone we can trust, and she definitely cares about Chloe and Jack just as much as we do. The most important thing is that she has the ability. Rick sounded confident. Wow, that amazing? If that's the case, contact Fiona. Tell her to come here and save Jack. Justin didn't want to pry for more information. All he wanted to do was get Jack help. Fiona's hard to track. She always goes rogue, so I can only try. I can't promise that I'll find her. Justin really wanted to take the last 5 minutes of his life back. The call with Rick literally got nowhere. He also knew, however, that Rick was just as worried about Jack's situation. Rick had exhausted all options, and Fiona was probably his only and final choice. All right, I know you'll do all that you can. You definitely will, said Justin. Yes, I will. Characteristic of Rick's personality, he only replied with a few words. That's all then. Keep in touch. I will return soon, whether or not I find Fiona. Rick then hung up the phone. After his conversations with Chung and Rick, Justin was completely dejected. Although he learned about Andrews Island, he had no idea where it was located. He was basically looking for a needle in the haystack. Finding Chloe seemed like an impossible task, especially in a short time frame. Then, with Rick's delivery of bad news, that there are no doctors in the U.S. that could save Jack, and that all their hope was now placed on some rogue named Fiona, who they had no idea how to get into contact with, Justin suddenly felt helpless. Justin blamed himself for his inability to do more for Chloe and Jack in a time like this. Other than caring for their children, he couldn't handle anything else. He felt useless. When Justin returned home in the evening, it was already 10 p.m. He peeked inside the twins' room, thinking that they were already asleep. To his surprise, he was greeted by Pudding and Little Bean arguing. "Justin, you're just in time." Little Bean didn't look so good. "What happened? Why aren't the two of you asleep? What are you doing?" Justin was confused. "Handsome Cooper, I want to go home. Take me home." "What's wrong, Little Bean?" Justin was taken aback by Little Bean's request. He held her up into his arms. "I miss Daddy and Mommy. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here anymore. Pudding won't go. She can stay here alone." Little Bean seemed a little bit angry. "Why do you suddenly want to go home?" Justin asked patiently. "Because this isn't home." Little Bean was straightforward as ever. "I don't like what I'm hearing. Don't you like your handsome Cooper anymore?" This was the first time Justin had ever pouted in front of someone, and he was doing it for a 3-year-old girl. What an adorable sight. "That has nothing to do with this. You can't mix the two. I like handsome Cooper, but I also want to go home. I miss my daddy and mommy." "How old are you? Still missing your parents?" Justin pinched Little Bean's nose dotingly. "Please, I'm only 3.5. Little Bean rolled her eyes. "Ugh, oh yeah." Justin was speechless. Just then, Pudding walked over, glancing at her little sister's face. "Little Bean, we can't go back now." "Why not?" Little Bean wasn't convinced. "Because Daddy isn't home. You know that he's looking for Mommy," Pudding continued with her white lies. "That doesn't affect our going home. There's still Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie Avery, and the others." Little Bean argued back. "They're not home either." "You're lying. You just don't want to go home. Aren't you enjoying yourself too much here?" Little Bean glared at her sister, mad as could be. Her eyes looked both angry, yet adorable. "Oh? Too enjoyable here? What do you mean, Little Bean?" Justin laughed. "Go away, handsome Cooper. Don't mess around. This is between us sisters," Little Bean criticized. All right. I guess I'm messing around." Justin's head was beginning to hurt. Little Bean was completely different from Pudding. Although she looked nonchalant and happy-go-lucky normally, she was more stubborn than a bull when she wanted to be. Like today, for whatever reason, she suddenly wanted to go home. After 15 minutes of arguing, Pudding and Little Bean still haven't resolved their issues. "Enjoying myself? It's not like that at all. Daddy's not home right. He's looking for Mommy. Grandma and Grandpa are not home either. Our home is not safe right now, and staying here is the best solution. It puts our daddy's heart at ease. Why are you being so unreasonable?" "I'm only 3 years old. What reason am I supposed to understand?" Little Bean roared. "So what you're saying is that everyone should listen to you just because you're 3? You're not to be held responsible if you kill someone? That you're above the law?" Pudding crossed her arms, questioning her little sister calmly. Hearing this, Little Bean couldn't hold it in anymore. "Wah! Handsome Cooper, look at her stupid face. How could she question me like that? She's so mean to me." Little Bean aired her grievances as she cried. "I'm not some booth psychic. I can't tell you everything you want to hear," Pudding continued. All right, okay, girls, calm down." Justin felt helpless. He was all too used to their fights. He could really make a drama out of them. "I'm asking you one last time." Pudding looked away, ignoring Little Bean. "You're ignoring me? How could you?" Little Bean was shaking from anger. "I'm asking you one last time. Are you going home with me or not?" By home, Little Bean was referring to South Hill Manor. "No," Pudding replied resolutely. She then added, "If you want to go, go by yourself." "Hey, can the two of you stop fighting?" Justin was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Fine, remember what you said. Since you like it here so much, stay here forever. I know what you're doing. You never liked Kenneth. You want to stay here and marry handsome Cooper. I didn't know you were so calculative. I despise you. With that, before Pudding could reply, Little Bean grabbed her packed little bag and headed out. Justin was completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? Is your head filled with boogers? Pudding couldn't believe what she was hearing. Seeing Little Bean leave, Justin rushed out after her. Pudding sat alone and angry in the room, too frustrated to care. She didn't tell Little Bean the truth because she knew the latter wasn't strong enough to handle it. Pudding was more mature, and she was going to put up a smile no matter how difficult it was. For whatever reason, Little Bean was even more stubborn than usual. She wanted to go home, and nobody was going to stop her. Her petulant ways frustrated Pudding beyond belief, and although Pudding was precocious for her age, she was still just a child. So seeing that Little Bean wasn't going to listen to reason, Pudding decided to stop trying. What she didn't expect, however, was that Little Bean began to pack up her clothes. She had made up her mind. Justin rushed downstairs and stopped Little Bean from leaving. Mrs. Cooper was old and retired early to her bedroom. She thought that the twins were already in their beds and deep in slumber at a time like this. In the large, empty hall, only Justin and Little Bean were left. Little Bean, where are you going in the middle of the night? Home, of course. It's pitch dark outside. I'm not scared. I can get a cab. Do you have money? I'm talking about cash. Cabs only take cash, Justin teased. Yes, Little Bean nodded. You have cash? Justin looked at her in disbelief. Yes, I have a lot. Little Bean reached into her shoulder bag and took out a stash of $100 bills. Ugh, where did you get that? If Justin remembered correctly, the kids didn't have any cash with them when they arrived. There was more than enough food and drinks, and Mrs. Cooper paid for everything else they wanted. Where did this kid get the cash? I traded Snap money for cash with Auntie in the kitchen. You're quite the sharp one, aren't you? Justin was speechless. Handsome Cooper, move. I'm leaving. Where are you going? No one's home, really. The South Hill Manor is pitch black right now. It's really spooky. What if you see a vampire or a zombie? Justin tried to scare Little Bean. To his surprise, the latter looked at him in absolute disbelief. Handsome Cooper, how old are you? Ugh? Justin was taken aback. I'm only 3, and even I don't believe in silly things like that. What century is this? Do you still believe in vampires and zombies? How foolish! Little Bean exclaimed. Little Bean, there really aren't any people in your home. I still want to go back. I'll sleep by myself. What about food? I can get it delivered. I have a lot of money on my Snap. Little Bean looked excited. What if they deliver your food when you're taking a shower? Isn't that awkward? Justin was very imaginative. I won't call delivery when I'm in the shower, and I won't take a shower if I do. Thank you very much, Little Bean replied smoothly. Then, what if you miss your sister? You girls grew up together after all. You haven't spent a day apart ever since. Justin played the family card. Miss her? Are you joking? She's the last person I want to see right now. Little Bean was furious. The mention of her sister's name made her face scrunch up. She was really pissed off this time. You girls are sisters. Be kinder to each other. I did talk to her nicely, but look at her. She's so full of herself. Ugh, it's as if she thinks that I can't survive without her. Haha, I know that's not true. Little Bean's the best, Justin began to coax her. Handsome Cooper, I'm telling you. I know you're clever. Don't try to coax me. I won't fall into your traps. Anyway, I just want to go home. Wait, don't know. Hear me out. Send it through Snap. Bye. With that, Little Bean turned around to leave. Justin decided to use force. He decided to grab Little Bean and take her upstairs. Before he could act, however, Pudding's voice sounded from behind. Little Bean, Daddy, and Mommy are both in trouble. Can you just stop acting out now? What did you say? Little Bean turned around to look at her sister, who was standing by the second-floor railings. Sigh. Justin sighed. He knew the gig was up. They had to tell Little Bean what was going on. What did you just say? Who's in trouble? How could you curse out Daddy and Mommy? What kind of daughter are you? Little Bean yelled. I'm telling you the truth. The psycho jumped off the cliff with Mommy. No one knows if they're alive or not. Daddy was so worried he puked blood and went into a coma. He's been in the hospital for a couple of days now." "You're lying," Little Bean reacted heatedly. "Ask Handsome Cooper if I'm lying." Although Pudding looked calm on the outside, her heart was doing flips in her stomach. "Handsome Cooper, is it true?" Little Bean asked with tears in her eyes. "Ugh," Justin stammered, not knowing what to say to comfort Little Bean. "Handsome Cooper, just tell her. Otherwise, she'll act like a stubborn bull. She'll continue to cause trouble. There's not even a ghost living in South Hill Manor right now. Why do you want to go home?" Pudding was angry too. She unleashed all of her pent-up frustrations from the past couple of days. "Little Bean, listen to me. Your daddy really is in the hospital, but he will wake up soon," Justin comforted Little Bean gently. "I don't believe it. You're both lying. You don't want me to go home, so you're making things up," Little Bean cried, shaking her head. "We're not lying. We didn't want to tell you at first because we thought that you couldn't handle it. But if we don't tell you now, you'll cause more trouble trying to go home. I can't hold it in anymore. I'm scared every day. I'm scared that Daddy won't wake up. I'm scared that we'll get the news of Mommy's death. I've had enough." With that, Pudding crouched down. She held onto the second-floor railings and cried her heart out. Little Bean was truly stunned. She knew that Pudding wouldn't joke about their Mommy and Daddy's life. That meant that everything she said was true. The psycho jumped off the cliff with Mommy? Daddy's in a coma? It was too much information to take in all at once. Finally, Little Bean began to cry. The sight of the crying twins broke Justin's heart. Their parents were in trouble, and he couldn't even take care of the kids well. He couldn't help but feel guilty. "What's happening? Why are they crying?" Hearing the kids, Mrs. Cooper walked out of her bedroom in her pajamas and gold-rimmed glasses. "Mom." Justin felt a little awkward at the sight of his mother. "What's wrong?" Mrs. Cooper held Pudding up into her arms lovingly and wiped away the latter's tears using her sleeves. "Actually," Justin racked his brain for an excuse. After all, his mother wasn't a fool, and any clue would give them up. "Grandma Cooper, Little Bean wants to go home. I don't want to go, so we started to argue. Our argument escalated and we began to cry," Pudding explained. Clearly, she didn't want Mrs. Cooper to know about her daddy and Mommy's situation. Justin held up Little Bean and nodded. "Yes, that's what happened." "Oh, I thought it was something big. But really, what's Chloe doing? Where did she and Jack go? They don't want their kids anymore? The kids have been here for a couple of days now," Mrs. Cooper wondered. Little Bean began to cry even harder at Mrs. Cooper's words. "Mom, look, what are you saying? It's not like we can't feed them," Justin half joked. "Of course, I'm not worried about feeding them. They can stay here forever if they want to. I'm just thinking that the kids are still young. It's natural that they miss their mom. This is probably the first time she's left them alone for this long ever since their birth. It makes sense that they're missing her. If she could, she would pick them up. You know how much she loves the kids." Justin tried to reason. "That's true. Chloe's so attached to the kids. She probably has something really important to handle this time. Little Bean, stop crying. Tomorrow I'll wake up early and make you some delicious tiramisu. How does that sound?" "I don't want to eat, Grandma Cooper," Little Bean cried as she spoke. "Oh my, you're crying so hard. My heart's breaking." Mrs. Cooper carried Pudding downstairs carefully, standing before Justin and Little Bean. "Good girl, Little Bean, don't cry. I'll make you anything you want to eat." "I don't want to eat anything, Grandma Cooper. I want my Mommy." Little Bean was still crying her heart out. "I'll call your Mommy and tell her to hurry back." Mrs. Cooper was still in the dark. Pudding gave Little Bean a look, signaling her that Grandma Cooper could not know about this. Receiving the glance, Little Bean looked down and continued to cry. She was too afraid to tell the truth. After a long while of comforting, the twins made up and went upstairs to bed. After the twins were asleep, Mrs. Cooper looked at Justin. "What happened?" "Nothing. Didn't we just tell you?" "I'm old, but I'm not confused. Pudding lied to me and now you're lying to me too?" Justin was once again speechless. "I know Chloe. If it's not something important, she wouldn't leave the kids here for this long without seeing them. Not even a phone call. I've been watching the twins' phones. They haven't been in contact with their parents. No video calls, no texts. Mom, you're pretty observant. Justin was speechless. Duh! If I'm not observant, how could I have married into the Cooper family? Mrs. Cooper rolled her eyes at her son. Seeing that he couldn't hide the secret anymore, he told his mother everything. Mrs. Cooper was stunned by the news. She took a piece of tissue and wiped away her tears. Chloe, such a good person. Why is her life so rough? She's not even 30 yet, Mrs. Cooper cried. Mom, Chloe's not dead yet. Don't say things like this. Justin felt frustrated. Son, I hope I'm not being inappropriate, but do you think Chloe will return safely this time? Justin's phone rang just as he was about to answer. After the call, Justin's expression changed and he stood up. Mom, something happened in the hospital. I need to go. With that, he ran out anxiously. Justin almost flew to the hospital. Because the call was from the hospital, Justin was even more frightened. After all, someone had just tried to sneak their way in and poison the guards. Soon after Justin left, Pudding coaxed Little Bean to sleep and got up to go to the washroom. Suddenly, an unfamiliar number appeared on her phone. Hello? Pudding, I'm Auntie. Auntie, where are you? Pudding couldn't help the excitement in her voice. Honey, I don't even know where I am. Fiona laughed. Pudding, honey, listen to me. Do you remember what I told you the last time we spoke? Yes, Pudding nodded. Your grandpa's already there. He'll probably arrive at the hospital at night, but Justin will stop him from operating on your father, so it's your turn, Fiona explained. Grandpa's already here? Pudding was elated. Yep, as far as I know, he's there. All right then, I know what to do. With that, Pudding hung up the phone and ran to Justin's room. To her surprise, the room was completely empty. Where's Handsome Cooper? Pudding, why aren't you asleep yet? Mrs. Cooper saw Pudding standing before Justin's room when she walked upstairs with her coffee. Grandma Cooper, where's Handsome Cooper? He went out. Where? He didn't say. He said it was an emergency. Pudding nodded and dialed Justin's number. Knowing Justin's at the hospital, Pudding immediately tugged on Mrs. Cooper's hands. Grandma Cooper, could you please tell the driver and guard to bring me to Handsome Cooper? Now? Mrs. Cooper was surprised. Yes, now. Pudding, Handsome Cooper's handling something. Why don't you wait until he comes back? No, Grandma Cooper, it'll be too late. I have to do it now. Mrs. Cooper knew that Pudding was a sensible child. Something must have been urgent for her to press like that. After some thought, she asked the driver and guards to escort Pudding to the Army Hospital. ICU entrance, Army Hospital. There were many people at the entrance when Justin arrived. There were doctors, guards, and all of them were surrounding a silver-haired old man. The old man was donning a dark hazel shirt and long black pants. His face looked seasoned, but his gaze was razor-sharp. Young Master Cooper, you're here. What happened? Seeing the intruder, Justin rushed over immediately. This old man wants to go in, but when we ask him for his identity, he refuses to tell us. It's very suspicious, the guard explained. Who are you? Justin looked at the old man standoffishly. So you're Justin. The old man looked at Justin with a smile. How do you know my name? Who doesn't know Commander Cooper's grandson? The old man continued to laugh. You know Jack? The old man's forward ways implied his relationship with Jack. Could he be a distant relative of the Dawson family? That made no sense. Even Jack's immediate family didn't know about his situation. How did a stranger find out about something so secretive? These thoughts made Justin even more alert. Not only do I know him, I'm here to save his life, said the old man. How did you find out about this? Justin was very hostile. He suspected that the old man was sent by Andrew to finish off Chin Chu. That's none of your business. I just do. His status as a professor was also special, and he couldn't reveal it to the others. No identity. Walking around looking suspicious. Detain this old guy, Justin ordered. Damned fellow, you dare to arrest me? The professor glared at him. In the whole world, few people dared to put a hand on him. Even the people from the FBI called him Professor with respect. To his astonishment, the moment he returned to the country, the young man Justin issued an order to arrest him. I don't care who you are. You are up to something. Arrest him, Justin urged. The guards around him immediately walked up to do his bidding. Then a childish voice called out from the corridor, "Stop it! Pudding, how come you're here?" Justin looked back and frowned slightly when he saw Pudding. The old man's eyes softened immediately as he saw the kid. "Handsome Cooper, you can't arrest him," Pudding walked over and said clearly. "Why? Do you know the old guy?" Justin looked at Pudding in surprise. Pudding nodded. "Who is he, Pudding?" Justin was surprised. If Pudding knew him, he must be someone important. But Justin had never seen him before. "He's Pudding," the old man called out to stop her, thinking she'd tell them his identity. "It's not important who he is. The important thing is that he can save my dad's life." Remembering Fiona's instructions, Pudding didn't reveal the professor's identity. "Pudding, are you sure? This old man can save your dad's life?" Justin was even more confused. "Yes." "Pudding, are you sure you're not joking? Do you know that no doctors in the country can cure your dad? Your Uncle Rick told me he had contacted many of your dad's former classmates and teachers in the U.S., and none of them could do it either. Now you are telling me this old man can do it?" Justin looked doubtful. "They can't do it because they're stupid and don't have the skills." The old man looked arrogant. "Old fellow, don't boast just because it doesn't cost money." Justin gave him a dirty look. "Handsome Cooper, please stop suspecting him. I trust him, and I want him to do the surgery on my dad." "No, don't mess around." Justin frowned and scolded Pudding for her interference. "I'm not messing around. I'm serious." "Pudding, did someone hypnotize you or something? How can you speak for an outsider, a strange old man at that? Even though we are desperate, we can't put your dad in danger. He might die if we're not careful." Justin was a bit angry with Pudding. "So, we must do the surgery on my dad now. We can't miss the best surgery time." Pudding was determined. "You're so desperate that you trust this old guy who came from God knows where?" Justin lost his temper. The professor was exasperated as he heard Justin kept calling him old guy. He swore he'd blow up this arrogant and rude young fellow if Justin wasn't his daughter's good friend. "I'm not desperate. Handsome Cooper, do you trust me?" Hearing Pudding's question, Justin fell silent. "Handsome Cooper, even if I'm only a kid, I know what's right and what's wrong. It's my dad's life on the line, and I will never put him in danger. My grand—" Before she could blurt out "Grandpa," Pudding corrected herself and said, "This old grandpa is awesome. Believe me, in the whole world, only he can save my dad." "Who told you this nonsense? Did someone brainwash you, or are you hypnotized?" Justin was furious. "No," Pudding answered calmly. "Pudding, this is something concerning your dad's life." Justin emphasized the danger they were facing. "It's why I want someone I trust to do it." Justin looked at Pudding in surprise, and then at the old guy with an unknown identity, asking, "You trust this old guy?" "Yes." As if bewitched, Pudding insisted to have the old fellow perform surgery on Jack. Justin felt fatigued emotionally. Pudding had never done something so unreasonable, but today she was so willful, as if she had been bewitched. "We're running out of time. Handsome Cooper, I beg you to let him do the surgery, okay?" Pudding said with tears in her eyes. Seeing her face, Justin felt hurt inside, but he felt torn because he knew nothing about the old man's identity. If the latter did something to Jack during the operation, Jack would die. If Chloe came back safe and found Jack dead, she'd hate him for making this wrong decision. Seeing the dilemma in Justin's eyes, Pudding continued, "Handsome Cooper, I'll take all the consequences and responsibility for my dad's operation." "It's not a problem of responsibility. I'm afraid if something happens, it will be too late to feel sorry." Justin was still hesitant. "I won't feel sorry for it because Dad will wake up. Only after my dad wakes up can we find Mom sooner," Pudding said calmly. "But Pudding—" "Handsome Cooper, please. We've known each other for more than 3 years. I swear on my honor that you can trust me this time." Pudding felt that was all she could say to convince Justin. Justin shouldn't have a reason or the heart to refuse her. Finally, Justin admitted defeat to Pudding. "Okay, Pudding, I trust you." "Thank you." Pudding ran over and threw her arms around Justin in excitement. Then she turned her head and smiled at the old man. "Can you begin now?" "Pudding, come in with me. I'll check on his condition first," the old man said. "Okay." "Pudding, Justin didn't want Pudding to enter the ward alone with this mysterious old man. "I'll be fine. Handsome Cooper, be a good boy and wait here for me." Pudding was in a good mood. He watched as the little girl dressed in a white doll dress with red dots entered the ward after the old man. "Handsome Cooper, this is unheard of." The doctors of the Army hospital found the whole situation extremely weird. None of the first-class doctors in the country knew how to cure Jack, but now an old man appeared suddenly and claimed he could do it? Was he a god descending into the mortal world? Justin didn't answer because he didn't believe this old man could do it either, but he trusted Pudding. Pudding wasn't an ordinary kid. She was a little girl with horribly high intelligence. Born with powerful genes from her parents, she could handle many crises by herself. She and Little Bean had been kidnapped twice but had escaped from their kidnappers. Justin believed Pudding, an extremely smart girl who loved her father deeply, would never do anything to endanger her father's life. She must have her reasons to insist that the old man do the surgery. Due to these considerations, Justin had finally given in to her despite his doubts. The moment they walked into the room and the door closed, the old man looked back at Pudding genially and asked, "Pudding, do you know who I am?" Pudding gazed at the old man with her big, watery eyes for 3 seconds and said calmly, "I do. You're my grandpa." Hearing the word grandpa, the old man's eyes softened again. It was indescribable happiness for him to hear Chloe's daughter call him grandpa to his face. The professor touched Pudding's head lovingly and said, "Good girl." Without further ado, the professor walked to the bed and did a series of tests on Jack. Pudding didn't understand the equipment her grandpa used and wondered if they had the same miraculous functions as her auntie's watch phone. The watch could show the other caller's virtual image, which was a cutting-edge high technology that was not seen on the market. Half an hour later, the professor unplugged the equipment from Jack. "It seems these moronic doctors are not too bad. Their diagnosis is accurate," said the professor. "Grandpa, how is my daddy now?" Pudding walked over and asked anxiously. "It doesn't look good." The professor put away the devices and said, "But you can save him, right?" Pudding said confidently. "Who told you that I can save your dad?" The professor smiled at her kindly. "Auntie told me," Pudding said honestly. "I knew only that girl would boast like that." The professor smiled in exasperation. "Grandpa, can you save my dad?" Pudding asked. "You sounded quite confident when you convinced the young man outside, but now you don't trust me?" The professor wanted to see how his granddaughter with legendary high IQ would answer this question. "I did it because I must trust the person in your position. Auntie has great abilities, and even she believes Grandpa can do the job, so I'm sure you can do it." "Good point." The professor nodded in satisfaction. "Grandpa, have you figured out a way to save my dad?" "Yeah, I have." "Great. Grandpa, you're awesome." It was the first time that Pudding admired someone from the bottom of her heart. When everyone was clueless before a difficult problem, a person came along and said coolly, "Well, don't worry, I can solve it." At this moment, you'd feel this person was as powerful as a god. "When can you perform the surgery on Dad? Will he wake up after it?" Pudding continued to ask. "I must do one thing before the surgery." "What's it?" "Detoxication. Your dad did the stupid thing of drugging himself to suppress his emotional pain. If the toxin stays in his liver for a long time, his liver will be destroyed." Pudding didn't understand the medical stuff her grandpa was talking about, but she knew it was an issue they couldn't ignore. "Okay, Grandpa, please remove the toxin from Dad first." Pudding nodded. "Where's Little Bean?" "She's still in Grandma Cooper's home." "Grandma Cooper? You mean Justin's home?" "Yes. Would you two return to South Hill Manor with me? I can take care of you while making the antidote." "Will you do that?" Pudding was pleasantly surprised. "Of course. Do you want to return home with Grandpa?" The professor smiled warmly. "I do. My sister and I miss home. It's great that you'll stay with us, Grandpa." Pudding had never looked so excited before. "But you need to convince the fellow outside and then we can go home." The professor pointed at Justin outside the room. Nodding, Pudding opened the door and walked out. "Pudding, how did it go? What did that old guy say?" Justin looked anxious. Pudding dry coughed like an adult to clear her throat. "That old guy said, 'You, an immature young brat, are so naggy and irritating. "Ha, I was just kidding. You bought it?" Pudding laughed out loud. The usually proud and reserved Pudding suddenly became another girl, befuddling Justin. "Are you becoming Little Bean this moment?" Justin was exasperated. No, I was just kidding, don't worry. The old guy said my dad's case is not difficult." "Did he say that?" Justin was dumbfounded. "Yeah," Pudding nodded. "Humph, are you sure he's not just boasting?" Justin was doubtful. After all, it was a case that doctors, including the famous Professor Fang and many professors and elite students at Harvard Medical School, couldn't solve. However, this ordinary-looking old guy claimed it was not difficult. He sounded just like an old man who got drunk and boasted about his experience in the Long March and fighting alongside a marshal during the war. "Of course not," Pudding denied. "Pudding, it seems you trust him?" "Yes." "Why do you trust him?" Justin leaned down and whispered into her ear. "Because I have no choice besides trusting him anyway." "You're just trying to flog a dead horse?" Justin looked exasperated. "But my dad isn't a horse, he's a super gorgeous guy," Pudding retorted. "I know, it was just an idiom." "Okay, let's not talk about it. Handsome Cooper, come here. I need to talk to you about something else." Pudding waved her hand and began to play cute, but Justin knew if Pudding tried acting cute, she was up to something. "What is it?" Justin said warily. "Come here first. I'm a bit tired and must sit on your lap to talk to you." Hearing her words, Justin was even warier as he walked to Pudding cautiously. When he sat down, Pudding climbed up and sat on his lap before throwing her arms around his neck. "Handsome Cooper, you like me very much, right?" "Of course." "Then you'll let me do anything I want?" "It depends. I can't let you murder people or set fires." Justin was cautious. "Of course, what are you talking about? I obviously wouldn't break the law. How can I do those things?" "Good, as long as it doesn't break the law." "I need you to do me a favor," she said mysteriously. "What's it?" "You must promise you will do it first." "Damn it! How can I promise you something I don't even know?" Justin was bewildered. "I don't care. If you don't promise you, I won't tell you." Pudding continued to play a shamelessly unreasonable girl. In fact, she had learned this tactic from her mom. She had noticed her mom often used it on her dad and had never failed. Pudding thought it should be useful with Suyu too, since he loved her and Little Bean very much. What's your game, girl? What are you trying to pull this time?" "I'm not. I'm quite serious. Handsome Cooper, just promise me. It's not difficult, and I won't ask you for $1 million or something." Pudding smiled sweetly. "Humph, it would be simple if you wanted $1 million. Justin thought about it and decided the little girl couldn't ask anything outrageous. So he nodded. "Okay then, tell me." "You agreed?" Pudding said in delight. "Yeah, I did." "Here is the thing. Little Bean and I will pack up and return to South Hill Manor to stay with Grand, the old guy from abroad." "No." The moment Pudding said the words, Justin's face fell. "Handsome Cooper, you promised," Pudding pouted. "I didn't." "You promised that you'd agree to anything I wanted." "But your request is unreasonable. I can't agree." Justin's face was still dark. "Unreasonable? I just want to move back home with my sister." "With that old guy of unknown identity?" Justin demanded. "He's not an old guy with unknown identity. He's—" Pudding paused. She remembered her auntie's words that her grandpa's identity was too special to be shared with anyone. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they couldn't even share it with Justin. Although Pudding didn't know her grandpa's identity, she believed her auntie would never be wrong, so she swallowed the words she was about to say. "He's— what?" Justin saw Pudding's hesitation and tried to get the words out of her. "He's someone who can save my dad." "Pudding, are you sure you aren't hiding anything from me?" Justin's eyes were sharp. "No." "You trust him so much that you think it's safe for you and your sister to move back to South Hill Manor and live with him?" "I do." "Nonsense." Justin was truly angry. "Handsome Cooper, you gave me your promise and can't go back on it. Please don't waste our time. He said he could cure my dad and would remove the toxin from my dad's system. I think my dad will wake up soon, and he will explain to you everything that you don't understand." "But you know the truth and choose not to tell me." Justin looked Pudding in the eye. Feeling guilty, Pudding lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Justin's eyes. Justin was silent for 10 seconds and said finally, "Forget it. If you trust him so much, you can go with him. I'll send Little Bean over. I thought I was the person you two trusted the most when your dad and mom are not available, but the truth is, I'm no better than an old guy with unknown identity." "It's not like that. Handsome Cooper, we still love you." Pudding was anxious as she knew he was hurt. "It's okay. You can do whatever you want. I've done everything I can. Your dad asked me to take care of you and I've done it. As your mom is not available, I've done your best to protect your dad. I, Justin, have done everything I can for the Dawson family." That said, Justin put down the kid carefully on the ground. Then he walked away in the other direction. "Handsome Cooper, I'm sorry, you'll understand," Pudding said in a small voice. Looking at Justin's desolate back, she felt like crying, but logic told her that crying would solve nothing. Holding Pudding's hand, the professor left the hospital and returned to the South Hill Manor. Justin fulfilled his promise and had someone send Little Bean and the sisters' stuff back to South Hill Manor. Then, he ordered Anne to bring some guards to South Hill Manor to protect the kids. If they found the old guy was up to no good, they must shoot him immediately. After making these arrangements, Justin was still worried. He drove to the Municipal Public Security Bureau to see Noah. "Do you know this old guy?" Justin showed him a photo on his cell phone. Leaning over, Noah studied it and shook his head. "No." "Never seen him before?" "Never," answered Noah. "That's weird. Who on earth is he?" Justin murmured to himself. "Didn't you check his background?" Noah asked. "I did, but came up with nothing. I found nothing about this old guy." "Nothing? How can it be?" Noah was surprised. "It's true." Justin looked serious. "How can it be? Even if he's an ordinary person, you can find some basic information about him, such as his family members, etc. But we found nothing." "Then, maybe he's got foreign citizenship? Did you find out which country he's from?" "I can't. Do you know what I meant by nothing? I don't even know his name." Justin sighed deeply. "That's not good. He's hiding something," Noah said, immediately alarmed. "I think so too." "What do you think? Is he the person who broke into the ward and drugged your bodyguards?" Noah suddenly remembered the incident in the hospital. "I'm not sure." "Why did you show me his photo and check his background?" "He claimed he could save Jack." "What?" Noah was astonished. "More accurately, Pudding said the old guy could save Jack." Noah was dumbfounded. "Wait, Justin, I'm confused. Can you explain it to me?" Noah looked befuddled. Justin told him everything that had happened. Noah fell silent after Justin finished. Then he asked, "You've agreed to let the old guy with an unknown identity take the twins back to South Hill Manor?" "Yeah," Justin nodded. "You're taking a big risk. You don't know his intention is good or evil yet." Noah felt Justin had acted recklessly. "I tried to stop her, but Pudding was too stubborn." "She's just a kid. How could you allow her to make the decision?" Noah stood up, looking worried. "Pudding isn't an ordinary kid. Don't underestimate her." "Maybe she was hypnotized or brainwashed. Anyway, this whole thing sounds weird." With his hands on his hips, Noah paced around in his office. "My men are monitoring his movements. If they see anything unusual, they will shoot him," Justin added. "It might be too late. After all, your men are outside and won't know everything happening in the house. They can monitor the inside with surveillance cameras. There are blind spots. Besides, if he kills the kids, it would be too late to act." Despite his mysterious air, I don't feel any killing intent in the old guy. My instincts told me that he won't do anything bad to the twins. "Justin, I'm a cop and have never trusted my damned instincts. No, this thing is weird. I must go to South Hill Manor and take the kids to my home. With Jack and Chloe both unavailable, I can't allow anything to happen to the kids." Noah and Justin disagreed with each other. Despite his worry and anxiety, Justin chose to trust Pudding and didn't do anything outrageous. However, Noah took his subordinates and drove to South Hill Manor in 5 police cars. On an unknown island in the Pacific Ocean. Chloe finally felt desperate after being in a cold war with Andrew for a few days. She knew she'd never escape from this fellow. Instead of lying in bed listlessly, she decided to get up and try to find some loopholes in the system of the island that she could use to her advantage to escape. She rose from the bed and changed into a white, long silk dress that Andrew picked with laces around the cuffs and on the hem. It was a choice of how a typical straight guy wanted his girl to be dressed. It wasn't in a style Chloe liked, but it was truly beautiful and had excellent quality. She glanced at the tag and found it was a luxurious band with a 6-figure price. Getting dressed, she opened the door and was about to walk out. "Chloe, you finally decided to come out for fresh air. You are not angry with me anymore." Andrew returned with a bamboo basket in his hand. Chloe glanced at him coldly and walked past him without a word. "Chloe, you're not familiar with the terrain. It's dangerous to walk around without a guide. Are you afraid that I will escape?" Hearing her words, Andrew smiled. "There's not even a boat on the island. How can you escape? You know, it takes 2 to 3 days to reach the nearest land by boat. I'm not worried that you will escape." Hearing his words, Chloe's heart sank in desperation. "I want to get some fresh air and won't go far. Don't follow me." Tossing the words over her shoulder, Chloe walked out. To her relief, Andrew didn't follow her, probably because he knew she was now very distressed. Besides, she was pregnant and would get emotional and say outrageous words. It took her more than 2 hours to walk around the small island. All the paths on the island were dirt roads. Everything was primitive. Compared with those man-made tourism resorts, this was an undeveloped island. On the big island, there were all kinds of wildflowers, wild berries and fruits, and tropical plants she didn't recognize. There were many small animals. On the whole island, there was only a small wooden cottage with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. It wasn't big, but had all the necessities. Chloe wondered how long Andrew had planned and developed this island. But she had been stunned when Andrew said it took 2 to 3 days by boat to reach the nearest landmass. In the setting sun, she looked at the clouds in the dusk and seagulls soaring on the sea. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the ocean becoming one with the sky, she felt nothing but sadness. She didn't return until it was almost dark. Entering the cottage, she smelt the scent of delicious food. Chloe saw Andrew walking out from the kitchen wearing a blue cotton shirt and black cloth shoes. "I was planning to go out and look for you. You came back just in time for supper." "I don't want to eat." With a cold expression, Chloe walked toward the bedroom. Andrew didn't say anything and put the dishes on the table as usual. The food was plain. One was a stir-fried wild vegetable growing on the island. It looked temptingly green. The second dish was scrambled eggs. The last dish was fish. Andrew went fishing at the shore each day and came back with all kinds of fish. Sometimes it was a big fish, and other times he cooked several smaller ones. He tried to cook fish in all kinds of styles just to make Chloe happy. "Chloe, you're pregnant and must eat more fish. It's said the babies will be smart if their mothers eat fish during their pregnancies." Chloe didn't speak. Patiently, Andrew put the dishes onto a platter and placed it on the table before Chloe. "I know you don't like eating meals with me. You eat here and I'll eat in the kitchen, okay?" Looking at the food, Chloe suddenly was struck by a surge of fury. She lifted her hand and knocked the platter to the floor. After a long while, Andrew smiled in resignation. "You don't like the food I cooked for you in the last couple of days? Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get my men to bring it to us next month." "Andrew, how long do you plan to keep me here like a pet? Do you think it's fun?" Chloe lost her temper. "Of course you're not a pet. Chloe, we are family. I take you as my family." "Don't be ridiculous. We've never been family either in feelings or genes. Andrew, don't deceive yourself. How much longer are you going to live in your dream?" "If possible, I hope my dream will continue forever and never end," Andrew said, carrying a hint of pleading. "Don't live in your dream because it will never come true. Jack will find me." "Chloe, don't be silly. Jack is only a mortal man. I've planned our escape here for years, and even an army can't find you, not to mention Jack. You like him and think that he is a god. You just accused me of self-deception. What do you think you're doing now?" Andrew smiled. "I'm different from you. Jack will come for me. I'm sure of it," Chloe said with conviction. Yes, she trusted Jack more than she trusted herself. She believed so long as Jack was alive, he would find her, no matter where she was. Okay, Jack will come for you. Then let's have supper first, okay? Andrew humored her. I'm not hungry. You're not hungry, but the baby is. He's grown so big now. Andrew glanced at the small bump in her belly. Chloe knew she shouldn't be willful and refused to eat just because of her anger. After all, her baby would suffer from it. Seeing Chloe had softened, Andrew cleaned up the food on the floor and walked to the kitchen. He brought out another bowl of rice and a new plate of vegetables. He placed the body of the fish into Chloe's bowl and took the tail and head for himself. Then he brought the platter over and put it on the small table beside Chloe's bed. Don't knock it down again. This is all I cooked. If you knock it down, the baby will go hungry, Andrew instructed. Chloe didn't speak. Then Andrew returned to the dinner table and began to eat the plain food in relish. Chloe looked at the fish in her bowl and had a lump in her throat. She remembered when she was young, Uncle James went out to work and didn't return. Her family was tight in funds. To provide schooling and food for her and her younger brother, her mother lived a frugal life. The food they had most frequently were potatoes and cabbage. To give her more nutritious food, her mother would get up early and go to the beach to buy fresh fish from the fishermen. She stewed soup with the fish and gave all the meat to her and Thomas, taking the head for herself. At that time, she and her brother were little. Once, Thomas asked their mother, "Mom, why do you always eat the fish head?" Their mother had said fish heads were delicious. When they grew up, they realized that there was no meat on the fish heads, and their mother had lied to them due to her love for them. In the past years, her adopted mother had had some misunderstandings for Chloe because of some past issues, but she had a kind heart. She had raised Chloe like her own, and Chloe would always remember that. She didn't desert Thomas and her adopted mother after she found the professor and Fiona. But today, Andrew, a man who had a lofty position and enjoyed luxurious food each day, wanted to live a simple life on this uninhabited island. She couldn't understand why he did it, and wondered if he was really happy living such a life. After a long silence, Chloe finally gave in for the sake of the unborn baby. She picked up the chopsticks and began to eat slowly. Sitting not far from her, Andrew smiled gently. No matter what Chloe did, he'd never get angry and would always be patient. He didn't know why he acted like this. He used to say Chloe was Jack and Justin's weakness, but she was also his own fatal weakness. Legend seemed to have discovered it. If Andrew hadn't left with Chloe, Legend would have threatened him with Chloe. But Andrew would never allow it to happen. In South Hill Manor, Sis. Who's this old guy? The moment Little Bean entered, she saw Pudding sitting on the sofa with an old man, and they seemed to be studying something. Little Bean is back? The professor was happy to see the little girl who looked exactly like Pudding. How do you know my name? Little Bean was cautious. Of course I know it. I also know your age, your birthday, and your favorite food. What's up? Are you a spy? Little Bean looked at the old guy warily. When Justin had his men send her back home, she was elated. Thinking her dad had woken up, she packed up and ran to the car. However, when she came home, she saw a strange old man. Little Bean, watch your language. Do you know who he is? Pudding stood up. Who is he? I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone, not even to Handsome Cooper. I won't tell you until you promise me. So mysterious? Little Bean was surprised. Can you do it? Pudding looked at her sister solemnly. Okay. You are so pretty. I agree to everything you say. Little Bean began to tease her again. Little Bean, this is our grandpa, Mom's father. What? Grandpa? Little Bean was astonished. Yes, Pudding nodded. Are we seeing a ghost? I think Grandpa died many years ago. Little Bean remembered their grandma told them many times that their grandpa had died many years ago. She didn't know how he died, but it seemed their mom had something to do with it, because whenever someone mentioned it, their mom looked sad. Don't be absurd. He's not that grandpa. Pudding was exasperated when Little Bean mentioned James. Then how many grandpas do we have? I thought we only had one. Little Bean was confused. I'll explain it to you later. Little Bean, do you remember Auntie? Pudding walked over and said to Little Bean. At the mention of their auntie, Little Bean got excited. Of course, Auntie is awesome and very, very rich. Little Bean gestured in exaggeration. After all, their auntie gave them several gifts of exorbitant prices. You get excited whenever you hear money. Listen, Auntie said we can't tell anyone about Grandpa's return. He came back to perform surgery for Dad and to take care of us. If we leak the news, Grandpa and we will be in danger. We can't even tell Handsome Cooper, understand? Got it. Little Bean understood her sister's words immediately. Although her sister didn't speak it out loud, it was obvious that Grandpa and Auntie were in the same camp. Otherwise, her sister wouldn't have mentioned their auntie repeatedly. You two indeed look like your dad. Your mom isn't as pretty as you are. The professor studied his two granddaughters dotingly. Of course, my dad's genes are powerful. This time, Little Bean was the proud one. Little Bean, I heard you like cakes? The professor asked. You know a lot, old man. Seeing her sister was about to scold her, she immediately corrected herself. I meant you know a lot, Grandpa. Ha ha, you're a vivacious and cheeky girl just like your auntie when she was little. You're naughty. Instead of getting angry, the professor laughed happily. I'll make some sweets for you tonight, okay? How about tiramisu? The professor asked. Excellent. Excited, Little Bean tossed her small bag on the floor and nodded eagerly. I don't like it. I'll get fat if I eat lots of sweet stuff. Pudding pouted. Then I'll make a fruit salad and beefsteak for you. Beef won't make you fat. Okay, Pudding nodded. In fact, the twins were notoriously hard to please, but the professor enjoyed the challenge. At this moment, his watch beeped. He pressed on the home button. Fiona's image appeared in the midair. Dressed in a military camouflage uniform, she looked quite badass. Dad, are you there now? Fiona asked. Yeah, the professor nodded. Have you seen Pudding and Little Bean? Fiona asked eagerly. Auntie, we're here. Pudding waved at her in excitement. Auntie, I'm here! More excited than Pudding, Little Bean ran over to stand beside the professor and waved enthusiastically. Ha ha, little cute girl, I finally see your face that's not during your sleep. Fiona laughed. Huh? That's strange. It sounds as if you've seen me asleep. Little Bean reacted quickly. Fiona smiled but didn't reply. Auntie, where are you? I'm in South Africa. South Africa? Are you in Brazil? Would you do a samba dance for me? Little Bean asked a hilarious question. Moron. Auntie said she's in South Africa, not South America. Brazil is in South America, okay? I told you to learn some geography and you didn't listen. How embarrassing, Pudding corrected her. Auntie, look, when Mom's not home, Pudding always bullies me, Little Bean complained. Ha ha, you only complain about others and don't correct your own ways. Do you think your grandpa's handsome? He's more handsome than my other grandpa, but definitely not as handsome as my dad. Little Bean smirked. I know myself and am content to be more handsome than your other grandfather. I don't dare to be compared with your dad, the professor joked. Dad, I'm relieved that you've arrived. What do you think of my brother-in-law's illness? Did you see him? Yeah, I did. His condition is basically as described on the documents you sent to me. The moronic doctors here are not too bad. When do you plan to perform the surgery? Fiona asked. Don't worry, I'll do the detoxification first. The surgery is simple, but detoxification is a bit tricky. I plan to do experiments tonight and try different medicines. Okay, I know nothing is too difficult for my dad. Fiona smiled. Do you have news about your sister? The professor was worried about Chloe's disappearance. Not yet. I've sent people to search for her and haven't got any information yet. How about Legend? What's he doing? Oh, I messed with him big this time, and he is chasing after me all over the world. Fiona laughed heartily. Don't laugh. You must be careful, the professor instructed her. I know, Dad. Don't worry. I can handle him. Is Riker with you? Yeah. The fellow eats my food and has become my wingman. I feel better knowing he's with you. Okay, that's it. Wait, I want to speak to my nieces. Fiona was reluctant to end the call. The professor turned the camera to the kids. Pudding, Little Bean. Listen to your grandpa and your dad will wake up very soon. Okay, Pudding and Little Bean nodded. I've sent lots of people to search for your mom. Don't worry, I believe your mom will return soon. Fiona comforted the kids. Auntie, you're so good, Little Bean flattered her. You're a smooth talker, Fiona chuckled. Auntie, you must take care of yourself. When Mom comes back, You must come here and celebrate with us, okay? Pudding issued the invitation. Okay, after your mom comes back and your dad wakes up, I'll return and celebrate 3 days and 3 nights with you, said Fiona. We'll wait for you. Pudding nodded. Okay. With a smile, Fiona ended the call. Leaning on the wall of the deserted factory, she was holding a pistol tightly in her right hand. There are about 15 people outside with heavy machine guns. It's risky to break out from the front. You evacuate from the back door while I block them for a while. Then I'll go find you at the pier. If I don't come in 10 minutes, you take the boat and leave without me, Riker said. You want to play hero on me? Do you think we're shooting a movie? Fiona stared at Riker unblinkingly with wide eyes. Fiona, this isn't a movie. It's a real shootout. Damned shootout. Don't pull this BS on me. I've been hunted down since I was 5 years old. In the past years, I've seen more bullets than the rice you've eaten. Don't try to frighten me by talking about real shootouts. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't be alive today. Obviously, Fiona was angry. I know you're not afraid of death, but the problem is that I don't want you to die. So you want to die yourself? Fiona was still angry. I didn't say I'd die. I told you I'll cover you while you evacuate. I'll go find you later. Damn it, I won't go without you. Fiona was determined. To tell the truth, Fiona was a very tough person. Riker had been with her for years, but she had never had any lovers prattle with him or played cute and dumb like other women. Basically, her life was filled with battles and killing. The battles were not acting or rehearsals. She risked her life in each of them. Riker loved and cherished Fiona, who lived in this way. He had broken away from his family and disobeyed his father just to wander around the world with her. Whenever they were in a shootout, he would feel unsettled because he was worried about Fiona's safety. When he saw the danger, he would choose to let Fiona go first. He thought this was how a man protected his beloved woman. Fiona. Before he could finish his sentence, Fiona interrupted him. I find you've become cowardly. They are just 15 people. What's to be afraid of? I used to kill 30 guys with my bare hands. For Fiona, killing was as natural as eating and drinking water. It was a piece of cake. It's different this time, Fiona. They have ranged heavy weapons with great firepower. If they decide to fire these weapons from the distance, we'll all die here. This dilapidated factory will become a pile of debris in less than 3 minutes. Don't be afraid. The worst result is death. When I came into this world, the only thing I learned is the law of the jungle. If I can't kill them, then they will kill me. That's simple. Psycho Riker, I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is that you'll die here after I'm gone. Before he could answer, Fiona leaned over and kissed Riker's cheek with her blood-covered lips. We'll be fine, trust me. Riker was delightfully surprised when Fiona kissed him. Before he could recover from his pleasure, he saw Fiona take out something like chewing gum from the bag that she carried with her all the time. What are you going to do? Riker had a bad feeling. I'll give them a surprise, Fiona laughed. Fiona, Psycho Riker, I'll be fine. Don't worry. People say that good people have short lives while bad people enjoy longevity. I'm worse than bad after killing so many people. The things I've done are enough to send me to hell 100 times. Maybe I, a bad person, will enjoy a long life. Then she pushed her pistol into Riker's hands. I'll go out. You run out after 10 seconds, Fiona spoke as she loaded another pistol. No. If someone's going out, it will be me. Riker grabbed her hand. You can't do it. No offense, but few people can do a flash dodge in the whole world. In my graduation combat exercise in West Point, I was the student of excellence, with an average of less than 1.2 seconds in battleground dodging. I'm really good, right? That said, Fiona smiled at him. Before he could stop her, she let go of his hand and ran out at a great speed. Riker ran after her, but he took only a few steps when a huge explosion came, almost deafening him. Although Fiona didn't say what the thing that looked like a piece of chewing gum was, Riker knew that it must be a bomb. Fiona's biggest hobby was studying all kinds of bombs. It was why so many terrorists wanted her to join them. Some big drug dealers in Europe and the US had offered big prices to buy her service, or even her bombs. But he had seen Fiona's face and knew she wasn't certain of herself this time. Sure enough, when he ran out, the place outside had been turned into a sea of fire. Their enemies all laid on the ground, dead. They hadn't had time to use their heavy weapons yet. "Fiona! Fiona!" Riker yelled in panic, feeling his heart was bleeding. The fire raged, and Riker's ears were still ringing due to the explosion. Judging the great speed with which she had released the bomb, he guessed Fiona must have stuck the chewing gum bomb onto the head of a bullet and fired it at the center of the enemies. Due to the short distance, Fiona couldn't get out of the range of the explosion fast enough. Like a desperate child, Riker ran through the fire wildly, yelling Fiona's name again and again. "Fiona, answer me! Fiona, if you dare to die on me, I'll never forgive you. Fiona, you're a heartless little beast. Fiona, you BS, you heartless woman. You didn't keep your words. You promised we'd be together." Riker's face was covered in tears. Finally, he found Fiona under a big tree. She was laying on her belly, looking to be dying. Riker ran over to her and was stunned when he saw her face and back were covered in blood. "Fiona!" Riker's hands shook in agony. "Don't yell. I'm not dead yet." Fiona's voice was weak, but he was relieved to hear her voice. "Fiona." Riker was pleasantly surprised. "Psycho Riker, you look ugly when you cry. Don't cry." Riker didn't know he should cry or laugh. "Psycho Riker, if I die, you can't like another woman. My ghost will haunt you and climb into your window in the night." "You won't die." Riker gathered Fiona into his arms with great care and gentleness. He pressed his cheek to her blood-covered face. He felt hurt inside to see that this beautiful and vivacious girl of about 20 years old had to live such a hellish life. For the first time in his life, Riker railed at fate for being so unfair to her. "Ahem!" Fiona coughed violently and began to spew blood. Riker's heart sank again. "Fiona, how do you feel?" "Damn it. I was too close to the explosion and almost died with them. Can you go check on them and see if they are all dead?" Fiona asked. "They are all dead." "Good, let's go. My lungs are probably wounded and need to be cleaned." "Okay, I'll take you to the hospital." Riker picked her up with tears in his eyes. "Don't be silly. We can't go to the hospital. Legends people will find us." "What can we do if we don't go to the hospital?" "You open up my chest and let out the blood congested in the lungs," Fiona said in a small voice. "Me? Are you kidding?" Riker was dumbfounded. He knew nothing about doing surgeries. "Psycho Riker, I'm tired. I want to sleep." Fiona's eyes began to close. "Don't. Fiona, please don't fall asleep." Riker was alarmed. "But I'm tired." Obviously, Fiona was exhausted. "I know, but you must hold on, okay?" "Psycho Riker, do you love me?" "I love you, love you, love you." In agony, Riker blurted out his love. "Then will you marry me?" "I'll marry you," Riker said firmly. "I want lots of children. Maybe, like my sister, I'll have twins." "Okay, we can have as many children as you want." "Where shall we marry? Bali, the Maldives, Tahiti, Fiji, or Las Vegas?" Fiona began to plan their beautiful future. "You can choose any place you like. I'll be happy anywhere as long as I'm with you." Comforting Fiona, Riker looked for a safe hiding place. Finally, he found a secluded cold storage room. Prying open the door, he carried Fiona into the room. The low temperature in the cold room could slow down the deterioration of her wounds. "If we can't go to the hospital, I'll go and get a doctor to come here and help you." "Don't. If you get a doctor here, I'll definitely die. I don't trust their skills. Riker, come on. You can do it." Fiona took Riker's hand and said weakly, "But I'm afraid I can't do it." "You can do it. I'll tell you how." "No, I don't have any experience." Riker didn't dare to experiment on Fiona because it was her life that was on the line. They debated in the cold storage room. In a presidential suite, Legend was drinking coffee. A little girl in maid costume knelt before him on shaky knees with her head lowered. "Did you make the coffee?" "Yes, sir." It tastes good," Legend praised in fluent English. "Thank you, sir." The maid looked delighted. "But who told you to add milk in my coffee, eh?" Legend leaned down to the maid's face and asked softly. I thought the coffee would taste better with fresh milk," the maid answered. "You thought? You dared to decide for me?" "I'm sorry, sir." "This is irritating. You have a likable face, but it seems you won't have a long life." "Sir, I'm sorry. I'll make another cup of coffee for you right away." Scared, The maid kowtowed and begged for his mercy. "I think the coffee needs something to make it taste better." In a mysterious air, Legend leaned closer to the maid's face. "What is it?" In 3 seconds, the maid felt something cold on her neck. The ring on Legend's finger had opened, and a tiny but sharp blade cut into the maid's throat. Instantly, blood flowed out. Legend caught the blood with his coffee cup, and the coffee instantly turned into dark red. Kneeling there like a statue, the maid couldn't move or speak. Legend filled his cup and sipped the content. It tastes better now." "Sir, something happened." One of his lackeys came in to report. "Speak. Our men are all dead." "How can it be? Didn't they bring ranged heavy weapons? Were they so useless that they couldn't catch Fiona with such weapons?" Legend looked up with a frown. "Fiona used an unknown bomb and killed all our men. But we found her blood on site. It seems she is seriously wounded." "The little girl is wounded?" Legend asked in excitement. "Yes, Fiona must be seriously wounded." "Seriously wounded? Who told you to wound her so seriously?" Legend stood up without warning and slapped the subordinate, and the subordinate felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground from the sudden attack. It was difficult to predict their boss's reaction. "Sir, didn't you tell us to use ranged heavy weapons?" The man looked confused. "I wanted to force her to submit to me and beg me for mercy. Who told you to kill her?" Legend was displeased. Yes, he had a great interest in Fiona. If she died like this, then he would be bored for the rest of his life. Even though she had messed with him, blew up his plane, and forced him to jump out of the plane like an idiot, he still didn't want her to die. "Sir, I'm sorry. We misunderstood. If you make such mistakes again, don't come back. You can just jump into the ocean," Legend said in anger. "Yes, sir. Since she is seriously wounded, she can't go far. I think she can't leave this place. You take some men to search for all the hospitals, illegal clinics, and even the homes of the laid-off doctors. Fiona will get help from a doctor." "Yes, sir." "Once you find her, don't kill her. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Oh, how shall we handle the man staying with her?" "The fellow of the Ross family? Take him to me. I'll do a favor for that scum Nan Ross." "Yes, sir." Legend thought Fiona would find a doctor to perform surgery on her after being wounded seriously. Even if she didn't go to the hospital, she would find a doctor to dress her wounds. But Fiona didn't do that. She knew Legend's thoughts and would rather die than let Legend's men find her. In the secluded, cold storage room, Riker held the knife sterilized by fire. His fingers trembled slightly. "Don't be afraid. It's very simple." Fiona smiled at him weakly. "You can still smile? This isn't simple at all." Riker felt desperate. He didn't dare to take any risks with Fiona's life. "Be a good boy and calm down. If you make a mistake and I die, it would be a much better fate than ending up in Legend the Big Psycho's hands," Fiona said jokingly. "Stop it. Don't be a doomsayer. You'll be fine." Riker hated to hear Fiona talk about death so lightheartedly. "Okay, I got it. Young Master Riker, please do it, okay? I marked the position of the lung. You just need to cut a small opening and let out the congested blood. That's very simple." "Do you really want me to do that?" Riker was still hesitant. "What then? Do you want to bury me instead?" "Stop it!" Riker was furious. Okay, I'll stop talking. Bro, please do it now. When it's dark, you can't see clearly and we'll find it more difficult to do it." "Fiona, we have nothing to numb your pain. Can you stand it?" Worriedly, Riker looked at Fiona. He was going to cut open the wound, which was as deep as the lung. He'd pierce layers of skins and nerves. Not to mention a girl, even a man couldn't withstand such excruciating pain. "You're underestimating me. It's just a piece of cake for me." Fiona smiled. "Hold on, I'll do it now." Riker gritted his teeth and forced himself to do it. If he delayed, Fiona would probably die. In South Hill Manor. "Grandpa, when can we have supper?" Little Bean stood beside the professor in the kitchen, looking impatient. Pudding was sitting calmly in the living room to watch the news about the stock market on TV. She heard Justin say that the Green Corporation had fallen apart after Andrew disappeared, but the news had not been released yet. The market didn't know about Andrew's accident, or the fact that the Green Corporation was just an empty shell. Pudding had already sold all of her shares of the Green Corporation, and plan to short the company the moment market opens tomorrow. Okay, the supper will be ready in a minute, the professor chuckled. Grandpa, you lied. You said the supper would be ready a moment ago. Little Bean pouted. Ha ha, little girl, are you starving? The professor squatted and hugged Little Bean with love on his face. Yeah, hearing that I could come home, I didn't stay for supper even though Grandma Cooper asked me to. Okay, now go out and call your sister to wash hands. Then you two wait at the dinner table as I bring the food out. Okay. Hearing that supper was ready, Little Bean ran out like a wind. Sis, go and wash your hands. Grandpa said the supper is ready. Okay. Nodding, Pudding put down her tablet and walked to the sink. After washing hands, the sisters sat at the table and waited demurely. Soon, the professor brought out a plate of tiramisu, which looked more delicious than those sold in the bakeries. Grandpa, did you make it yourself? Little Bean couldn't believe her eyes. Yeah, do you like it? It looks great. I'll rank it after I eat it. Little Bean licked her lips. Okay, I'll wait for you to give me a score. Then he brought out a plate of black pepper beefsteak and fried ham and placed it before Pudding. Thank you, Grandpa. Pudding looked calmer than Little Bean. Professor entered the kitchen again and brought out 2 small bowls of noodles. Here, one for each of you. What's this? Little Bean looked at it curiously. I cooked noodles with vegetables and eggs for you. Grandpa, your cooking skills are superb. It seems you can do anything. Right, I can do lots of things. The professor looked at his granddaughters proudly. Grandpa, are you really my mom's father? Little Bean asked suddenly. Yes, why ask? But one can only have one dad, right? If you're Mom's father, then who's the grandpa that had passed away? Little Bean thought about it for the whole evening, but still couldn't find an answer. She got curious. Oh, it's a long story. You'll understand one day, the professor said with a smile. Grandpa, why don't you have supper? Pudding noticed their grandpa only brought food for them, but there was no food before him. I'm getting old and can't eat too much in the evening or I'll feel uncomfortable. I see. Grandpa, would you like to eat some ice cream? I'll get it for you. It's very tasty. Pudding ran to the fridge and took out a box of ice cream before placing it before the professor. Good. I'll eat ice cream. The professor had thought he'd contribute all his life to the science and had never imagined that he would one day take care of 2 granddaughters, live an ordinary life, eat ordinary food, and enjoy happy family time. If Chloe were here with them, he would feel even happier. At this thought, the professor had tears in his eyes. Grandpa, why are you crying? Are you tired because of all the cooking you did for us? Little Bean asked. No, I'm not tired. But you're crying, Grandpa. Little Bean pointed at the old man's eyes and said, I was just thinking that if your mommy was here, we'd be so happy as a family. The professor let out a deep sigh. Grandpa, when Daddy wakes up, he'll find Mom. I'm sure he will. Please don't cry. Seeing the sadness on her grandpa's face, Little Bean tried to comfort him. You're right. I'll go and make the antidote to wake up your dad. He took out a toolbox he had brought with him, put it on the table in the living room, and began to work. Sis? Little Bean leaned over to Pudding. Are you going to eat my steak? Pudding glanced at Little Bean mildly. Humph. Do you think I'm so shallow? I wanted to ask you if you think Grandpa looks indeed like Mom. Of course. I told you he's Mom's father. Of course they look alike. Pudding lowered her head and continued with her steak. When I went to Grandma's home, Grandma showed me the picture of the grandpa who had passed away. He didn't look a bit like Mom. He looked quite a lot like Uncle Thomas, Little Bean said in a low voice. So? Pudding asked mildly. So I made a conclusion. Little Bean lowered her voice and said, What conclusion? Uncle Thomas and Mom don't share a father. According to my analysis, Mom might have been adopted by the grandpa who had passed away. Can you tell me something I don't know? Humph, I discovered these important clues. Little Bean patted her little chest and said proudly, They are not your discoveries, they are facts. If you can, tell me something I don't know. Little Bean challenged her sister. Don't you think Auntie looks a bit like Mom, too? Pudding said. Huh. Now that you say it, I think you're right. Mom isn't as good-looking as Auntie, but in some places, such as the way they move their eyes, they are indeed similar. Hearing her sister's words, Little Bean got even more excited. Sis? Huh? Is the steak good? Little Bean licked her lips. So your real target was indeed my steak, right? Delcy? Pudding lifted her head in disgust. Heh, don't think of me that way. Anyway, you want to lose weight and keep your figure. Give me some since you can't eat all of it. You've eaten the tiramisu, which has lots of calories. Now you still want to eat steak? Pudding scolded her. I'm still hungry. You can eat the noodles. Pudding rolled her eyes. But the noodles are not as delicious as steak, Little Bean said as if it was a good reason. Pudding laughed in exasperation. She cut a chunk of the steak carefully and forked it to Little Bean's lips. Here. Thanks, sis. Ass kisser. Pudding turned her head back to her meal. At this moment, her cell phone rang. Pudding put down her fork, picked up the cell phone, and answered the video chat. Handsome Cooper. What are you doing? Justin asked. We're eating. The old guy cooked us a grand supper, Pudding said. Handsome Cooper, look, he can even make tiramisu. It's superb. Little Bean lifted her cake and showed it off. Justin had a weird feeling inside. You two are so close to a stranger and have forgotten your Uncle Cooper, right? So, Handsome Cooper, are you getting jealous? Little Bean covered her mouth and chuckled. Nonsense. I'm never jealous. Justin didn't want to admit it. Handsome Cooper, what are you doing? Pudding changed the subject. I'm home missing you two heartless little kids. You left without looking back. Look, your Grandma Cooper is crying. Then, Justin turned the camera to his mother sitting behind him. Sure enough, Mrs. Cooper was wiping tears from her eyes. The twins had brought laughter to the house as they stayed there. Now that they left, Mrs. Cooper wasn't used to the quiet yet, and thus missed them whenever she saw the stuff the twins had used. When she saw the snacks that the twins hadn't finished and their small toothbrushes, she couldn't help crying. Grandma Cooper, don't cry. We'll visit you in a few days, and you can come and see us any time. Good, good. I'll go and see you in a couple of days. Mrs. Cooper looked at the kids on the screen and wiped her tears immediately. Little eating machine, you can't eat too much at night, especially sweets. Your mommy told you you'd have bad teeth if you did that, right? Justin instructed. I know. Little Bean mumbled impatiently. Pudding, I have something to tell you. Go ahead, Handsome Cooper. Pudding turned the cell phone to her and looked at Justin. Didn't you buy a lot of shares of Green Corporation? Yeah. Sell them all when the market opens tomorrow morning, Justin told her. I know. Handsome Cooper, I already did it before you told me to. Good. Tomorrow I'll go to the company and discuss the issue of auctioning the broken Green Corporation. When the news is out, the stock price will plummet. Okay, I'm already prepared. Pudding nodded obediently. Whoa, sis, that means you have lots of cash on hand? Little Bean leaned to her and smiled slyly. What do you want? Would you give me some money, my rich sister? Little Bean flattered her. No. Dina, you're a miser. You haven't sent me money in red envelopes on Snap for a long while, Little Bean yelled indignantly. You don't need money. I'll buy you anything you want. But how come you already achieved financial freedom, but I haven't? Little Bean pouted. Because I know how to invest in the stock market and make money, Pudding said proudly. All right, you two, just stop arguing. Justin felt a headache was coming. Handsome Cooper, I want red packets. Okay, I'll send you one. But you must tell me why you want it, Justin teased Little Bean. Before she could reply, Pudding said in disdain, All her money is spent on buying toys for Ethan. Pshh! You're not supposed to do that, Little Bean. After all, you're a young madam from a noble family. How can you pay things for a guy? Ethan's the one that should be buying you stuff. I didn't, Little Bean said in a huff. Ha ha. Noah's kid is so charming that our Little Bean has to figure out ways to get money for him? Justin continued to tease her. Hey, Handsome Cooper, stop it. Do you know my sister bought cartoon books of Naruto on Taobao for Kenneth? Kenneth gave me money and asked me to buy them for him. I didn't pay for the books, Pudding explained. You two are impossible. Okay, let's get serious. I wanted to ask you if the old guy in your home mistreated you. You mean Grand, Little Bean almost blurted out. Ahem. Pudding coughed to remind her. Oh, you mean the old guy from abroad, Little Bean said as she chuckled. Yeah. Did he mistreat you? Justin still seemed to be hostile towards the professor. He did. Little Bean. Justin immediately seemed alarmed. He made cake and steak for us even though it's nighttime. He mistreated us by making us fat, Little Bean said in great enjoyment. Handsome Cooper, don't listen to her. He didn't mistreat us. In contrast, he's been kind to us and made us supper. He's super nice, Pudding added. That's good. I can stop worrying now. Justin felt maybe he had overreacted and was relieved that the kids were fine. Go to bed and don't stay up late. Got it. Same to you. Okay, good girl. I've got to go now. After he ended the call, Little Bean finished her meal and walked to stand beside the professor. Little Bean, don't touch any of these things. They are poisonous. Grandpa, what are you doing with the poisonous stuff? Because I'm making the antidote for your dad. Whoa, Grandpa, are you a doctor? Little Bean looked at him in admiration. Doctor, you can say so. The professor smiled genially. What about Auntie? Is she also a doctor? Little Bean continued to ask. Your auntie? You can call her a scientist. So grand? What does she study? Everything. The professor was too embarrassed to tell the kid that Fiona had been a fan of bombs ever since she was born. Grandpa, which is more poisonous, this purple one or the pink one? Little Bean looked at the colorful liquids on the table with great interest. Little Bean, do you want to learn? Can I? Little Bean asked, immediately delighted. Of course. If you like, I can teach you. When you grow up, you can be a doctor just like your mom. Really? You're not kidding me? Haha, of course not. Okay, then I'll learn it. Grandpa, you must teach me well. When I finish, I'll finally surpass my sister in one area. They won't say my sister is better than me. So this is the reason you want to learn, little girl. The professor touched her head dotingly. After finishing her noodles, Pudding brought the dirty plates she and her sister had used to the kitchen and washed them. Since she couldn't reach the sink yet, she moved a small stool over and stood on it. She washed the plates cautiously. Meanwhile, her sister sat in the professor's lap in the living room and learned the different medicines. They didn't feel unfamiliar with the professor, even though they had just met him. After all, they were related by blood. The twins had felt a natural closeness the moment they saw him. Justin's men closely monitored the situation in the house and transferred the images to him constantly. Justin was less worried when he saw them. After the twins left, he didn't have to live in his mother's house. After eating some of the wontons his mother made, he got up, ready to leave. Justin, aren't you going to stay here tonight? Mrs. Cooper looked at her son, reluctant to see him go. Yeah, I'll go back to my place since I have to get up early tomorrow. Mom, you should sleep early too. Okay, drive safe. Nodding, he drove out of the Cooper family mansion. Returning to his own house, Justin was about to change shoes when he received a message on Snap. President Cooper, are you still up? What's up? Feeling fatigued, Justin replied, Kira Nee. I've something to tell you. Maybe you will find it useful. Go ahead. After changing shoes, Justin walked to the fridge, took out a can of cold beer, went to the sofa, and began to drink it. My sister contacted me. They are on the way back, more specifically, on a connecting flight. They will arrive tomorrow afternoon. They? He noticed the keyword. Yes, my sister and her boyfriend. Okay. Justin nodded and answered with one word. The last time when you asked for my sister's phone number, I guessed you wanted to find Rick. So I think you might find it useful to know they will come back. Good, I got it. Thank you. Don't mention it. If you need me to do anything, just tell me, President Cooper. Kira was always patient and gentle to Justin. Okay. After replying, Justin tossed his cell phone to one side and began to drink his beer. Kira found nothing to say, but was reluctant to end the conversation. President Cooper, you haven't come to the company lately. Did anything happen? Yeah, something happened to my friend, Justin answered vaguely. I can see you're not in a good mood. Yes. Everything in the company is working smoothly. Even if you're not here, we're working hard and won't bring shame to our Imperial Star. Good. No matter what she said, Justin replied with only one word. Kira felt a bit awkward. Okay, I won't disturb you then. Sleep well. Okay. President Cooper, in a few days, my new movie will premiere. If it's well received, will you come and celebrate it with us? Finally, Kira mustered her courage and asked Justin. Before he could reply, she continued, It's my first time to perform in such a big production, and I'm a bit worried that my acting skills are not good, and it won't be received well. But the director said the movie is very likely to hit more than $1 billion in the box office. If we can really reach that goal, will you come and open champagne for us in celebration? It was obvious that Kira was eager for him to go. I'll see. Still, Justin didn't give her the answer she wanted. Okay then, good night. Finishing the conversation, Justin browsed the contact list in his Snap account until he came to Chloe's profile picture under the alias Dr. Green. He liked the alias Dr. Green and liked to call Chloe by this name. He especially liked the way she looked when she wore her black-framed glasses and a white coat. The happiest time since he had met Chloe was the days he stayed as a patient in the hospital. At that time, he tried to find every chance to bully Chloe, but always ended up being bullied by her. But he had enjoyed every minute of it and waited eagerly for her to go on rounds in the wards each day to bicker with her. Chloe had the sharpest tongue among the women he had known. She could humiliate you into crying without using a single dirty word. But he had later found that she was, in fact, a person who never cornered others just because she was in the right. She was sharp-tongued on the surface, but was, in fact, kind-hearted. How could he not like her? Looking at her profile picture, his sight began to dim with tears. He pressed on the audio message button and began to talk. Dr. Green, please stop playing and come back. Everyone is missing you. If you come back, I promise I'll stop liking you. I'll stop making you feel awkward and troubled. I'll just watch you from the distance, so long as you come back safe. He released the button and sent the audio message. But he knew Chloe wouldn't receive it because she didn't take her cell phone with her. Her cell phone was in Noah's office in the Municipal Public Security Bureau. At this thought, Justin regretted his rash act and recalled the message. Then, the doorbell rang. Ding, ding. Feeling fatigued, Justin stood up and opened the door reluctantly. When the door opened, as he had expected, he found Max standing there. After all, no one but he would come to Justin's house in the middle of the night. Why don't you stay home and sleep? Did Avery kick you out? Justin gave him a dirty look and asked, Nonsense. My Avery is so gentle and would never kick me out. I know you're feeling low and came to keep you company. Get out. I don't need your company. As I expected, you're drinking alone. Look what I brought. Max walked in with a bag containing some food for drinking, such as chicken feet, peanuts, canned fish and sausages, etc. I have no appetite. Justin sat down on the sofa and leaned back. I know you've not been yourself ever since my sister-in-law disappeared. Your sister-in-law? You're so shameless. Did you marry Avery? How can you call Chloe sister-in-law? For some reason, Justin felt weird when Max called Chloe sister-in-law. Ha ha! You're even jealous of me. Are you reaching your menopause? No, maybe you're in the middle of your menstruation? It's more horrible on men than on women. Get out. Max liked to bicker with Justin, but he had indeed lightened Justin's mood. At this moment, the doorbell rang again. As Justin was wondering who else had come, Max jumped up and opened the door. Brenton walked in with a case of beer. Old Blake, why are you here? Justin was puzzled. This fellow said we'll drink with you tonight until we get drunk, Brenton said. Damn it, you sound as if I got dumped. Justin smiled in exasperation. But you look worse than being dumped. Young Master Cooper, how long has it been since you went to your company? Ever since Jack and Chloe were in trouble, you've been in a bad shape, said Brenton earnestly. Well, I just didn't expect things would become like this. Where are the twins? Are they still in your home? Max asked. We'll talk about it later. Avery's father will return tomorrow. Jack's parents have also learned about what had happened. Ever since the accident, Avery has cried each day, and I myself have felt low as well. So, tonight, let's just get drunk, Max said. Okay, Justin nodded. By the way, old Blake, how is Victoria doing? Max turned to look at Brenton and asked. The same. She feels low, and my son and I try our best to stay out of her way. Brenton sighed. It's nothing unusual. After all, Victoria and Chloe are close friends. As such a big thing happened, well, let's not talk about it and start drinking. The three men began drinking beer in Justin's house. Justin hadn't indulged himself like this for a long time. They were not satisfied after the case of beer was gone. At Max's urging, Justin took out a bottle of 85 Lafite. At last, Max, who had started the whole drinking spree, cried like a baby and then danced drunkenly before falling asleep on the sofa. Sitting on the bench beside the swimming pool, Brenton and Justin were drenched in alcohol fumes. Leaning back, they each took out a cigarette. Justin lit the cigarette for Brenton with a lighter. Then they looked up at the starry night in silence. After a long while, Brenton was the first to break the silence. Mr. Cooper, for a long time I've been wanting to ask you, do you feel exhausted to love Chloe in this way? Brenton said slowly. Tired? Why do you need to mention tired? Justin was slightly surprised. He seemed to become a bit soberer. I'm your friend, and from what I saw, you've been through a lot. All these years, whenever something happens to Chloe, you're the first one to help her. No one praises you for your hard work. You'd somehow get blamed for helping. When Chloe was imprisoned, you put a pistol to your head to get your grandfather's help. You didn't care about what people said about you and continued to help her. When Jack was hurt and away, and Chloe was targeted by Andrew, you had her come to your house so she could be safe during her pregnancy. When the twins were born, you took care of them. Now that she's in trouble again, she left such a big mess for you to take care of again. Ha ha, now that you say it, I did do many good deeds. Justin chuckled brightly. Don't you think it's tiring? If I thought it was tiring, I would have given up a long time ago. How would I have the willpower to continue until now? Justin smiled. So my love for Chloe isn't something that could be determined by its value or how tiring it is. I do it unconsciously. My actions are the reflection of my most inner desires. Justin, you're really infatuated with her. It's not infatuation. How many years has it been? Wait until I'm 80 and my eyes are a bit blurry and I have to use a walking stick to walk around. If by then I still love her, then tell me I'm infatuated with her. After Justin said this, he looked at Brenton and they both smiled. If I was a girl, I'd marry someone like you in my next reincarnation? Yeah, if I was a girl in my next life, I'd marry someone like me too, Justin said, and they both chuckled. This was the first time Justin was open after Chloe and Jack's incident. If he continued to keep everything to himself, he probably would explode. The professor showed them magic and taught little Bean how to make medicine. He showed them the fun of chemistry. Then, the professor led them back to their bedroom only when little Bean was sleepy. After putting them to sleep, he sat in the living room and researched how to make an antidote for Jack. In some cold storage room in the Middle East, Riker followed Fiona's orders and released blood from her lungs. Fiona bit on a piece of white cloth during the whole process and did not utter a pimp of noise. Riker's knife slowly pierced into her organs. No one understood the pain Riker felt. He felt 10 times the pain Fiona was experiencing. What about the pain? Did he have any other choice? Fiona sweat heavily. There were several times that she almost fainted. She held her fists tightly, so tightly that her nails pierced into her skin. Finally, the congested blood was all out. Riker carefully closed up the wound. Fiona, are you all right? Mm-hmm. It was very hard for Fiona to say a word right now, but she still managed to nod. I'm afraid you'd get an infection from the wound. I'll go buy some antibiotics for you later. It's all right. I'll just drink some liquor. Then, Fiona used all her might to point at her pouch. There was an army bottle. Inside it was high-degree liquor that she made herself. Just bring it to me. Riker opened the bottle and handed it over. Fiona gulped down some and started coughing. Riker quickly went over and supported her. Then he gently patted her back. Psycho Riker, we must leave here as quickly as possible or Legends men would find us. But I just stitched your wound. You can't move around too much. Take my watch and leave first. Go and find my subordinates. I'll wait for you here. Fiona quickly took off the watch that she never went anywhere without and handed it to Riker. Fiona quickly took off the watch that she never went anywhere without and handed it to Riker. No. Hurry up and leave. No, I won't leave without you. Riker was as stubborn as Fiona. If you don't go, we'd both die here, Fiona said as she looked at him in amusement and anger. Then we'll die here together. Damn you. I haven't lived long enough yet, so I'm not going to die here, Fiona shouted. Fiona, we've known each other for many years now. You should know that I won't leave you here. Riker's heart ached as he held on to Fiona, as she was in such a destitute state. I know you treat me well. I know that well. So don't force me to leave you alone. No. Leaving me here for now is the most logical and wise choice. You can still move around freely without anyone following you. Once you find my subordinates, you can come back and rescue me from this deserted place. No, it's not safe for you to be alone here. I'll be fine. You know that Legend doesn't want to kill me, but rather wants to capture me. This is a hidden location, so he probably won't find me. That means that even if he does find me, he might not be able to capture me. Who do you think I am? I am the great Fiona, Fiona said as she put her hand on top of Riker's. But, Riker, I want to live. I know you want me to live more than I want to live. Don't worry, I'm fine. You're not really abandoning me. It's just that we have no other choice. I will take you with me. I'll be pinpointed as soon as I walk out if I go out like this. Then, we're both doomed, Fiona analyzed calmly. Does your watch send out signals here? Riker still didn't want to leave without her. Dummy, if it let out signals and Legend's people found out, then we're basically inviting them to come and find us. When you go out, send the signal to my subordinates. Even if Legend's people find out, they won't capture you because they don't know who you are. Riker was silent after listening to Fiona's words. He knew that Fiona was right, but he couldn't do as she said. Psycho Riker, only you can save me now. Fiona looked at him with puppy eyes. Riker caringly hugged Fiona. He gently put his face on top of hers. Then you have to wait for me to come back. Be safe. Of course. If you let anything bad happen to yourself, I will never forgive you. Yes, sir, Fiona said playfully. After some further hesitation, Riker reached out to take the watch from Fiona. Riker left 2 guns for Fiona. Take them to protect yourself. Okay. If there are too many people against you, don't go head-to-head. Worst case is being captured by Legend. As long as you live, I'll contact the professor, and we'll find a way to save you. Don't worry, I won't let him capture me so easily. Fiona smiled. Take care of yourself. I'll be back as soon as possible. Okay, I will listen to you. Riker stood up and walked out quickly without even looking back. He knew that if he looked back, he wouldn't be able to leave. If they both were stuck there would be no way of survival. Legend and a lot of his men chased them closely this time. They had a lot of heavy weapons with them as they wanted to capture Fiona no matter what. In some hotel suite, a subordinate gleefully reported the news to Legend. Boss, we found out where Fiona is. Legend was on top of a young girl. When he heard the news, he immediately stood up. Sir? The girl looked very hazy. She seemed to be looking forward to something. Legend reached out for his robe and put it on. He didn't respond to the girl. Where is she? She's in a cold storage room in the northern parts of the Mario Islands. Both of them? No, she's there alone. Alone? Where's Riker? Legend was slightly surprised. We're still investigating. Idiots, Legend scolded. Sorry, boss. We'll immediately have more people look into it. Once we confirm it's not a trap, we will have you come. No, I'll go right now. But boss, we haven't confirmed if this is Fiona's trap, his subordinate said anxiously. It's even better if it's a trap. I haven't directly fought someone for a long time. I miss that girl dearly. Legend grinned. At South Hill Manor. Good morning, Grandpa, Pudding greeted when she saw her grandfather working busily at the dining room table. Good morning, Grandpa, Little Bean said. She was behind Pudding and was in the same flowery princess dress as Pudding. Good morning, just in time, breakfast is ready. Yay! What delicious food did you make for breakfast, Grandpa? Little Bean became giddy as soon as she heard the word food. The professor was in a dark gray shirt and black sweatpants. His appearance was clean and crisp, and the color matched his age. No one would expect that the great Professor Wagner looked like any other ordinary old man. There was an abundance of food on the table where Pudding and Little Bean sat down. There were 3 bowls of green bean congee, 3 fried eggs, 2 sausages, and 2 baby corns. "Grandpa, did you make all this?" Little Bean said with awe. "Yeah." "You're amazing, just like Daddy," Little Bean exclaimed. "You even remember to bring up your daddy while praising me. Ha ha, you sure are his daughter," the professor chuckled. "Grandpa, any progress last night?" Pudding asked as she cared about her father's situation a lot. "Yeah, the antidote should be ready soon. There's something missing and I don't have any right now. I'm going to get that kid called Justin to get it." "Whatever is missing, Handsome Cooper would be able to get it," Pudding said. "I know. I called him already. As soon as he comes, I'll be able to make it." "Grandpa, can I come with you to the hospital to see Daddy?" Little Bean said cutely. "Do you miss your daddy?" "Of course. Pudding went many times, but I haven't been there even once. I want to go. I want to go." Okay, I'll take you. What about you, Pudding?" "Grandpa, I'll pass today. If you and Little Bean go, I'll be able to go to the stock trading center." "Why? Did something happen with your stocks?" "If I want to short the Green Corporation stocks, it will involve a lot of issues. Handsome Cooper and I are going to deal with that." "Okay, let's go tackle our problems separately. When I come back tonight, I'll make you spicy chicken. Can you 2 take spice?" Yes, as long as it's edible, I'm good." Little Bean raised her hands. "You're going to turn into a pig eventually," Pudding said as she glanced speechlessly at Little Bean. Then, the 3 had a hearty meal. After breakfast, the professor took Little Bean to the hospital to visit Jack. Justin dropped off the medicine the professor wanted and drove Pudding towards the stock trade center. During the drive, Pudding was exceptionally quiet. She didn't chat with Justin like how they normally do. "What's the matter, Pudding? Are you in a bad mood?" Justin asked as he drove. "Yeah," Pudding said. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. "What's the matter? Is it because you sold all of your Green Corporation stocks, Miss Moneybag?" Justin teased. "No, it has nothing to do with that. Money and stocks don't mean much to me." "What?" "Handsome Cooper. I'm just worried about Mommy." "What about your mommy?" Justin was a bit shocked when he heard Pudding mention Chloe. "Mommy is pregnant and we don't know where Andrew took her," Pudding said sadly. "Although Andrew is bad, he loves your mommy and treats her well. I've seen it with my own eyes, so don't worry. She's definitely not hurt," Justin comforted. "No, Handsome Cooper, it's not as simple as that." "What's on your mind, Pudding?" Justin knew Pudding was a thoughtful child. That was why she was often unhappy, because she was thinking about many things. "Andrew does treat Mommy well. When he's normal, he wouldn't hurt Mommy, but don't forget, he has a split personality disorder." Justin looked more serious. "Pudding, how did you know about that?" "I've overheard Mommy and Daddy talking about it once. The gist of it is that Andrew is normal until his second personality comes out. Then, he becomes another person. During that time, even if he doesn't want to hurt Mommy, he won't be able to control himself." Justin was scared now that Pudding explained the situation. Andrew's split personality disorder was not a secret amongst their friend group. Almost everyone knew of it. However, Justin had never seen how Andrew was after he changed into his second personality. Justin could imagine how violent it was. "What should we do?" Justin was panicking now. The old man said that he'd help Daddy wake up soon. As soon as Daddy wakes up, he'd know how to find Mommy. "Let's hope for the best, then." Justin let out a soft sigh. "I hope Mommy and the baby are safe and sound," Pudding said as she stared out the window. Then, too, went into the stock trading center and did some transactions. To them, destroying the Green Corporation meant nothing, as Andrew had made it into a shell corporation. Even Andrew didn't care about it anymore. After finishing everything, Justin brought Pudding to Imperial Star Entertainment. While he went meetings, Pudding waited for him in his office, watching finance news. "Are you there, President Cooper?" A female voice came from outside. "He's not here," Pudding said in a babyish voice. Kira was shocked. She knocked and came in. She saw a little girl sitting at Justin's desk, looking very confident and powerful. "Are you Pudding or Little Bean?" Kira said with a friendly smile. Are you Auntie Cece's older sister? You know me? Kira seemed to be happy with Pudding's response. You're on a lot of dramas recently. The media are lauding you as Imperial Star Entertainment's #1 star, Pudding said calmly. Don't listen to the media. I'm not that great. You still haven't told me if you're Pudding or Little Bean. Guess. Pudding started to play around a little bit. Kira was the only woman who liked Justin that she didn't dislike. She thought that she wasn't as fake as the other women. Do I get a prize for guessing right? Kira went along with Pudding and gave a bright smile. If you guess it right, I'll let you have lunch with me and Handsome Cooper. How about that? Pudding seemed to understand what she wanted. Wow, you even know what I'm thinking. You're so smart, Kira praised. It's not that hard. Most of the aunties at Imperial Star Entertainment have a crush on Handsome Cooper. It's no secret. Also, who doesn't want to date their boss? Handsome Cooper is young and handsome and rich. He's from a good family. It's only normal that so many girls want to be with him. Then you must think I'm just like them and I'm after the same thing, Kira smiled. You're better than them. How? At least you're not as fake. Ha! How can you tell? You don't know me. It was the first time Kira had such a deep conversation with a child. She thought it was rather interesting. You never troubled my mommy. Kira paused for a second and suddenly realized how Pudding knew. Oh, so all those women brought trouble upon Dr. Green. Yeah, they were arrogant. They thought that Handsome Cooper didn't like them because he only liked Mommy, so Mommy was the only thing blocking them from getting Handsome Cooper. They never thought that they weren't good enough for Handsome Cooper. Women sure are an arrogant species. Kira thought Pudding was so adorable since she spoke like an adult, but was just a little child. Do you want cake? Some fans visited me and brought me a really delicious matcha cake. Cake makes you fat. You're an actress. How can you not care about your body? Pudding criticized. Ha ha, I know. You're Pudding. Kira smiled brightly. You're Pudding, right? How did you guess? Pudding sounded slightly annoyed. I heard that Little Bean loves cake. Since you weren't interested, you must be Pudding, Kira said proudly. How did you know? It's something rather secretive. Who did you hear it from? Cece told me. Fine, so Auntie Cece accidentally sold me out, Pudding said in a slightly speechless tone. Suddenly, Justin pushed open the office door. Pudding, are you hungry? What should we get for lunch? Handsome Cooper, can I invite this auntie to join us for lunch? Pudding kept all her promises. Huh? What happened? Justin looked around and finally realized that Kira was in his office now too. Pudding didn't wait for Justin to respond. Instead, she asked, Auntie Kira, what do you want to eat? I'm good with anything. If you say that, I'm going to pick what I like, Pudding said. That's all right. Handsome Cooper, I want to eat seafood, Pudding said without holding back. Okay, you can get whatever you want, my little monster. Let's go. Justin walked over to Pudding and picked her up gently. He carried her out in his arms. Kira was rather jealous of Pudding. She wished Justin would treat her like a child too and give her his love. Originally, it was just the three of them for lunch, but then Justin received a phone call while they were eating, and Max and Avery joined them. Pudding was rather close with Avery. She jumped onto Avery's laps when she saw her. Auntie, when's second grandpa coming? Soon. Is your daddy having his surgery soon? Yeah, tomorrow. Pudding nodded. That's good. I hope everything is going to go smoothly, Avery sighed. Auntie, are you going to go back to America with second grandpa after daddy recovers? Pudding asked. Max immediately turned over and looked at Avery anxiously. He never dared to ask Avery this question. Avery had returned to the country for quite some time now. Was she going to go back to America with her father this time? We'll see. Avery's response was vague. She didn't say she was going to leave or stay. If Avery's going back, someone's going to be sad, Justin teased. Psh, BS. Who said I was going to be sad? Max wouldn't admit it. You can pretend all you want. Pudding looked at Max with slight disdain. It's true. I'm not pretending. I'm not going to be sad. If she's going back, I'll go with her. Max chuckled. Look at how useless you are. Avery blushed. What's the point of being useful if I don't get to be with my wife? Kira didn't join the conversation because she wasn't close with Avery and Max, so she quietly ate her lunch. After lunch, Pudding asked, Handsome Cooper, you can drive Auntie Kira back to the office first. What about you? I'll go visit Daddy with Uncle Cruz and Auntie. Okay, I'll go join you guys at the hospital later, Justin said. After the group separated, Kira went on to Justin's Lamborghini. You didn't seem to enjoy your meal, Justin said. No, it's not that. I just don't eat that much. Max is like that. He's very direct, but he's been my best friend for years. He just talks nonsense most of the time. I can tell you guys are really close. Justin smiled and continued driving. President Cooper, you treat Pudding so well, Kira said with slight jealousy. I'm that good to Little Bean, too. Haha, you're so humorous. Justin made Kira laugh. Yeah, I watch the twins grow up, so I treat them like my own daughters. From the looks of it, you really like Dr. Green, Kira said in a low voice. Yeah, I really like her, Justin said directly. He never hid his feelings towards Chloe. He would always admit it. Dr. Green really is a great person. I think she deserves your love for her, Kira said. Is your sister arriving in the afternoon? Justin changed the topic. Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're here. You can go back to the office first. I'm going to head to the hospital. Justin slowly parked his car in front of his office. Thank you, President Cooper. You're welcome. See ya. Kira stepped out of the car, and Justin drove away. This was seen by a female actress colleague of theirs. Miss Nee, did President Cooper drive you back? Yeah. Did you guys go out on a date? The female actress asked. No, it was just an ordinary lunch. Wow, President Cooper rarely has lunch with any of us. What's happening? Only Gianna got that treatment. Is there something between you and our boss? No, President Cooper and I are just colleagues. He's my boss and I'm his subordinate. Haha, you're blushing. I'm not lying. Don't spread rumors. I don't want to bring trouble to President Cooper. Okay, I know. But let's be real. President Cooper hasn't had a girlfriend for a long time. You have a chance if you try. You're famous, pretty, and also low-key. Maybe there's a chance between you and President Cooper? It's all right. I'm not going to daydream. President Cooper won't fall for me. Kira knew herself well, and Cece had warned her many times before. Justin's love towards Chloe was too stubborn and deep. In the hospital's hallway. How is it? Did you make the antidote yet, old man? Justin still didn't like to call the professor politely, but preferred calling him old man. However, the professor didn't get mad. He seemed to like Justin. Of course. Do you think I'm like those average doctors you have in your country? The professor said proudly. Oh, you're so cocky. Handsome Cooper, you can't talk to him like that. It was a rare sight that Little Bean would lecture Justin. Little Bean, are you stupid? How can you treat outsiders better than me? Justin rubbed Little Bean's cheeks. I mean it. He's older than you. You can't be so impolite. Okay, you little rascal, Justin chuckled. Doctor, how's my brother? When can you do the surgery? Avery asked. I can do it tomorrow morning. Everyone was relieved to hear the professor say that. The professor brought the twins back to South Hill Manor after leaving the hospital. On their way back home, Thomas video called them. Hello, Uncle Thomas. Hello, Pudding. I'm Little Bean, stupid. Uncle, how was your business trip? Pudding leaned over and asked. Yeah, everything's going very smoothly. How's your dad doing? He's having his surgery tomorrow morning. Don't worry, Uncle. Okay, I'll go visit him at the hospital when I get back. Okay. Oh, Uncle, how's Grandma doing? She's not in a good mood. I've asked Stella to take care of her. All right. Since she's your future wife, there's nothing wrong with taking care of her future mother-in-law, Little Bean said. Uncle, you have to be careful out there. Come home soon, Pudding said. Yep, I miss both of you. I'll bring some presents back. Thank you, Uncle. Then Little Bean hung up. Sis, did you notice that? Little Bean said mysteriously. Notice what? That Uncle Thomas sometimes is a bit dumb, Little Bean whispered. I was curious why Uncle Thomas could be so dumb even though Mommy is so smart. He's really slow to react. Pudding. He's all right. He's not that dumb. Not dumb enough to be unsavable. Ha ha, sis, you're pure evil. Little Bean laughed hysterically. But you're not wrong. Uncle isn't as smart as Mommy, but Auntie is smart. That's why Auntie and Mommy are both Grandpa's children. Pudding analyzed. You two little rascals sure are mean, the professor said. He was astonished by the twins' conversation. Avery's period came after they left the hospital. Her stomach was aching a bit. Max noticed that she didn't look that well, so he took her to the gynecologist department, and the doctor gave her some herbal medicine. This scene, however, was witnessed by one of Max's mother's friends. When the news got to Max's mother, the tone was completely changed. Mrs. Cruz, let me tell you something. I really saw your son take a girl to the gynecologist. Maybe they're getting an abortion. Abortion? Mrs. Cruz frowned. Yeah. Youngsters nowadays don't care about these things now. They are hedonistic. My son got 3 girls pregnant last year. 2 of them took the money and did an abortion, but 1 wouldn't do it. Only when we gave her $1 million did she do the abortion. It was pure blackmail. Mrs. Cruz silently listened, but her face was more serious now. Max treated that girl nicely, though. He held on to her all the way. Mrs. Cruz couldn't sit tight anymore. She stood up and walked away. Ma'am, get the car ready. I'm going to that girl, Mrs. Cruz said solemnly. Yes, ma'am. After taking Avery to see the doctor, Max drove her home before going to work. When Avery returned home, she was tired, so she took a shower and was about to head to bed. Just then, she heard someone continuously press the doorbell. She was in her sleeping robe and had her hair down. When she opened the door, she was surprised by the sight. Let's talk. Mrs. Cruz was a strong character. As soon as she got into the house, she demanded to talk to Avery. Avery was very confused about what was happening. Were you looking for me? Of course. Okay. How long have you moved in? Mrs. Cruz looked at Avery and asked. Less than half a month, Avery responded after some thought. Are all rich girls nowadays so open? What do you mean? Avery had received a Western-style education and did not know how to react to Mrs. Cruz's mean words. Miss Dawson, you're from a good family that has plenty of resources. How can you do such a thing? Huh? What did I do? Avery was very confused. You and my son are dating but have not gotten married yet. You also didn't come to meet the elders of our family but already moved in with him. Do you think that is appropriate? I know you grew up in the States, and your mother died when you were young, so no one taught you these manners. Wait, Auntie. You can't mix these two things together. My mother did pass away a long time ago, so you don't need to bring her up. I did grow up in the States. Whether I'm open or not has nothing to do with that or my mother. Why don't you just say that I'm not mannered? I didn't say that. If you think that of yourself, I can't do anything about it. So are you picking a fight with me today? Avery said angrily at Max's mother. Picking a fight? No, I don't have time for that. Then can you get to the point? I want my nap, Avery said after looking at the time on her phone. You sure are impolite. I don't understand why my son likes you. Mrs. Cruz had always been a strong character, so rarely did anyone dare to speak to her like that. Those rich girls that wanted to marry into the Cruz family would always be very polite with Mrs. Cruz. They mostly say things that complimented Mrs. Cruz, but Avery was very direct. This made Mrs. Cruz angry. Your son has a unique taste. He likes how impolite I am, Avery said. Ma'am, please calm down. We're here for important matters, the female butler behind her reminded. Only then did Mrs. Cruz try to suppress her anger. She put her LV bag on the coffee table abruptly. Then she sat down on the sofa, looked at Avery and demanded, I'm thirsty. Pour me a cup of tea. Sorry, but I don't drink tea. There's cold beer in the fridge. Do you want one? What? Cold beer? Mrs. Cruz said with astonishment. Yeah, Max and I love eating snacks and drinking beer, so we only have beer at home. If you want tea or water, there's a tea shop on the left of the main entrance of the neighborhood. This is my son's mansion. Why are you like the female master here now? That's so strange. That's because your son begged me to move in. If I didn't move in, he'd cry. Avery deliberately said. Mrs. Cruz's face darkened when she heard these words. Even the female butler wanted to cry. She knew that her master was about to go berserk. She did not understand why her young master would find such a pungent girlfriend. Avery, don't think that because my son likes you, you can do whatever you want. Sorry, Auntie, but I've never done whatever I wanted. Can you please not put random labels on me? Ma'am, let's talk about that thing, the female butler reminded Mrs. Crux from behind. Mrs. Cruz felt an uncomfortable sensation in her chest, and she couldn't breathe smoothly. She had been in the Cruz family for tens of years, but Avery was the strongest opponent she had faced. Fine. I don't have time to deal with every little thing with you. Let me ask you this. How many months pregnant are you? What the? Avery didn't know what was happening. What did she say? Mrs. Cruz didn't seem to hear what Avery said clearly. She seems very surprised, ma'am, the female butler explained. You don't need to be surprised. You can't keep something so huge a secret. I can investigate anything in this city relatively easily. Even though I don't like you, nor do I view you as my son's fiancé, you're pregnant now. You can't just choose to have an abortion. What a pity would it be if it were a son. It's my grandchild, too. Max is not that young anymore. If it were a son, his father and I would both be very happy. You shouldn't have an abortion. Let's wait till you're 4 months pregnant and get a scan to see the gender. If it's a son, then give birth to him. We won't treat you poorly. Avery opened her mouth widely, so wide that she could fit an egg inside, after listening to Mrs. Cruz. You don't need to look so surprised. I am a woman of her words. If you do give birth to a son, then I will treat you well. Auntie, you're very funny. Have you watched too much Korean drama or something? Do you believe in those cliché stories? Miss Dawson, our master sincerely came to you to chat. She doesn't like you, but if you were pregnant with our young master's child, she can forgive you. What the hell? Who told you I'm pregnant? Avery said agitatedly. So you and Max going to the gynecologist weren't to have an abortion? Mrs. Cruz recalled her friend telling her that she saw Avery and Max at the hospital. What the hell? Who told you that going to the hospital means having an abortion? But you went to the gynecologist, the female butler said. My period came and it hurt, okay? Mrs. Cruz and the female butler were both shocked by this response. Auntie, can you please do your homework before coming to bother me? You're scaring me. I don't know what the hell was going on. Also, you should ask your son to see if he's allowed to touch me yet. Did I get pregnant from Mother Nature? Or is your grandchild going to be like the Monkey King and be born from a rock? If you came for that, then you should head home earlier. It's rather hot outside. Next time you should just call me. Oh yeah, if I were pregnant, you'd be the first to know. I probably won't have an abortion. Also, my family is rich and can nurture the baby well. My father is worried that no one would inherit our family business, so even if I were pregnant, regardless of gender, we won't trouble you with anything, huh? After being retorted by Avery, Mrs. Cruz felt awkward and angry. It's getting late. I'm going to get my afternoon nap. The doctor told me I need sufficient sleep. I won't walk you out, so help yourself. Then, Avery walked upstairs. Mrs. Cruz was so angry that she couldn't breathe normally. Ma'am, I recorded what she just said. Should we show it to the young master and reveal her true identity? The female butler asked quietly. Of course we should. Let's go and find my son with that recording. Avery infuriated Mrs. Cruz so much that she almost got a heart attack from it. They left Max's mansion and went straight to the headquarters of the Cruz Corporation. Max and the marketing department just finished their meeting and were heading to lunch. Just then, Max saw his mother coming in a huff, waiting to burst out in anger. Hey, Mom, you're free today? Did you not go play card? Max said with a childish smile. Skip the BS and come with me. Mrs. Cruz was very angry. Max didn't know what was happening but walked behind her. He didn't forget to ask the female butler what the situation was quietly. May, what happened? Did my mother eat explosives? Something like that, the female butler responded seriously. Inside Max's office, Mrs. Cruz looked back at the female butler. May, play him the recording. Okay, ma'am. Then, the female butler took out her phone and put it on speaker. It played the whole conversation between Avery and Mrs. Cruz. Max quietly listened but couldn't resist laughing from time to time. When the recording finished playing, Mrs. Cruz glared at her son and said, "Look at how terrifying this woman is. She's one person in front of you and a completely different person behind your back. She probably plays it well when she's with you, right? Look at how she treats me." "Mother, if you think that's true, then you're absolutely wrong." "Huh?" Mrs. Cruz questioned. "Avery's already being nice when she's talking to you like this. When she's with me, she'd usually be yelling," Max said. "Young master, are you for real? Can you not joke with your mother?" The female butler was obviously in disbelief. "For real, Mother, you're very courageous to secretly find Avery." "Ha." Max laughed hysterically after recalling the conversation between his mother and Avery. "I thought she was pregnant." Mrs. Cruz was still very furious. "Pregnant? I wish. I haven't even slept with her. How can she be pregnant? If she were pregnant, then that wouldn't be my child. Are you wishing your son to be a cuckold?" "What the hell? I just wanted to show you how unmannered this girl was." "Says who? Avery treats everyone well. Her friends, her family." "Really? I couldn't tell from her attitude." "Mother, I need to criticize you for this. If you wanted to chat, you should treat her well, and she'd treat you well. You're always so vicious. If it were another girl, she'd be running and crying by now. Avery is courageous enough to go head-to-head with you and even won a small victory. Ha." "Max, are you my son?" Mrs. Cruz was furious. "Do you need to ask me about that? I even hypothesized that you picked up the wrong baby back then in the hospital. That's why I don't look like you or father." Max flicked his short hair and pretended to be cool. The female butler almost laughed out loud from his actions. "Stop joking, let's be serious," Mrs. Cruz said furiously. "I am serious. Mother, I'm telling you, don't go infuriate Avery. No good outcome would come out of it." "What? You haven't even married her yet but already forget that I'm your mother? Do you have any conscience in you?" Mrs. Cruz was about to be driven nuts by her son. "Mother, as long as you promise not to pick fights, then I'd have all the conscience in the world," Max asserted while pounding his chest. "I want you to break up with that woman immediately," Mrs. Cruz demanded. "Mother, if you're acting like that, you're forcing me to—" Max intentionally paused here. "To do what?" Mrs. Cruz looked curiously at her son, waiting for him to finish his sentence. "Then I will go to America with Avery and become the Dawson family's live-in son-in-law." "You—" "Ha. The Dawson family is richer than ours, and Avery is cute and beautiful. Best of all, you won't have to deal with me anymore." "You unfilial son, I'm going to kill you. How did I give birth to such a terrible son? Look at your half-brothers, look at your cousins. Are any of them like you?" "Yeah, they're all puppets. They do whatever their parents tell them to and act." "Young master, don't infuriate Madam that much. Her health isn't that great." The female butler tried to pacify the situation. "Mother, if you're not feeling well, you should go home and rest. I haven't had lunch yet, so I'm famished. I'm going to go grab lunch now." Then, before his mother could respond, Max wrapped his arms around his mother's neck and kissed her on the cheek. He intentionally made a kissing sound too. Then, he immediately left the room, making Mrs. Cruz both angry and surprised. "Get your ass back in here." "Ma'am, you know how young master is. Let's go home first." Mrs. Cruz had troubled herself the whole day, but did not reap any benefits. Not only was she infuriated by Avery, but also her own son. In a Sichuan restaurant down near the Cruz Corporation, Max ordered 2 dishes and a bottle of beer. Then he immediately video-called Avery. "What?" Avery was sleeping in her bed. She hazily woke up and picked up the call. "Avery, come and eat. I'm at the Sichuan restaurant by my office. I'll treat you to sliced fish and hot chili oil." "No." "Come, I miss you." "No, I'm not in the mood." "Is it because my mother bothered you?" Max said happily. "How dare you bring that up? Your mother sure is a character," Avery said lethargically. "Ha, yeah, my mother is like that. Now you know why I want to marry into your family, eh? Compared to your father, my parents are extremists." "My daddy is coming soon. Actually, I miss him a lot." Avery's eyes softened as she mentioned her father. "Yeah, when my father-in-law comes, I'm going to show him around." "Stop joking around." "I'm not. Let's celebrate when Jack wakes up. Since everyone's going to be so happy, let's make love. F off. Haha, I knew you were going to yell at me. Why are you so happy? We have no clue where my sis-in-law is. When my brother wakes up, he'd still be unhappy. Don't worry. I believe in Chloe. She's a great person and God won't treat her poorly. She and the baby will both be safe, Max comforted. Hopefully. In a cold storage room in a Middle Eastern country, Fiona heard loud footsteps approaching her. She immediately opened her eyes and became fully alert. Riker had left for some time now. Her wounds were recovering, and she had more energy than before. Although it was cold in the cold storage, she was able to maintain consciousness due to the cold temperature. Sir, Fiona is inside here. Should we barge in? One of the subordinates carefully asked for Legend's permission. Legend was wearing a black hat and cape. He wore thick black eyeliner, looking like a devil. The smile on his face was malicious, the type that would give people creeps. No rush. Fiona isn't someone you can defeat easily. Legend smiled maliciously. From the sounds of the footsteps, Fiona could tell there were many people. She immediately knew that it wasn't her subordinates and Riker coming to save her. She was actually a bit confused when they still hadn't barged in. She had just been through surgery and was still very weak. She leaned her body on a cement pillar inside the cold storage. Legend looked calmly at the deserted cold storage, but he did not rush to go in. Boss, if you're worried about any of her traps, we could set this place on fire and force her to come out, a subordinate suggested. Legend slapped him hard in the face when he heard that suggestion. How long have you followed me? How have you still not learned to shut the F up? Sorry, boss. It was impossible to predict Legend's emotions. All of his subordinates knew this. No one knew what he was thinking about or what he liked. He was a madman. Finally, Legend walked closer to the cold storage entrance, as if he were going to enter. Boss. One of his subordinates seemed to want to stop him, but didn't dare speak up any further. Legend brought with him tens of men. When he was walking towards the cold storage entrance, only 4 followed behind him. They knew that Legend wanted to see with his own eyes whether she was in there or not. At the entrance of the cold storage, one of the subordinates opened the door for Legend. The door was unlocked. Cold air ushered out as Legend stepped into the cold storage. The cold storage wasn't big, so you could see everything with one look. He immediately saw Fiona curled up in a corner by a pillar. She looked exhausted. It is you, you disgraceful creature, Fiona said to Legend with impeccable English. Haha, disgraceful creature. Is that my new name? I like it. Fiona glared at Legend. Honey, you look badly wounded, Legend said. That's none of your business. I'm not dying yet. The King of Hell doesn't want me yet. The King of Hell? Who's that? Legend didn't know culture that well. Your ancestors. Fiona didn't have much energy to further explain. Nope, my ancestors aren't called by that name. Honey, where's your lover? How can he leave you behind? It looks like he's a terrible guy. I told you that you should be with me. I love you so much. Legend looked at Fiona as if he were very interested in her. Legend had spent a lot of manpower and money on searching for Fiona. Not only did Legend want to capture Fiona so he could threaten the professor, he also wanted her. He was very interested in this baby with an Eastern face. Legend watched Fiona since she was in her teenage years. It could be said that he also watched her grow up. They had been playing Tom and Jerry for years now, and Legend loved it. He had never been so interested in a woman. That was also a reason he didn't want his subordinates to kill Fiona. Yeah, cut the BS. You love me? How would a person like you know what is love? You only know how to pretend to be a vampire and do disgusting things. Aren't you ashamed or embarrassed of yourself? Fiona's tongue could be even more vicious than Chloe's. She was the first person that ever dared to speak to Legend like that. When Legend's subordinates heard her speak, they all looked terrified. Boss, I'll teach this impolite woman a lesson for you. Then, the subordinate walked over towards Fiona, wanting to pick her up and give her a heavy beating. Before Legend could stop him, his subordinate had already rushed over. Before he could reach Fiona, a loud noise sounded, and the subordinate's body was blasted into pieces. The rest of his subordinates were so terrified that they all backed up behind Legend. Rumors had it that Fiona was a bomb expert. Apparently, she started playing with explosives since she was a young child. Many armies wanted to recruit her, but she rejected them all. How would Legend not know about this? However, that dumb subordinate of his wanted to protect his boss and gain recognition, forgetting to think of the consequences. That was why he rushed over and exploded into pieces. Psh, honey, you sure are playful, sending me great presents every time we meet. Legend felt nothing about losing a subordinate. Instead, he was delighted by Fiona's trap. Present? That's nothing. This is just an appetizer. Fiona smiled. Then your appetizers are very special, Legend lauded. Legend, do you know the story, The Journey to the West? Fiona asked as she calmly leaned her head against the pillar with her eyes closed. The Journey to the West? Legend asked with slight astonishment. Yes. It's a well-known story from my country. It's about 3 students with their teacher going to the West to find scriptures. That's not the main point, though. The main point is that whenever the teacher's students would go perform a task, they would first draw a circle around their teacher to protect him from the demons. The demons won't be able to get close to the circle, Fiona casually explained. So? Legend seemed to be rather interested in Fiona's story. So there's a circle around me like that. It looks calm, but it's actually very dangerous. Boss, she's probably just talking BS. Don't trust her. I'm not scared of her. Another dumb subordinate dashed over because he didn't believe Fiona's words. At the same distance, but from another angle, another bomb exploded. This subordinate was faster to react and only lost an arm from the explosion. The room was filled with smoke and the smell of explosives. I told you the truth, and you still want to die. Legend, your subordinate's intelligence level is very concerning, Fiona said proudly. You only have 1 circle, but I have many subordinates. Honey, you're no match against me. Why don't you just be obedient and come with me? I don't want to hurt you, Legend tried to persuade her. Sir, we can use anesthetics on her and attack her from a distance. When she faints, we can take her away without even approaching her, another subordinate suggested. Honey, did you hear that? If you don't obey, I'll have to use anesthetics on you. My little monster, do you want the dosage that we use for lions and tigers? Legend said, as he raised his hands to lift up his hat. He took over the long, thin, transparent needle from one of his subordinates. Nice idea, but I'll suggest you don't do that or you're going to regret it, Fiona smiled. Huh? Regret what? So does my honey have a better idea? Legend was cautious with Fiona. He had gone against her many times and knew she has many tricks up her sleeve. That was why when Fiona said that, he was more cautious and slowed down his movements. Boss, she's bluffing. She's alone and helpless right now. How would she have other ways out? Legend, why don't you try? Let's see when you shoot the anesthetics, who would end up being the one getting F up. Fiona opened her puppy eyes and looked at Legend. Her smile was confident. Rick and Cece went straight to the army hospital to visit Jack as soon as they got off the plane. When Justin got the news, he rushed over. When Justin arrived, Rick had already been in Jack's patient room for some time. Rick might have been in a bad mood, so he wanted to be with Jack alone, and Cece and Rick's bodyguards were outside. Cece sat down with 2 foreign bodyguards behind her. President Cooper. Cece stood up when she saw Justin. Where's Rick? He's inside. When did you guys arrive? Half an hour ago. The trip was fast with the plane, Cece said. Okay, I'm going to go in. Have a seat first. Okay, Cece nodded. Then Justin pushed open the patient room door. He saw Rick sitting beside Jack's bedside. Justin knew Rick and Jack were close, so he knew how blue he felt. When Rick saw Justin come in, he stood up and nodded to greet him. I heard you found someone to operate on him. Yeah, a mysterious old man, Justin said honestly. A mysterious old man? Rick asked confusedly. Pudding seems to acknowledge and praise him highly. He's a very secretive man. I can't find any information on him, but based on my instincts, he's not a bad guy. I think he can help Jack wake up. Do you have a picture of him? Rick asked. Yeah. Justin took out his phone and showed him the picture he took of the old man a while ago. He investigated the professor but found nothing. When Rick saw the picture on Justin's phone, the look of his eyes changed. "Do you know him?" Justin saw the nuance in Rick's expression, so he asked. "His identity is rather unique. Since he doesn't want you to know who it is, it's better that you don't know." Justin was rather annoyed about why everyone was acting so mysterious. "But what I can tell you for sure is that he can save Jack." "Even you say so. Now I'm more curious who he is. It looks like you and Pudding both know who he is, but I don't," Justin chuckled. "Wait till Chloe comes back and she can explain to you in person. There's a lot involved in this complicated situation." "This old man has something to do with Chloe?" Justin was surprised. Rick did not respond. Instead, he walked closer to Jack and pulled up his blanket. "I'll stay here for a few days. When Jack wakes up, you can reach me at any time. I'm at the Red Owl Hotel." "Okay," Justin nodded. Then, Rick opened the door and walked out. Justin had not seen Rick in the last few years, but he was still as cool as always. He was like the world's strongest and coolest person to Justin. But Justin actually knew Rick's personality well. "It's done?" Cece stood up. "Yeah. How's President Dawson?" "So-so," Rick said. "Rick, I want to visit my family. I'll take you there." Rick gently held onto Cece's hand. "No, I mean, can you come to eat with my family and me?" Cece asked cautiously. Rick was surprised since he did not expect that request. "Of course, if you don't want to go, I won't force you. I know you don't care about these stupid things, but my family is rather simple. I just have my parents and my sister. My sister took the day off and is waiting for me at home. She told me that my mom made my favorite sweet and sour fish for me." Cece kept on talking, trying to hide the embarrassment and disappointment that hit her when Rick rejected her request. "Let's go." "Huh?" Cece was surprised. "Let's go to your home for dinner," Rick repeated patiently. Then, Cece couldn't suppress the happiness in her eyes. This guy, the coolest fellow in the whole world, had agreed to have dinner with her family. In fact, Cece had just asked him tentatively and hadn't expected Rick would agree so readily. "Cece? Yes? These are trivial things. I will do all these things to make you happy," Rick said. Oh. Was this Rick's declaration of love for her? Cece was suddenly overwhelmed by happiness. She had been worried that Rick would keep a distance from her after she got pregnant and couldn't be physically intimate with him. However, Rick was more attentive to her. During the time when they were in the US, she wasn't particularly happy since it was a strange place for her. As Rick was busy with the things that she knew nothing about, she spent most of her time waiting for him to return for supper in their luxurious house. Sometimes, he didn't return until midnight, and the food was cold. When she woke up in the morning, he was gone before she could make breakfast for him. She had lived the boring life in waiting, hoping Rick would give her more of his love. This time, they returned to the country because Jack and Chloe were in trouble, but Cece was happy to come back anyway. Rick took Cece back to her home. Avery's father arrived in the city soon after Rick and Cece. As an attentive good boyfriend, Max drove his black Rolls-Royce to pick up his father-in-law. Avery didn't feel well due to menstrual cramps and waited at home. In the airport of the city. "Father-in-law, humble greetings from your son-in-law." Seeing Avery's father, Max hurried over and greeted him. "Don't pull this nonsense on me. I don't like it. Where's Avery?" Jack's second uncle looked around for his daughter. "Oh, Avery isn't feeling well and is resting at home." "She's not feeling well? What's wrong?" "It's nothing serious. Don't worry, father-in-law. It's discomfort during her special time each month." "I'm not your father-in-law since you're not married to my daughter yet. Don't call me that." Yes, you're right, Uncle Dawson." Max bowed to him. He walked over and took the luggage before driving the old man to his house. "How's Jack doing? On the way?" Uncle Dawson asked. "My brother-in-law's condition is stable and can have the surgery tomorrow. He will wake up after the surgery." "Where are my brother and sister-in-law?" "We arranged for them to live in the house in the Yundong Mountains and away from the upheavals in this place, but we'll go and bring them back before the surgery tomorrow." "It's a good plan. My brother has a weak heart and high blood pressure. All the upheavals are not good for his health. This is just part of my responsibility as your son-in-law. After all, we're family now. Uncle Dawson glanced at him indifferently. I heard you returned to work at the Cruise Corporation? Just temporarily. I'm helping my father to deal with some trivial businesses. It's better to have a job than staying idle. Avery has started going to board conferences all over the world with me ever since she was a teenager. You should learn from her. She's younger than you, but she's better at managing a company than you are. Yes, Father. Uncle Dawson, you're right. Max was afraid to offend this old man. At the South Hill Manor. Grandpa, the colorful liquid in the vial can really remove the toxin from my dad's system? Little Bean stared at the small glass vial and asked curiously. You asked the question because you don't trust me? The professor said with a smile. No, I'm just curious. Little kid, you're a smart girl. The professor touched her head lovingly. In the last couple of days, the twins didn't feel bored as they stayed with the old man. Instead, they felt intrigued, especially Little Bean. She found her grandpa was extremely knowledgeable and could do anything. He could cook, cure illnesses, study all kinds of interesting liquids, and do chemical experiments. He could even do magic tricks and tell them interesting stories about criminal psychology. There was almost nothing he couldn't do. She even declined Justin's offer to take her out for sweets because she didn't want to leave the house. The professor hadn't lived such a simple life for a long time. After staying with his granddaughters for a few days, he had formed a stronger bond with them and was reluctant to leave. Grandpa, please come and see if I got this equation right. Pudding was doing math problems on her tablet. The professor walked over. Little Bean took the opportunity and dialed Ethan's number on her cell phone. Hello, Little Bean. Ethan, what are you doing? I'm watching a cartoon. Well, you'd rather watch cartoons than talk to me on Snap. Friendship over. No, I thought you were busy, so... I don't want to hear your explanation. Humph, you owe me a bag of seafood-flavored potato chips. Okay, a bag of seafood-flavored potato chips, Ethan nodded repeatedly. Where's Auntie Sarah? Mom's cooking soup in the kitchen. Is Uncle Noah home too? No, my dad has been busy lately. He's got lots of things to do in the bureau. Oh, Ethan, I want to show you something. Little Bean moved her cell phone over carefully and turned the camera to the vial containing the colorful liquid. Look! What's that? Ethan leaned forward in curiosity. This thing is magical. After it's fed to my dad, he'll wake up. Awesome. Where did you get it? An immortal gave it to me, Little Bean said with a smirk. Liar. There are no immortals in the world. Ha ha. Anyway, this is a magical thing that can't be bought with money. Little Bean was in a great mood. It will be great if Uncle Dawson wakes up. I hope everything goes well with him. Yeah. After my dad wakes up, he can hold me again and will help us find Mom. Little Bean, if you and Pudding are bored at home, I can ask Mom to go and bring you to our home. No, we're not bored. We have lots of fun stuff to do. When Dad wakes up, I'll invite you to have BBQ in our house. Okay. Shall we invite Kenneth? Ethan asked. That's my sister's business and not my concern. Haha. Okay. Ending the call with Ethan, Little Bean continued to gaze at the small vial with great curiosity. It was magical that this thing could wake up her dad. Little Bean wondered if her dad would wake up instantly just like the Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tale. She felt very happy at the thought. On a deserted island overseas, in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, Chloe was always sleepy and slept a lot. When she woke up, she opened the door and smelt a very tempting scent from the distance. Wearing only a pair of beach shorts, Andrew had erected a wood stand over the bonfire. He was roasting a goat leg which was sizzling with oil. It looked ready to be eaten. Hearing the door open, he turned his head and smiled gently at Chloe. How was your sleep? Fire. He was roasting a goat leg which was sizzling with oil. It looked ready to be eaten. Hearing the door open, he turned his head and smiled gently at Chloe. How was your sleep? Chloe didn't answer as she walked over with a cold face. My men delivered us lots of meat, including a seasoned goat leg. I thought you'd like it. Andrew, do you really want to stay here for the rest of your life? Why not? Andrew asked. You'll just give up the green corporation you had worked so hard for? You'll give up all the assets and the business empire you've built and become a fisherman here? Chloe tried to goad him with words. All my life, I've always known that money will come and go. I've never been obsessed with money or power. When I was mistreated in my childhood, I only thought I'd protect myself from others when I grew up. Well, listen to your own hypocrisy. Have you forgotten how many people you've killed? Chloe smiled mockingly. I've never killed for fun or boredom. They all died for a reason. Some of them worked against me, some against you. For example, that Batch Bella did so many evil things to you. Don't you think she deserved to die? Even now, Andrew didn't think it was wrong to kill those people. Instead, he thought he was doing what heaven wanted him to do. Okay, you're a madman, and I can't reason with you. Chloe turned around and walked toward the beach. Chloe, the goat leg is ready. Sit down and eat. You eat it, Chloe said bluntly. Facing Andrew, Chloe lost her appetite for even the most delicious food. She wanted to go home. She missed Jack, the twins, her mother, Thomas, Justin, Sarah, and Victoria. She missed all her friends in the city, and especially she missed Fiona and her biological father, whom she hadn't had time to have a good look at yet. But could she go home? She didn't know how long Andrew would imprison her in this place. If not for the unborn baby, she would have had fallen apart long ago. In South Hill Manor, ding, the doorbell rang. Little Bean ran to open the door and froze when she saw the people standing at the door. Whoa, Uncle Rick! Good, you still remember me. Of course, you're so handsome, the most handsome man after my dad and Justin. Little Bean, are you a face judger? Cece chuckled. Auntie Cece, you're back too? Yeah. Come on in. My sister will be happy to see you. Little Bean turned her head and yelled, Dina, look who's here! Pudding put down her tablet and stood up. Hello, Uncle Rick. Aunt Cece. Pudding was also surprised, but not as excited as Little Bean. We brought you some small presents that we've bought in Disneyland. I suppose you like these? Cece handed the toys to the sisters. Thank you, Aunt Cece. Who's here? You two sound so happy. The professor walked down from the second floor. Seeing Rick, he was a little surprised. Rick nodded at the professor, who nodded in return. Pudding, Little Bean, would you show me your back garden? I heard you have Bulgarian roses. Roses are my favorite flowers. No problem. I'll show them to you. Little Bean led the way. After Cece took the twins out of the house with this excuse, Rick and the professor were left standing in the living room. When the kids were gone, Rick spoke. Professor, I'm surprised that you've come in person. Fellow, you know me? Professor Wagner narrowed his eyes. I had the honor to see your picture, Rick said in a low voice. I see. The professor smiled. I'm glad you're here. Jack will be fine. Rick knew who the professor was and was relieved to see him here. Yes, his illness is not a problem for me. Professor, with your great connections, you can find Chloe's whereabouts easily, right? No, I can't. You don't know Chloe's whereabouts either? Rick was surprised. Fiona is still searching for her? It seems Andrew had spent lots of energy and money on his plan. Even you can't find them, said Rick. The boy from the Green family is attentive to details and has a deep obsession with my daughter, so it won't be easy to find them. He even dared to betray Legend. What else is he not capable of? That's unfortunate. Jack will be very sad when he wakes up and finds that we haven't found Chloe yet. We can't help it. We must wake him up first. Anyway, Chloe is safe. At least the boy from the Green family won't hurt her. But we'll find her eventually, said the professor. Rick nodded and didn't pursue the topic. In the cold storage room in the Middle East, Legend and Fiona were still in the standoff. Legend didn't know what the story of the journey to the West was about or the theory it contained, but he knew Fiona wasn't easy to deal with. With the sedative needle in his hand, Legend hesitated. Boss, the woman is bluffing, right? We're far from her. It will be fine for us to shoot her with the sedative needle from here. Reluctant to admit defeat, Legend lackeys urged their boss to shoot Fiona with the needle. Legend was silent. Fiona said with a chuckle. Fellow, you seem to have forgotten how I blew up your branch in Indonesia. You have a microbomb on you? Legend's lackeys stepped back in fear. I've got lots of such bombs on me. If you shoot the needle at me, believe me, you'll all die with me. Baby, you're bluffing again? Legend smiled. If you don't believe me, you can ask your good friend Nan Ross. He knows my ways. Then she closed her eyes and ignored them. She looked relaxed without a trace of fear on her face. Boss, the woman can't coincidentally have a microbomb on her, right? We can't believe her words. You know nothing. She doesn't play by rules. Legend frowned. Then, for 5 minutes, Legend stood not far from Fiona, but didn't dare to make a move. He watched her from the distance and didn't dare to move close to her because she was surrounded by mines that could blow them up if they took a wrong step. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Boss, someone's coming. Maybe their backup has come. The moment they said it, a hand grenade was tossed inside. As it exploded behind them, Legend hurried out of the side door under his men's protection. They fled in the cover of the black smoke. Riker dashed in, carried Fiona in his arms, and ran out from the front door before putting her in the car. BS, you're late. I was almost taken by the big psycho Legend. Fiona pinched Riker's face and scolded him. I'm sorry, Fiona. Worriedly, Riker looked at Fiona, who was pale and weak. Riker, I'm starving. I want to eat. Then her head slumped as she passed out. Fiona. Riker was so scared. When Fiona woke up, she found she was in a private plane which was flying in the sky tens of thousands of meters from sea level. Below the plane was the vast ocean. Water. Fiona woke up, feeling listless. You woke up? Riker immediately walked over with a glass of water and sat on the edge of the big bed with a leather headboard. Where are we? On our way to the M Nation. I've asked your doctor to redress your wounds. You can rest and let the wounds heal. Fiona looked around the plane and saw 4 of her trusted subordinates and a doctor of her team. The doctor was a white man from Israel. Okay. Nodding, Fiona heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back on the headboard. Carefully, Riker placed a cushion behind her back. We got the news that Legend had arrived at the cold storage room more than 10 minutes before we got there. But for some reason, he didn't make a move. Fortunately, we got there in time. You'd be in big trouble if he took you away. That's because he was too cowardly, Fiona chuckled. In the whole world, only Fiona dared to use the word cowardly on Legend, a terrorist who had killed countless people. Riker knew Fiona had played some trick on Legend. Boss, did you play with bombs again? A female subordinate put in with a smirk. Yeah, I drew a circle with bombs around me. Anyone stepping on them would die, Fiona said. How about Legend? What was he afraid of? What did you say to him? Riker was curious about what trick Fiona had used to hold Legend off for more than 10 minutes. After all, this wasn't his style. I told him to move cautiously or he'd lose more than he gets. That's all? Riker was surprised. Yeah. The vaguer I am, the more uncertain he would feel. Legend is a cautious man. When I said the words with great confidence, he thought I had a microbomb on me, which was as powerful as the one that blew up his Indonesia base. If he shot the sedative needle, we'd die together. You have a microbomb on you? Riker was surprised. He had been with her for a long time and hadn't heard her mention it. A tiny thing like that was extremely dangerous, since it could turn a big area into ruins at any moment. I don't, Fiona said frankly. So you were just bluffing? Riker asked. Yeah, I was holding them off and waiting for you. Boss, you were good. What if he saw through you? A male subordinate cursed in fear. Saw through me? How could he? My acting skills can win an Oscar award. Fiona laughed smugly. But Legend is not an ordinary man. Boss, you are awesome. Just because it was Legend, I dared to pull this BS on him. If he was someone else, he wouldn't have believed me. You guys come here. Fiona beckoned at her subordinates. The 4 subordinates, 3 men and 1 woman, walked up obediently and stood before her in 1 row. How is the thing I told you to investigate? We still don't have any information on Miss Green. Still no information? How can it be? Many days have passed. Andrew hasn't shown his face? No, he didn't contact the guys in Germany either. Our people are watching Nalo closely and haven't seen Andrew. The situation is the same in the US. That's weird. The two people just vanished into thin air? Fiona's mood plummeted. Boss, we got news from the country. What news? Fiona looked up. Your father is about to do surgery on Mr. Dawson. Can you tell me something I don't know? The old man returned just for that. Fiona wanted to curse. Seeing her anger, the four subordinates lowered their heads and dared not to speak. You are still stupid after working for me for so long. It's infuriating. Fiona turned her face away. Young Master Ross. Seeing her anger, the subordinates whispered to Riker, hoping he would help them out of the difficult situation. Understanding their embarrassment, Riker came over with a bowl of wontons. Ahem, Fiona, didn't you say you were starving? I'm not hungry now. I'm full of fury now. Fiona was still angry. I've got wontons. Are you sure you don't want to eat? Wontons? Where did you get them? Immediately, she turned her head and saw the bowl of small, fragrant wontons in Riker's hand. Have one first and see if it's good. Riker fed one to Fiona with a small spoon. Having been with her for a long time, Riker knew what she liked. What do you think? After she ate one, Riker asked, Psycho Riker, where did you get them? First, you must tell me if you like it. It's divine. Impatiently, she took the small bowl from his hand and devoured them. Hey, don't burn yourself. Slow down. No one's going to fight over them with you, Riker cautioned her. Meanwhile, he gestured at Fiona's subordinates for them to back out quietly. Understanding him immediately, they turned and left the inner cabin. Whoa. Just as the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. I thought no one would be able to control our boss with her bad temper. Young Master Ross looks cool and reserved, but only he can calm her down. Right. Young Master Ross loves our boss very much, and even walked out on his family for our boss. There are few men like him now. Yeah, if I was the boss, I'd have agreed to marry young Master Ross long ago. Forget it. We'd better stay out of it. If the boss heard us, we'd be dead. The subordinates walked into the outer cabin to sit down and rest. Riker stayed inside to take care of Fiona. Finishing the bowl of wontons, Fiona wiped her lips in satisfaction. Psycho Riker, you haven't told me where you got them? From the town in the Middle East? She knew she was mistaken the moment she said it, because the wontons didn't taste like frozen food. It seems you won't believe me if I tell you they are freshly made. Puh, what did you say? You made them? Fiona was astonished. Yeah. How did you manage that? I learned the skill online. Where did you get the flour and ground pork? Bought them in a superstore in the town. I bow to you. Fiona was completely amazed. You don't have to bow to me. When your wounds are healed, you can consider sleeping with me, Riker said with a straight face. Damn it. Don't always dwell on such things. When you have time, you must help me search for my sister. I'm really worried. Leaning her head on Riker's shoulder, she was still worried about Chloe's disappearance despite her wounds. In the hospital in the city, the corridor outside the operation room in the Army hospital was crowded with people. Almost everyone was here. Dressed in a white coat, the professor only said to them, Wait here. Then, he walked into the operation room. Everyone waited outside anxiously. Jack's parents, his second uncle Avery and Max were here. Thomas and his mother had come from outside the city. Victoria and Brenton came with their son. Noah and Sarah were here with their son. Cody and his wife had come here quite early. Rick and Cece, who had just returned from abroad, were also here. Standing closest to the door were Justin, Mrs. Cooper, and the twins. The corridor turned quiet as everyone waited tensely. In tacit understanding, they were all silent. Sis, Dad will wake up soon, right? Little Bean suddenly said. Everyone looked toward the little girl. Yes, Pudding, a girl of few words, replied with only one word. Don't worry. Your dad will be fine soon. Justin touched Little Bean's head and comforted her. Life is so unfair to our Jack and Chloe. They are so young but have already suffered so much. Mrs. Dawson leaned her head on her husband's shoulder and cried. Aunt, don't be sad. My brother will be fine. When he wakes up, he'll find my sister-in-law. Avery said. Yeah, my brother-in-law is a godlike man who can do anything. He will be fine. I don't know if the old man can save my son. I hope the surgery is successful. Jack's father looked anxious. Uncle Dawson, the old gentleman has excellent medical skills. Don't worry. No one knew about the professor's identity, and it was natural for them to feel worried. But Rick knew who he was and tried to reassure them. Rick, you know him, right? Standing beside Rick, Noah asked in a low voice. The whole thing is complicated, and I can't explain it with a few words. Wait until Jack wakes up, and he will tell you. Okay. Noah nodded and didn't ask more questions. Little Bean, what's in your hands? Ethan walked over and asked Little Bean. A cake. I made a strawberry cake for my dad. I'll give it to him to eat when he wakes up. Little Bean carried the cake carefully. It was obvious that her small body was tense. Time ticked on. 2 hours later, the professor walked out with the assistants from the hospital. How was it? The people swarmed up, and Justin asked anxiously. The surgery is successful. I dissolved the toxin in his body and repaired his liver, the professor said succinctly. Excellent. Justin heaved a deep sigh of relief, and everyone was thrilled. Can we see him in a little while? Noah was excited. It will depend on how fast he recovers. He'll wake up maybe in a few hours or a couple of days. So long? Jack's parents were a bit disappointed. Now that the toxin is dissolved and the surgery is finished, he will wake up eventually, in no more than 3 days. Don't worry. The professor gave them a time frame. I want to go in and accompany my dad. Before anyone could stop her, Little Bean dashed into the room with the cake in her hands. Come back, Little Bean. Anxious, Pudding ran into the room after her sister. Let them in. I'm sure they are impatient to see their dad, but you can't enter the room in a large group. You'd better go in small groups so he won't be disturbed. Okay, Justin nodded. Rick walked up and handed a white handkerchief to the professor. Thank you. Don't thank me. It's my own business. The professor smiled genially. Hearing his words, Justin looked back at the professor curiously. When are you leaving? I'll have someone drive you to the airport, Rick continued. It's not necessary. I don't want to draw attention. I can leave by myself. When? The professor checked his watch. I had them book a plane that leaves in 3 hours. It seems I've got to go in a little while. So soon? I've stayed long enough. It's the longest time I've been out. The professor chuckled. Yes, I understand. Rick nodded. Hey, old guy, you can't leave yet. Jack hasn't woken up yet, Justin interrupted. Fellow, you want me to stay here for the rest of my life? If I don't return to my work, will you pay me the commission? The professor looked at Justin smilingly. To tell the truth, he liked this rash young man and knew that he loved Chloe very much. He knew Justin was very good to Chloe and her children. Commission? It's easy if it's a problem of money. Name your price. What do you want me to pay in, cash or check? Justin was smug. In his eyes, problems that could be solved with money weren't problems. So, when he heard the old guy mention money, he was cheerful. Fellow, save your pennies. Don't show off. Old guy, you underestimate me. My Imperial Star is, after all, a publicly traded company. Even though it isn't in the top rank in the country, it has lots of superstars. The lowest estimate of its market value is over $10 billion. You called it pennies. Are you demented? Ha. The professor laughed since he thought Justin's way of speaking quite adorable. I can't have this nonsense with you now. I've got to take a shower, change my clothes, and say goodbye to the twins. It's time for me to leave. Sir, how about Rick wanted to ask if he would help them find Chloe, but before he could finish, the professor understood him. The professor said, Fiona will handle it. She doesn't need my help. Okay. When Jack wakes up, I'll tell him, Rick said. The professor followed the staff of the hospital to take a shower and change his clothes. Justin pulled Rick to one side. What do you want? That old guy is very rich? Yeah, very rich, Rick nodded. You aren't lying to me, right? Obviously, Justin didn't believe him. Do you think I need to lie to you? What does he do then? If he's so rich, how come I've never seen him on TV or the newspaper? Justin thought if the old man was a well-known magnate living overseas, he should have seen him before. That's because he wants to remain low-profiled, Rick explained. He's indeed low-profiled then. In the ward, Pudding and Little Bean stood beside Jack's bed. Having finished the surgery a moment ago, he was still wearing the oxygen mask, looking pale and weak. "Daddy, Grandpa said you'll wake up soon. Then you can eat the cake I made for you," Little Bean said, holding the cake in her hands. "Daddy, you must get well fast. Mom is waiting for you to find her." "Sis, when we find Mom, we must kill that big bad guy." Little Bean got angry whenever she thought of the man who had kidnapped their mom. "Okay, we'll ask Daddy to kill him," Pudding agreed. After changing into his own clothes, the professor came to say goodbye to the twins. "Pudding, Little Bean." He went into the room. "Grandpa, come here quick. Don't you think my dad's blood pressure is a bit too high?" Little Bean looked anxious. "Don't worry about that. We have medical staff to monitor him." "Grandpa, what shall we eat for lunch?" "No, I should ask what delicious food you plan to cook for us today." Happily, Little Bean took the professor's hand and asked, "Pudding, Little Bean, come here. I want to talk to you." Sitting on the sofa in the ward, the professor beckoned at the twins. The twins went to him. "Please go ahead, Grandpa," Pudding said respectfully. "Now your dad's condition is stable and will wake up soon, so—" The professor paused. Looking at the kids' clear and bright eyes, he couldn't bear to continue. "Grandpa, so what?" Little Bean, a short-tempered girl, was impatient. "So Grandpa's going to leave?" "No." The moment the professor said it, Little Bean objected. "Grandpa, where are you going?" Pudding was calmer than her sister. "I'll return to where I came from." "No, Grandpa, I won't let you go. I'll cry if you go," Little Bean threatened. Dotingly, the professor pulled them into his arms and kissed their foreheads. "Grandpa, can't you stay? When Daddy wakes up, he'll go find Mom. Then we can all live together, and we'll go and bring Auntie back. South Hill Manor is very big, and we can all live in it," Pudding said. "It's not about the house. Things are complicated and I can't explain them to you, but it doesn't mean that I don't love you. If you go, it means you don't love us. I don't want you to go, Grandpa. I want you to cook delicious food for me." As she said that, Little Bean began to cry. Looking at her, the professor had a lump in his throat. "Little Bean, good girl, don't cry, okay?" "No, if you go, I'll cry." "I can't stay because my work is not finished yet." The professor tried to convince his granddaughters. "If you must go, then take me with you. I'll go with you, Grandpa." Determined, Little Bean sat in the professor's lap and begged. The professor didn't know what to do. In his life, he hadn't taken care of kids before. When Fiona was little, she had managed everything on her own. At that time, he had been busy with his scientific research while dodging the evil organizations. Meanwhile, he had to secretly investigate the issue about his wife, Lynn. As for Chloe, he hadn't spent any time with her since she was mistakenly taken by strangers at birth and had grown up in another family. So when he faced the two kids begging him to stay, the professor was at a loss as to what to do. "Grandpa, Little Bean and I really like you. In the past few days with Dad and Mom not home, you've taken good care of us. We really don't want to lose you." "You won't lose me. It's not like I won't come back. After I wrap things up, I'll come and see you, okay?" "No, they are just empty words. We don't believe you," Little Bean said. "But I really can't stay here. In other words, if I stay here, not only you, but your dad, his friends, and even all the people in the city will be in danger." The professor tried to explain his work to them. "Grandpa, could it be that you are an alien?" Little Bean asked solemnly. "Are the people from your planet here to take you back? If you don't go back, they will destroy the Earth?" Little Bean bombarded him with questions. Professor didn't know he should cry or laugh. "Grandpa, are you sure you don't want to stay here until Mom comes back? Don't you want to see her? I'm sure she wants to see you." Pudding changed the strategy, which was different from Little Bean's unreasonable insistence. "I'll have lots of chances to see your mom in the future. Now is really not the best time. Trust me, if I stay, I will bring you trouble." "But we're not afraid of trouble," Little Bean pouted stubbornly. Seeing the dilemma on her grandpa's face, Pudding knew the answer. They had seen how nice their grandpa was to them in the past few days. She knew he wouldn't leave so heartlessly if he could stay. Grandpa, will you come back and see us? Pudding asked. Of course, you are my precious babies. The professor placed them on his thighs, reluctant to leave them. With them, he had laughed more than he had done all his life. He felt closer to his granddaughters than he had been to his daughters when they were little. He understood why so many grandparents doted on their grandchildren. Grandpa will let you go. I know you must have a good reason. Finally, Pudding decided not to pester their grandpa anymore. Although their auntie didn't say what their grandpa did, she could see his work was special from his secret coming and going. Even Handsome Cooper learned nothing about Grandpa from his secret investigation. Sis, are you serious? How can you let Grandpa go? Little Bean looked at Pudding in surprise. I'm sure Grandpa loves us. If he could, I'm sure he wouldn't leave us. If not for Dad, Grandpa probably wouldn't have returned, Pudding said. Pudding is right. The professor gave her a thumbs up to show his appreciation for the granddaughter who knew his heart. Auntie told me that she could scarcely see Grandpa all year round, so I'm sure Grandpa didn't lie about his busy work, Pudding said. Hearing her words, Little Bean pouted and lowered her head guiltily. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I feel guilty that I didn't take good care of your auntie when she was little. She grew up on her own. The professor sighed. We should feel happy that Grandpa could perform the surgery on Dad and take care of us for a few days. What more can we want? Pudding spread out her hands. Sis, you have a point. Little Bean finally understood. But as he listened to Pudding doing the explanation for him, the professor felt a lump in his throat. Even a kid who was a few years old could understand him, but he couldn't understand himself. He wondered why he had been so passionate about scientific research. He had been obsessed to reach higher goals. In the past years, his family had fallen apart due to his passion for science. He remembered what happened to his wife Lynn. Even their daughter Chloe had to grow up in a stranger's family. Fiona was more pitiable as she had to move around the world with him. After Lynn's accident, he had taken Fiona to Hong Kong and lived there in secret for a while. Then, when he moved abroad, he had entrusted Fiona to some people in Hong Kong. But the girl was wild and obeyed no one. Later, she began wandering around the world by herself. She had to flee from enemies again and again. In the process, she had gained many abilities, but as she grew up, she was no longer as clingy to the professor as before. Then later, she entered and graduated from the West Point Military Academy and then organized her own mercenary group. But the professor had known nothing about it until the people from the FBI told him that his daughter had become an elite mercenary and the #1 wanted criminal in the world. Only then did he realize that Fiona had grown up without his noticing and become a strong woman. Grandpa, please don't cry. I won't force you to stay. Seeing the tears in her grandpa's eyes, Little Bean hurried to comfort him. I'm fine. I just remembered some past events. The professor snapped back to reality and said to his granddaughters gently, Grandpa, have you booked your flight? Do you have people to see you off? I can ask Handsome Cooper to make the arrangement. Uncle An will drive you to the airport, said Pudding. It's not necessary. I've arranged everything. Don't worry. Okay, Pudding nodded. Your dad will wake up soon. You must be good and wait for Mom to come back. Okay, Little Bean nodded obediently. At this moment, a small reminder came from the professor's watch. Professor, it's time to go to the airport. Okay, got it. Then he stood up. Grandpa, will you miss us? Little Bean was still reluctant to see him go. She was just a kid and had formed a bond with him after living with him for a few days. Of course. Remember to call me on the phone or through video chat. Do you know my phone number? Little Bean babbled. I do. I remember your number and Pudding's too. I'll call you when I have time. But the professor knew once he was back, it would be difficult to make calls. Each time he talked to Fiona on the phone, the call couldn't last more than 50 seconds. After all, his whereabouts were an important secret. He didn't know how many people were looking for him. The FBI would monitor him closely and wouldn't allow him to call frequently and babble about trivial family things. But he didn't have to let the children know about these things. They were already disappointed to see him go. If they knew he couldn't call them, they would be grieved. Then, I'll go now. He turned around and walked out slowly. Grandpa, Goodbye. I'll miss you, Little Bean said in a trembling voice. Obviously, she was on the verge of crying. Grandpa, have a safe journey, suppressing her sadness, Pudding said with forced calm. Okay. The professor nodded and walked out with a heavy heart. When he opened the door, a tear fell from his eyes onto his hand covered in calluses. Opening the door, he walked out without looking back. He left crisply and didn't want anyone to see him off. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, Justin and Rick watched the black car drive off slowly with the professor in it. Damn it, this old guy is so mysterious. I'll know his identity sooner or later, Justin said. Rick didn't speak, but there was a complicated look in his eyes. Fiona and the professor had a very special and complicated background, and were beyond his or Justin's reach. Even Jack couldn't easily step into their circle. Rick knew that they hadn't come and find Chloe for good reasons. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be related to someone who had a feud with the leader of the #1 international terrorist organization. After the professor was gone, the members of the Dawson family went into the ward to see Jack. Mrs. Dawson held her granddaughter's hands as Avery, her father, and Max stood on one side. Uncle, now that you're back, you can stay at home with the kids. I think my brother will wake up soon, Avery said. Okay, Jack's father nodded. I'll stay in the hospital and take care of my brother. You are not in good health and must go back and rest. Dad, please go home too. You must be fatigued after the long-distance flight. Avery turned her head and glanced at her father. Avery, come out. I need to talk to you. Jack's second uncle beckoned at Avery and walked out with her. Watching them go out in such a mysterious way, Max's face changed slightly, feeling more at unease. Dad, why do you act so secretively? Can't we talk in the room? Uncle and Auntie are our family too. How are things going between you and the fellow of the Cruz family? Her father asked with a solemn expression. We're fine. After your brother fell into a coma and your uncle and aunt went to the resort, I heard you moved into that fellow's house? Right. Avery nodded without a trace of embarrassment. Ahem. Then did we what? Avery was puzzled. Did you... As a father, he felt awkward asking this question, but he felt it was his duty to protect his daughter. What do you want to say? Since Avery had never thought about it, she was puzzled by her father's faltering words. Did that fellow take advantage of you? Dad, he's my boyfriend. Why did you use the words take advantage? Avery was exasperated. Before her father could reply, she continued, Dad, you've stayed in the U.S. for years. I'm sure you can't be that old-fashioned, right? Although she didn't have an intimate relationship with Max yet, Avery wasn't an old-fashioned girl. She tried to reassure her father. I didn't mean I'll interfere in your business. I'm just worried that you will get carried away, and then the fellow will dump you after being intimate with you. After all, that fellow has a bad reputation with girls. If he got you pregnant without marriage and then dumped you... I won't let such a thing happen. Ha! Avery laughed. Don't laugh. Be serious. I'm serious. Dad, I know you're saying this because you worry about me, but I'm not a silly girl who doesn't know how to protect myself. Will you go back to the U.S. with me? As she had expected, her father asked her the question. I'm not sure. Dad, with my brother unconscious and my sister-in-law missing, the 2 girls need people to take care of them. I'm worried about them. Don't pull this nonsense on me. Even if Jack wasn't in trouble, you wouldn't have gone back with me. I think you're determined to stay here with this fellow. No, I didn't say I wouldn't return to the U.S., Dad. Don't worry, okay? Avery held her father's arm and said. The family members stayed in the hospital until evening. Then Jack's parents took the twins back to South Hill Manor. Avery wanted to stay and take care of Jack, but Rick offered to stay, and she found it hard to decline. So Max drove Avery back, and Rick sent Cece to her home to reunite with her family. Then, Rick came back to the hospital. Jack hadn't woken up yet, but Rick trusted the professor's medical skills. On a private jet, Fiona's watch beeped. Hello, Dad. Drowsily, Fiona answered the call. The business back home is done. Jack will wake up soon. I've left. Whoa, Dad, I knew you could do it. How about you? Is Legend making a move? The professor asked. Legend? He is probably a bit low right now and needs a few days to recover. Remembering that Legend was tricked by her again, Fiona was cheerful. Be careful and take good care of yourself. I know, Dad. Have you found any information about your sister? The professor asked. Hearing the question, Fiona's eyes dimmed slightly. Not yet. I wonder where the psycho Andrew hid my sister. I couldn't find anything about them. Fiona bit on her lip. Keep searching. I'll ask the people from the FBI to search them too. We'll exchange intelligence. Okay. I'll hang up now. Oh, wait, Dad, I'm not finished yet, Fiona said hurriedly when the professor was about to end the call. Speak. After seeing your 2 granddaughters, do you have anything to say? Yes. What is it? Tell me. Fiona sat up on the big bed in the inner cabin with great interest. To hear her father more clearly, she even turned up the speaker. Her sudden movements woke up Riker, who was sleeping on the leather chair beside the bed. The professor thought for a moment and said solemnly, My thought is that you'd better stop doing battles, get married and live your life like your sister. Hurry up and have some babies with Riker. I'll be happier with more grandchildren. Hearing the professor's words, Riker's lips curved up, thinking the professor was a great father-in-law. What are you smiling about? Fiona glanced around and saw Riker's smile by accident. What did you say? The professor was angry. No, Dad, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Riker. Ha ha! Fiona hurried to explain. Okay, if you don't have anything else to say, I'll hang up. Then, the professor ended the call immediately. You dared to eavesdrop on my call? Are you tired of living? Fiona glared at him. I didn't. I just happened to wake up and hear it. But I think your dad is right. He's right about what? Fiona looked at him in surprise. We'd better hurry up. Your sister's twins are now old enough to run errands. Get out. Fiona threw a pillow at him. Fortunately, Riker reacted quickly and caught it. Fiona's personality was so tough that an ordinary man wouldn't be able to stand her. Spouting curses, she'd explode, shoot, or throw a knife at people at the slightest provocation. Her life was so unreal that it could be made into many shootout movies. Despite all these, Riker still loved her and wanted to stay with her each day, even if they were hunted down by enemies or might die in the next moment. In the world, the most beautiful love probably wasn't exchanging vows, earth-shaking passion, or clinging to each other, but the mutual understanding and sticking with each other, no matter what. Just as shown by Riker and Fiona, no matter what happened, they would never leave or give up on each other. In the army hospital in the city, probably because of the jet lag, Rick didn't feel sleepy. He had wanted to smoke, but gave up on the thought as he remembered smoking wasn't allowed in the ward. Standing at the window, he thought of his wedding with Cece and their unborn baby. Then, he wondered where Andrew had taken Chloe. His thoughts wandered to distant places. Then a light cough alerted him. Ahem. The cough was low, but Rick heard it clearly. Immediately, he went to the bed and saw Jack open his eyes slowly. Rick was a bit thrilled. Jack, he said. Brother, pour me a glass of water. Waking up, Jack didn't ask Rick why he was here. Instead, he asked for water. Suppressing his elation, Rick picked up the bottle and poured water into a glass. Considerately, he put a straw in the glass and placed it close to Jack's lips. After all, Jack had just woken up and might choke on water if he wasn't careful. Seeing the straw, Jack hesitated for a moment and then gave in. After drinking a whole glass of water, his complexion turned better. Rick, how long was I unconscious for? Jack asked in a low voice. For days. I thought you'd ask me which year we're in, Rick said with a straight face. No, I was in a coma. I didn't travel through time. To tell you the truth, we were scared when you were unconscious for so long, sitting on the chair beside the bed, Rick said slowly. Yeah. At that moment I thought I'd die, Jack said. How are you feeling now? Do you want me to call the doctors? No, I'm feeling okay. I want to talk. When Rick rose to get the doctors, Jack waved his hand, gesturing for him to sit down. Okay. When did you come back? Yesterday. Did Cece come back too? Yeah. How about my daughters? Thinking of his two precious daughters, Jack felt warm inside. They are very well. They stayed with you during the day. In the evening, they got tired and returned to South Hill Manor with your mother. Have my parents returned? Yeah, so has your uncle. My uncle is back? Jack was surprised. Yeah, they were worried about you and thought you'd... Rick paused. They thought I'd never wake up, right? Yeah, after all, your condition was very critical. Besides, the drug you took is very powerful. All the doctors in and outside of the country were clueless as to what to do. Who performed the surgery on me? Jack asked. How did you know you had an operation? Rick was astonished. After all, Jack had just woken up and wasn't aware of the situation yet. I have stitches here. Jack pointed at his chest. You sure are sensitive to these things. You are indeed a doctor. I was about to tell you that your surgery was done by... The professor came back, right? Jack asked quietly. How did you guess that? Other than my Chloe, no one else has such good medical skills. Fiona couldn't have done it since she only studies bombs. Yeah, the professor came back. In fact, I was astonished to see him. Rick nodded. I'm not surprised. Chloe is his daughter and he wouldn't stand by and watch. Fiona must have come too. Yeah, I think so. Justin doesn't know Fiona, so he didn't mention her. But my men found that many of Andrew's lackeys had been killed after you fell unconscious. The Municipal Public Security Bureau couldn't find the killer, which gave Noah a hard time. But I think Fiona did it trying to find information about Chloe's whereabouts. Hearing the mention of Chloe, Jack fell silent and lowered his head. Beneath his long eyelashes, his eyes were full of sorrow. Did the professor leave? Yeah, he left today. Pudding and Little Bean seemed to be close to him. When he left, the kids cried, and the professor looked melancholic. They are related by blood. It's natural for them to feel close to each other. Jack, why didn't you ask about Chloe? Rick couldn't bear it anymore and asked. It's useless to ask. I'm sure you don't have any information about her whereabouts. You even thought about this? Rick was surprised. Jack was so smart that he had guessed many things with accuracy. Since Andrew had planned all this, he won't let you find him with ease. That's not his style. Jack, have you ever considered that Chloe might be dead? Rick asked him slowly. No, I haven't. How can you be so sure of it? Rick gave him one of his rare smiles. I've loved her for so many years that we have formed a special bond. I know in my guts that Chloe is alive. Okay, I don't understand the special bond between husband and wife. After all, I'm not married yet. You will understand it in the future. Jack smiled. You look better now. I thought you'd still be depressed when you find we had no information about Chloe. I would have been in the past, but not now. I'm not only Chloe's husband, I'm also Pudding and Little Bean's father. Then, he picked up his cell phone and pulled out photos of his kids' smiling faces. Looking at the photos, he remembered his happy family life with Chloe and the kids. Jack's eyes showed a gentleness Rick had rarely seen before. After Andrew disappeared, Legend seems to be looking for him too. He betrayed Legend by the looks of it. Someone like him would never truly obey Legend. Jack put down his cell phone and said to Rick, I thought he was close with Legend's family since he had a history with Nalo. It is exactly why Andrew hates Legend and his brother so much. Andrew never plays by rules. My men have been investigating but can't find anything. Fiona is searching for them, and I'm sure the professor will do it too. Yeah, we'll eventually find some clues. Chloe is smart, and I'm sure she will find a way to give us a clue. Jack had great confidence in Chloe. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, aside from the imprisonment, Andrew was good to Chloe. Other than not being able to leave the island, she could have everything. Seeing Chloe didn't like to eat the things growing on the island, he ordered his men to deliver some rare fruits, meats, and even seafood such as lobsters and abalones. But no matter what he did, Chloe had never given him a smile. Despite Chloe's insults to him each day, Andrew still felt happy. Chloe, since you don't like the dresses that I gave to you, I have new ones made for you. I had high-quality silk shipped from Suzhou and made some long dresses of your size. Considering you're pregnant and will need more room around the belly in the future, I had the tailor make some alterations. Do you like them? Carefully, Andrew showed some pale-colored dresses to Chloe, wanting to please her. "Andrew, don't waste your time and energy. No matter what you do, I'll never like you," Chloe said coldly. "It doesn't matter that you don't like me. I've never forced you to like me. It's enough that I like you." "Don't you think your wishful thinking is lame and tiring?" Chloe glared at him. "Not at all. I enjoy it. I'll put the dresses here and you can try them on when you have time. I washed and sterilized them since I know you are a doctor and like everything clean." Andrew smiled. Chloe turned her head and ignored him. He put the dresses beside Chloe and turned to leave. He looked back at the door. "Chloe, we'll have fresh fish soup for supper, okay? Do you want rice or steamed bread to go with it?" In this scene, he looked like a husband who was doing his best to take care of his pregnant wife. Yet, Chloe suddenly found it really weird and creepy. "Silence?" Andrew raised his brows and continued. "Then I take it that you want rice." Then he went out to get busy. He got busy with cutting wood, gathering fruits, cooking, and washing clothes for Chloe. In the days when they were here, Chloe did nothing but get angry, curse, and lose her temper. In contrast, Andrew had served her like a maid, which made her very uncomfortable. When Andrew wasn't around, Chloe wandered on the island and began to think about how to leave it. Andrew didn't even have a cell phone because the island blocked all electronic signals. He must have instructed his men how often they should deliver provisions, and when his men arrived, he would tell them what to deliver for the next time. They were totally isolated from the world. Other than her and Andrew, not a single soul could be seen here. Would she spend the rest of her life here? Chloe would lose her patience if the situation continued. She would jump into the ocean with the baby in her belly. It would be a better fate than being imprisoned as pets. She would never let her child live like this. She would never let her child be born as a prisoner like her and spend his entire life as a prisoner. Chloe always thought she had a good brain. So, she had been trying to figure out a way to leave the island. She even drew a huge SOS on the beach, hoping some plane or passing ship would see it and rescue her. SOS was the international code signal for help. Anyone, no matter which country they came from, would know someone was trapped here if they saw the signal. At first, Chloe was full of hope. Andrew looked as if he didn't notice what she was doing and let her wander around on the island. But Chloe became hopeless after 4 days because she realized the island was so small that almost no ships passed it. The occasional planes passing it flew at least 10,000 meters above them. No one would see her signal, which meant her plan of asking for help died before it could achieve anything. It gave Chloe a big blow, and she was sulky for days. In the evening, Andrew came in with a platter as usual and placed it gently on the desk before Chloe. Ever since she came here, Chloe had never sat down and had a meal with him on one table. But Andrew seemed to be used to the arrangement. "Chloe, I heard that pregnant women must be in a good mood. It's no good to be so melancholic all day long." "It's all because of you. Now you even dare to lecture me?" Chloe was resentful. She felt she had become a person full of resentment and meanness. She would lose temper any moment. The calm and wits that she possessed when she worked at Southside had completely disappeared in the face of this crisis. "If you're angry at me, just hit me and rail on me to vent your anger." Andrew smiled. "I want to kill you. Can I do it?" Chloe was furious. "You can, any time, but I'm the only other living person on the island. If you kill me, you'd be alone. Who would take care of you?" "Do I need you to take care of me?" "Ridiculous," Chloe sneered. "We've been here for a long time, but you've never smiled. I want to see you smile again." "I'll never smile at someone like you. Not for the rest of my life. Wake up from your dreams." Chloe glared at Andrew with a vicious look on her face. "Chloe, check this out." Andrew handed her a craft paper bag. "What's this?" Chloe glanced at the bag warily. "Look inside." Suspiciously, Chloe took out the things from the bag. Instantly, her heart melted when she saw they were pictures of Pudding and Little Bean. Some of the pictures were taken on the street. Some showed that they were eating in a restaurant, showing Little Bean with something oily at one corner of her mouth. She looked super cute. Chloe gazed at the pictures with gentle love on her face, and her eyes looked warm. Engulfed by motherly love for her children, Chloe looked very charming. She looked down at the photos with a strand of long hair falling down, covering her elegant cheek. Touched by the sight, Andrew reached out to smoothen up the hair, but his hand was slapped away by Chloe. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, I just wanted to smooth back your hair." "I don't need you to do that." Okay, relax. You are so paranoid, just like a small hedgehog." Andrew chuckled. With tears in her eyes, Chloe couldn't put the photos down. "Where did you get these photos?" "My men took the photos. Are you happy? These were taken not long ago. Look at the date on the bottom. This one was taken the day before yesterday." Chloe was silent. "They took the photos and sent them to my men near here to print them out. If you like, I'll let them take more photos." "You sound as if you were doing me a favor. It's because you kidnapped me that I can't see my daughters." Chloe looked up and got angry again. "Calm down, Chloe. After your baby is born, you'll be a mother again." "Shut up. This baby has nothing to do with you. Don't make schemes with him involved." "No, I won't. I'll be nice to him. Don't worry." Andrew smiled. "Seeing these photos, you must feel better now. I hope you can eat more tonight." Then he walked to the dinner table to have his own meal. Not in the mood to eat, Chloe just looked at Pudding and Little Bean's photos and couldn't put them down. "They seem taller now," Chloe murmured to herself. In the Army hospital. At 6 o'clock on the next morning, all the members of the Dawson family came to the hospital after hearing that Jack had woken up. Justin also came to the hospital early in the morning. Eager to see their father, the twins ran into the ward. Jack had gotten up early and was reading the documents about the real estate in Andrew's company. He tried to find clues of their whereabouts in the documents. "My goodness, Dad, you finally woke up!" Little Bean yelled, completely thrilled. "Little Bean, did you miss me?" Jack put down the documents and looked at his daughter lovingly. "I missed you badly, Daddy." Little Bean ran over and threw herself into his arms. "Little Bean, you must be gentle. Dad just had surgery and hasn't recovered yet," Pudding reminded her from behind. "I'm not afraid to hurt him. Our dad is a Superman and won't feel hurt." Elated, Little Bean wouldn't release her arms from around Jack's neck. Jack kissed the little girl's forehead. Then, he looked at Pudding standing behind Little Bean. "Pudding, come and give Dad a hug." Jack smiled at her gently. Pudding shook her head. "No, Dad, you haven't recovered yet. I can't hug you." Pudding was concerned about her dad's health. "You don't love Dad anymore?" Jack's voice could melt anyone. Goodness, Jack was begging his own daughter. He had never done it before. Even Pudding was stunned. "Sis, don't be silly. Dad is begging you. Come on." Little Bean waved at her sister and yelled. Goodness, Jack was begging his own daughter. He had never done it before. Even Pudding was stunned. "Sis, don't be silly. Dad is begging you. Come on." Little Bean waved at her sister and yelled. Hearing her dad's request, Pudding walked up shyly. Jack pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead with all the doting love of a father. "When I was unconscious, you took good care of your sister, right?" "A little." Pudding had always been low-profiled. She never liked to take credit and always kept things inside. She was like Jack in this respect. "You and Little Bean didn't expose your grandpa's identity when he was here. Your Uncle Rick said you were amazing. You didn't even tell your Uncle Justin and even convinced him to allow your grandpa to perform surgery on me, right?" "Those were things I was supposed to do, Dad." "You did a very good job. I'm proud of you," Jack praised Pudding lavishly. Hearing his praise, Pudding smiled shyly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Dad, you must praise me too. I did a very good job keeping the secret. I also learned some awesome medical skills from Grandpa." "You did? You're awesome, Little Bean." Jack smiled at her. "Dad, when shall we go and find Mom?" Little Bean asked suddenly. Hearing her words, Jack's heart sank a little. It was a topic he was reluctant to bring up after he woke up. "Dad, I miss Mom so much that I dreamt of her. So does my sister. One night I heard my sister calling Mom in her dream," said Little Bean pitiably. Pudding bit on her lip and didn't deny it. Indeed, she and her sister hadn't been separated from their mom for so long, not even when they were kidnapped by Odin and Evelyn. This time, Chloe had vanished without a trace, which gave a huge blow to the twins. Very soon, After I can move freely, I'll go and look for your mom. I promise you I will find her, okay? Okay, I trust you, Dad. You're the best. Little Bean nodded. Daddy, Grandpa left instruction for you. What is it? Jack looked at Pudding. Grandpa said you had relied on a drug before and he had destroyed all of such drugs that he could find at home. He said you should never take it in the future. Okay, I got it. Jack nodded, understanding the professor's good intentions. Grandpa said that you must control your emotions. No matter how sad you feel, you can't take that drug again because it will damage your health. Okay. Jack nodded again and listened to his daughter obediently. Daddy, Little Bean and I can't lose you and Mom. When you were unconscious, we couldn't even sleep or eat well, Pudding said with tears in her eyes. Yeah, Dad, you were so heartless that you slept for so long. I was scared and thought you'd never wake up, Little Bean said frankly. Little Bean, that's nonsense, Pudding scolded her. It's not nonsense. Really, even Handsome Cooper said Dad's condition was bad, Little Bean retorted. When I wasn't with you, I wasn't worried because I knew your Uncle Cooper would take good care of you. Jack looked at Little Bean, who was sitting in his lap, and then at Pudding. It's not the same. Dad, Handsome Cooper is indeed nice, but he isn't our father. We don't want to live in other people's homes for the rest of our lives. The Cooper Manor felt like home, but still, it isn't our home. South Hill Manor is our home, and you and Mom are indispensable family members to us. Whoa, our Little Bean has improved and can say something so mature. Jack smiled in satisfaction. Little Bean was about to say something more when Noah knocked on the door and walked in. Uncle Ace, the twins greeted him together. Noah nodded at them. Would you give your dad and me some time to talk in private? Uncle Ace, what's so secretive about your talk that you can't have it in front of us? Little Bean asked with a laugh. We'll talk about your wedding with Ethan, Noah said with a straight face. Uncle Ace, you're bad. I won't talk to you. You're bad. Hearing his words, Little Bean covered her face and ran out. Shaking her head in resignation, Pudding walked out after her sister. What's up, Chief Ace? You bullied my daughter the moment you walked in, Jack joked. If I didn't do something outrageous, I wouldn't have been able to make her leave. As he spoke, Noah pulled a chair over to the bed and sat down close to Jack. Then, he picked up the knife to peel an apple, looking relaxed. You haven't asked how I'm doing, Jack said. I know you're fine just by looking at you. Well, you know me the best. Jack smiled. He had known Noah even before he met Chloe. They had grown up together and understood each other very well. You really scared me when you were in a coma for so long. It was a small thing compared with what I went through in the 4 years when I was in the U.S. Jack smiled bitterly. Jack, I finally understand your feelings for Chloe. Remembering Jack had missed Chloe so much that he got paranoid personality disorder and even concealed it from Chloe, Noah still felt unsettled. She's my wife and I'd do anything for her. I understand. You love her so much that you will do anything for her. But you must take care of yourself first. How could you take the drug that damaged your liver? Noah scolded Jack. Before Jack could reply, he continued. In fact, in the 4 years when you were in the U.S. coma, Chloe wasn't happy. Although Justin took care of her, she only loved you. It was hard for her to manage the company for you and take care of the 2 kids at the same time. I know everything she did. Jack's voice got smaller and smaller. If she lost you, how could she survive? You two love each other so much, but why did you torture each other like that? Noah couldn't understand how one could live in suffering for the benefit of one's beloved person. Jack lowered his head thoughtfully and didn't speak. Justin and I have been investigating Chloe's whereabouts. You can't find it, Jack said. F, you don't trust our abilities? Noah joked. It has nothing to do with your abilities. Andrew had planned for this for years. How can we find them so easily? After all, he's quite smart. I agree. Andrew is a psycho, but his thoughts are very deep. Since he had spent years on this plan, it's indeed not easy for us to find them. But no matter how difficult it is, you'll keep searching and won't give up, right? Yeah, no matter how long it will take, no matter what price I have to pay, I'll find her even if I have to die for it. Jack was determined. I just don't understand why some people outside our circle called you a useless coward who can't protect your own wife. They don't understand that it has nothing to do with abilities. It's unfortunate that a psycho has targeted you guys. Even if you were a god, when someone keeps watching you and scheming against you, you still can't win. Noah was indignant for Jack. Forget it. I don't care what other people say about me, Jack said indifferently. Do you have plans as to how to search for Chloe? Noah wanted to help Jack. First, I want to see Fiona, said Jack. Who's Fiona? Noah was puzzled. Someone you don't know, replied Jack. Damn it, of course I don't know, or I wouldn't have asked. Who is this person? It sounds to be a woman. Well, is she the mistress you had in the U.S.? Noah joked. I was just kidding. Don't look at me as if you want to eat me, okay? Noah was guilty. Don't joke about it. It's not as simple as you think. The whole thing is complicated, and I'll explain it to you later. Okay. Lord Jack, the proudest, strongest, bravest, and toughest man in history, I congratulate you for your recovery. Let's declare war against the big psycho Andrew. I swear when I see him, I'll take off my cop's uniform and give him a good beating to vent my anger. He's garbage. Noah cursed through gritted teeth. Compared with Noah's violent curses, Jack looked calmer. Ever since he woke up in the hospital, he hadn't said or done anything violent. Having been unconscious for so long, he had thought he would die and leave this world. When he woke up, he knew he still had things to do in this world, and Chloe was waiting for him to rescue her. However, due to his strange personality, his unexpected calmness made people around him afraid that he would do something extreme. Okay, Chief Gao, I'll depend on you. Jack smiled. No problem. We've been pals for so many years. Your problems are my problems. Your parents are my parents. Your children are my children. And your wife is my... Seeing Jack's murderous eyes, Noah stopped joking and said, Ahem, your wife is like my own sister. Ha! That's more like it. Jack looked at him through the corner of his eyes. The news about Jack's awakening soon spread out, and people all came to visit him. Other than Rick and Noah, who were his longtime pals, Justin also came to see him. He had come at noon when everyone had gone out for lunch. Jack was alone in the ward. He had just finished the porridge his mother had cooked for him and was about to drink some water. When he found the glass was empty, he put it down. Justin walked in, took the glass from the table to fill it, and handed it to Jack. Thank you. Jack raised his head and glanced at Justin. How are you feeling? Very good. I think I can get out of the bed in a couple of days. Jack smiled at him warmly. That's good. Pudding and Little Bean will be happy to hear that, said Justin. Thank you for taking care of them. Don't mention it. They are special to me. I've known them from their birth and then watched them grow up. They are not my daughters, but I love them like my own, so it's my duty to take care of them. Hearing his words, Jack felt warm inside. Justin had always been a man of honor and never lowered himself to play dirty tricks. It was why Jack was respectful of him. But Jack, I do want to give you a good scolding, Justin said. Jack looked up in surprise, wondering why Justin wanted to scold him. Was he blaming him for Chloe's disappearance? I say you're not a good father. You were not dead, but you left your daughters to me as if that were your last words. You even passed the message to me through your stupid assistant. Like, dude, what the F? At that time, I thought I would probably die. How could you die? You turned out fine even when you were tricked by Andrew in such a despicable way last time. Still, you came back safe. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are destined to have good fortunes. You'll have a happy life waiting for you. Don't be a doomsayer. If Chloe knew about this, she'll give you a good beating. Okay, I won't do it again. Live well and find Chloe. Okay, I'll find her. Heaving out a deep sigh, Justin stood up. Well, I'm not used to talk to you so solemnly. Oh, have you eaten? Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you. I've just eaten the porridge that my mother cooked for me. I can only take liquid food. Yeah, I forgot you're a patient who just had a big surgery. Okay, rest well. I've been working hard to find Chloe's whereabouts. I'll tell you when I find something. Okay. Take care. I've got to go now. Justin, Jack said, don't say thank you to me. At this moment, I don't need your gratitude. and I'll feel uncomfortable if you say that." Justin knew Jack was grateful to him, even though he didn't express it. After all, Jack had said thank you to him before. "No, I won't say thank you this time," Jack smiled. "Good. Let's not say it between us. Anyway, I didn't do it for you. We've never been friends, but I'm Chloe's friend, and you're her husband. I just can't bear to see my friend in trouble," Justin tried to explain, but Jack had seen through him a long time ago. "Well, I will thank you in Chloe's place." "See, you did it again. That damned girl Chloe would never thank me. She just likes to scorn me." Jack smiled at his words. "When our sharp-tongued Dr. Green comes back, I'll make her treat me to a big meal to comfort my scarred heart. I've not slept well for days." "Okay, when she comes back, she'll treat all of us with meals for 7 consecutive days," said Jack. "Ha ha, that's a good idea. But if she has to pay our meals for 7 days, I wonder if she'll go broke." Justin chuckled. He felt warmed inside as he imagined the scene. "No, my wife is very rich." Jack's lips curved up. "Right. Chloe is a capitalist, and she is good at making money. Besides, she has earned a lot as the vice director of the hospital. We can't take pity on her and must demand her to pay for our meals for 7 days," said Justin. After he left, the ward was quiet again. Jack picked up his cell phone and opened the album. Looking at Chloe's pictures, emotions surged up in him again. A sharp pain pierced his chest. He knew this pain was not physical, but psychological. It happened whenever he missed her too much. It seemed when he didn't take the drugs, the pain came to him very fast. His chest spasmed in pain, as if his heart had shrunk into a ball. It felt just like the way he had felt in the 4 years when he stayed in the U.S. He felt suffocated by the excruciating pain. "Chloe, wait for me. I will find you." He pressed a hand on his chest, looking agonized. Meanwhile, on the deserted island, Chloe found that Andrew had disappeared. She hadn't seen him for a whole day. He didn't cook meals. Such a thing had never happened before during the days when they were on the island. Has he left the island? Chloe wondered. But she knew Andrew and thought it was not like him. Even if he needed to leave the island to do something, he would tell her and at least leave some food materials for her to cook for herself. But a whole day had passed without her seeing him. Each day, she would go for a walk around the island and then sit alone on the beach. She didn't feel like eating at noon and didn't return for lunch. She had been puzzled about why Andrew didn't look for her today. In the past, whenever she didn't return for meals, Andrew would search for her anxiously on the island. He even brought food for her in case she'd feel hungry. Her stomach growled. Chloe touched her belly and thought she was selfish. Even if she didn't want to eat, the baby needed to eat. Besides, she wasn't a spoiled daughter of a rich family who couldn't cook. She could make her own meals. She didn't care where Andrew had gone. In fact, it would be better if he was gone, and she wouldn't be bored living by herself. At this thought, Chloe went to the kitchen. She found the basic food materials such as rice, flour, and corn oil. There was no fridge on the island, not because it was troublesome to get electricity, but that Andrew wanted to live a primitive life. He tried his best not to use the appliances. He cooked rice and dishes in a big iron pot in the kitchen with wood burning underneath. Each morning, Andrew would go out to find logs and cut them into firewood. He enjoyed the process. According to him, the food that his lackeys delivered to him was stored in the cellar behind the cottage. Chloe knew about cellars. When she was on a co-op program at the university, she had gone to a backwater village in the mountains with her classmates and teachers. Water and electricity were scarce in the village, not to mention appliances. In the summer, to preserve the vegetables, the villagers would store the food in the cellars. They looked like the basements in the houses in the cities, but were definitely not renovated so fancily. In fact, the workers just dug a hole in the ground and entered it through a ladder. The temperatures in the cellars were very low. Chloe had heard Andrew mention that the provisions his men delivered to him were stored in the cellar, but she had never seen the cellar because she had no interest in it. With the firewood left from yesterday, she built the fire under the iron pot. Pouring water into the pot, she put rice and water into a small container and steamed it in the iron pot. She looked for the groceries and found only the leftovers of yesterday's green pepper and eggs. She sniffed at it and thought it had gone bad, so she dumped it. She hadn't thought it was a big issue that she didn't have vegetables to go with rice, but then she realized it was an important thing. After all, she couldn't go without vegetables for each meal. If Andrew didn't return for 1 or 2 days, what would she eat to survive? Finally, she calmed down and decided to go into the cellar and see how much food was left. After all, she couldn't starve herself on this deserted island. As for why Andrew left the island, she didn't want to waste her energy on trying to figure it out. She opened the door and walked to the rear of the cottage. Andrew always came to this area, but she had seldom ventured here due to her complete lack of interest. When she got closer to the cellar, she had a panic attack. She felt something bad would happen in the place before her, but just couldn't stop her steps. When she reached the door of the cellar, Chloe hesitated. Suddenly, she didn't dare to open that small square door. The door was on the ground, and she had to grab the handle and pull the door up. Then she must climb down the black ladder. Even during the daytime, climbing down the cellar was a scary thing, especially when it was a cellar on an inhabited island. Inhaling deeply, Chloe mustered her courage and pulled up the cellar door abruptly. Gloomy, cold air poured onto her face, making her shiver. Cautiously, she gripped the flashlight she had taken from her room and climbed down little by little on the ladder. When she got to the bottom, she was surprised to see that the cellar was very big. It wasn't like the small and damp cellars she had seen in the mountainous village. It was surprisingly dry. With green stones as walls, the cellar couldn't be called a cellar, since it was more luxurious than the basement of a luxurious house. No wonder Andrew liked to stay here. It was quite cool here. Chloe saw lots of groceries and daily objects which were piled neatly in the basement, from large boxes of whiskey, Lafite, and champagne, to toilet paper and laundry detergent. There was everything in here. The variety could almost match a small grocery store. There were lots of unperishable food such as canned ham, fish, and bottled pickles. There were 5 to 6 boxes of each. Chloe was a bit surprised. No wonder Andrew could cook different dishes each day. After all, he had stored so many groceries here. Chloe walked deeper with the flashlight until she saw a small door at the end of the room. The wall was built with green rocks, but this door was dark red and rusty, looking creepy. The door wasn't locked. Chloe was curious about what was behind the door. Shining the door with her flashlight, she pushed open the door abruptly. She saw another storage room behind the door. She thought Andrew must have bought this place long ago, because he couldn't have built such a cellar in a couple of months. As she thought, she walked deeper. Then a faint cough came. Chloe felt her scalp tingle. Who's there? Chloe followed the sound and shone the flashlight in that direction. She saw a figure curling up in the corner of the room. Chloe, I knew you'd come. Haha. The man stood up slowly. When she shone the light on the man's face, she felt her hair stand on end. It was so creepy. This man was actually Andrew, the man whom she thought had already left the island. Why did he lock himself in here? Instantly, lots of questions arose in her mind. Why are you here? Chloe asked him, trying hard to stay calm. Why are you here? He asked. I thought you left the island, so I came down to find food as there's no food up in the cottage, said Chloe. Oh, I see. He nodded and didn't look surprised. As Chloe remained silent, Andrew beckoned at her and smiled. Chloe Green, come here. Why? Chloe looked at him warily. Instead of walking forward, she took 2 steps back instinctively. I sprained my ankle and can't walk. Can you help me? He said with a smile. Where did you sprain your ankle? Chloe was suspicious. In the basement, of course. How could I come down here if I sprained it up on the ground? Andrew said with a smile. Then why did you enter this room? There's nothing here. Chloe was attentive to details and noticed there was nothing but Andrew in this room. Why did he come into such a small room? It would be more logical to stay in the outer room. I sprained my ankle and couldn't get out, so I decided to come here and rest. Is that so? Chloe felt things were not that simple. Chloe, are you doubting me? Chloe just watched him from the distance and didn't walk closer. Chloe found the corner that Andrew was standing in was very dim. Not able to see the environment clearly, she wouldn't act rashly. "I'm not doubting you. I just feel something's not right," Chloe said frankly. "What's not right? You're just being paranoid." Andrew sat down and smiled, trying to look mild. "But Andrew never called me Chloe Green," Chloe said calmly. Andrew froze when he heard her words. He was surprised that Chloe noticed this small detail. Yes, Chloe had noticed how he called her. Although his tone was mild and genial, he had called her Chloe Green. But Andrew had never called her Chloe Green. In the city, he had called her little sister Chloe. After they came to the island, he had called her Chloe. Even when she angered him and lost her temper with him, he had never called her full name as if she was a stranger. The only reason people called her Chloe Green was that they were not close to her. Chloe began to realize the identity of the man before her. "Very smart. No wonder that fellow likes you. It seems your legendary high IQ is true." As he spoke, Andrew stood up slowly. As he did, there were clattering sounds of chains. Obviously, he was chained. "Are you Hunter?" Although she knew the answer, Chloe still felt nervous because each time Andrew's other personality appeared, it was a nightmare. If Andrew was a psycho, then Hunter was a demon. 10 Andrews combined were not as horrible as one Hunter. "Very good. You still remember me. I'm touched. Chloe Green." Hunter's tone was weird, especially when he extended the sound of her name. Cold sweat broke out on her back, and her fingers trembled slightly. She had always thought of herself as someone that could stay calm before calamity, but at this moment, she was plunged into panic, fear, and despair. "Are you locked?" Chloe looked at Hunter's hands and feet. The chains looked not thick, but very sturdy. They looked new and smooth. There were no other people on the island except for her and Andrew. Who had locked him? "The coward Andrew can do nothing but hurt himself. Will you believe me if I told you he locked me up?" Chloe didn't speak as she wondered if Hunter had spoken the truth. After all, she trusted neither Andrew nor Hunter. "Why did he lock you up?" "He's a psycho, so he locked himself for fun," Hunter said airily. "I don't think so. As far as I know, Andrew isn't a reckless man. He loves himself very much." "So you don't believe me?" Hunter raised his eyebrow and asked. "I think Andrew didn't lock himself up. It was you that he locked up, right?" Chloe stared at Hunter in the eye and said slowly. The look in Hunter's eyes seemed to change a bit. Chloe was indeed not an ordinary woman. She remained calm and cautious at such a moment. "Ridiculous. What's the difference between locking himself and locking me? You know our situation." "It's hard to say. Anyway, I think he did it for a good reason." "Let's not talk about it now. Chloe, we're the only people on this island. If I'm chained like this, I'll starve, and then you'll be in danger too. You know, you can't survive on the island alone." "So, what do you want to say?" "I mean, you can release me, and then I'll let you go." "You'll let me go?" Chloe looked suspicious. Obviously, she didn't believe Hunter. "Here is my relationship with Andrew. We share memories, so I know what he did to you. He has planned for years to take you into a place that no one can find. Staying in this place with him, you'll have no chance to escape. I think you know this island better than I do. It's impossible to escape, and no one can rescue you even in 100 years. Besides, after living here for a couple of years, he might move you to another place. You can never imagine how obsessed with you Andrew is." Chloe didn't speak as she listened to Hunter's analysis. "But I'm not him. I'm Hunter, an independent personality. I don't like you at all. I'm free. If you unlock me, we'll leave this place together. After that, you can forget everything between us, or you can retaliate, but it doesn't matter. The most important thing right now is leaving this damned place." It was obvious that Hunter hated this place. In contrast, Andrew loved this island, and even planned to grow vegetables and grow old with Chloe in this place. So Chloe thought maybe this was her best chance to escape from this uninhabited island. If Andrew regained his own personality, he would never let her go. Seeing Chloe's hesitation, Hunter worked harder to persuade her. "Don't hesitate. This is your best opportunity. He takes a lot of drugs each day to suppress me, so I don't have a lot of opportunities to appear. If you don't take this chance to escape, you'll never get out of here. Understand? Hunter continued to sway her. I know what you mean. But how do I know that you won't deal with me after I unlock the chain for you? Chloe asked. So, you have to take the chance. Hunter's smile looked creepy. Chloe was in a dilemma. If she didn't unlock him, as he said, Andrew would wake up and would never let her go, no matter what she said to him. On the other hand, Hunter indeed didn't like her. She had known it from their previous encounters. Would she take the chance? In the city. When Case walked into his house with a thermal bottle, Tiani ran toward him saying, Uncle Chase, you're back. Yeah, have you eaten, Tiani? No. Huh? The housemaid I hired didn't cook supper for you? Yeah, she did. Why didn't you eat then? You don't like what she made? Case asked. It's not that. Tiani shook her head. Before he asked, she continued, I wanted to wait for you and eat it with you. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? I worked late today. But I have no appetite when you're not home. Okay, now let's eat together, okay? Okay, Tiani smiled happily. Fanny, please reheat this for me. Case handed the thermal bottle to Fanny, a well-trained housemaid recommended by a home service firm. She was very good at cooking and taking care of children. As a man, Case found it very inconvenient to take care of Tiani by himself. Besides, he didn't have enough time and energy to do that. It was why he hired a housemaid. But it seemed Tiani didn't like her. So long as Case was home, she would cling to him. She even wanted him to watch her when she slept. She felt very insecure. Uncle Chase, what's this? Some delicious food? Yeah. What's it? It's pork bone soup. It's delicious. Whoa, Uncle Chase, where did you buy it? Looking at the thermal bottle in the housemaid's hand, Tiani asked. A friend gave it to me, Case said casually. Who gave it to you? Tiani insisted to get to the bottom of it. Case hesitated, wondering if he should tell her the truth and how she would react to it. Did Auntie Zuri give it to you? Tiani asked. How did you know? Case looked at the kid in surprise. Because she cares for you the most. She's been brown-nosing you, said Tiani. Case squatted and pulled her into his arms before explaining to her patiently, Tiani, listen to me. Brown-nosing is a negative word and not fitting in this conversation. He thought the kid was too young to know the true meaning of the word and had used it by mistake. But Tiani looked at him calmly and said, I know brown-nosing is a bad word. Case was surprised. But Auntie Zuri is scheming on you, so she's been brown-nosing you. Uncle Chase, I don't like Auntie Zuri. Can you not be friends with her? Tiani, tell me why you don't like her. She's very mean. She used to yell at Mom and me and bully us. She's a bad woman. Case suddenly remembered Zuri had indeed done many things to hurt Brenny and her daughter due to her obsession with him. But it was long, long ago. The current Zuri was no longer the previous aggressive and unreasonable woman. She had completely changed. Tiani, listen to me. Auntie Zuri is not what she used to be. She has realized her mistakes. But she won't like me, Uncle Chase. Why do you think she won't like you? Case found Tiani's words tonight quite astonishing. Because she and my mom are enemies. Who told you that? My mom told me. What did she tell you? Case suddenly realized that he had paid little attention to Brenny's education to Tiani. My mom said that Auntie Zuri is a bad person, so she will deal with her. What else? Case continued to ask. And she wouldn't allow Auntie Zuri to be with Uncle Chase. She'd torture her. Case inhaled deeply as he realized Brenny had concealed this side from him. She had been crafty and scheming. Compared with the crafty Brenny, Zuri was hot-tempered, but didn't play dirty tricks, which made her more forgivable. Seeing Case's dark expression, Tiani put her cheek against Case's cheek and said in a small voice, Uncle Chase, I know now that you're not with my mom. You'll find another woman. But you can have any woman but Auntie Zuri. She's my mom's enemy and will not be good to me. She'll get me killed. Tiani, this is adult business. You don't understand. I don't care. I just don't want you to be with Auntie Zuri. Then she ran to her room. Tiani? Tiani, supper is ready. The housemaid Fanny came over with the reheated pork bone soup, but Tiani knocked it down. The soup splashed out and almost scalded the housemaid. She was startled and jumped back. Mr. Chase, what's wrong with Tiani? She's acting weird. I was going to ask you what's wrong with her. Did someone come today? Case frowned. No. Fanny was confused as well. At this moment, Case glanced at the newspaper on the desk and saw the headline on the front page was a photo of him and Zuri. It was one of the photos taken by the media before their wedding, and they looked quite intimate together. But why did they dig out such an old photo? Case picked up the newspaper and read the headline. Rumors say Mr. Chase and his ex-wife see each other frequently, a sign of reunion. Having read the article, he put down the newspapers. Who brought it home? Sir, I bought it. When I went to buy groceries, I had a few coins left, so I bought some newspapers. Tiani doesn't know all the words. Did you tell her? No, I didn't. She might have used some software on her cell phone. I really don't know anything about it. Sir, I'm sorry. Please don't fire me. Fanny was new and didn't know Case's temperament. She was scared, thinking he would blame her. It's fine. Fanny, you go back to your work. I'll go and check up on the kid. In fact, Case felt tired after working a long day at the company. Now when he was home, he had to take care of a child. Today, Zuri had gone to his company and chatted with him for a little while. Then she left the pork bone soup and was gone. She said it would be good for his recovery after the car crash. To tell the truth, Zuri had changed into another person, and Case had a new feeling for her. But Tiani presented a tricky problem. On one hand, Tiani couldn't accept Zuri. On the other hand, Zuri might not be able to accept Brenny's daughter due to their turbulent past. In the Psychiatric Recovery Center under the Municipal Public Security Bureau, 2 young nurses were chatting in the corridor. Did you hear that Mr. Chase and his ex will get back together? The news has gone viral in the media. Good. They match each other perfectly in looks and family background. They shouldn't have divorced in the first place. It was all because of Brenny, the despicable mistress. Disheveled, Brenny was sitting on the bed with her back leaning on the wall. When she heard the conversation, her eyes turned sinister and cold. Anyone there? Come here, nurse! With a wild look, Brenny scrambled down the bed and shook the iron door with all her strength. What's up? The nurses looked at her through the bars impatiently. I want to see that BS Case. You get him here now. I want to see my daughter too. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can see anyone you want? The young nurse looked at Brenny with disdain. No nonsense. Hurry and get them here, or I'll kill all of you. Brenny seemed to have lost her mind. She even looked at the young nurse with fury in her eyes. You're indeed mentally diseased. No one wants to see you. Mr. Chase is busy. Did you know that he will get back together with his ex? Brenny's face turned livid at the words. By that time, your daughter will be sent to a foster home. After all, Miss Zuri can't live with your daughter. Brenny clenched her fists in fury. If not for you, young Master Chase wouldn't have divorced. Just like your mom, you like to be the homewrecker, right? Unfortunately, unlike your mom who had become legal, you were dumped. Shut up, scum! Brenny pointed at the nurse and cursed. It's no use shouting at me. I just told you the truth. You're demented, and no man will look at you. Young Master Chase is a good man and visits you occasionally because he once loved you. Don't think he comes because he still loves you. Stupid batch. The young nurse was mean to Brenny because one of her cousins was Zuri's good friend and knew something about these rich and powerful families. So she had a bad opinion of Brenny. You won't end up well if you treat me like this. You just wait. Brenny cursed them viciously. In the army hospital. Jack could now move around without help, and this was his last day in the hospital. Avery offered to keep her brother company. In the midnight, only she and Jack were left in the big ward. Avery fell asleep on the sofa. Not able to sleep, Jack got up slowly, trying not to wake up Avery. But the girl was a light sleeper and woke up. Big brother, where are you going? Avery rubbed her eyes and sat up slowly. I'm going to the washroom. You should have woken me up. I'll help you. I can walk by myself now. You don't have to help me. Go back to sleep. No, your wound hasn't healed yet. We can't take any risks. She had stayed here because she was worried that the others couldn't take good care of him. She wanted to do it herself. Avery, I'm fine. I'm just bored and wanted to get some fresh air, Jack said. Big brother, are you feeling sad again? Avery's eyes dimmed as she considered Jack's words. Jack didn't speak. In the 4 years when he was in the U.S., he had been sleepless due to his longing for Chloe. He would get up in midnight to drink tea and coffee, and later had to suppress the pain by taking drugs. It was constant torture to Jack. No ordinary person could imagine how it felt to be unable to sleep. During the worst period, Jack had been wide awake for 1 week. It was pure torture. He had become so thin that his eyes sank into the sockets. Avery had hurt inside when she saw him like his. I'm fine. Don't lie to me. I know that my sister-in-law is your life. Her voice shook when she said the words. Then she wept. Now that her sister-in-law was in trouble, it meant half of her brother's life was gone. Leaning on the window, Jack sighed. He took out a cigarette, but Avery grabbed it from his fingers before he could put it to his mouth. No smoking. Doctor's order. Only one. No, Avery was firm. I'm a doctor. I know it's okay, Jack explained patiently. Absolutely not. Big brother, please stop it, okay? It hurts me to see you like this. Tears fell from her eyes. I'm fine, really. I will find Chloe. I will. Jack's voice was soft, as if he was trying to comfort Avery and himself. Brother, think about your 2 daughters, even though my sister-in-law is not with you. Do you know how miserable Little Bean and Pudding were when you were unconscious? They couldn't stay in Cooper Manor. The sisters even argued as Little Bean insisted on going home. They are still young, and their mom is not with them. Big brother, you must take good care of yourself. Avery, do you think I'm useless? Why do you ask? Avery was surprised. During the long years when I was with Chloe, I haven't brought much happiness to her. Instead, she has been hurt again and again. 8 years ago, her father James died in a car crash. Later, I was framed by Andrew, and she had to take the blame of murder for me. During the 4 years when I was missing, she had to protect herself and the babies, live with the Cooper family during her pregnancy, and raise the kids by herself. I find I've been so useless. I've been a burden to her. Big brother, how can you think in this way? You and my sister-in-law love each other deeply. But my love looks so fragile. I've not been able to help her when she's in trouble. Big brother, it's not your fault. Even Justin can't help my sister-in-law. That psycho Andrew had been scheming against your family for a long time, and no one could have stopped him. It's not your fault. Avery found her brother's mind had changed subtly after waking up. She had never seen him in such an insecure state because he had always been a proud man with great self-confidence. He could do anything with almost perfection. But when he found he couldn't protect Chloe, he began to doubt himself. This wasn't a good sign. Big brother, you must change your gloomy mentality. We can't admit defeat because my sister-in-law is still waiting for you to rescue her. Avery tried to convince Jack. I'm fine. Go back to sleep. I'll be better after staying here for a while by myself. Jack didn't say much, and his eyes were unreadable as he looked out of the window. In his palm was a lighter, and the symbol on its surface looked creepy, but Avery didn't understand the meaning of it. In the cellar on the deserted island, Chloe and Hunter were still in a standoff. Chloe, what are you hesitating about? Are you really going to let go of such a good opportunity to escape? There's nothing on the island currently. I just want to know how you'll get me off the island. Chloe looked at him quietly. That's simple. Andrew's men come regularly to deliver provisions, right? I'll take that opportunity to leave with you. They won't doubt their boss, and no one will recognize me. After all, few people know of my existence. Hunter smiled smugly. You mean, even if I unlock you now, I'll stay on the island with you until Andrew's men arrive? We can't leave before that, right? Something like that. Hunter nodded. That's easy. I'll unlock you on the day when Andrew's men come. Chloe knew what to do. Chloe, what do you mean? Hunter's face turned dark. I mean, I can't unlock you now. How can you go back on your words? Hunter was angry. Go back on my words? No, I didn't promise I'd unlock you, so I didn't go back on my words, Chloe answered calmly. You stupid batch. You even give up your only chance to escape from the island. Hunter gritted his teeth and stared at Chloe's face with a cold look in his eyes. Andrew had never looked at her in this way. Don't say that, because I'm not stupid. I see the situation clearly. Indeed, I dislike Andrew, but Hunter, you send chills down my spine. Chloe knew the answer now. She'd rather give up the opportunity to escape than believe Hunter's words. In their previous encounters, this man had been a maniac. Comparatively, Andrew could at least ensure her safety despite her dislike of him. Well, then you will live the rest of your life on the island, Hunter sneered. I'm curious. Since you share memories with Andrew, you should know where the key is, right? Chloe asked tentatively. You want to get words out of me? Of course not. If you want me to get you out, you must tell me where the key is, right? Chloe smiled. Why should I believe you when you don't even want to unlock me? Do you think I'll tell you where the key is? Hunter seemed angry with Chloe. Okay, then our negotiation is over. You can stay here. That said, Chloe turned to leave. Chloe, if I die, you'd be in trouble too, because Andrew would be dead, Hunter said hurriedly. Chloe looked back and chuckled. That's good. It'll be killing two birds with one stone. Both you and Andrew are my mortal enemies. But if we die, his men will find their boss dead when they come to deliver provisions. Then, they would send you down to the underworld to keep me company. Hunter smiled sinisterly. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Chloe found Hunter's words ridiculous. Of course you're not. But how about the baby in your belly? Do you really want your baby to die with you before he has a chance to see the world? Chloe's expression changed a little upon hearing this. It seemed Andrew and Hunter indeed shared a memory. Hunter even knew about her pregnancy. It seems you're the person who's at the disadvantage. Think about it. That said, Chloe turned and left without looking back. Come back, batch! Hunter cursed frantically, but Chloe didn't look back. Was she going to starve this fellow? No, Chloe wouldn't do that. She'd send him food each day to keep him alive. At least right now, she couldn't let Andrew die because she didn't want to die here with him. Climbing out of the cellar, Chloe breathed in the fresh air and suddenly felt it was good to be alive. After she calmed down, she thought of an important thing. It must be Andrew who had locked Hunter in the basement. But why did he do that? From what she knew about Andrew, she guessed he had had the feeling that his other personality would come out soon, and thus locked himself before that happened. If so, to prevent Hunter from escaping, he couldn't have left the key in the basement. Chloe knew very well that no matter how evil Andrew was, he'd never harm her. But Hunter could kill her any time without hesitation. At this thought, Chloe hurried back to the cottage and began searching through the things left by Andrew. Suddenly, an old-fashioned cell phone slipped from one of the pockets of Andrew's clothes. As if she had discovered a new continent, Chloe was elated. She had always thought Andrew didn't have any electronic devices on him due to his fear of being found. During the time when they were on the island, she had never seen Andrew make calls or use a cell phone. She was surprised to find it. It wasn't a smartphone, but an old-fashioned cell phone, but it was the only device that she could use to contact the outside world. She turned on the cell phone and intended to call Jack. She imagined how excited Jack would be when he answered it. But she was stupefied when she turned it on because it needed a 6-digit password to use. Chloe was smart and skilled at medicine, but unlike Fiona, she didn't know any high-tech or hacking skills. She calmed down and tried to remember Andrew's birthday. She put the numbers in, but it wasn't right. She put in her own birthday, but it was still not right. She put in Timothy's birthday, but with no success. She even put in Fiona's birthday, which she had seen on the girl's Weibo page, but still no success. In desperation, she put in the simple passwords such as 123456 and 654321, but still no success. Finally, she put it down quietly in despair. Then, one thing caught her eye. A tiny key lay beside the water glass on the table which she ate her meals on. It was small, but had complicated teeth. When did the key appear on the table? Did Andrew leave it here on purpose? Was this the key to the iron chains that locked Jack? Although she couldn't turn on the cell phone without a password, she felt better when she saw the key. At least, she wouldn't get harmed since the key wasn't in the basement, and Hunter couldn't get his hands on it. The sky turned dark gradually. The weather on the island was as unpredictable as a child. In one moment, it was a blue sky with puffy clouds, and in the next moment, winds would howl across the island. During the night, a storm came. The ocean was no longer romantic during the night. It roared and howled like wild animals. Sitting alone in the cottage, Chloe couldn't sleep. Gripping the quilt tightly, she felt scared. When Andrew was with her on this uninhabited island, she wasn't afraid. But now that Andrew disappeared and was replaced by the maniac second personality Hunter, Chloe felt she was in danger and became scared. She missed Jack and wanted to throw herself into his warm arms. She wanted him to tell her not to be afraid and that he would protect her. But reality was cruel. She had never imagined that she would one day live a fearful life with a psycho with a double personality on a deserted island. In South Hill Manor. After Jack was released from the army hospital, his friends came to his house for dinner to celebrate it. Jack's parents had gotten up early to prepare for the dinner. After the accident, Jack had dismissed all the servants except Uncle George because some of them were Andrew's spies. Jack's parents and Uncle George went out to buy groceries in the morning and came back to prepare dishes. Jack took the kids out to the garden to water the flowers. Then his good friends arrived one by one. Except for Cody, who had returned to Violet's mother's home with her, the others had all arrived. They included Victoria and Brenton, Noah and Sarah, Max and Avery, Rick and Cece, and Justin. Justin was the first to arrive and brought lots of snacks in the trunk of his black Lamborghini. "Whoa, handsome Cooper, I love you so much." Seeing the snacks, Little Bean ran over and hugged Justin warmly. "Do you love me or the snacks?" Justin asked with a chuckle. "Handsome Cooper, what do you mean? Do you think I'm so shallow?" Little Bean felt wronged. "I do," Pudding and Justin said at the same time. "Damn it. You guys, Dad, look, Dina and Handsome Cooper ganged up on me." Little Bean turned her head and tried to get sympathy from her dad. "Whoa, you're good, kiddo. You even tell on me? Now with your dad back, you just dumped me?" Justin teased her. "Pooh, nonsense. Handsome Cooper, you've been with me for so long. You know me, I'm not like that." "Handsome Cooper said that because he knows you well," Pudding laughed. "Get out, Stinky Pudding, don't mess with me. I'm bonding with Handsome Cooper." "Good. How do you want to bond with me?" Justin held Little Bean in his arms and looked at her dotingly. "Handsome Cooper, these snacks are my favorites. It means you love me more, right?" Little Bean said with a smirk. "You're imagining things." "It's the truth. My sister doesn't like sweet snacks because she's afraid to get fat, but I see the snacks are all sweet." "Okay, you're smart. Those are all for you. I can keep some and you can take the rest with you. I can't take them all." Justin was surprised to hear these words from Little Bean. "Whoa, our Miss Little Bean surprises me. You used to love the snacks as much as your life, but today you told me to bring some of them back? What's happening?" "Because my mom doesn't want me to eat too many sweets. She said they are not good for my teeth and health." Little Bean said the words with a serious expression. Hearing it, Justin had a lump in his throat. "Little Bean, Ethan is here. Go and greet him." Pudding immediately changed the subject. "Really? I'll go and see." Hearing her sister's words, Little Bean immediately jumped down from Justin's arms and ran to Noah's car not far from them. Then, Pudding walked to stand before Justin. "Handsome Cooper, Little Bean didn't mean to make you sad. Please don't be sad." "Can you read minds now? You know what I'm thinking?" Justin smiled. "I know you're as sad as we are because of my mom." Pudding put her hand on Justin's shoulder. Her small hand gave him great comfort. "I'm fine. Pudding, really, I'm fine. I've always been confident that your mom is fine. But your dad?" "After the surgery, my dad is not as gloomy as before. He has plans to find Mom. My sister and I never talk about it, but we understand each other very well." "The combined IQ of your family is frightening," Justin joked. "Pudding." From the distance, Kenneth got out of the car and called out to her. "That kiddo is here too. Go to your playmates. I'll talk to your dad." "Okay." Pudding nodded and walked toward Brenton and Victoria's car. Justin walked slowly toward Jack. Are you feeling okay now? Yeah, I'm almost fully recovered. Do you have a plan to search for Chloe? The search is on. We'll talk about it when we find some clues. There are no clues. How do you do the search? I'll go and see Chung after dinner. I saw him. He knows little. I think he's keeping something from you. I'll talk to him alone and see if I can get some clues. Good. Tell me when you have news. Justin. Yes? The old man who performed surgery on me. Justin looked at Jack questioningly. He's Chloe's biological father, Jack said mildly. Hearing his words, Justin was dumbfounded. Justin looked at Jack questioningly. He's Chloe's biological father, Jack said mildly. Hearing his words, Justin was dumbfounded. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.